Upon returning to the Carrington family, Ming reverted to her original name, Loxias. After 3 years of diligent study, the 11-year-old received her acceptance letter delivered by an owl, thus embarking on her journey to Hogwarts. Regardless of who it may be, an unplanned child, born not out of love, is a burden to anyone. In a moment of recognition, the two individuals, one large, one small, unexpectedly glimpsed their reflections in each other's eyes. Severus Snape. Loxias. Severus Snape she knows? Loxias. Should I admit that I know? Chapter 98. Ascending Stairs and Elevators. With Voldemort's disguise, even when employing Parseltongue, he failed to perceive any discrepancy with the basilisk. Of course, this was partly due to the expertise of the potion's master, Mr. Snape, whose improved polyjuice potion bore no excess complications and extended its duration. As Loxias munched on a handful of popcorn, she mumbled her praise. "Oh, father, you are truly remarkable. It's a pity this enhancement cannot be disclosed to incite envy among others." Snape, indifferent to the notion of publication, cared only for the journey of research itself. After all, the accolades bestowed upon him as the youngest potions master were already plentiful. He did not require the polyjuice potion to augment his reputation. Thus, Snape candidly remarked, "It matters not, Loxias. I believe you understand that my joy has always resided in the process of discovery." Loxias tilted her head, "But I want others to know how exceptional my father is. Rest assured, once Gellert retrieves Professor Dumbledore, he will be one of us, and then you can publish your findings one by one." To Loxias's statement, Snape offered no reply. Having spent considerable time together, he harbored no illusions about Dumbledore's ease of retrieval. Moreover, if it were indeed that simple, how had they not seen each other for half a century? Even if the aged Grindelwald were to have an epiphany and the equally aged Dumbledore softened, their reconciliation would not guarantee that Grindelwald could dominate Dumbledore entirely. During their conversation, Harry had already thrust a fong laced with basilisk venom through the diary, obliterating this Horcrux of Voldemort. Loxias finished her last morsel of popcorn. "It's nearly over, father." Recognizing that the remaining events held little interest, Snape nodded. "Then I shall return to grading assignments." Loxias nodded, subsequently stowing away her popcorn bucket, and waving her wand to clean up the remnants of her snack, restoring Snape's office to its original state. She still had to revise before departing. Loxias remembered to bid farewell to Snape. "Good night, father. I shall return to the dormitory now. Do not grade too late." Snape. "Good night, Loxias." As for how others fared that day, Loxias was unaware. She herself had experienced a delightful day, avenging her grievances, albeit regrettably unable to showcase Voldemort's nose-bearing version, feminine guise to a wider audience. The final examinations soon followed. After the term concluded, Loxias felt significantly lighter, though not entirely unburdened. Despite the fact that those misdeeds were orchestrated by Voldemort through Buster, the latter was still the one who acted as Buster's new master. Loxias deemed it necessary to tie up loose ends, providing appropriate compensation to all victims and settling their medical expenses, all while striving to avoid alarming anyone. Thus, this endeavor consumed some of Loxias's time and energy. Once everything was completed, she gazed at her doodle-filled notebook, which chronicled the changes and reparations she had made regarding her prophecy. Ultimately, everything returned to its rightful course. The second year of patchwork had finally come to a close. Loxias concluded her second year with a flawless record, presenting a commendable transcript. "Loxias. How delightful. This way, father won't burden me with additional coursework over the summer, ha ha ha." Just as Loxias reveled in her joy for 3 seconds, someone conveyed a message requesting her presence in the headmaster's office. Confounded, Draco, who was discussing summer meeting plans with Loxias, queried, "Why would the headmaster summon you to his office at this hour?" Loxias shrugged. "Surely it cannot be to award me a scholarship for my excellent grades?" Draco, puzzled, replied, "What is a scholarship? Does Hogwarts have such a thing?" Loxias elucidated, "Oh, it's a monetary reward given to the top students in the Muggle world, often more honorable than financially beneficial, perhaps equivalent." Draco's eyes lit up. "Perhaps I can persuade my father to establish one at Hogwarts. After all, our house has 2 of the top 5 in the year." As Loxias strolled towards the common room, she remarked to Draco, "Awaken, Draco. That's merely for our year. Besides, what benefit would it be for you? A few extra galleons each year? If it cannot enhance your family's stature, it would be wiser to negotiate for house points instead." Draco, chasing behind, exuberantly responded, "That idea is brilliant. I shall inform my father." Loxias. Next awaited Loxias was a protracted ascent. For the Slytherin common room resided underground, while the headmaster's office was perched atop the highest tower. Having climbed before, her legs now tingled with fatigue. Loxias resolved that if Hogwarts did not install an elevator upon her return, she would inquire of Salazar and Godric regarding the rationale for placing the headmaster's office. At the pinnacle, such a design was decidedly unkind to snakes and badgers alike. At long last, Loxias reached the top, and with a slight adjustment to her breath, she spoke the incantation to enter the headmaster's office. Loxius. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. At that moment, Dumbledore remained seated in his customary position, with the recently reborn Phoenix perched nearby. Dumbledore. Ah, Loxius, you appear somewhat fatigued. Please sit down. Would you care for some red tea sweetened with honey? Familiar with the headmaster's office, Loxius declined, knowing no creature could withstand the sweetness of their headmaster's culinary delights. Loxius candidly stated, I shall pass on the tea, Professor Dumbledore. Allow me to rest for a moment, for climbing from the cellar to the highest tower does indeed tax one's stamina. Dumbledore readily concurred with Loxius's assessment. Ah, indeed, it is quite exhausting. I find my daily journey from the headmaster's office to the Great Hall rather taxing. Loxius interjected, so has Hogwarts truly no intention of installing an elevator? Dumbledore. Are you referring to those elevators found in Muggle shopping malls? Loxius nodded. Dumbledore. Oh, they are certainly convenient, but those are Muggle inventions, and the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Loxius smirked. Ah, so it is permissible for the officials to set ablaze while forbidding the common folk to light their lamps. Prohibiting misuse? Then where do the elevators in the Ministry of Magic originate? Surely they cannot have conjured themselves from thin air. Chapter 99. Dumbledore's hesitation. Upon hearing the quips of Roxas, Dumbledore was reminded of something. You see, the elevators in the Ministry of Magic merely bear a superficial resemblance to Muggle elevators. In actuality, they are an alchemical creation, powered by magic. After stating this, Dumbledore recalled something else and added, if you had witnessed it firsthand, I believe you would not have made your earlier remarks. Roxas, who had never been to the ministry, responded incredulously, is that true? Summarizing with a tone of exasperation, Roxas remarked, so. They used Muggle elevators as a template to create a magical elevator that functions similarly, but is prohibitively expensive? Dumbledore nodded with a smile, betraying no hint of embarrassment. Ultimately, after much restraint, Roxas could no longer contain herself and quipped. It seems they are merely creating problems for themselves. It is no wonder that the wizarding world has made no progress over the years. Many magical concepts remain relics from centuries past. Observing Roxas's reaction, Dumbledore took a sip of his tea and teased, thus it appears Hogwarts is unlikely to install an elevator anytime soon, unless a highly skilled and benevolent master of alchemy decides to make a donation. Roxas replied, I suspect you are hinting at me, though I have no evidence. She continued, that day may never come, as typically, most individuals spend only 7 years at Hogwarts during their youth. What is wrong with climbing a few stairs while young? Consider it exercise. In her heart, Roxas mused, if one day my father were still teaching here in his old age, it wouldn't be impossible to donate one. The discussion about elevators did not last long, as it was not the primary topic of the day. Noticing that Roxas had finished her thoughts, Dumbledore took another sip of tea and transitioned to the main subject. I summoned you today to discuss matters concerning Gellert. This was a topic Roxas had anticipated, having prepared extensively for it. Thus, upon hearing Dumbledore mention Gellert, she straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. Dumbledore took the initiative to inquire, previously. I mentioned him to you. Today, I called you here primarily to ask for your perspective on him. What kind of person do you believe he is? Connecting this to their prior conversation, Roxas keenly discerned that Dumbledore was still probing, testing whether Grindelwald might exploit Carrington's resurgence. Roxas understood that Dumbledore undoubtedly possessed a deeper understanding of Grindelwald than she did. Her task was not to speak favorably of him, but to convey the truth. As her mind raced, once she confirmed Dumbledore's intentions, she replied, a remarkably powerful dark wizard, ill-tempered yet fiercely protective and passionate. Upon hearing Roxas's words, Dumbledore was transported back in time, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Even after all these years, he had to concede that Gellert was indeed powerful, both proud and yet captivatingly dangerous. However, Dumbledore had summoned Roxas not to reminisce but to grasp Gellert's true motives, to discern whether he intended to return and disrupt the hard-won peace of the wizarding world. Gazing at Roxas, Dumbledore couldn't help but acknowledge that she was indeed a product of Gellert's teaching. In certain behaviors, he could even see Gellert's shadow reflected in her. Whether in the casting of spells or specific alchemical habits, even in her mannerisms, Gellert's influence was evident. Yet he recognized they were wholly different individuals. At least, this child before him would not tread Gellert's path. She was safe for the wizarding world. She possessed love and cared deeply for those around her, lacking any overwhelming ambition. He had affirmed this long ago. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses that had long since broken on the bridge of his nose. What has he taught you over the years? Roxas replied, I assumed you already knew, spells and alchemy. Dumbledore pressed, is there nothing else? Roxas shook her head, no. Unless you count some transfiguration lessons he imparted during the summer after my first year. Dumbledore paused. Has he ever asked you to assist him with anything? Roxas continued to shake her head. Never, it has always been me seeking his help. Dumbledore remained silent for a considerable time before continuing. What do you know about the saints? Roxas answered candidly, I know as much as what is written in the history of magic. He has never mentioned the saints to me, nor have I ever had private dealings with that organization. Roxas's response was both what Dumbledore wished to hear and what he dreaded. Everything seemed normal, which would ordinarily be a positive sign. Yet, it likely indicated that Gellert was concealing his true intentions exceptionally well, plotting in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Just days prior, he had learned from Roxas about Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes. The issue of Horcruxes remained unresolved, and Voldemort had not been entirely vanquished. He could not allow these two to plunge the wizarding world into chaos simultaneously, or in close succession. Should he take it upon himself to investigate? He still needed to research Horcruxes over the summer, which might leave him little time. Perhaps he should inquire further? Dumbledore hesitated for an extended period before deciding to continue questioning Roxas, attempting to uncover any discrepancies. Regarding Gellert, how much do you know? Roxas replied, do not assume that. Just because I wear glasses, I am oblivious to the hesitation and struggle in your eyes. Reluctantly, she added, aside from the information recorded in the history of magic, it is limited to your interactions with him. The final two words lingered unspoken as Roxas swallowed them in light of Dumbledore's meaningful gaze. A wise individual recognizes the currents of the moment. She understood. She still had 5 years to navigate under the leadership of this headmaster. Thus, another silence enveloped the office. Dumbledore remained in his indecision. Roxas could only watch as he wrestled with his thoughts. Ultimately, as the time for the express to depart drew near, Roxas swiftly retreated to the office door and exclaimed, if you are truly concerned, perhaps you should investigate for yourself. Nomungard is right there, it won't run away. With that, Roxas dashed away, leaving behind a hasty remark, Headmaster, the express is about to leave, and my father is still waiting for me. I must take my leave. Chapter 100. The conclusion of the second year. Roxas managed to board the express at the last possible moment, breathlessly clutching the edge of the window. She was grateful for her daily exercise routine. Otherwise, she would not have made it in time. Beside her stood Hermione, worried that she might miss the train, and Snape. Seeing that Roxas had successfully boarded, a relieved Snape glanced back at the chaotic carriage. I have had your luggage placed in my compartment. I will go and supervise. Roxas gave an okay gesture. All right. With that, Snape made his way toward the bustling carriage, and the world momentarily quieted. Once Snape was out of earshot, Hermione spoke up. That was close, Roxas. I almost thought you wouldn't make it. Roxas waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. Once she had caught her breath, she began conversing with Hermione. How is your recovery? Hermione replied, I was nearly back to normal after taking the restorative potion. If it weren't for Madame Pomfrey's insistence, I would have been discharged the day you came to see me. At this, Hermione appeared visibly frustrated. The basilisk petrified me, and the time spent in the hospital caused me to fall behind in my studies. This year's results are far from those of last year. Seeing the vibrant Hermione, Loxia smiled, having been petrified for such an extended period. Your body must require ample rest for recovery. Now that I see you have recuperated quite well, I am reassured. Hermione replied, speaking of which, I heard from Harry and the others that you and Professor Snape rescued them in the Forbidden Forest. That day, you used a spell known as Fire Escape, which I read about in a book. It mentioned that it is one of Grindelwald's signature dark magics. He once set Paris ablaze with it. Loxias nodded, offering no further elaboration. My family has certain connections with him. Hermione chose not to delve into the relationship between Loxias and Grindelwald, aware that Loxias harbored many secrets. Secrets she would not pry into as long as Loxias chose to remain silent. A mutual understanding had developed between them. Hermione inquired, I am curious why, despite your wand being made of unicorn hair, you are still able to cast dark magic with it. This defies logic, as all the literature I have read states that it is exceedingly difficult to perform dark magic with such a wand. In response, Loxias produced her wand. Regarding this matter, it is indeed challenging to wield dark magic with a wand whose core is composed of unicorn hair. I have other wands made with unicorn hair that are equally incapable of performing dark magic. However, my wand is somewhat unique. Hermione's gaze followed Loxias's as she observed the wand's simple yet aesthetically pleasing patterns, noting its exquisite beauty. What makes it different? She asked. Loxias gently caressed her wand. Continuing, this wand in particular is rather intolerant of my attempts to use it for dark magic. It resists such efforts. I resort to using other wands only in dire circumstances, for it is a rather domineering wand. That is quite enlightening, Hermione remarked. I never realized that wands could possess such varied personalities. Loxias nodded. Each wand indeed has its own distinct character. This is why, when we purchase wands, Ollivander insists we try them one by one, until we find the one most suited to us. Hermione then produced her own wand, stating, speaking of suitability, I have discovered that my wand consistently aids me in grasping new spells, which may indeed be the reason it is the best match for me. As the two eagerly discussed their wands, Draco strode over from the Slytherin compartment towards Loxias. From a distance, Loxias and Hermione could hear Draco's voice. Loxias, why are you with her again? I was searching for you, thinking you might be in one of the compartments. Are our Slytherin classmates unable to satisfy you anymore? Hermione sighed. Here comes the thief of affection again. Each time she and Loxias shared a delightful conversation. Draco's sudden appearance made her question whether she had unwittingly stepped into one of Loxias's favored palace intrigue novels. She and Draco were akin to favored concubines, while Loxias played the role of the emperor. The difference, however, was that Draco always sought to vie for Loxias's affection, especially when she and Hermione were engrossed in conversation. Yet it seemed that such contests for affection were not meant to unfold this way, were they? Nevertheless, whenever Draco approached in a huff, it certainly appeared so. Draco shoved Hermione aside and moved directly in front of Loxias, demanding, Have you forgotten that we haven't yet discussed where to meet during the summer vacation? Perplexed by Draco's urgency, Loxias replied, We indeed haven't made arrangements, but there's no need for such haste. Even if we cannot finish our conversation on the train, we can always communicate via owl once we return. Draco insisted that won't do. We must clarify everything on the train. Observing from the sidelines, Hermione thought, this is increasingly reminiscent of a palace drama with concubines vying for favor. What should I do? Though Loxias did not comprehend Draco's urgency, given his disdain for the Muggle world, she reassured him, All right, I initially intended to finish my conversation with Hermione before seeking you out, and besides, the express does not arrive that swiftly. Draco placed his hands on his hips, declaring haughtily, That's more like it. He then shot a smug glance at Hermione. Hermione responded, It's becoming even more like it. At that moment, Harry and Ron appeared from the opposite side, seeking Hermione. Harry, Hermione, Loxias Malfoy? Ron Malfoy. What are you doing here? Harry and Ron were aware that Hermione was looking for Loxias, yet they had not anticipated encountering their rival, Malfoy. Draco, too, seemed taken aback to find Loxias, and encountering Granger was merely the icing on the cake, as it also attracted Potter and Weasley. Instantly, the atmosphere between Ron, Harry, and Draco grew tense, as if a confrontation were imminent. Loxias was equally surprised to witness the simultaneous appearance of the savior and the proud young master on the last day of the term. Oh, what bliss it was! Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been observing Loxias, noticed her demeanor had brightened considerably. Naturally, this led her to recall the novels Loxias enjoyed during her leisure time, which portrayed a variety of characters utterly unlike herself, particularly those involving Harry and Malfoy. Hermione found herself puzzled. How could she possibly find enjoyment in such a tense situation? Chapter 101. The Master of Water Carrying. The encounter between the Savior and Malfoy was predictably fraught with tension, and a confrontation seemed inevitable. Ultimately, it was Snape, overseeing the area, who intervened, effortlessly lifting each of them by the collar to put an end to their childish squabble. With an expressionless demeanor, Snape surveyed the trio standing before him, seemingly accustomed to their habitual bickering. You should consider yourselves fortunate that this is not a typical day. Had it been, I would have deducted points from Gryffindor, and you would be facing detention. Loxias and Hermione, who had refrained from participating in the altercation, breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had escaped unscathed. However, just as they thought they were free from Snape's usual sarcastic remarks, he turned his attention to them. Snape continued, As for the two of you, I would expect that, under normal circumstances, you would also incur deductions and detention for failing to intervene in this duel. Loxias muttered, Which fool has provoked her father again? Upon hearing Snape's reprimand, Loxias knew that his ire was not solely due to catching Harry, Ron and Draco in their brawl. Rather, someone had displeased him during his patrol. She realized that if someone had angered her father, it would be her who bore the brunt of his frustrations, with Gryffindor escaping unscathed. She certainly did not wish to spend her summer vacation making up for a multitude of missed lessons, while Loxias remained lost in thought, contemplating how to salvage her summer. Snape had already targeted the nearest Gryffindors. With his arms crossed, Snape addressed Harry and Ron, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Since you believe that fighting is far more enticing than sitting quietly in your compartment, you shall stand here until we reach our destination, while also taking the opportunity to clean up the rubbish in the aisle. As for you, Draco, I will be informing your father of your discourteous behavior. And you two, Loxias and Miss Granger, return to your compartment and remain seated. Do not let me catch you where you ought not to be. As Snape finished speaking, Loxias recognized that leaving the scene promptly was the wisest course of action. She quickly responded, "Very well, we shall return to our compartment." With that, Loxias took Hermione and Draco by the hand and departed. Uncertain whether Snape would return to her compartment after his rounds, Loxias opted not to lead Hermione and Draco back to her own, but instead sought out a relatively less crowded compartment to settle into. Naturally, she politely inquired whether the occupants within would consent to her presence. When they beheld Loxis, their faces undeniably lit up with joy. However, upon noticing the two individuals accompanying her, their enthusiasm waned somewhat. Who in Hogwarts was unaware of the amicable nature of the trio, known as the Golden Trio? While young Master Malfoy's haughty demeanor was not insurmountable, their collective presence together was akin to a cataclysmic event. Nevertheless, considering it was their beloved Loxis who spoke up, the little Badgers ultimately consented. They might disregard the opinions of others, but they could not afford to disrespect the headmaster, Cedric, or Loxis. Fortunately, until they disembarked, they remained composed within the carriage. Even Draco, who was itching for an argument with Hermione, managed to restrain himself. The little Badger's admiration for Loxis surged, as she seemed capable of managing both individuals simultaneously. However, admiration aside, and despite the lack of quarrels, it was Loxis who bore the brunt of the situation. Sandwiched between them, Draco, arms crossed and seated beside Loxis, remarked, "Remember our agreement? I shall visit you at the headmaster's residence, and we will venture out together. Should you dare stand me up this time, it will not be a mere matter of a few spicy snacks." Loxis replied, casting a glance in Draco's direction. "All right." Meanwhile, Hermione, seated on Loxis's other side, shot Draco a disapproving look, igniting within her an inexplicable competitive spirit. "During the summer, if I encounter any issues, I'll contact you via OWL." Loxis had no choice but to turn her head towards Hermione and respond, "Sounds good." The little Badgers seated opposite the trio exclaimed, "Wow! Loxis is truly remarkable. Not only does she have an abundance of delicious treats, but she can also foster peace between lions and snakes." Their conversation flowed seamlessly until, on the verge of a meltdown, the master of diplomacy, Loxis, was relieved to find that the express train had finally arrived at its destination. She would soon be able to bid farewell to both individuals simultaneously. As the train came to a halt, Loxis promptly addressed them, "We've arrived. Please gather your belongings. I shall go find my father." "All right, goodbye, Loxis," said Hermione. "Farewell, Loxis," added Draco. As Loxis exited the carriage, she called back, "Goodbye, Hermione." "Goodbye, Draco." Once she was out of their sight, she seized the opportunity to dash down the corridor before it became crowded. Along the way, she encountered Ron and Harry. Harry was the first to call out to the still-running Loxis, "Loxis, wait a moment." Hearing this, Loxis halted her pace. "What is it, Harry?" Harry's expression seemed hesitant, as if he struggled to articulate his next words. Loxis could not fathom the reason for his sudden interruption. "If there's nothing urgent, I must be on my way. My father is waiting for me." Evidently, her words had the desired effect. Harry quickly replied, "Actually, Ron and I wanted to thank you. Thank you for saving us with Professor Snape that day in the Forbidden Forest." After Harry spoke, Ron chimed in, "Yes, thank you for rescuing us with Professor Snape." Loxis had not anticipated their gratitude, but it did not hinder her expression from remaining nonchalant. "It was nothing, merely a matter of convenience. However, I advise you not to wander into the Forbidden Forest so carelessly again. It is far more perilous than you might imagine." "Understood," Harry replied. "Right," Ron added. Loxis glanced at the throngs of people streaming from the carriage. "Well then, I wish you both a delightful summer. I must take my leave. Goodbye." "Goodbye," echoed Harry and Ron. With that, Loxis turned and resumed her run, weaving through the crowd. Ultimately, with her agile form and rapid pace, she slipped into Snape's private carriage just before the throng fully exited. "Freedom," she declared. At that moment, Snape was seated alone in his compartment, engrossed in a tome concerning potions. Recognizing Loxis's presence, he did not even lift his gaze. "Did you bid them farewell?" Loxis nodded and settled beside Snape. "Yes." Once seated, Loxis leaned closer to Snape, curious about what he was reading. After a brief glance, she remarked, "I don't understand it at all." Knowing Loxis's academic progress, Snape was aware that the book in his hands was beyond her comprehension. Thus, he retrieved another book from his pocket, originally intended for her after her return home. One of her additional summer assignments. Since she was bored now, presenting it to her was equally acceptable. Loxis accepted it. What is this? She opened it briefly and, upon realizing it was comprehensible, promptly shut it. Who studies before even arriving home for the summer? Not me. Although she was diligent in her studies, that did not equate to a love for learning. Everything she did was merely a means to an end, to enable her to indulge in leisure sooner rather than later. Observing Loxis's expected dismissal of the book, Snape refrained from commenting. He had not anticipated her immediate engagement with it. He merely hoped to provide her with something to occupy her mind should boredom strike. What if she did decide to read it? The paternal thought lingered. As a professor, Snape was the last to disembark, ensuring that all students exited the express. Consequently, Loxis remained by his side. After a while, with no desire to read, she grew increasingly restless, swaying side to side, devoid of the composed demeanor expected in public. Eventually, she could no longer remain seated. Dad, I've made plans with Draco to explore the Muggle world this summer. Snape, maintaining his composure, continued reading. I've arranged to meet him at your place first. Loxis continued. Oh, Snape replied, still focused on his book. Speaking of which, after all this time, I've yet to visit your home. You've always been at Carrington Castle with me. At this, Snape finally set down his book, studying Loxis for a long moment before responding. There's nothing remarkable about it. It's merely a residence. Loxis could not comprehend Snape's indifference towards his own home. She sensed there was a story behind it. I don't care. Your residence is also mine, my home. I want to go to where you are. Snape reflected on his house in Spinner's End. Was that truly his home? He deemed it hardly worthy of the title, at best a shelter, a place to reside. Considering Loxis's sentiments, he thought, you probably won't appreciate it. Loxis smiled. How can I know I won't like it if I've never been there? As long as you're there, I'll be content. After hearing this, Snape could no longer focus on his book. He contemplated how to renovate the house in Spinner's End. If Loxis felt so strongly, then surely it should have her own room, tailored to her preferences. Ultimately, it was essential to ensure that Loxis felt comfortable there. Perhaps painting everything pink? No, she had recently developed a fondness for light blue. Perhaps that would suffice? Noticing Snape's silence, Loxis decided to shift the conversation. By the way, Dad, I ran into Harry and Ron on my way to find you. They came to thank me. What did you do? Snape inquired. Loxias propped his head up, stating, it is not merely my actions. Rather, it is our collective endeavor. They express gratitude for our rescue in the Forbidden Forest that day. Snape let out a disdainful huff, conveying his discontent. Ah, if they had not so recklessly disregarded the school rules and ventured into the Forbidden Forest, we would not have encountered such turmoil. Loxias remarked, her father truly harbors a strong disdain for Gryffindor. He then shifted the conversation. Father, this summer, I plan to seek out Gellert to learn Animagus transformation. Would you care to join me? Familiar with Loxias's ambitions, Snape furrowed his brow. Why do you wish to learn Animagus transformation? This course seems rather advanced for you. Loxias deemed it appropriate to divulge, because next term, you, father, failed to secure the position of defense against the dark arts professor, and Professor Dumbledore has assigned us a teacher who is merely a textbook rendition of the subject. Upon hearing Loxias's words, Snape, well acquainted with Dumbledore's tendencies, swiftly deduced a particular species, or rather, an individual. Are you referring to the werewolf? Loxias nodded in affirmation. Indeed. That is precisely the individual you have in mind. Unpleasant memories surged through Snape's mind, his brow furrowing deeper as his countenance darkened. Has Dumbledore lost his senses? To place so many young witches and wizards in the company of a werewolf seems an egregious oversight. Hogwarts's teaching resources cannot possibly be so scarce. Loxias, with a playful smile, addressed Snape. So, father, shall we embark on this journey together? It would serve as an additional means of safeguarding ourselves. I shall manage matters with Gellert. Snape sighed, allowing himself to calm down. Learning Animagus transformation indeed represented an enhanced means of self-preservation, particularly in dealing with an uncontrollable werewolf. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Continuing along this thread, Loxias inquired, what do you suppose your Animagus form would be, father? I have heard that most wizards' Animagus forms mirror their Patronus. Snape pondered. I am uncertain. However, my Animagus form may differ from my Patronus. Loxias mused. I believe mine would indeed be the same. I am utterly enchanted by pandas. Even if it were not a panda, any creature with fur would suffice. How delightful it would be to snuggle in a fluffy companion during the winter months. Snape envisioned Loxias as Patronus, that black and white ball of fluff, and acknowledged that it would indeed be quite comforting in the winter. At that moment, feeling time had elapsed significantly, Loxias gazed out the window. By the way, Father, how much longer do we have to sit here? Hearing this, Snape picked up his wand and glanced at the time. It should be about time. Loxias sprang to her feet, excitement evident. Then can we go home? Snape rose and shook his head. I am afraid we must wait a little longer, Loxias. I need to check the express train's compartments with the other professors, to ensure everyone has disembarked. Let us hope no one has been foolish enough to forget the time to alight or their belongings. Bored, Loxias followed Snape. Oh, very well, then I will accompany you. Father. Snape, in a rare moment of good humor, affectionately ruffled Loxias's hair. Then we shall put our dear Loxias to work. Chapter 103, Homecoming. When Loxias returned to Carrington Castle with Snape, the evening had already settled in. She flung open the long dusty door and greeted the portraits inside. Hello everyone. I am back from school to spend the summer with Father. Portrait 1. Our little Loxias has returned. Quick, observe if she has grown taller, and even more beautiful. Portrait 2. Her courage at this age has certainly increased. I have heard whispers that she often wanders into the forbidden forest. Portrait 3. She does not venture alone. That gentleman accompanies her. Children of her age are naturally lively and spirited. As long as safety is ensured, a little exploration is not amiss. Portrait 4. Indeed. Speaking of which, I hear her grades have once again been exemplary. How can such a brilliant child not be in Ravenclaw? Portrait 5. What is wrong with Slytherin? We possess ambition, we are astute, and we understand the art of self-preservation. Furthermore, there is no decree stating that clever children cannot belong to Slytherin, is there? Right, Salazar? Salazar, unexpectedly called out. I feel rather out of place among family. Portrait 5. Wahoo. Though not her first encounter with the lively atmosphere of Carrington, Salazar still found himself slightly overwhelmed. Surely, this exuberance was excessive. Must it be so boisterous simply because Loxias has returned? Would it not suffice to maintain the usual tranquility? The elegant and reserved founder of Slytherin felt increasingly out of sync. In contrast, Godric thrived amid the commotion. He relished the vivacity, embodying a spirited nature. Perhaps it was their complementary personalities that allowed them to forge ahead together. Noting Salazar's silence, the merry-making Godric answered for him, of course. Clever children can belong not only to Ravenclaw, but also to Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Gryffindor. Hogwarts forever welcomes those who believe in magic. Selena gracefully concurred, welcome. Salazar sighed. I cannot shake the feeling that I am the odd one out in this family. Portrait 5. Wahoo. Due to the sheer number of portraits, Loxias spent considerable time greeting each one. By the time she settled down again, her hunger had become quite pronounced. Rocco kindly served her food, placing it before her. Loxias expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Rocco. This is most timely. Rocco bowed slightly, a polite smile gracing his face. It is my duty. Loxias added, it is getting late. You should rest. Rocco responded, oh, my young mistress is concerned for Rocco. This brings me immense joy. I must not collide with walls, must maintain composure. For a house elf must uphold the family's honor, and not tarnish Carrington's reputation, nor that of the young master. Hearing Loxias's words, Rocco's excitement was barely contained. Understood. Having observed the entire exchange, Snape remained perplexed. He had never experienced such a fervent atmosphere. You must be utterly exhausted after such a day. Do you not intend to draw their curtains? Loxias tilted her head. This is merely their way of showing concern for the younger generation. It has not yet reached the point of needing to draw the curtains. Once I come of age, it will suffice, and I shall not need to attend school, rendering such scenes less frequent. After a brief pause, Loxias continued, to be honest, Carrington Castle feels rather vast. It is their presence that brings some liveliness, is it not? Snape surveyed the cavernous expanse of Carrington Castle. This castle could easily rival Hogwarts in size. Yet unlike the bustling Hogwarts, which housed numerous inhabitants, Carrington was home to but Loxias and now him. Oh, and a few house elves. Observing the overly eager, yet poorly concealed excitement of the house elves, Snape silently accounted for their presence. One could only wonder why the original Carrington had constructed such a grand castle, larger than most prideful pureblood families. Given that there were so few residents, and he himself was not particularly invested in social status or appearances, surely it was not merely to house portraits. With that thought, Snape cast another glance at the portraits huddled together, engrossed in the animated show Popeye. As he sliced through a lamb chop, Snape inquired, speaking of which, when you returned for Christmas, it seemed you did not experience this. Loxia slurped up some noodles before replying. That is because everyone arrives in this manner. They are well aware that the days surrounding the Christmas break are the busiest. Rather than engage in idle chatter with the younger generation, it is far better to visit other homes and foster connections. Upon hearing this, Snape nodded in approval. It seems they have not been foolish enough to trouble you without regard for time and circumstance. Loxis felt a sense of helplessness. Father, you are well aware that the portraits possess memories of their former lives. They were not giants in their past. Snape did not respond to Loxis's remark. He simply savored the delectable meal before him. He was reluctant to acknowledge his feelings, not wishing to see his Loxis troubled by such trivial matters. Her energy should be reserved for her studies and the pursuits she truly desires. Thus ensued a moment of heartfelt enjoyment of the feast shared between father and daughter. Once Snape finished his meal, Loxis had nearly completed hers as well. Observing this, Snape broached a subject he had been contemplating for some time. When do you intend to go out with Draco? Loxis wiped her mouth and replied, perhaps in the next few days. To become an animagus requires at least a month, and with the end of summer approaching, I don't know what might come up. I've already cancelled on him too many times. After a brief pause, Snape hesitated before speaking. Do you have time in the coming days to renovate your room? Loxis looked puzzled. Her room in Carrington Castle was perfectly fine, styled to her liking. Why renovate? She wondered. Seeing her confusion, Snape patiently clarified, I meant to say, in my former residence, we could decorate your room according to your preferences, should you not mind its simplicity. Loxis's eyes widened in surprise. She leapt from her seat. All semblance of grace forgotten. I have plenty of time. In fact, a gilded cage is no substitute for my own humble abode. Why would I disdain my own home? Her exuberance was so pronounced that it drew the attention of several portraits engrossed in their animated films, causing Loxis to feel a touch embarrassed. Hee. Snape mused. This serpent has transformed into a charmingly foolish creature once more. Well, it's quite endearing, isn't it? Chapter 104. Renovation of Number 19, Spinner's End. On the first day of vacation, Loxis first visited Ermengarde, administering a precautionary warning to Grindelwald about Dumbledore's impending visit. She also discussed with him the possibility of practicing animagus transformation with Snape. She then endured a rather one-sided final examination, where she faced off against Grindelwald and barely managed to escape. Despite Dumbledore's visit looming ahead, Grindelwald only relented regarding the animagus matter, showing no mercy in the final examination. Loxis had ample reason to suspect that he was merely eager to send her away to prepare for his meeting with Dumbledore. However, while Dumbledore would indeed come, she had not specified when, early, mid, or late summer. She ought to have mentioned it just before her departure. Perhaps he might have shown her some leniency then. What a miscalculation. As Loxis pondered this, she struggled to return to Carrington Castle with the key to the door. Thankfully, Snape had prepared a potion for her. Otherwise, Loxis was uncertain if she would even be able to walk normally the following day. On the second day of vacation, Loxis discreetly inspected all of the Carrington family's enterprises to ensure there were no significant issues. By the third day, after addressing all matters, Loxis finally accompanied Snape to Spinner's End. Snape guided Loxis through the fireplace, so she did not witness the dismal environment outside Spinner's End or the unsavory crowd that Snape loathed. This was precisely what Snape desired. He did not wish for Loxis to be tainted by such undesirable elements. She should remain pure and forever radiant. Initially, Snape had not intended for Loxis to come here, until she expressed, as long as you are here, I will always be fond of this place. We are family. Only then did Snape realize that whether or not Loxis would reside here, there should be a room that belonged to her. When asked why Snape, already accomplished and financially secure, had not moved away, he found himself at a loss for a definitive answer. Perhaps he simply did not have high expectations for his living situation. Perhaps this place was a past he could not sever ties with. Perhaps he had no other place to call home. Or perhaps he felt unable to extricate himself from this quagmire. Before Loxis's visit, Snape had taken the time to clean the place, especially the fireplace. Thus, in stark contrast to the disarray he had encountered with Lucius, Loxis found the space immaculate, devoid of any dust or disorder. Loxis took in her surroundings, the aged, cracked sofa, the paint-chipped wooden table and doorframe, the peeling wallpaper, and the scratched banister. Each detail spoke volumes of neglect and age, reflecting Snape's previous attitude towards life, indifference and disregard. Reflecting on Snape's appearance during her first year, his greasy hair, erratic routines, and perpetually unchanged attire, Loxis pondered the hardships he must have endured. With a sigh, she transformed her expression into a smile. Father, before we renovate my room, should we not first refurbish this place entirely? Snape followed Loxis's gaze and noted the stark contrast between this dilapidated space and Carrington Castle. In the past, he had been indifferent, believing it inconsequential, and he had not utilized magic to repair it, even though a mere flick of his wrist could have sufficed. Now, he considered that perhaps a renovation would not be amiss. Looking back at Loxis, he responded, "Very well, shall we do it together?" Loxis nodded enthusiastically. "By the way, father, I have never renovated a house before. How do we proceed?" Seeing Snape's sudden silence, Loxis realized he too lacked experience. "Perhaps we could seek out Laco. She typically oversees repairs and renovations at Carrington Castle." Snape nodded in agreement. "All right." Thus, Loxis and Snape returned to Carrington Castle, where they received numerous repair spells and contact information for magical furniture suppliers from Laco. As they prepared to return and begin their renovations, Laco caught Loxis's sleeve. "Does the master truly not require Laco's assistance?" Loxis shook her head, crouching to meet Laco's gaze. "Laco, you have already helped me immensely. My father and I wish to handle the upcoming tasks ourselves. Rest assured, I will still seek your guidance should we encounter insurmountable challenges. I hope you will not disdain my clumsiness then." Laco beamed with joy, her heart brimming with excitement. "Oh, it is an honor to assist the master." After bidding farewell to Laco, Loxis and Snape returned to Spinner's End, embarking on their home renovation. One cannot deny that with magic, everything proceeded smoothly. Not only were the repairs of the house swift, but the delivery speed of the magical furniture suppliers was astonishingly quick. Naturally, the allure of galleons played a significant role, as no one wishes to oppose their charms. The promise of galleons indeed spurred the magical furniture suppliers to expedite their delivery, utilizing not owls, but instead human apparition. Thus, by nightfall, Snape's house in Spinner's End had undergone a remarkable transformation. While the general layout remained unchanged, the old furniture had been replaced with new, and the signs of age had vanished. Snape felt a fleeting sense of liberation, as though he had finally escaped the mire that had ensnared him for so long. Loxia surveyed his surroundings. "It seems nearly ready. Shall I invite Draco to join me for an outing the day after tomorrow?" "Tomorrow. I shall remain here with father to inspect whether there are any further improvements to be made." Snape, of course, had no objections. "Very well." The proactive Loxias promptly penned a letter to Draco, detailing the specific time. After dispatching the letter through Jerry, Loxias suddenly recalled a matter regarding the purebloods. "Speaking of which, father, the Malfoy family appears to be staunch proponents of pureblood ideology. Would they truly consent to their sole heir venturing into the Muggle world for leisure with his friends?" Snape, unfazed by such considerations, calmly replied, "If Draco cannot manage this, what face would he have to accompany you on an outing?" Loxias retorted, "It sounds as if you think it exceedingly difficult for him to join in on a simple outing." Chapter 105, Draco's Endeavors. For Draco, an outing was not inherently a challenging endeavor. The actual difficulty lay in embarking on an adventure into the Muggle realm. After all, they were resolute enforcers of pureblood doctrine, steeped in ancestral tradition. To frolic in the Muggle world and associate with Muggles was tantamount to betraying their lineage. Thus, persuading his parents to permit him to venture into the Muggle world with friends was an arduous task for Draco. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that he could surmount this challenge. He did not wish for Loxias to struggle with her father's consent only to be thwarted by his own circumstances, nor did he want to face ridicule from that wretched Muggle-born, Hermione, when the new school year commenced. After all, he was a Malfoy, surely. There was nothing he could not achieve. As if she had any inkling of how many times he had ventured out with Loxias, while someone else had not joined him even once. Draco found this intolerable. Thus, upon receiving Loxias's letter, Draco commenced his efforts. He understood well that convincing his father was merely half the battle. Persuading his mother equated to convincing his father. Without hesitation, he knelt gracefully before his mother, who was elegantly sipping her afternoon tea, and began to massage her legs. Knowing her son's disposition all too well, Narcissa's hand trembled imperceptibly around her teacup. Subsequently, she set the cup down and delicately wiped her mouth. "Given your commendable performance in the recent exams, speak up. My little dragon. What is it you intend to do?" Draco earnestly replied, "Mother, I wish to visit the Muggle world with Loxias." Narcissa paused, her expression reflecting a sense of déjà vu. "Oh, my little dragon, do enlighten me. Are you planning to align yourself with those pureblood scoundrels?" Alarm bells rang in Draco's mind. He recognized this as the precursor to his mother's ire. To provoke her wrath was akin to facing a mixed doubles match without any allies to plead on his behalf, while the family portraits merely observed the unfolding drama. It was astonishing that none of his ancestors offered him any support. They would likely scold him, Consider the gravity of your error. Had we not lost our corporeal forms, you would face far more than just 2 reprimands. Thus, Draco quickly shook his head and defended himself. Mother, how could I ever be a disgrace to purebloods? I am, without doubt, a staunch advocate of pureblood ideology. The truth is, every time I invite Loxias, she declines due to her disinterest in attending those tedious balls, as well as her weariness of Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. If she wishes to go out, she only desires to visit the Muggle realm. I cannot fathom what captivates her there. This has led to my invitations being turned down, and the Gryffindor Muggleborns have mocked me on several occasions. Furthermore, did you not express the importance of fostering a good relationship with her? Hence, I have resolved to take decisive action. As Draco passionately pleaded his case, Lucius entered, having just concluded his business, and overheard Draco's last statement. Uncertain of the context, Lucius discerned that the atmosphere was not favorable. What are you discussing, sissy? Has our little dragon vexed you once more? Narcissa sighed in resignation and relayed Draco's request. Ultimately, she expressed her exasperation. Lucius, why do Severus's children always gravitate toward the Muggle world? And why does he not intervene? Lucius found himself at a loss for an answer, as his rapport with Snape was merely one of professional collaboration. After careful consideration, he replied, perhaps it is because he himself is a half-blood. As Lucius and Narcissa deliberated, Draco was consumed by anxiety, for the outcome of their discussion bore direct implications for whether he would endure ridicule from Hermione come the next school year. As he longed to venture out with his friends, even if it was to the Muggle world he least desired to visit. Ultimately, Narcissa relented and granted Draco permission to accompany Loxias to the Muggle realm. This decision was not only to uphold the Malfoy family's dignity and foster relations with the Snape family, but also because they believed it was time for Draco to embark on his own journey of growth. The heir of the Malfoy family needed more than merely adeptness in navigating social interactions at various gatherings. He required diverse experiences and adaptability as well. Thus, allowing him to visit the Muggle world with friends was deemed a form of training. In the absence of the adults' machinations, and having received permission, Draco devoted the following day to meticulously selecting suitable attire before the mirror, preparing to showcase the Malfoy family's heritage to the Muggles. On the agreed-upon day, Draco diligently prepared himself and promptly arrived at number 19, Spider's Tail Alley, the residence of his esteemed headmaster. Initially perplexed as to why a master of potions like Snape resided in such modest quarters, the decorum of nobility and the lessons imparted by his family had restrained him from voicing his curiosity. Upon his arrival, Draco was pleasantly surprised to find the fireplace devoid of the anticipated dust, rendering the cleaning supplies he had brought unnecessary. Emerging from the fireplace, he found the floor no longer creaky with age, but instead adorned with soft carpets. Gazing around, he noted that the once dilapidated house had been revitalized, with ordinary furnishings replaced by the latest magical decor. It scarcely resembled the abode of his headmaster. Draco questioned whether he had misdialed the address, yet soon realized that no other wizard would dwell in such disheveled conditions. Thus he called out, Loxias? However, his summons garnered no response, as the first figure to descend from the upstairs bedroom was none other than his headmaster. Draco inquired, have I disturbed the headmaster? Fortunately, Snape's mood was relatively favorable today, and he refrained from reprimanding Draco for creating noise in his home at such an early hour. Snape cast a brief glance at Draco. You have arrived earlier than anticipated. Loxias is currently studying and will be down shortly. Draco nodded silently, obediently seating himself in the living room, feeling somewhat anxious as he awaited Loxias' arrival. Fortunately, Loxias was a punctual individual, and she descended a full 15 minutes ahead of their scheduled time. In contrast to Draco's meticulously crafted appearance, Loxias donned attire that was distinctly Muggle. A light blue floral dress, complemented by a matching light blue bow, embodying the essence of the girl next door. Chapter 106, Draco's Day in the Muggle World. Loxias observed Draco, who had been seated on the sofa for quite some time. You arrived rather early. You aren't typically like this at school. Draco replied, I can't very well admit that I was overly eager to embark on this outing with you, can I? Loxias cast a glance at Draco, then at Snape, and immediately sensed Draco's discomfort. After all, it is a rarity for anyone to feel at ease in the presence of their teacher, especially one as stern as Snape. Thus, having deduced the situation accurately, Loxias had no intention of allowing Draco to endure such torment any longer. Turning to Snape, who was seated on the other end of the sofa, sipping coffee and engrossed in a book, she declared, Father, Draco and I are going out to play. Snape nodded in acknowledgement. Be careful outside and return early. Loxias replied softly, all right. Then, placing her hand on Draco's shoulder, she casually remarked, I believe the young master of the Malfoy family has certainly experienced the sensation of apparition with his parents. Hasn't he? Draco instinctively nodded. Yet a look of confusion crossed his face as he questioned. Huh? With a smile, Loxia said, since you have tasted the experience of apparition, I have nothing to worry about. Let us go. With that, she waved her wand and uttered apparition. Draco was left utterly bewildered. Frankly speaking, as a young master of the Malfoy family, Draco had indeed been taken on apparition trips by his parents, and was well aware of the sensation it entailed. However, Loxia's abruptness had triggered an instinctive urge to retch. Thus, upon arriving at the bustling Muggle street, he leaned against the wall and began to dry heave. He had originally planned to make a grand entrance here, showcasing his meticulously curated appearance to dazzle the Muggles. Yet, the reality was that due to Loxia's apparition, he arrived in a state of utter disarray, retching against the wall, devoid of dignity. The Muggles around him hastily veered away, fearing he might vomit on them. Once Draco recovered from his discomfort, he finally had the energy to question Loxias. Why did you drag me into apparition without so much as a word? You left me completely unprepared. Loxias shrugged innocently. I thought asking if you had tried it before was greeting enough. Draco replied somewhat incredulously. Is that how one greets someone? Loxias smiled. Well, I do. Draco. Suddenly, a thought struck Draco. Wait, apparition? Isn't that a spell we only learn in 6th year? You're only in 3rd year, and you've already mastered it? So adeptly? Loxias remained unfazed, as it was customary for all members of the Carrington family. She nonchalantly replied, It's nothing really. I learned this spell mainly because it's quite convenient for travel. Draco countered. But is it really necessary to push yourself so hard? This is beyond mere advanced family education. Loxias waved her hand dismissively, signaling the end of the discussion. To her, today was meant for enjoyment. Since they were out to have fun, it would be better to avoid such mundane topics. Moreover, she took action, draping her arm over Draco's shoulder and firmly pulling him forward. Draco protested, Don't come so close. Ignoring Draco's reluctant expression, Loxias pointed in the direction of their destination. Alright, now let us head to our first stop for fun today, the arcade. Don't worry, I promise you'll have an extraordinary time. Successfully diverting Draco's attention, he crossed his arms and replied awkwardly, Humph, I'm not going to be enthralled by Muggle trinkets. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Loxias watched as Draco, once again engrossed in a game, began a new round. By the way, Draco, it's already noon. Shouldn't we go eat first? Draco, his eyes glued to the screen, responded, Just one more round. Ah, take that. Ah-da-da-da. Loxias smirked. Who said you wouldn't be captivated? She sighed, cradling an oversized plush toy. By the way, Draco, this is the 20th time you've said that. Draco instinctively ignored her words. Just this last time, I promise. This is the final one. Ultimately, it was hunger that compelled Loxias to drag Draco away from the arcade. Yes, quite literally dragging him. This drew the attention of many onlookers, who couldn't help but think they were witnessing a scene reminiscent of a fierce female warrior. Finally, once they had departed, Draco began to walk on his own, but he still turned back repeatedly, gazing longingly at the arcade receding behind him, lamenting. So when can we come out to play again? Loxias replied, Oh come now, let me remind you, our day of fun isn't over yet. Draco responded, Oh. Loxias continued, You might as well be with Hermione. At least she doesn't require me to worry about such matters. Considering the Malfoy family's penchant for elegance, Loxias chose a dining venue that was not a casual eatery, but rather a lavish, upscale restaurant owned by her family, a recent investment by Shoot. After all, this was not a school without resources, and she was uncertain whether this young master would refuse to dine at a smaller establishment. Loxias was well aware of the Malfoy penchant for refinement. For instance, the overwhelming scent of perfume wafting from Draco was enough to induce a sneeze. Additionally, the outfit he wore was of such quality that it could rival even male celebrities on the red carpet. Thus, she opted for a high-end hotel, ensuring Draco felt at home while also providing him an opportunity to assess the establishment. Inside the restaurant, the exquisite presentation, delectable flavors, soothing music, and attentive service created an ambience of splendor. If only they served Chinese cuisine, it would be perfect, Loxias mused internally as she dined. Observing the elegantly dining Draco across from her, she inquired, What do you think of this place? Draco maintained his noble dining etiquette as he responded, It's comparable to the skills of my family as house elf. Loxias replied, Well then, if the young master of the Malfoy family has deemed it acceptable, then it should be sufficient for outsiders, and this establishment will surely thrive. Chapter 107. Draco's Day Out in the Muggle World, Part 2. After their meal, it was time for digestion, Or perhaps more accurately, Loxia's shopping spree. She had a penchant for shopping, and it was an essential part of her outings. She promptly dragged Draco to the shopping mall. Upon arrival, Draco was not only greeted by a dazzling array of products, but also by Loxia's formidable shopping prowess. Watching her have items packaged, Draco leaned in closer and whispered, "Why are you buying so many muggle things?" Loxias answered matter-of-factly, "Well, of course, to use them. Oh. And some to give as gifts." Draco, perplexed, asked, "But we are wizards. Why would we want to use muggle items? Besides, like you, I'm at school every day. Do you have that many muggle friends?" As she pointed out various items, Loxias replied, "If wizards sold such things, I would consider buying from them, but alas, they do not." Draco wanted to argue further, but upon reflection, he realized Loxias had a valid point. These items were indeed quite appealing, and the wizarding world did not offer them. If he weren't a pureblood who feared getting tainted by muggle items, he might have wanted to buy some himself. No. It was definitely not because he was afraid of his parents' mixed company. Thus, Draco could only watch as Loxias indulged in her shopping spree, while suppressing his own desires. This was the first time he witnessed such an overwhelming shopping experience. He and his parents had never shopped like this. He too wished to try it out. At times, Draco found himself pondering whether Loxias had intentions of purchasing the entire shopping center, given the sheer volume of her acquisitions. What was the difference between her spree and outright ownership of the mall? Furthermore, was she planning to have everything delivered to the headmaster's office? Considering the headmaster's temperament, would he not grow impatient with the incessant deliveries? The thought was almost unfathomable. Suddenly, Draco observed Loxias instructing a staff member to wrap a complete set of men's clothing, clearly intended for an adult male. Wait a moment, that wouldn't be for the headmaster, would it? Loxias nodded affirmatively, "Of course. Don't you think the color scheme complements my father's style splendidly?" Draco's expression was one of utter confusion. While this season's white shirt may indeed suit the headmaster, are you certain he would actually wear it? Loxias continued to nod, "Absolutely. The clothing I purchased for him in the muggle world, he wears privately. Did you not notice how different his attire was today?" Reflecting on Snape's distinctly muggle outfit he had glimpsed at number 19. Spinner's End, a casual gray ensemble that bore no semblance of wizardly attire, Draco realized he had been too preoccupied in the headmaster's presence to notice. "But how did you persuade the headmaster to wear it?" Loxias replied candidly, "I simply brought it back, acted cute, and had him try it on. He thought it looked quite nice." Draco was incredulous. "Just like that?" Observing Draco's astonishment, Loxias suggested, "Why not purchase a few items for Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy as well? A little surprise for your parents would surely brighten their day." Startled, Draco took several steps back. "What on earth are you suggesting? I am not bringing back these muggle items. Who knows what chaos that might unleash at home?" Loxias, fully aware of the Malfoy family's pureblood ideologies, had no intention of leading Draco astray. She draped her arm over his shoulder, adopting a camaraderie as they exited the shop, heading towards a jewelry store. Pointing at the establishment, Loxias remarked, "As I understand it, the value of jewelry and gold holds a universal significance in both the muggle and wizarding worlds. Therefore, we should certainly consider this. I trust your little treasure trove should suffice." Having never visited a muggle jewelry store, Draco certainly had experience in wizarding ones. Having grown up amidst a plethora of jewels, he was well aware of their worth, especially given the equivalence in value between the two realms. He mused that his parents would likely accept such gifts. Contemplating his painstakingly saved funds, Draco grimaced, "It seems you intend to empty my treasury today." Upon hearing this, Loxias, who had long been untroubled by financial concerns, suddenly grasped the disparity between the head of a family and an heir. One could spend freely, while the other had to deplete their savings for a mere selection of fine jewelry. Reflecting on her expenditures for the day, Loxias felt an immense sense of relief in being the family head rather than an heir. Stopping before the jewelry store, Loxias inquired, "So will you be making a purchase?" Draco clenched his jaw. "Of course. When one goes out to play, it is only fitting to bring gifts for mother and father. Moreover, if he could win over his parents this time, he might find it easier to gain approval for future visits to the muggle world, where he yearned to indulge in more gaming." Loxias replied, "Very well, but if you find yourself short on pounds, I can facilitate a conversion from galleons." "I appreciate your generosity," Draco replied, and together they entered the jewelry store. Loxias shopped with the same carefree spirit as in other establishments, purchasing whatever caught her fancy, untroubled by financial constraints. Conversely, Draco, with limited resources, meticulously selected items he deemed most suitable for Narcissa, ensuring they aligned with her aesthetic preferences. He even inquired about couples or family sets, believing a harmonious presentation was essential. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and purchased the jewelry he fancied. Exiting the store, observing his painfully light wallet yet desiring to honor his parents, Loxias patted him on the shoulder. When you present your gifts to your parents, remember to recount all the delightful experiences and feelings from today. Draco was perplexed by her suggestion. Why? Loxias offered no explanation, merely giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. Trust me, you won't regret it. While Loxias lacked Draco's experience in such matters, she was not naive. She had seen enough to understand the dynamics at play. Coming from a prominent family with many descendants, she recognized that when children returned home with gifts from their outings, parents often showcased these treasures. If the gifts were exceptionally lavish, far beyond the child's means, it was likely the parents would simply reimburse the child, often with various justifications for doing so. Some even turned the situation into a profitable venture. Though young, Loxias had not been oblivious. She had observed these patterns enough times to grasp their implications, especially since she mingled comfortably among both adults and children. As evening descended, Loxias once more utilized apparition to return Draco to Spinner's End, sending him off through the fireplace. Once Draco departed, Snape inquired, "Did you enjoy your day?" Loxias replied, "It was quite pleasant. By the way, father, I stumbled upon several outfits that would suit you perfectly. They should be at Carrington Castle now. Would you like to try them on today or tomorrow?" After numerous shopping excursions and fitting sessions initiated by Loxias, Snape had become accustomed to her whimsical wardrobe changes. Thus, this time he was already contemplating fitting into new attire, if I recall correctly. Tomorrow marks the day we commence our studies in Animagus transformation. Loxias nodded. Yes, Gellert and I specifically scheduled it for this day. It coincides perfectly with the full moon. Snape pondered for a moment. Then let us proceed today. And so Loxias's dress-up game commenced in earnest. Miraculously, Snape's fashion adventure was reawakened. This time, Loxias selected a broader array of styles for him than in previous outings, incorporating both dark hues and lighter shades he had never dared to explore. Initially, Snape exhibited some resistance to the untried color palette, but Loxias had chosen understated designs, devoid of ostentation or excessive detail. Coupled with her charming demeanor, the once stoic Snape found himself yielding effortlessly to her wishes. One outfit after another was tried on, allowing Loxias to indulge her desire for a dress-up game. From then on, the once dark wardrobe of Hogwarts Potion Master was adorned with a spectrum of colors. The following day, mindful of the time, Loxias utilized the door key to accompany Snape to Nurmengard. Upon arrival, they encountered Grindelwald, resplendent in his flamboyance. Loxias, feeling slightly exasperated, remarked, "Is there not a possibility that Headmaster Dumbledore will not arrive as early as anticipated? Logically speaking, he should not depart until mid-July, and considering his nature, barring any unforeseen events, he is likely to arrive around mid-August." Grindelwald dismissed her reasoning with disdain. "What if he chooses to come today? I wish to present my finest self to Albus." Loxias sighed in exasperation. "May I inquire, even if my rational deductions are flawed, you are, after all, a seer. Wouldn't you be unable to resist peering into when Headmaster Dumbledore might arrive?" To this, Grindelwald offered no rebuttal. What difference did it make if he could foresee? What if he succumbed to the temptation to look? He merely pondered the possibilities. What if Al arrived early? What if his prophecies were erroneous? Such thoughts coursed through Grindelwald's mind. Having witnessed the complexities of human relationships, their loves and losses, Loxias was not oblivious to Grindelwald's contemplations. She cast another glance at his attire. While undeniably sharp, it was ill-suited for him. Loxias quipped, "Have you completely disregarded the books I sent you?" Grindelwald adjusted his collar, enhancing the silhouette of his coat. "I have perused them. Yet one must not overlook the importance of appropriate attire. After all, in those novels, which protagonist is ever disheveled?" Loxias articulated her bewilderment. "I fail to comprehend why you would opt for the allure of beauty over the strategy of sacrifice, especially when the latter is far more befitting of your current circumstances." With a proud tilt of his chin, Grindelwald replied, "Because Al adores this flamboyant version of me." Loxias crossed her arms, unrelenting. "Yet you have aged. You are not what you once were." Her words struck a raw nerve, as Grindelwald retorted, "He used to praise me, openly admitting his fondness for my appearance." Loxias reiterated, "But you have aged." Grindelwald, flustered and indignant, shot back, "Yet I am still quite handsome." Loxias remained steadfast with her four simple words, "But you have aged." Those straightforward words pierced Grindelwald's heart, successfully breaching his defenses. In a fit of frustration, he declared, "Al would never disdain me." Loxias countered, "Whether he disdains you is debatable. Is it not your current task to win him back and reconcile?" Grindelwald fell silent. Loxias had deftly seized the upper hand over the once feared Dark Lord. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, fixating on Loxias. Are you certain that your method can guarantee my reconciliation with Al? After a moment of silence, Loxias admitted, I cannot. Grindelwald felt an impulse to lash out. May I ask, if it cannot, why should I heed your counsel? Loxias replied candidly, because I believe my approach is far more reliable than yours. Grindelwald inhaled deeply, striving to temper his temper. He could not bring himself to cast the killing curse on her. After spending considerable time together, she was no longer afraid of him, and his usual threats bore no weight. The persuasive rhetoric that worked on others seemed utterly ineffective with her. It felt as though she were born to vex him. Meanwhile, observing the escalating argument between the two, akin to a pair of Gryffindors bickering, Severus Snape found himself at a loss for words. Did they even recall the purpose of their gathering today? They were there to study animagus transformations, not to engage in petty squabbles. And was the renowned Grindelwald truly so juvenile? Was he truly so easily ensnared by a single mention of Dumbledore? This realization profoundly altered Snape's perception of Grindelwald. However, Snape had no intention of intervening in the affairs between his daughter and Grindelwald. Their relationship was tenuous at best, and Grindelwald would not harm his only student. The reverse, however, was not guaranteed. Moreover, he was uncertain he could prevail in a confrontation. The astute serpent chose to step back, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama as his daughter did at school. Once Grindelwald regained his composure, he sank into the sofa. Now, tell me about your strategy of sacrifice. It cannot simply entail a literal plea for pity from Al. Loxias crossed her arms and nodded, affirming, indeed, that is precisely it. You should don your usual slightly faded and somewhat tattered garments. They should be clean yet decidedly disheveled. Chapter 109. A Cautious Voyage Indoors. After stating this, Loxias surveyed the surroundings. I shall remove these furnishings when I depart today, restoring your Nurmengard to its prior state. Grindelwald reclined against the sofa, legs crossed, and then? Loxias continued, I recall sending you a book titled How Green Tea Can Make a Man Soft-Hearted. Have you perused it? Snape interjected. What on earth is that? Grindelwald paused. I shall take a look shortly. Loxias displayed an expression of knowing anticipation. She had surmised that Grindelwald might not pay much attention to the books she sent unless they bore some relevance to Dumbledore's characteristics. Loxias concluded, very well. Experience is the best teacher. After reading, remember to apply what you learn. I find it quite useful, as most of my cousins who reconcile with their former lovers do so using the tactics described in that book. Moreover, one must learn to be humble, she added, and remember to subtly evoke sympathy before Dumbledore, utilizing the lessons learned from this book. I believe this approach will serve you far better than your beauty strategy. Grindelwald reluctantly agreed, very well. Following this discussion, Loxias offered several additional insights based on her personal experiences. Snape remarked, this is absurd. Someone with romantic experience is seeking advice from someone without any to pursue a lover? Having concluded their conversation about pursuing a partner, the trio finally turned their attention to the day's main agenda. Grindelwald set aside his coat and lifted a cup of honey-infused black tea. I trust you have all diligently absorbed the theoretical knowledge regarding animagus transformations, correct? Loxias and Snape nodded in unison. Grindelwald elegantly sipped his tea. Very well. Now apply the theoretical knowledge you have acquired. I shall oversee your progress. Additionally, I must remind you that when you sense the transformation approaching, you must restrain yourselves and remember that you are human, not animals. This is pertinent after you have successfully navigated the first step. After hearing Grindelwald's instructions, Loxias hesitantly inquired, is that all? Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, regarding Loxias with a hint of disdain. Yes, what else would you expect? Do you anticipate that I will reiterate the lengthy theoretical knowledge you have already grasped? Loxias fell silent. She had never expected Grindelwald would teach her theory. Her previous visit had involved direct practice. With a hint of defeat, she said, I had hoped you might at least share some insights from your own experience as an animagus, such as how to keep a mandrake leaf in your mouth without swallowing or chewing it to bits. Grindelwald, clearly taken aback by her request, leaned his head on his hand and casually swirled his tea, his expression shifting from disdain to neutrality. Oh, that. Loxias watched him with eager anticipation. Yes, yes. However, Grindelwald merely offered a brief piece of advice. Choose a smaller leaf, and take your time with everything. Loxias, wide-eyed, sought further guidance from him, and then? Yet Grindelwald had nothing more useful to offer. There is no and then. Loxias, somewhat frustrated, pressed on. Is that truly all? Grindelwald affirmed, indeed that is all. After a moment's pause, he added, if you wish to know more, you You will have to discover it on your own. Grindelwald. You must endure the same hardships I have faced. Loxias. I even offered you advice on how to pursue your beloved. Grindelwald. We shall speak of that once you have succeeded. Loxias. Well then, what is your animagus form? Surely, you can share that. Grindelwald gazed at his reflection in the teacup, reminiscent of the moment he had just mastered his animagus transformation, and with great pride declared, Thunderbird. Loxias expressed her astonishment. Is it the magnificent creature native to North America, the Thunderbird? Her surprise was mirrored by Severus Snape, for they both understood that the majority of wizards' animagus forms were commonplace animals, with only a rare few being magical creatures. To their surprise, Grindelwald belonged to that rare category. Upon hearing Grindelwald's revelation, Loxias immediately inquired, Can you conjure storms as a thunderbird, just as the texts describe? Do you possess the abilities of these extraordinary creatures? Clearly. Loxias' astonishment delighted Grindelwald, who nodded his proud head. Indeed. Loxias expressed a tinge of envy. Wow, what a pity it isn't fluffy. Just a little. Then, concluding their conversation, Loxias was once again unceremoniously cast out by Grindelwald, who found her presence a distraction from the preparations he needed to make to meet Al. Loxias. You scoundrel, prioritizing your affections over your apprentice. Fuming, she rubbed her head where it had collided with the wall, and raised her middle finger at Grindelwald. Emerging quietly behind her, Snape silently produced a potion for her swelling and pain relief. Snape. One must tend to their own offspring. Thereafter commenced the animagus training regimen for Snape and Loxias. Given Snape's natural affinity and his daily immersion in potion-making, he succeeded effortlessly on his first attempt. As for Loxias, determined to avoid a second bout of such torment, she resorted to communicating via paper and pen, and adopted a liquid diet, taking twice as long to eat as usual. Observing Loxias' approach, Snape hesitated before finally speaking. Loxias, there is no need for such caution. He then proceeded to share his insights, which had afforded him a more comfortable existence than Loxias', yet she stubbornly refused to consider them. She maintained that a cautious approach could never be a misstep. Snape, however, believed Loxias was being overly cautious. Snape. The leaves of mandrake are not so fragile, and the probability of them being accidentally swallowed or expelled, once pressed beneath the tongue, is quite low. After listening to Snape's words, Loxias took out her paper and pen to write her response. I understand, Father, but I still feel the need to be more careful. A cautious vessel sails for 1,000 years, and I have endured this ordeal once. Once is enough. Snape, very well. In the end, perseverance bore fruit. After a month of diligent effort, Loxias finally succeeded on her first attempt. Chapter 110 Letters. Throughout the month that Loxias struggled to hold the mandrake leaves, she received letters from Draco, Hermione, and many of her fellow Badgers. The Badgers' correspondents shared culinary recipes and dining recommendations, with some even sending her food directly. The latter group had wizarding elders at home, as the sophisticated preservation charms were clearly beyond the capabilities of their age. Regrettably, Loxias dared not consume any of the offerings while holding the mandrake leaves. These were delightful treats they had enjoyed over the summer, and good friends naturally wished to share. Since Loxias could not venture out, they opted to send her recipes and food instead. This gesture filled Loxias with guilt and regret. Moreover, some Badgers wrote to Loxias about their travel experiences, recounting unexpected customs and dishes they dared not try. Reading their accounts lightened her spirits, and she reciprocated with suggestions of her favorite foods. Hermione primarily inquired about academic matters, and Loxias responded to what she could, drawing upon the knowledge she could access from the hexagonal professor residing in her home, surrounded by a myriad of portraits. This allowed her to indirectly expand her knowledge. Additionally, Hermione's letters contained anecdotes about amusing events in her life, and some minor troubles, to which Loxias offered advice based on her own culinary experiences. As for Draco's letters, their contents were precisely what Loxias had anticipated. The first letter expressed his parents' delight at the gifts he had brought home. He had followed her advice, and his father reimbursed all his expenses, even granting him an additional sum of gold galleons. He queried whether she had foreseen this outcome and how she had managed it, wondering if she frequently practiced her skills on the professors. The letter was filled with exclamations of confusion, astonishment, and shock. In her reply, Loxias explained that although her father had generously bestowed upon her a considerable amount of pocket money, she had not drawn from the family vault. Rather, she utilized the primary card from her family, unlike him with his supplementary card, which necessitated reimbursement. Furthermore, at the end of her letter, Loxias elaborated on the concept of reimbursement, a notion she had gleaned from eavesdropping at the adult table, where her cousin had addressed confused peers. Because I am her mother. I love her, and how could I bear to see her suffer, even for my sake? For Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy are your parents. They love their little dragon and would never allow him to endure hardship, even for their own benefit. Subsequent letters from Draco primarily shared his experiences at various balls or auctions, heavily laced with boastfulness and references to his father. A smaller portion recounted tales of the peacocks at his home, and extended another invitation for her to join him on an outing, cleverly weaving mentions of the Muggle world throughout his correspondence. What surprised Loxias the most was Draco's mention of Dobby in his letter. Although he did not name the house elf directly, he referred to one that had betrayed them, and his father had imposed the severest punishment, granting the elf its freedom. Loxias, is it truly wise to discuss such matters openly? Are you so loose-lipped, or do you trust me too much? In the end, during her correspondence, Loxias declined Draco's invitation to go out, citing her ongoing studies as the reason. After a full moon had passed, Loxias finally liberated herself from the mandrake leaves. Loxias, oh, I am free. Huzzah. According to the rules, Loxias placed the leaves into a transparent vial, and set it in a secure location where it could absorb pure moonlight. She then added her hair, a silver teaspoon of dew that had not seen sunlight for 7 days, and a pupa of a ghost moth. Now, all she and Snape needed to do was recite the incantation punctually each day, and await the arrival of the storm. During this period, Loxias, now unbound, made several trips to Nurmengard. The first time, upon finally being released, Loxias crossed her arms and gazed at Grindelwald, who was diligently studying at his desk, her face alight with triumph. See, I told you, without prophecy, I knew that Headmaster Dumbledore would not arrive so early. Upon her arrival at Nurmengard, Loxias's words prompted Grindelwald to clench his fists, and once again, she found herself unceremoniously expelled from Nurmengard. The second time, as soon as Loxias arrived at Nurmengard, she pointed at Grindelwald's feigned misery. Look here, the chairs and beds could stand to be even more worn. You cannot focus solely on yourself and neglect your surroundings. As Grindelwald was adjusting the table, he remarked, Can't I do this one by one? Subsequently, Loxias found herself seized by Grindelwald and forced into servitude. Throughout her toil, Loxias's tongue remained unrestrained. I'm not criticizing you, but had I known it would come to this, why didn't you employ some feigned suffering in your youth? With your youthful visage and charm, you could have easily won the heart of a fair maiden by now. Grindelwald retorted, Your feigned suffering is of no use. You cannot even ascertain its effectiveness, yet you prattle on. Perhaps others might have shown leniency towards Loxias, considering she had been sealed for a month. But this was Grindelwald we were speaking of. If he were truly amenable, would so many have perished in the battles of yore? Even after years of recuperation in Nurmengard, he still found himself unable to tolerate even the slightest provocation. Thus, before casting Loxias out, he took the opportunity to administer a thrashing under the guise of inspecting her studies. This marked the third occasion. When Loxias arrived at Nurmengard, fate had it that she crossed paths with Dumbledore just as he was preparing to depart. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Loxias discerned that he had softened. After all, he was once her beloved in his youth, and his affections for him had yet to wane. This suggested that her earlier ploy had indeed borne fruit, though she remained uncertain just how far Gellert could be swayed with mere words. Upon entering, Loxias politely greeted, Greetings, Professor Dumbledore. Noticing others present, Dumbledore's expression reverted to its usual calm, and he greeted Loxias with natural ease. Hello Loxias. Did you enjoy your summer vacation? Loxias replied honestly, It was quite pleasant, though I felt a bit stifled. As Loxias made her unexpectedly timed appearance, Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, already contemplating additional training for her. Chapter 111, The Panda. Dumbledore had intended to leave upon Loxias's arrival. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries with her, he instructed Fawkes to escort him away from the two. However, before departing, he left Gellert with a promise that Loxias interpreted as more significant than mere niceties. Dumbledore stated, Gellert, if I find the time, I shall come to visit. Upon hearing this, Loxias understood that Gellert's grand scheme to win his beloved was off to an impeccable start. Thus, once Dumbledore had departed, Loxias, unaware of the impending calamity, boasted, Oh Gellert, I told you, the feigned suffering is far more effective than your charms. With so many young suitors at Hogwarts, if one were to seek beauty, youth would surely be favored. Only feigned suffering suits your current predicament. Listening to Loxias's incessant chatter, Grindelwald took a deep breath and said to her, Speaking of which, it seems you have spent your summer at home perfecting your animagus form. I have yet to properly assess your progress. Loxias stiffly turned her head. You discard me after use. I am your great benefactor. Yet Grindelwald showed no mercy. compelling Loxias, who had made considerable progress, to once again confront the spectacle of the original Dark Lord. Thus, the adage if one does not court disaster, disaster will not court them was vividly illustrated as Loxias found herself once more at Carrington Castle. Meanwhile, Snape, already aware of Loxias's month-long confinement, awaited her with a potion he had long prepared. He had grown accustomed to administering healing potions to her over the summer. As for why he didn't seek Grindelwald out of concern for the girl, he understood that Grindelwald's hand had a measure of restraint. The injuries Loxias bore were merely superficial, and most were ignited by her own misadventures. During the 10 days when Loxias's incessant chatter led her into trouble, they finally awaited the arrival of the storm. The moment he received the message, Grindelwald utilized the door key to arrive at Carrington Castle, keeping vigil over the two individuals on the brink of transformation. The first to commence was Snape. After reciting the incantation and consuming the potion, he soon successfully transformed into a bat. This was the very creature Loxias and Snape had anticipated. They had previously deliberated on the types of animals they might become, and Loxias firmly believed her father would indeed become a bat, given his nocturnal habits prior to meeting her. After his transformation, Snape did not require Grindelwald's guidance to swiftly revert to human form. Observing this, Loxias could not help but applaud for her father. Grindelwald shot her an exasperated glance. "Have you forgotten that you are to transform as well?" At this, Loxias bashfully scratched the back of her head. Snape, having successfully transformed, encouraged her, "Do not worry. It is not difficult. As long as your resolve is unwavering and you remain unafraid, you will be fine." Loxias nodded and commenced her own animagus transformation. After taking a deep breath, Loxias expertly pointed the tip of her wand at her heart. Amato animo and Amato animagus. Upon finishing the chant, she downed the potion with a conviction that her feelings would carry her through, finding the taste surprisingly pleasant. "Oh, this has a hint of berry flavor." No sooner had she uttered this than she felt as though her heart had doubled, both beating fiercely, followed by intense pain and a vision of a mass of flesh coiling in her mind. When Loxias looked down again, she beheld 4 plush black paws and a white belly. A panda. So fluffy. Loxias's heart soared with joy, devoid of the panic typically expected in such a moment. Elated, she rolled about like a panda. The stark contrast of black and white, combined with her undeniable cuteness, initiated a display of her newfound panda antics. However, this unexpected behavior startled both Snape and Grindelwald, who had never encountered a panda and were unaware of the animal's nature, fearing Loxias had succumbed to her animal instincts, running rampant. Yet, from another perspective, wasn't this the very essence of animal instincts? After her playful roll, Loxias, upon seeing the expressions of Snape and Grindelwald, remembered she still needed to revert to her human form. She recalled that at this juncture, she merely needed to envision her human self clearly. Subsequently, Loxias successfully transformed back into her human form. Her eyes sparkling with wonder, she exclaimed, "Wow, what a novel experience." Startled, her father and teacher exchanged glances. So, she was intentional with that display, wasn't she? Finally, after confirming that both were unharmed, Grindelwald returned to his Nurmengard. In the remaining days of her summer holiday, aside from perfecting her panda form, Loxias devoted herself primarily to leisure, for without homework or obligations, what better time to indulge in play? She not only invited friends for outings and shopping but also, for the first time, attended a ball at Draco's invitation, forging connections with fellow Slytherins. Ultimately, as Loxias prepared to nestle at home with a melodramatic romance novel, her international package arrived. Receiving the parcel delivered by the owl, she rewarded it with a handful of jerky and allowed it to rest beside Jerry, having flown such a long distance that its wings trembled from exhaustion. Jerry remarked, "Brother, you look utterly spent. From where did you fly? Is that little ancestor buying things again?" The foreign owl, desperately gulping down water, exclaimed, "Wha country, gurgle gurgle." Jerry took a symbolic step back. "That distant east, over 8,000 kilometers away?" The foreign owl continued, "Yes, you have no idea, gurgle gurgle. I almost lost myself, gurgle. Gurgle, if I hadn't cleverly taken a break while flying, I would truly be gone, gurgle gurgle." After hearing his fellow owl's words, Jerry offered his most sincere respect to this remarkable companion, who could soar across the Eurasian continent, presenting it with its favorite treats. Indeed, this owl was a standout among its kind. It deserved all the respect. However, after listening to it, Jerry felt a twinge of desire to run away from home. Who knew if the next one to fly such a distance would be him? It was already quite taxing to fly to Nurmengard. Flying to that far-off east? Couldn't she just use the fireplace? Were their wizard's fireplaces mere decorations? Must they bother this owl? While the treatment at their home was good, his life was important too. Chapter 112. Riding a sword in flight is truly delightful, but it frantic a whole family. Meanwhile, Loxis unwrapped her parcel. Inside was the flying sword she had long desired, the aerial tool of wizards from Hua country. Due to national regulations prohibiting exports, Loxis had invested a substantial amount of money in a friendly international trade to aid national construction. And with additional help from her family, she finally received a flying sword from the authorities. Loxis beamed with joy, clutching the still-sheathed sword. This was something she had yearned for since childhood. And she had finally obtained her very own sword. What does a child do when they receive their most coveted item? Oh, of course. They use it in the way they desire. Thus, after admiring her sword for a moment, Loxis promptly took it to an open area outside Carrington Castle. Naturally, this too fell within the boundaries of the Carrington family's territory. Just how expansive the Carrington family's land was, Loxis admitted she had no idea. It was simply too vast, as she had walked for an hour from the castle and still hadn't reached the end. Who would have the leisure to take such a grand tour? As for safety, well, their family's ancestral magical barrier was in place. As long as they remained within their family's territory, they were undoubtedly safe. Though that was not entirely accurate, they could not prevent their own recklessness. Loxis unsheathed the sword, stowed the scabbard away, and without even glancing at the instruction manual, she adeptly manipulated the sword with her magical powers. It grew larger. It shrank. It grew larger again. It shrank once more. Such simple changes in size brought Loxis immense joy. After satisfying her itch to control the flying sword, Loxis guided the sword down to the ground before her, stepping onto it. Then she soared into the sky, rising swiftly. Loxis stood confidently on the sword, arms outstretched, relishing the gentle breeze and the warm sunlight. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is the correct way to experience flight. Sword riding is the best." Once she grew weary of standing, Loxis commanded the sword to enlarge and sat upon it, gazing down at Carrington Castle. At that moment, she could clearly see the entirety of the Carrington family's domain, the castle's grandeur, the vibrant flowers in the garden, and behind it. Oh! Behind it were the castrated pigs and free-range chickens she tended, along with a variety of fruits and vegetables meant solely for their family's consumption, not for sale. After all, the pork here was notoriously gamey. Though it marred the castle's overall aesthetic, satisfying one's appetite was far more important. What if the family portraits objected? They hung on the walls, but there was nothing to be done about that. Family rules did not specify. Oh haha. As for why she didn't purchase land elsewhere to cultivate, why waste money planting elsewhere when there was this vast expanse of land at home? Their family was wealthy. But that didn't mean they should squander it. One must know when to save and when to spend. After flying for what felt like half a day, Loxis finally approached mealtime. However, lost in her exhilaration, how could she remember the time? Thus, after waiting for quite a while in the dining hall, Severus, unable to reach Loxis through the alchemical products she provided, set off to find the child. The fireplace? Unused at home. The potion room? He had just exited. She certainly wasn't there. The bedroom? Empty. The library? No one there. After searching several locations, Severus realized that merely looking around was futile. Carrington Castle was simply too large, and searching room by room would take an eternity. Therefore, Severus opted to consult the real-time surveillance portraits of Carrington Castle. Portrait 1, Loxis? Oh, we were just watching television and didn't pay attention. Portrait 2. Oh, I don't know, I just dozed off. Who doesn't need a nap these days? Portrait 3. I wasn't on this floor just now. Severus. What use are you? In the end, it was Salazar who pointed Severus in the right direction. Salazar, Buster just mentioned seeing Loxis leave with a sword. You should check outside the castle. Speaking of which, you really ought to take the time to learn Parseltongue. Otherwise, the snakes at home will just become decoration. After thanking Salazar, Severus made his way outside the castle. Behind him, Godric perked up at the mention of the sword. A sword? You mean Loxis took a sword out? Oh, has she finally decided to properly inherit my swordsmanship? I can still teach her. A lively discussion erupted within the castle. Meanwhile, Severus searched for a long time, combing through Loxis's usual haunts. Yet he still could not find her. It wasn't that he couldn't find her. One was flying above, and the other was searching below. Clearly not on the same wavelength. Ultimately, Severus had no choice but to return to the castle, adopting a mindset of having merely missed Loxis as he approached the portraits once more. Severus. I couldn't find her in Loxis's usual activity range outside. Perhaps I missed her. Have you seen her? With this statement, the previously lively atmosphere among the portraits was instantly extinguished. Zymer Salazar. Are you certain your snake said Loxis went out? Ruth, great-grandfather. Yes, I was there at the time. I can vouch for it. Portrait 3. Then where has our Loxis gone? Surely she wouldn't encounter danger in the castle? Portrait 4. It's all your fault for just watching television. If you had been paying attention at the entrance, we wouldn't be relying solely on a snake to know Loxis's whereabouts. Portrait 1. How dare you blame us? What were you doing at that time? Gutao, silence. Now is not the time for mutual blame. We need to ascertain Loxis's whereabouts. She surely wouldn't just disappear at home. Ruth, I agree. After restoring discipline, Gutao turned to Salazar. Salazar, you just mentioned Buster saw Loxis leave with a sword. Salazar nodded in agreement. Following this, Gutao pondered. So, does anyone know if Loxis has practiced swordsmanship? A chorus of shaking heads followed from the portraits and Severus alike. Then Gutao looked at Salazar. Could you please ask Buster if the sword Loxis has is the same as the ones you usually see? After a hissing exchange between Salazar and Buster, Salazar finally replied, not the same. At this point, Gutao felt a certainty settle in. Then Severus, could you please check Loxis's room for any international packages? Severus nodded. Understood. Chapter 113. The instruction manual finally proves useful. As Snape ascended the stairs, a multitude of portraits congregated before the door to Rahis' room. With no portraits residing within, they were compelled to wait outside. Snape pushed open the door to Rahis' chamber and stepped inside. The room was impeccably organized, allowing Snape to immediately notice the conspicuous wrapping paper discarded on the table. Ah! And there was Jerry spinning in place while another owl, having nearly traversed the entire Eurasian continent, had already departed. At that moment, it was contemplating whether to run away from home. Snape disregarded the owl and approached Rahis' desk, picking up the wrapping paper. Clearly, the material was not of their origin. It was indeed an international parcel. Now, it was simply a matter of confirming the information inscribed on the wrapping. Concerned that the information might be incomplete, Snape decided to take the wrapping paper with him. Upon seeing the familiar wrapping paper and the known return address, Gutao realized her suspicions were confirmed. The sword of Homeland had also soared above Great Britain. How delightful. Gutao turned her gaze to Snape. Rahis is likely soaring above the castle, reveling in her new toy, riding her sword with such eagerness that she has lost track of time. Therefore, I implore you to fetch a broom from the storage and seek her out. At Gutao's suggestion, Snape fell silent for a moment. I can ascend without a broom, flying on my own. With Snape's words, the portraits of the Carringtons, who had already ceased to feel urgency regarding Rahis' whereabouts, began to chatter anew. Portrait 1. You can fly using magic? Oh, how marvelous. I once invented a spell that allowed me to soar as well. Portrait 2. I too devised a spell that lets one fly without a broom. It's absolutely exhilarating. Portrait 3. I truly don't understand why you all adore flying with magic so much. Isn't a broom far more enjoyable? Portrait 4. Who are you to be so one-track-minded? Only favoring brooms? You should learn from me. I am well versed in magic, brooms, and various alchemical flying devices. Snape. Are you all done yet? Ultimately, Snape, exasperated, left the incessant chatter of the portraits behind as he stepped outside. He truly wished to silence their incessant prattle. They were evidently far more boisterous than the portraits at Hogwarts. At that moment, he finally comprehended where Rahis had inherited her incessant chatter from after a month of her confinement. Would their silence truly be the end of them? Ah, he had misremembered. They had no lives to lose, merely suspended on walls, perpetually muttering. Upon reaching the castle's exterior, Snape transformed into black smoke and ascended into the air. As he flew, he lamented how, despite the few inhabitants, Carrington's expansive territory and castle seemed excessive. Was it merely for the sake of hanging portraits? Just then, he spotted Rahis approaching from the distance. His darling child was now perched upon a remarkably slender sword, soaring towards him at breakneck speed. Wasn't this infinitely more perilous than riding a broom? On a broom, if one were to falter, at least they remained seated, gripping tightly, but on this sword, a misstep would send one plummeting straight down. Thus, witnessing this scene, Snape felt a sense of dread wash over him, his expression darkening. Rahis, on the other hand, spotted her father from afar and flew towards him with utmost speed, waving and calling out, "Daddy." However, her exuberant greeting did not elicit a warm response from Snape. Once Rahis was nearer, he coldly instructed, "Land first before we talk." Rahis' instincts alerted her to the fact that something was amiss, very amiss. If given a choice, she would have certainly opted for discretion as the best course of action. Yet at present she had no choice. She guided the flying sword to follow Snape back to the ground, whereupon she was met with the same treatment he reserved for Gryffindors. Snape crossed his arms, his eyes ablaze with fury, and coldly addressed Rahis. If your mind is still properly situated within your body, I trust you understand the correct posture for riding a broom. Rahis timidly defended herself. But this isn't a broom. It's a sword, and swords fly like this. Snape's irritation only intensified. Well then, Miss Carrington, should your father enlighten you on the consequences of plummeting from a great height? Or do you wish to experience it firsthand? Rahis yearned to retort. But she withheld her words. After all, she was not a Gryffindor oblivious to the nuances of expression. If she argued now, she would certainly face harsher reprimands. For the time being, she could only acquiesce to her father's authority and admit her error. As for her father's views on flying a sword, she could elaborate later. Thus, Rahis said, I'm sorry for worrying you, Daddy. I didn't disregard my safety, I can explain. Upon hearing Rahis' apology, Snape's expression softened considerably. He stood before her, arms crossed, awaiting her explanation. Rahis presented him with a manual on flying swords from Hogwarts. Snape inquired, what is this? Rahis replied, just take a look, you'll understand. Reluctantly, Snape accepted the manual she offered, but Rahis could clearly read the skepticism on his face. If this document were filled with meaningless drivel that failed to clarify matters, he would surely impose a punishment. The thought of being confined from home to school sent shivers down Rahis' spine. Though she would still study regardless of confinement, learning without a teacher's watchful eye would certainly be more liberating. At least she could nibble on snacks while studying. After Snape successfully read through the English version of the Flying Sword Manual, his demeanor had noticeably improved. Snape remarked, so, this device possesses an anti-fall mechanism, and can resize at will? Rahis nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Snape scrutinized the sword in her hand. Truth be told, even if the manual claimed such features, he remained thoroughly unconvinced. Perceptive as ever, Rahis sensed Snape's trepidation and, right before him, enlarged the sword to the size of a knight's bus. Snape exclaimed, it can grow this large? Rahis cautiously shot a glance at Snape before enlarging the sword even further, and extended an invitation. Daddy, would you like to try it? Faced with her invitation, Snape hesitated and struggled for a considerable time before ultimately acquiescing. He had to ascertain whether this object was genuinely as safe as the manual claimed. Only then could he deter Rahis from her foolish endeavors. Chapter 114. The reluctance of Rahis to part. Once Snape was securely seated, Rahis maneuvered the sword into flight. Given Snape's apprehensive attitude towards the sword, Rahis now sought only one thing, stability. A steady ascent, a smooth flight. And she even activated the wind-resistant mode, entirely devoid of the speed and thrill she had previously experienced when flying alone. As she flew, Rahis kept a keen eye on Snape's expression, ensuring her father's mood did not sour, which could result in the confiscation of her sword and a prohibition on her future sword-flying escapades. Who could comprehend the allure of soaring on a sword? She wished to spend her life with this sword, for the sake of her future happiness. On the vast expanse of the sword, free from wind and rain, the journey felt as though riding on a train. However, due to the absence of enclosed windows, one could still breathe in the fresh air. Rahis believed there could be no more ideal mode of transportation than this. She just wondered if her father was satisfied. After flying for a while, Loxias glanced at Snape's expression, noticing that his face was remarkably impassive, revealing nothing. Tentatively she inquired, Father, how do you feel? Snape did not respond to her question. Instead, he posed another. What will you do if it suddenly spirals out of control? Loxias replied, But it won't just go haywire. Clearly, Snape was contemplating far more than Loxias had imagined. Can you assure me that this contraption will not malfunction? Or that it won't be attacked or cursed mid-air, causing it to lose control? Loxias resolutely answered, I have faith. As for the latter, it comes equipped with its own defense mechanisms. It's not so easily compromised. How could she not trust it? After all, it was made in China. While she might have reservations about the quality of English brooms, she would never doubt the craftsmanship of Chinese products. She had used them before. Indeed, she relied on them daily, especially the lotus-shaped candles from her previous birthday, which she had smashed to smithereens. Yet they continued to sing. Upon hearing Loxias' steadfast reply, Snape refrained from uttering the words, but I don't believe that lingered on his lips. Acknowledging that this device indeed operated more stably than a broom, he opted for a different method to impose restrictions on Loxias. Under her expectant gaze, Snape pondered for a moment before stating, regardless of your beliefs, I harbor doubts about the quality of such devices. If you insist on using it, at the very least, you must learn a silent, wandless flying spell. If Snape's first statement extinguished the spark in Loxias's eyes, his latter words reignited that light. Loxias threw her arms around Snape, clutching his sleeve. Her eyes sparkling as she looked up at him. Really? Snape found himself at a loss for words. Did children her age truly possess such an insatiable desire for flight? Draco was like that, Potter too. He had once believed Loxias to be different, yet now it seemed even she shared this yearning. He had never felt such a longing. Riding a broom had never appealed to him, nor had flying. Observing Loxias in her exuberance, Snape sighed and said helplessly, "Indeed." With permission granted, Loxias leaped onto the sword. Exclaiming yay, Snape could only facepalm in exasperation. As summer vacation drew to a close, so too did Loxias's flying sword entertainment pass. It was not that she had failed to learn the silent, wandless flying spell. Rather, Snape had firmly denied her request to bring the sword to Hogwarts. His reasoning was that he feared she might show off at school, flying in public and leading other young witches and wizards astray into riding brooms by way of sword flight. This would not only require him to brew more potions, but would also invite complaints from professors of other houses. How could such a well-behaved child possibly show off? Well, perhaps she indeed could not resist the temptation to do so. But how could other young wizards emulate her sword flight on brooms? Well, it was not entirely impossible. Loxias felt she would be driven mad by the torment of separation. She believed that as long as they were not parted, she could refrain from flying. She could indulge in secret nocturnal escapades, or use the disillusionment charm. Not showing off was certainly feasible. Unfortunately, despite her best attempts at charm and coaxing, Snape remained unyielding. To err on the side of caution, Snape even went so far as to inspect her belongings on the first day of school, directly sending her through the fireplace to Hogwarts, leaving no opportunity for her to take the express train or engage in any sneaky antics. She couldn't even manage to smuggle herself successfully. In the end, Loxias could only bid a sorrowful farewell to her newly acquired flying sword. Her despondent demeanor even tugged at the heartstrings of the ancestral portraits, prompting them to plead on her behalf. But was Snape truly so easily swayed? If he were, that group of little badgers would not have shed tears so many times. Ultimately, the ancestors returned disheartened. Thus, upon returning to school, Draco, eager to share amusing tales with Loxias, was met with a friend who seemed utterly indifferent and absorbed in her own gloom. Observing Loxias, who appeared almost ashen, Draco mused that even if one was reluctant to part with a holiday, it shouldn't lead to such profound despondency. So he settled beside Loxias and inquired, "What troubles you, Loxias?" Loxias lifted her gaze and, recognizing her good friend, sought an ally in shared sentiments. "Draco, if you were to acquire something you have long desired, would you feel joy?" Draco, albeit perplexed, responded according to his own perspective, "Of course, but I am a Malfoy. There is nothing I have desired for long that I cannot obtain." Loxias cast a fleeting glance at Draco. What if that something does not exist anywhere in Europe? Draco nodded in agreement. In that case, one would indeed have to wait a while. Loxias pressed on. "And what if you obtained what you desired not long before school started? What would you do?" Draco answered without hesitation, "Naturally, I would bring it to school. No one can separate me from my cherished treasure." Loxias nodded bittersweetly. "Indeed, but what if your family forbids you from bringing it to school?" Draco, indignant, declared. "Then I would smuggle it. No one can keep us apart." At this, Draco suddenly realized, "So, the treasure you acquired was not permitted by the headmaster to accompany you to school? And you failed in your smuggling attempt?" Loxias nodded, her expression one of despair. "Ah. Her flying sword." Draco silently mused. "No wonder I didn't see you on the train earlier." Finally, he patted Loxias on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Separation is but a prelude to a more glorious reunion. You will have a brighter future together." Loxias. Chapter 115, The Affection of Ancestors. Amidst Loxias's melancholy, the newly enrolled young wizards at Hogwarts were sorted into their houses, and the headmaster introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, followed by his opening speech reflecting the changes he had undergone. Subsequently, still enveloped in her gloom, Loxias trailed behind the crowd to the Slytherin common room, remaining utterly silent along the way, exuding a particularly aloof demeanor. It was only upon direct eye contact that one could discern the lack of light in her eyes, which were dimmed by her despondency, rather than the coolness she appeared to project. However, most unfamiliar with her misinterpreted her demeanor, including the newly arrived little snakes. The new little snakes whispered among themselves, "This little snake seems so aloof, clearly not one to be trifled with. Moreover, I've heard she's exceptionally powerful. We must avoid crossing her at school." Upon returning to the dormitory, Loxias remained dejected, slumped on the sofa, her hand absently stroking Tom's soft fur. Tom, sensing his mistress's dismal mood, refrained from scurrying about, instead lying obediently in Loxias's lap, allowing her to pet and caress him. Suddenly, Loxias caught sight of a hint left for her by Salazar, urging her to seek them out. Though reluctant to move, Loxias felt there was no pressing matter for them to discuss, so soon after the school year commenced. After all, they had already conferred with the other ancestors hours prior at home. Nevertheless, Loxias ultimately decided to go. Salazar, what is it? She inquired. Salazar replied, actually, it is Godric who seeks you. I am merely relaying his message. Upon hearing this, Loxias turned to Godric. He smiled warmly at her and said, in fact, Loxias, I believe you are aware that I left a sword at Hogwarts. Loxias nodded. I am aware of that. The sword of Gryffindor, hidden within the sorting hat, correct? Godric. Indeed, although this sword ought not to be treated in such a manner according to the significance we bestow upon it, we unanimously agree that your happiness is of paramount importance. Moreover, in the end, you shall return it to its rightful place without alarming anyone, correct? Loxias raised an eyebrow in question. Godric elucidated. I have conferred with everyone, and this sword may temporarily grant you the ability to fly. Upon hearing the prospect of flight, Loxias perked up. You mean, I will be able to fly with it? Seeing Loxias regain some of her spirit, Godric and Salazar exchanged a knowing smile. Godric even rushed to the portrait of Salazar, placing an arm around his shoulder. See, my idea is quite effective, I assent it? The thought of soaring on a sword indeed thrilled Loxias. Yet her mind remained unclouded by excitement, and she immediately sensed a discrepancy. She voiced her concern. However, my flying sword is fundamentally an alchemical artifact, distinctly different from other swords. Salazar crossed his arms, adopting the posture of an instructor. I believe once you acquire your flying sword, you should take the time to understand its structure, aside from merely utilizing it for flight. Loxias nodded, incredulous as she inquired. So you mean to say I can transform that sword into a flying sword? Godric affirmed. Precisely. This sword is a precious acquisition I procured from a fairy. Even after all these years, I believe its performance remains commendable, and I doubt you will find a more suitable alternative. Then Salazar added, I have also observed this sword closely in the past. It is quite suitable as a material for alchemy. However, Godric felt it best to retain it for Hogwarts as a symbolic artifact. Through the back and forth of Salazar and Godric, Loxias felt enveloped by the affection of her ancestors. Surprisingly, portraits could indeed warm one's heart. She felt utterly uplifted. Finally, Salazar reminded, by the way, when you fashion it into a flying sword, remember not to alter its appearance, lest it arouse suspicion. Godric chimed in from another perspective. Of course, should it be altered or damaged, it is of little consequence. Throughout history, many renowned artifacts have vanished without a trace, have they not? With that, Godric playfully winked at Loxias. Salazar did not contradict Godric's statement, his expression clearly indicating his agreement. Observing this, Loxias smiled and nodded in acquiescence. Very well. At this moment, Loxias comprehended the intentions of Salazar and Godric entirely. She had already begun to devise a plan in her mind on how to stealthily procure the Gryffindor sword from the headmaster's office. However, what Loxias did not anticipate was that they had no intention of sending her to steal the Gryffindor sword at all. They had meticulously prepared all the preliminary work for her. Salazar closed his eyes, listening intently for a moment. It has returned. Loxias, it? That it? Then. A passage opened behind Salazar's portrait, and Buster emerged, clutching the Gryffindor sword in his mouth. Loxias was taken aback to see Buster, who should have been at Carrington Castle. Buster, how did you come to Hogwarts? At the start of the term, Loxias had decided to leave Buster at Carrington Castle. Considering that Severus had been collecting Buster's venom, tears, and conducting regular blood draws during the summer, thus providing Buster with a rather full schedule, she wanted him to be away from the potion's master, and enjoy a well-deserved break. At this moment, Salazar spoke. It was I who concealed him in your luggage so he could follow you in secret. Godric continued from Salazar's statement. While Severus makes valid points, we believe that regardless of the circumstances, you should not be separated from your new plaything. That would be too cruel for you. Thus, we devised a method for the sorting hat to discreetly retrieve the sword while it was away from the headmaster's office, allowing the ambushed Buster to carry it to you, ensuring it went unnoticed. As Godric explained, Loxias bent down to receive the sword from Buster's mouth, gently stroking the top of Buster's head. Buster, hiss, am I not splendid? Loxias wholeheartedly praised, hiss, absolutely splendid. After rewarding Buster, Loxias turned her attention back to Godric and Salazar. She caressed the blade, feeling the quality of this magnificent sword, her eyes sparkling with fervor. This is indeed an exceptional material for alchemy, Godric proclaimed proudly. My discernment is quite commendable. Would you not agree? Chapter 116. The third-year curriculum. Godric boasted. My discernment is quite commendable, would you not agree? Loxias assured. Fear not. I shall not squander this sword. I intend to make it the finest flying sword. Godric, witnessing Loxias fully revitalized, jested. But before that, you must contemplate how to conceal it from your father. Loxias had already conceived an excellent idea. I can hide it in my dormitory. Hogwarts never checks the dorms. Godric remarked. It seems our humane design has indeed worked to your advantage. Loxias chuckled, sidling up to Godric's portrait. So, thank you for your leniency, founders. Godric playfully leaned in closer. No need to mention it. Observing this heartwarming scene, Salazar's lips curled into a smile. Afterward, Loxias bid farewell to Salazar and Godric, stealthily returning to her dormitory. This was not only to evade her father, but also to prevent others from discovering that the Gryffindor sword, which should have been in the sorting hat, was now in the hands of a Slytherin. There was no way to explain it, absolutely none. Unless the four founders playing hide and seek at Hogwarts became the talk of the town once more. As for Buster, to ensure he could enjoy his summer in peace, Loxias discreetly opened a time-space tunnel to Carrington Castle, sending him back. After all, who knew how her father, obsessed with potions, would react if he discovered Buster had snuck across? With the matter of the flying sword settled, Loxias' third year officially commenced. She continued to apply for exemptions from classes in charms, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts. Her rationale for exemption from charms and history of magic remained unchanged from before. However, her request for an exemption from defense against the dark arts was particularly challenging, as she had not attended the first 2 years, and this year she was set to face her father's arch-nemesis directly. Dumbledore hesitated as he considered Loxias' straightforward reasoning. Should he approve or deny it? If he approved, the reasoning seemed far too outrageous. If he denied it, he had reasonable grounds to suspect this child might be up to mischief. After all, he had formed a general impression of Loxias. The traits of Carrington were predominant in her. Yet he could not overlook the mischief typical of a child her age, especially after her second year. With this mischief in mind, Dumbledore found it difficult to feel reassured, and was unable to predict how Loxias would stir the already chaotic situation. Loxias fiddled with a button in her hand. Noticing Dumbledore's prolonged silence, she directly interjected. Headmaster Dumbledore, please just approve it. My father will teach me the defense against the dark arts, so you need not worry about my studies. As the conversation drew to a close, Loxias added, moreover, you have dismissed his application to teach the defense against the dark arts for so many years, and this year, you bestowed the position upon someone he deeply despises, only to have him brew potions for that individual. Surely, you wouldn't want to poach his sole student in that subject as well. Albus Dumbledore, upon hearing Loxias' words, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Severus confided this to you? Loxias shook her head, then gestured towards her own eyes. Not exactly. But why do you assume these matters could escape my notice? Dumbledore sighed. Very well, I must concede, the capabilities of you Carringtons can indeed be quite daunting at times. I hope, Loxias, that you can keep this secret. Loxias propped her head up with her hand and smiled in agreement. Yet her subsequent words nearly caused Dumbledore to choke on his tea. I shall in light of my mentor, she declared. Dumbledore, hastily signing off on Loxias' exemption request, yearned for her to leave his office, fearing what else she might divulge. After departing from Numungard that day, he immersed himself in a whirlwind of work, striving to suppress thoughts of the person and events indelibly etched in his memory. Despite the busyness of the past few days, seemingly restoring a sense of normalcy to his life, one utterance from Loxias rendered all his efforts futile. Gellert. Dumbledore's expression did not escape Loxias' keen observation. Therefore, as she exited the headmaster's office with her exemption request in hand, she quickly remarked, by the way, Headmaster Dumbledore, should you find the time, a visit to Numungard would be welcome. Gellert has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Having resolved her exemption from classes, Loxias was left with Transfiguration, Herbology, Potions, Astronomy, and the 2 elective courses Snape had chosen for her, Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes. As for why she did not select Divination, it was simply because Loxias deemed it unnecessary. Her abilities were steadily strengthening. Now, she could foresee the future of anyone standing before her with but a thought. Engaging in studies that relied on external instruments to glimpse the future would undoubtedly disrupt her inherent abilities. Moreover, the addition of 2 extra courses encroached upon her already limited personal time for rest, compounding her burdens. Observing Hermione, who had enrolled in all available electives, Loxias found herself questioning Hermione's capacity to manage such a workload. After all, that was 5 courses more than her own. Although Loxias had glimpsed a future where Hermione persevered throughout the academic year, it was clear that Hermione's state was far from optimal. To attend every class, she even resorted to using a time-turner. Loxias had initially intended to dissuade her. As a Carrington with the blood of a time deity, she understood better than anyone the perils of frequent time travel. Aside from the potential for a butterfly effect, the physical toll on the body could be significant. Yet, in the prophecy Loxias had witnessed, the time-turner played an irreplaceable role. Considering that Hermione's time travel was brief and posed little threat to her health, and recognizing that time manipulation was crucial to the overarching narrative, Loxias ultimately refrained from intervening. Chapter 117. Care of Magical Creatures. Soon, Loxias found herself in her first Care of Magical Creatures class. She held no anticipation for this lesson, having foreseen in her prophecy that her dear friend Draco would be injured. Subsequently, the hippogriff, which served as the textbook example, would face execution due to the scrutiny of Mr. Malfoy, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Consequently, Loxias felt a headache coming on as she clutched the monstrous tome. Why must her school life unfold within the confines of such a grand narrative? This circumstance led to peril and disasters befalling those around her, with the plot lines wrapping around her like an inescapable red thread. She felt constrained, unable to alter the course of events, forced to watch in silence. Frustration welled within her as she thought about how difficult it was to adhere to the rules, especially the one prohibiting excessive intervention. Yet she was an eyewitness, not a mere bystander. It pained her to see her friends suffer along the trajectories foretold in her prophecies, while remaining powerless to change anything. Likewise, she felt utterly helpless, for fate often played cruel tricks on mortals. Even if she resolved to intervene and alter the outcome, she could not guarantee that her actions would not exacerbate the situation. This applied to both Hermione and Draco. With a sigh, Loxias observed Draco, who was scheming with Goyle and Crabbe on how to mock Harry, and she found herself lacking any inclination for romantic notions. She reasoned that this was not a significant plotline. Surely, attempting to make a change would pose no problem, right? It would not hinder Potter's growth or his eventual reunion with his godfather, would it? Ultimately, with renewed determination, Loxias chose to pull Draco and Pansy to the outer edge of the crowd. It was a gamble, a modification made without altering the overarching direction of events. Without attempting, she would never know if change were possible. However, Draco looked at her in confusion as she struggled with her decision. "What are you doing? We should be in the front row," he stated. Loxias hesitated, searching for the right words before finally saying, "Listen to me, Draco. Today is not the day for you to stand at the forefront. Trust me on this." Draco gazed at her quizzically. "Loxias, why are you being so cryptic today? I don't recall you selecting divination as one of your electives." Loxias refrained from elaborating, her tone firm. "Just do as I say." Her uncommon assertiveness did not go unnoticed, even by Pansy, who felt the tension in the air. While Draco resumed his whispered plotting with Goyle and Crabbe, Pansy approached Loxias and whispered, "Is something about to happen, Loxias?" Loxias nodded. A flicker of understanding crossed Pansy's eyes before she inquired, "Then why not simply tell Draco?" Loxias cast a glance toward the trio of saviors, exhaling softly, because that would not yield the best outcome. Pansy struggled to grasp Loxias' rationale. Despite her allegiance to Loxias, she still felt a degree of mystery surrounding her. Throughout the year, Pansy had followed Loxias, receiving immense support, ultimately securing her place as the heir of her family and ousting her brother. Yet, she sensed that she remained on the periphery, standing outside the circle of those who served Loxias. Nevertheless, Pansy chose to trust Loxias, not only due to her strength, but also because Loxias had liberated her from the shackles of an arranged marriage, granting her a broader horizon. Thus Pansy proactively asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Loxias paused before replying, "Perhaps you could try to prevent Draco from rushing to the front row?" Pansy nodded in agreement. "All right." As Hagrid arrived with the hippogriff, the lesson officially commenced. Loxias and Pansy stood at the rear of the group alongside Draco, observing Hagrid as he elucidated the intricacies of the hippogriff. They watched the savior approach and bow, and then saw him soaring through the air atop the magnificent creature. At that moment, Loxias's gaze shifted to Draco, and she sensed that the time had nearly come. Pansy, who had been attentively watching the scene, understood Loxias's intent and knew she had to physically restrain Draco. However, despite their meticulous preparations to halt him, Draco's speed was astonishing, propelling him forward with rapidity. Loxias and Pansy exchanged glances, incredulous that they had failed to seize Draco's hand. Had he always been this swift? Was there no boost involved? Observing Draco striding confidently to the front, Loxias let out a resigned sigh. Her wand, which she had kept hidden in her sleeve as per Snape's instructions, slipped into her hand. She thought, this is the final opportunity. Under the scrutiny of Lucius Malfoy, it was imperative to ensure Draco's safety, without altering the overarching narrative. She aimed to make a small adjustment. Witnessing Draco's failure to bow respectfully to the hippogriff, inciting its wrath, Loxia swiftly raised her wand and executed a precise spell, Petrificus Totalis. Her spell successfully petrified the hippogriff, and as an additional precaution, she cast a shield charm upon the already grounded Draco in the very moment the spell took effect. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. Thus, when the onlookers finally registered the event, they collectively turned their gazes towards Loxia's. The Slytherins regarded her with admiration and reverence for her prowess, while the Gryffindors were filled with curiosity and astonishment. They were well aware of Loxia's exceptional academic achievements, particularly in charms, which had garnered praise from Professor Flitwick to the extent that she had been granted a 3-year exemption from the subject. Yet, having never witnessed her abilities firsthand, they could not fully comprehend the extent of her skill. Today marked one of the rare occasions they observed Loxia's in action. Her adept execution of both the Petrificus Totalis and the shield charm, seamlessly and with pinpoint accuracy, unequivocally demonstrated that her mastery of charms had reached a level that was currently beyond their grasp. Thus, astonishment and disbelief flooded their minds, to the extent that many overlooked the fact that Draco had been the target of the attack. Loxia's, however, did not overlook this. Her intervention was solely to safeguard Draco. Chapter 118. An attempt. Consequently, when the danger was averted, and while others remained in shock at her flawless execution of spells, she rushed forward, lifting Draco, who was still on the ground beneath the hippogriff, and dragged him to safety. Loxia scrutinized Draco for a moment, relieved to find he bore no significant injuries. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Draco shook his head, though his clenched jaw and terrified eyes revealed the fear he had experienced. The first thing Draco did upon regaining his composure was, as Loxia's had anticipated, exclaim, "I'm telling my dad about what happened today." At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality, including Professor Hagrid, who was now visibly anxious, having a student injured in his class, even if that student was a Slytherin. He hurriedly escorted Draco to the hospital wing, and the lesson came to an abrupt end. Loxia's accompanied them to the hospital wing, where thanks to her timely intervention, Draco had escaped serious harm, suffering only minor scrapes from the fall. Upon their return to the Slytherin common room, Draco promptly initiated the act of writing to his father. Watching Draco depart, Loxia's made no attempt to stop him, but instead gazed at her palm, reflecting on her initial impulse to prevent Draco from approaching. She and Pansy had failed to grasp him. She was certain that Draco's speed had not been this extraordinary. What had caused their failure? And yet, the spell she cast to protect Draco had been executed flawlessly. The distinction between these two outcomes could only mean one would lead to Draco informing his father, thus unfolding the subsequent events prophesied by her, while the other would not. What had obstructed her? Was it the consciousness of the world? Or perhaps the laws governing it? The Carrington family had meager records concerning alterations to the overarching narrative, with only a scant few notes. The ancestors of that lineage had fallen in love with the protagonist of the grand narrative and had, at the cost of their life, endeavored to alter the tragic ending. Regrettably, the details of the process remained elusive, noted only in the final accounts of another Carrington. He succeeded, but at the expense of his life, becoming one of the few Carringtons without a portrait. It was said that the force of the laws had claimed his life, while the lover he saved married her true love. Loxia's concluded that he was undoubtedly a tragic secondary character. Emerging from her reverie, she glanced out at the fish swimming in the black lake and murmured, "It seems that to uncover more, I must continue to experiment." Thus, Loxia's subsequent endeavor was to vanquish the boggart. Under Lupin's guidance, Neville transformed the boggart into a comically attired version of her father, eliciting uproarious laughter from everyone, and it became a topic of amusement at Hogwarts for quite some time. Firstly, it was an experiment. Secondly, it was to protect her father. This was a minor point in the overarching narrative that bore little consequential impact, even less so concerning the central figure, Harry. Based on previous experiences, she believed failure was unlikely. After all, she had once altered the fate of Ron's family car, which had significant repercussions, and had even burned the Marauders' map, which reappeared multiple times. Therefore, she was confident that this time she would not fail. There were 3 approaches to handle this matter. Either confront Lupin, address the boggart, or deal with Neville. Confronting Lupin posed a considerable challenge, especially since he appeared frequently in the prophecy, making him untouchable for the time being. Addressing Neville was not overly difficult, yet he was entirely innocent. Thus, Loxias opted for a middle ground. To eliminate the boggart within a 10-mile radius, a decree was issued, and a massacre of boggarts ensued within the vicinity of Hogwarts. Upon encountering them, Loxias's followers erupted into laughter, causing the boggarts to vanish completely. This became the most absurdly comical massacre in the history of the Carrington family. However, as the commander of this operation was merely a 13-year-old child, everyone treated it as a jest, dismissing it with laughter. No one, it seemed, rose to defend the innocent boggarts. Within a few days, boggarts had disappeared entirely from the 10-mile radius surrounding Hogwarts. The surviving boggarts spread the word, leading to a century-long ban on boggarts in Hogwarts, as young witches and wizards could no longer encounter a single one within that vicinity. Now Loxias faced the most challenging and the last unresolved boggart, the one held by Lupin. Loxias had originally planned to see if the little badgers could attempt to laugh in class, thereby vanquishing the boggart through laughter. How could the little badgers possibly not be afraid of that which terrifies them? It is already commendable that they do not weep. Their hands, clutching the wands, tremble, making even the incantation sound laborious, let alone laughter. Thus, when Loxis received the tearful apologies from the little badgers, she could only offer them constant reassurances, providing a generous supply of snacks to soothe their wounded spirits. Ultimately, Loxis resolved to take matters into her own hands and stealthily infiltrate the office of the Dark Arts Defense Professor. However, before her mission could commence, she was apprehended by Snape the moment she left the Slytherin common room. He had long since noticed her unusual behavior over the past few days, not to mention the sighting of numerous members of the Carrington family within the Forbidden Forest. The frequency of her visits to the cellar had noticeably dwindled. Initially, he had assumed that upon returning to school, she was merely eager to reconnect with classmates after a lengthy summer apart. Yet, what kind of socializing is conducted in secrecy, as if it were an illicit romance disapproved by parents? As expected, through his discreet observations, he noted that each time she met with classmates, they were different individuals, indicating that it was far from mere socializing. She was undoubtedly up to something, and intended to keep it from him. Therefore, Snape placed a tracking charm on Loxis. This resulted in Snape sensing her departure from the dormitory today, and promptly intercepting her at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Caught in the act of her nocturnal escapade, Loxis cautiously regarded Snape and uttered, "Father." Snape, arms crossed and looking down from his imposing height, addressed his little serpent with an impassive expression. "Oh, my dear Loxis, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation for your absence from the place you ought to be at this hour." Chapter 119 Thoughts. Ultimately, being dragged to the cellar office by Snape, Loxis stood before him like a quail. Under the weight of Snape's authoritative gaze, she divulged her visions of the future and her plans in a torrent of words. Under the duress of Snape's scrutiny, she even showed him a brief segment of the boggart transformed into her wearing women's clothing. Loxis cautiously lifted her gaze to Snape, only to find his countenance far from pleasant, dark enough to be described as ink black. She genuinely feared that her father might react harshly. Thus, she tentatively inquired, "Father, are you all right?" Snape did not respond to her concern, nor did he look at Loxis but instead wore a fierce expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "Remus Lupin." "Very well, indeed." Witnessing her father's ire, Loxis felt a tremor of fear. It was her first time witnessing such fury directed at someone else, and yet it unsettled her. After all, she could feel the palpable tension radiating from Snape. Loxis swallowed nervously and bravely approached to grasp the sleeve of Snape's robe. "Father, nothing has happened yet. There's no need to be so angry, it's unwarranted. If you truly let your anger consume you, it may lead you into his trap." With Loxis's coaxing and persuasion, Snape inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner rage to calm himself. Realizing that her words had some effect, Loxis pressed on, "So, now we are in the shadows while he is in the light. We can leverage this information disparity to alter the outcome and devise a means of retaliation. Can we not?" Hearing Loxis's words, Snape remained noncommittal, leaning back slightly in his chair, legs crossed. "So, you intend to eliminate the boggart in Lupin's office?" Loxis nodded, once more recounting her plan. "Yes, I originally intended to create a spatial tunnel to bring it over directly, but considering that a boggart is not like that diary which remains silent, it would create a commotion, thus I plan to deal with it in his office." Snape shook his head. "That is a commendable plan, yet not the best option." Loxis, puzzled by her father's sudden change of mind, asked, "Oh, what do you mean?" Snape's eyes narrowed with disdain. "Loxis, tell me, what if Mr. Longbottom fears werewolves? What would happen if the entire school knew that Lupin is a werewolf?" Upon hearing Snape's words, Loxis grasped his intentions. Indeed, it was a superior plan, and it would serve as retaliation as well. However, Could a person's fears truly shift in such a short span of days? Loxis voiced her doubts. But father, in their eyes, you are the venomous king of the cellar snakes, and in the last class you. She paused, carefully selecting her words, harshly pointed out Neville's errors. He still fears you above all, and such fears are not easily altered. Snape scoffed at her statement. I have laid out the steps in detail on the blackboard. Yet those dull-witted, clumsy fools cannot follow my instructions to brew potions correctly. Were it not for their ability to turn the enjoyable task of potion-making into utter chaos, wasting my precious time, I would not resort to such methods to cram knowledge into their heads. Loxis found herself perplexed by Snape's words. Wait, father. What do you mean by such methods? Snape replied, naturally, it involves calling on students by name in a somewhat pressuring manner. Don't tell me you would still struggle to recall the content of the lesson under such circumstances? Is that how you use recall? She pondered. Well, I suppose it could be interpreted that way. Reflecting on Snape's words, Loxis remembered her early days in primary school, often drifting off in thought. Each time she did, the teacher would catch her, and after several instances, the teacher began calling on her directly to answer questions about the material just covered, whether or not she could respond. The knowledge lingered in her mind, accompanied by the anxiety of being unprepared. Although this feeling was far from pleasant, especially when she regarded her teacher as an authority figure, it undeniably deepened her retention and comprehension of the material. In a way, her father's method wasn't entirely flawed. Yet, with frequent application, it could easily render one the most dreaded teacher among students. The mere sight of such an instructor could make one weak at the knees and stutter in speech. Encountering such a teacher during one's school years was truly terrifying. Oh, poor Neville. Being targeted by such a teacher would be no easy burden. Loxis silently offered her sympathies for Neville. However, regarding Snape's perspective, Loxis could only nod in resigned agreement, for his reasoning held merit. All right, it is indeed memorable, but father, this is not the time for that. We are discussing how to swiftly alter what terrifies a person, which is quite challenging. Snape articulated his thoughts. Indeed, it is quite difficult, but if the target is Mr. Longbottom, it becomes less so. As long as I do not monitor him during class for a while, allowing him to encounter something far more terrifying, that should suffice. Loxis acknowledged, that could work, though it might be a bit cruel to Neville. She nodded, fine then, I shall make an effort. After all, you cannot intervene directly. Additionally, I should take some time to tutor him in potion making along with Hermione. He must not fall too far behind. Severus Snape shook his head, declining Loxis's proposal for tutoring. It is my responsibility to fill their empty minds with knowledge, not yours, Loxis. You need not squander your precious time on this. You have already devoted considerable time to me. Your efforts would be better spent elsewhere. Loxis, however, held a differing perspective. Father, assisting my classmates in enhancing their skills is indeed meaningful, and besides, I can solidify my own learning through this process. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Loxis conceived the idea of establishing a potions tutoring class. This initiative would serve the dual purpose of aiding those struggling with potions while subtly addressing Neville's fears, all the while alleviating her father's workload. It is worth noting that her father's responsibilities extended far beyond merely teaching potions. Chapter 120. Implementation of the plan. Once the arrangement was settled, Loxis was discreetly escorted back to the dormitory by Snape. Shortly thereafter, Loxis's potions tutoring class commenced. Students from Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even Gryffindor, who traditionally had a contentious relationship with Slytherin, gathered in this class, all united by their lackluster performance in potions. This influx was largely due to Loxis's occasional provisions and her ability to forge amicable relationships with peers across houses, making her class an attractive option for all. Consequently, her endeavor flourished, attracting students from various houses who struggled with potions, and even some high-achieving students were willing to lend a hand. As for the reluctant pureblood Slytherins, in Slytherin, strength often dictated actions. Loxis's prowess surpassed theirs, compelling them to comply with her directives whether they attended or not. Just a few days after the initiation of Loxis's potions class, Slytherin and Gryffindor had their defense against the dark arts lesson, and time was of the essence. Whether Neville's potions grades had improved remained to be seen. Loxis pondered that alleviating his inherent fear of Snape was indeed a far more formidable task than simply approaching Lupin's office. Even in Snape's absence, the mere mention of his name caused Neville to visibly tense. Ah, the fearsome serpent king of the dungeons. Was it truly feasible to redirect his terror in such a short span of time? Loxis found herself deep in thought, contemplating her next steps. After all, her father had merely provided her with a broad outline of ideas, and it was evident he had no intention of taking action himself, unless of course it involved Lupin. As Loxis deliberated whether to seek her father's counsel, she spotted Hermione in the classroom designated for their potions tutoring, diligently reviewing the subsequent material for defense against the dark arts, with Neville seated in front of her, engrossed in his potion studies. Given Hermione's proficiency in potions, her presence in this class was unexpected. However, she found the learning atmosphere invigorating and felt that assisting her classmates would not only be beneficial, but also reinforce her own understanding, thus taking on the role of a tutor. Regrettably, this encroached further upon her already limited leisure time. Upon noticing the page Hermione was perusing, coincidentally focused on werewolves, Loxis's eyes sparkled with inspiration. This was precisely the opportunity she sought. Loxis seated herself beside Hermione and, deliberately raising her voice just enough to catch Neville's attention without disturbing the others, remarked, "Hermione, you're already studying the chapter on werewolves? It seems to be quite far along in the material." Hermione, upon recognizing Loxis, replied, "Of course. I need to review this content beforehand. What if I fall behind?" Loxis leaned in closer. "You know, werewolves are quite terrifying creatures. Anyone bitten by one will transform into a werewolf, and during the full moon, the transformation is excruciating, often stripping away one's sanity." Hermione nodded, continuing the thread of conversation. "Fortunately, there are no werewolves in our vicinity. Hogwarts is absolutely safe." Loxis shook her head. "Not necessarily." Hermione looked perplexed. "Huh?" Loxis propped her chin on her hand and stated, "In fact, werewolves inhabit the Forbidden Forest, and historically, there have been werewolves who attended Hogwarts. Who knows, perhaps one is among us now." Hermione, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean? Hogwarts only admits young witches and wizards. How could there be werewolves here? And such a dangerous creature. How could the Ministry and Professor Dumbledore allow them to attend Hogwarts?" As Loxis engaged Hermione in conversation, she intentionally raised her voice slightly, eliciting an even more surprised reaction from Hermione, successfully capturing Neville's attention. Clearly, the topic of werewolves intrigued him, prompting Neville to turn and join their discussion. "Loxis, did you just say there are werewolves who have attended Hogwarts?" Loxis waved her hand dismissively. "When I mentioned attendance, I was referring to historical context, not the present." Upon hearing Loxis's words, both of their anxieties subsided. They were acutely aware of the terror associated with werewolves, and the thought of one lurking nearby was enough to instill fear in them. If bitten, they would face the terrifying prospect of becoming werewolves themselves. After Hermione exhaled a sigh of relief, she inquired, "But why would there be werewolves attending Hogwarts in its history?" Loxis shrugged. "That would depend on what the headmaster was thinking at that time. However, very few are privy to this information. I only learned of it from my family." Neville, curious about another aspect, asked, "But the werewolf must not have caused any trouble, right?" Loxis replied, "Who knows? This matter has been kept very hush-hush." Observing Neville's rising tension due to the mention of werewolves, Loxis silently sighed, feeling somewhat remorseful. Yet perhaps this could serve as an opportunity to shift his fear of Snape? It was essential to recognize that for nearly 5 more years, her father, Snape, would remain the potions professor here. She had inquired of her father, who had no immediate intentions of changing careers. Even if he were to retire early, it would only be after her graduation. With this in mind, Loxis resolved to find a way to alter Neville's perception of Snape as a harsh and stern figure. Loxis proactively shifted the conversation, steering Neville away from his anxiety. "By the way, Neville, are there any areas in potions where you still feel uncertain?" As Loxis's question hung in the air, Neville regained his composure. "Ah, thank you, Loxis. You explain things very well. I've understood most of it. Professor Snape hasn't called on me in class lately, and I've even managed to score a few E's." Loxis nodded, acknowledging this as a basic achievement. "That's wonderful. Speaking of which, how do you find Professor Snape's teaching style?" Upon hearing Loxis's inquiry, Hermione shot a surprised glance at Loxis, recognizing her connection to Snape and sensing something amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. In response to Loxis's gentle question, Neville felt at ease. Yet mindful of the little snake before him, he replied cautiously, "The professor teaches well, but he is rather strict, and I often struggle to keep up." Loxis nodded in agreement. "That is indeed true, but try to forgive him, Neville. He is incredibly busy each day. You haven't spent much time in the dungeons, so you wouldn't know how much homework he has to grade daily. Furthermore, the potions in the hospital wing are largely his creations, so it's understandable that his overwhelming workload might affect his temperament." Chapter 121. Potions in the hospital wing. Continuing, Lockheath paused momentarily before elaborating. "Furthermore, akin to the general sentiment within Slytherin, he harbors a profound disdain for Gryffindor, thus rendering you and Harry, with your subpar potions grades, the focal point of his scrutiny during lessons. To be candid, Lockheath understood that her words were unlikely to alter Neville's perception and fear of Snape. Nevertheless, her father's tireless efforts deserved acknowledgement. Who at Hogwarts exhibits the same unwavering diligence and silent dedication as her father? Oh, none. Moreover, explanations must be provided. Otherwise, how could anyone appreciate her father's sacrifices? Although she recognized that her father was indifferent to such matters, she believed that every effort should yield commensurate rewards, as he was truly deserving of them. Upon hearing Lockheath's words, Neville and Hermione exchanged glances, seizing upon a point that Lockheath had not anticipated. The potions in the hospital wing are all brewed by Professor Snape? Lockheath nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She seemed to grasp how to enhance her father's reputation. Then, with an unchanging expression, Lockheath stated, most of them. Thus when his mood plummets to the nadir, the aroma of the potions becomes indescribably dreadful, and at times, the quantity required in the hospital wing is anything but trivial. While the scent is hardly the most critical aspect of the potion, Hermione's face was marked with exasperation, evidently suffering from the lingering effects of that ghastly odor. But Lockheath, that scent is truly unbearable, Lockheath replied. Yet one cannot deny that the efficacy remains commendable. Does it not? Neville and Hermione exchanged silent looks, clearly both victims of that horrific scent. Even now, the memory of the potion they previously consumed made them feel nauseated. They pressed their lips together, ultimately unable to resist, each retching at the edge of their desks. After a considerable time, once they had recovered from their bout of nausea, Lockheath kindly offered each victim a tissue. Hermione accepted the tissue, wiping her mouth before slumping back in her chair, clearly haunted by the memory of that potion's taste, one that would linger in her mind for a lifetime. On the other side, Neville was similarly affected, though he was hunched over, one hand covering his mouth, and the other rubbing his forehead. Hermione contemplated Lockheath's earlier remarks and concluded. So, to improve the flavor of the potions brewed by Professor Snape, he must be in a good mood, correct? Lockheath recalled the dental strengthening potion she had consumed, brewed during one of Snape's less favorable moods, and instantly understood why they had latched onto this point. Indeed, they had no choice but to cling to it. It was horridly unpalatable, and one could not even resort to candy to mask the taste. Lockheath steadied herself, attempting to suppress memories of that flavor. Then with uncertainty she responded, perhaps? However, I have not observed this. My means of acquiring potions differ somewhat from yours. Yet the one thing I can assert is that if he is in a foul mood, the taste of the potions will be beyond your imagination. Neville, despondent, remarked. Then I would rather he call my name more during class than endure another vial of his potion, no matter how effective it may be. Lockheath shook her head. Oh, I fear that is truly impossible, not to mention that flavor is the least of his concerns, but in his view, matters worth adjusting the taste of potions are exceedingly rare enough that even Professor Dumbledore would not be deemed worthy of consideration. With that said, Lockheath instinctively touched the small pouch at her waist. Ah, it's all there with her, it belongs to her, and she would not share it with anyone. She had earned it through her own efforts. Once it entered her pocket, it was hers. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville exchanged glances, feeling the weight of an uncertain future. They still had 5 years of enduring potions with that flavor. Observing the two with such pessimism, Lockheath sincerely said, all right, if you minimize your injuries, you can strive to avoid illness, and thus distance yourselves from these dreadful potions. Why the shock? Hermione replied, but Lockheath, you must realize we are at a school of magic. The likelihood of not falling ill is far less than that of sustaining injuries. Just look at Harry. He ends up in the hospital wing several times each term due to injuries, and we are not much better off, just not as severely. After Hermione spoke, Neville nodded in agreement. They were both at risk of injury during their attempts at spellcasting and potion brewing. In light of this, Lockheath could only console them from another angle while simultaneously enhancing their regard for Snape. With a cheerful smile, Lockheath said, I believe you might consider this from another perspective. The potions in your hands are brewed by a master potion maker, with a market value of at least 100 galleons. And that is for the most basic varieties, which are not even guaranteed to be available. And here at Hogwarts it's all free. Upon hearing Lockheath's words, Hermione and Neville exchanged glances, feeling somewhat consoled. Having visited Diagon Alley, they understood that Lockheath's assertions held truth. Snape's potions were indeed worth that price. However, due to their continuous access to these potions at school, they had overlooked this fact. As their conversation concluded, Lockheath was uncertain whether Neville had shifted his fear to werewolves, but she knew she had significantly bolstered Snape's reputation. Subsequently, Lockheath made an effort to ensure that everyone at Hogwarts was aware that Snape had brewed the majority of the potions in the hospital wing. Although many complained about the indescribable odor, under Lockheath's deft manipulation of public opinion, the discourse gradually transformed into a chorus of praise for Snape's skills and gratitude for his hard work. Snape's reputation improved considerably within Hogwarts. Despite his perpetually stern demeanor, a number of small creatures mustered the courage to greet him. Snape. Of course, this is merely a postscript. Chapter 122 concludes. Given that the previous conversation had not significantly affected Neville's object of fear, as time drew near, Lockheath had to devise alternative strategies. These included, but were not limited to, having Ethel play howling sounds in areas where only Neville was present, and having Pansy organize a Christmas rehearsal, where someone would dress as a life-sized werewolf. Conveniently for Neville to witness, a series of such events were orchestrated by Lockheath. In essence, before Neville attended that eagerly anticipated defense against the dark arts class with Harry and the others, he was repeatedly exposed, both overtly and subtly, to various topics concerning werewolves. Observing Neville's escalating fear, Lockheath thought to herself that she must be succeeding, albeit feeling somewhat guilty towards him. Lockheath resolved to assist him in catching up on his potion studies, so as to prevent her father from singling him out during class in the future. The shifting objects of fear seemed rather tedious. Naturally, to be on the safe side, Lockheath proactively used her abilities to glimpse into Neville's future. No issues here. The boggart transforms into a werewolf, not her father. Oh, it's concluded. As Loxis was preparing to deactivate her abilities, she casually flicked her wrist, propelling the timeline far ahead. She beheld a grown-up Neville, now a professor at Hogwarts. Upon witnessing this, Loxis could not help but exclaim internally, "It is fortunate that the object of his fears has transformed. He will encounter my father far more frequently than he ever did the werewolf, assuming, of course, that my father is still teaching at Hogwarts at that time." To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, Loxis instructed her fellow Slytherins, specifically Draco and Pansy, to remain vigilant during class and to grin broadly should anything seem amiss. Though Draco and Pansy were puzzled, they chose to comply with Loxis's directive, Draco out of unwavering trust in his dear friend, and Pansy out of absolute obedience to their oath. However, no mishaps occurred. Loxis's final contingency plan was rendered unnecessary. The last boggart within a 10-mile radius of Hogwarts miraculously escaped this massacre. Loxis did not attend Lupin's class. Thus she remained oblivious to his expression upon seeing Neville's boggart transform into a werewolf. Naturally, she had no desire to know. As long as it did not result in Snape's transformation followed by some peculiar incident, it bore little relevance to her. Regarding any regrets about missing what her classmates described as an intriguing lesson, Loxis's response was one of indifference. She believed that publicly confronting one's fears was hardly a commendable act. As for facing her own fears, she had done so long ago. Life's journey is destined to be fraught with challenges, and one can never predict when calamity may strike. When that moment arrives, regardless of preparation, one must confront the unexpected, either emerging victorious or succumbing to oblivion. In truth, there were no subsequent events following that lesson, even with Neville's boggart transforming into a werewolf. This was because prior to others learning of Lupin's lycanthropy, any attempt at controlling public opinion was futile. As for why not simply disclose his condition to others? Loxis was aware that Dumbledore had been keeping a close watch, and according to Dumbledore's wishes, Lupin was to remain at Hogwarts, at least for the current academic year. To avoid offending the greatest of wizards and for the happiness of Gellert, Loxis felt that conceding a little was acceptable. As for Snape, while he was eager for others to discover Lupin's true identity, he too was bound by circumstances. However, since revealing Lupin's identity was off the table, Snape had no intention of easing his torment. Following this incident, every encounter with Lupin became a merciless affair for Snape, encompassing various forms of ridicule. From the unpalatable wolfsbane potion Lupin was forced to consume to derisive comments about his scars and tattered attire, and mockery of his solitary existence. Initially, Loxis viewed these taunts as minor inconveniences. Yet, after observing the entire scene while following Snape one day, she realized her father's mental assaults were rather potent. Lupin was evidently affected, feeling deeply wounded, especially when Snape made jabs at his appearance, clothing and isolation. At that moment, Snape stood beside Loxis who, despite her traditional black garb, wore clothes of exquisite quality, intricately woven with silver threads. Her complexion, having long been nurtured, was free of dark circles, rendering her a picture of elegance. Indeed, Loxis was well cared for. She adorned herself with a delightful fragrance each day, often inadvertently transferring some to her father's attire. The scent, crafted by Snape himself, was of unparalleled quality. Watching her father revel in showcasing this unique advantage brought her a sense of joy. At that moment, Loxis realized that this new defense against the dark arts professor was not without merit in her life. His presence helped diffuse her father's workplace frustrations and maintain a cheerful demeanor. A content father meant less homework for her, which was splendid. Thereafter, Loxis resumed her tranquil school life, save for an incident involving a dog attacking the fat lady, which caused significant alarm. Soon enough, the time to visit Hogsmeade arrived. Although Loxis was somewhat weary of Hogsmeade during regular visits, the experience of going there during a school break was incomparable. For students at a boarding school, every second away from the confines of the castle was precious, particularly in their third year when they had been unable to go in the previous 2 years. This made the opportunity even more valuable. Thus, Loxis eagerly opened the cellar door early in the morning and presented her application form to Snape's desk. Dressed and ready, she stood before him, brimming with enthusiasm. "Daddy, sign this, sign this. I want to go shopping." By now, Snape was accustomed to Loxis's energetic visits, contrasting sharply with her usual composed demeanor outside. He calmly set aside the assignment he was grading and accepted the application she offered, staring at the familiar yet foreign document. Snape momentarily lost his train of thought before inscribing his name in the parent signature section. It dawned on him that his Loxis had reached the age where she could venture to Hogsmeade. Chapter 123, Soft-Heartedness. With the signature obtained, Loxis joyfully waved goodbye to Snape. At that moment, Hermione was already waiting outside for her. Considering that girls should shop with girls, Loxis naturally chose Hermione as her shopping companion. Their previous experience together made them a perfect match. While leaving Hogwarts, Loxis and Hermione encountered a dejected Harry, who had to remain at school due to the absence of a signature, despite his strong desire to visit Hogsmeade. He had pleaded with Professor McGonagall, and even contemplated forging a signature, having exhausted every possible avenue. Yet ultimately he was left behind. Upon seeing familiar faces, Loxis and Hermione paused. Loxis greeted, "Hello, Harry." Hermione added, "How are you, Harry?" Hearing their voices, Harry snapped back to reality. "Oh, hello, Hermione and Loxis. I'm well." Noticing her friend's dismal mood, Hermione stepped forward, wishing to console him, yet hesitated and clumsily asked, "Oh, Harry, you seem unhappy about not being able to go to Hogsmeade?" Among their group, Harry was the only one without a signature on the application, and Hermione had been aware of his efforts during this time. Thus, Hermione understood the reason behind Harry's melancholy, yet felt powerless to change the situation. Though Harry deeply longed to visit Hogsmeade, the decision was final, and he did not wish to burden others with his sorrow, so he shook his head. With a forced bravado he said, "How could I be sad? I'm not upset at all." Yet as he spoke, the pent-up breath he had been holding escaped, and he leaned wearily against the corridor wall. "Well, all right, perhaps a little, but there's nothing to be done about it." Hermione gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right, Harry, don't be too sad. I understand you, and will bring something back for you." Harry nodded reluctantly. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, sending the application in Lucy's hand soaring into the air. A flurry of activity ensued among the crowd. Ultimately, it was Harry who retrieved Lucy's application, and he noticed the signature inscribed upon it, Severus Snape. Harry recognized this as the name of their potions professor, who also held the title of head of Slytherin House, Lucy's house, and her father. He returned the application to Lucy's, a surge of envy bubbling within him that he could not conceal. After a brief silence among the group, Harry finally broke the awkward tension in the air. "It's getting late. Aren't you all heading to Hogsmeade? You should hurry. I'll head back to the common room first and wait for you to bring me some sweets." With a wave, Harry turned and made his way toward the Gryffindor common room. Lucy's gazed at his solitary and sorrowful figure, her heart aching as memories of her own past solitude surfaced. In kindergarten and primary school, she had often been asked where her parents were. During parent-child activities, only her elderly brother accompanied her. Upon returning to Carrington Castle, she had repeatedly dined alone at the long table. Lucy's recalled the lively atmosphere at home, where every word she spoke was met with a response, and every action she took garnered comments and encouragement. Yet there were no arms to embrace her. In that vast castle, aside from the house elves, she could not find another soul with whom to share her magical heritage. It was only at Numengard that she felt the world was not solely inhabited by her. Ultimately, Lucy sighed, her heart softening once more. She called out, "Harry." He turned at the sound of her voice. Fearing her own regret, she hurriedly added, "If you still wish to go, seek out George or Fred. They can assist you." Harry paused for a moment. Then a glimmer of hope sparked within him. "Are you serious?" Lucy's nodded. "Yes, be quick. If you delay, they may already be in Hogsmeade. Grateful, Harry thanked her and dashed off. Hermione, who had witnessed everything, wondered aloud, can they really help Harry? Lucy's nodded again. The Marauder's map had been in the hands of the Weasley twins for so long. They must have explored it and memorized some crucial routes, which would not vanish simply because she had destroyed its original form. Watching Harry's figure fade from sight, Lucy's reassured herself that given their shared experiences, she would allow herself this one act of kindness. Just this once. After all, it was conceivable that the Weasleys might eventually disclose the location of the secret passage to Harry. Just as the prophecy had indicated, they provided him with the Marauder's map to venture into Hogsmeade. Regarding the other matters of her prophecy, should they come to pass again, Harry would not need to cast a spell. If he dared to aim his wand at her father, she would ensure he understood why the flowers bloomed so vividly. Not even Dumbledore could intervene in that scenario. After bidding farewell to Harry, Lucy's and Hermione approached the school entrance and submitted their applications. Professor McGonagall verified them, allowing the two to proceed. Thus, they officially embarked on their journey to Hogsmeade. Though the shops in Hogsmeade were few, they sufficed for the boarding students confined within the school. Consequently, on Hogsmeade days the local businesses thrived, as it was the time when the village welcomed the most customers. Countless young witches and wizards, temporarily liberated from the confines of school, flocked there. As Lucy's arrived, even the shop selling Quidditch gear, which usually left her indifferent, appeared much more appealing. She even purchased several items from the magical equipment section, including a memory ball that she had no use for. At Honeyduke's, she completely disregarded the Halloween candy she had received last year, indulging in a vast assortment, including sweets that she would never eat. Of course, there was nothing like the repulsive cockroach clusters among her purchases. She was simply overwhelmed by the joy of being away from school, yet remained rational enough not to buy absurd items. After enjoying a delightful shopping spree in Hogsmeade, the trio finally encountered Harry, who had arrived under the cover of an invisibility cloak through the secret passage. As Harry had to remain incognito, Lucy's and Hermione retraced their steps, guiding him through their previous route. En route, Harry also acquired a few items he desired, and being somewhat of a wealthy young wizard, the quantity of his purchases rivaled that of Lucy's. Fortunately, with magic, they could shrink their acquisitions to fit into their pockets. Any items that could not be shrunk were stored in Lucy's extendable bag. Feeling fatigued from their excursions, the trio, especially Harry, was reluctant to return to school so soon. However, after 2 laps around Hogsmeade, Lucy's and Hermione could no longer endure. They decided to find a place to sit. Madame Poudrefoot's tea shop, the 3 broomsticks, and the Hog's Head Inn were their options. Clearly, other young witches and wizards shared this sentiment. As they entered these establishments, they discovered Madame Poudrefoot's was filled primarily with couples from their school, as well as some of those fastidious Slytherins. Not wishing to endure the spectacle of love or allow Harry and Draco to cross paths, Lucy's opened the door, took a glance, and promptly closed it. The 3 broomsticks, known for its delectable food, was already teeming with badgers. Though the badgers were willing to squeeze in to make room for Lucy's and her fellow lions, the presence of 3 individuals made it impossible for Lucy's to graciously accept their kindness. Ultimately, the trio had no choice but to venture into the least appealing option, the Hog's Head Inn. Upon entering, Lucy's felt an immediate contrast in hygiene compared to the previous 2 establishments. Dirty and chaotic aptly described the environment. Lucy's could guarantee that if there were a food safety supervision bureau in the wizarding world, no pub could operate under such conditions, especially one so near the school. Perhaps due to its unsavory atmosphere, the Hog's Head had available seating, though all were located in the center of the room, while the corners were filled with shadowy figures obscuring their faces. Certainly, there were Hogwarts students present, predominantly older ones, whose drinks indicated they were there to indulge in alcohol. Frankly, had it not been for their presence, Lucy's felt she would not have lingered. After all, those hidden figures in the corners appeared suspicious. As if engaged in nefarious activities, posing a considerable risk, they could very well be dark wizards. Once seated, the trio, being underage, could only order non-alcoholic beverages. Hermione cautiously surveyed their surroundings. This place is truly strange. Let us finish our drinks and leave quickly. Lucy's nodded in agreement. Honestly, seeing this environment has made me reluctant to come. If there had been any other place to rest, I would have chosen it. Harry, concealed beneath his cloak, could not voice his thoughts, yet he felt that it was not as dreadful as Hermione and Lucy's had described. At least they could sit and enjoy some drinks here, right? After all, he had ventured out with great effort, and he did not wish to return just yet. Shortly after the trio had settled into their seats, their orders were delivered with a resounding thud. The server, with considerable force, placed their drinks upon the table before turning to depart. Although Loxias did not recognize the individual, she keenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from them, reminiscent of someone she knew. Harry, on the other hand, felt as if he had seen that face somewhere before. Hermione, however, remained oblivious, her attention fixated on the glass before her, hesitating to take a sip due to the unsightly grime adorning the rim. Yet, once the server had departed, Loxias and Harry dismissed their concerns, each lifting the nearest glass to their lips. Harry, indifferent, took a clandestine gulp, while Loxias, eyeing the filthy cup, instinctively frowned, noting that this establishment was the most unsavory she had encountered. Nevertheless, having come this far, she utilized a handkerchief to wipe the glass before partaking of the drink. Observing her companions imbibe, Hermione, too, relinquished her doubts and took a sip, sharing the sentiment that since they were already there, they might as well indulge. Unlike Hermione and Harry, who began to ponder the flavor after their initial taste, Loxias felt a sudden shift. Her gaze grew vacant, and the world around her began to distort, leaving her in a state of hazy disorientation. She soon sensed her mind growing increasingly sluggish. Hermione, perceptive as ever, noticed Loxias's peculiar demeanor. "What's wrong, Loxias?" she inquired. In a daze, Loxias responded, "Huh? Why are there 3 of your hands, Hermione?" Hermione gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the proprietor of the Hogshead, having returned, noticed the drink that Loxias had already sampled and forcefully placed his own beverage onto the table. Aberforth, devoid of any apology, remarked, "My apologies, wrong order." The dazed Loxias turned her attention to him, unsteadily pointing a finger, another phoenix. By now, Loxias's face had flushed crimson from the effects of the alcohol, rendering it evident to any observer that she was thoroughly intoxicated. Aberforth frowned instinctively, glancing between Loxias and her half-empty glass, reaching a swift conclusion. "So don't tell me she's already drunk from just that little bit?" In her stupor, Loxias exclaimed, "What? Who's drunk? What?" Hic. Hermione, exasperated, could only nod in resignation, realizing that no one could have anticipated that Loxias would become incapacitated from a mere sip, losing her ability to care for herself. It was indeed just a single sip. She had never witnessed anyone so dramatically affected by alcohol before. Meanwhile, Harry felt a surge of anxiety, unable to intervene, trapped in his own cloak. Beside them, Aberforth wore an expression of irritation. I remember that Kilter fellow could down 100 drinks without faltering. How is it that his child is floored by just one? No one sip?" In her stupor, Loxias mumbled, "I think I heard a familiar name." Seeing Loxias in such a state, Hermione felt it was imperative they take their leave, regardless of whether Aberforth recognized Loxias's family. Loxias, after all, was now a matter for Professor Snape. Chapter 125. Intoxication. Hermione sighed and approached Loxias, draping her arm across her shoulder. Her current condition is not conducive to staying here any longer. I'll take her back to Hogwarts." Aberforth halted Hermione's actions, insisting, "You all stay here, I will summon assistance." However, his intervention only heightened Hermione's wariness. Aberforth merely cast a fleeting glance her way, saying nothing further. He surveyed the surroundings, adding, "I trust you don't wish to cause trouble here, do you?" As he spoke, several shadowy figures, previously lurking in the corners, resumed their seats, and Aberforth retreated to the kitchen. It was then that Hermione finally took note of them, compelling her to abandon her intention to leave, and to place her trust in the words of the Hogshead's proprietor. Still, she could not shake her unease. The atmosphere felt perilously charged. Moreover, this was her first encounter with Aberforth, who was not entirely to be trusted. The lurking figures, she suspected, were dark wizards. Who else would conceal their faces while out for drinks? Should a confrontation arise, even if a few upperclassmen from Hogwarts were willing to assist, she doubted they would stand a chance against those dark wizards. Beneath his cloak, Harry was equally anxious, yet powerless to act. He could not even lower his hood. He could only accompany Hermione, anxiously awaiting the outcome. At last, a familiar dark figure emerged from the fireplace, materializing before them. Upon seeing this figure, Hermione's anxious heart finally eased. Professor Snape. Having received a message from Dumbledore, Snape arrived in haste, immediately spotting his inebriated little snake, whose face was flushed and whose gaze was vacant. Heaven knows how alarmed he was upon receiving the news, only to find she had intoxicated herself. Did she not realize her age, daring to drink at the Hogshead? How naive to have gotten herself drunk. Snape's expression darkened further upon this revelation. The Hogwarts upperclassmen, who had merely sought to enjoy a drink, instinctively recoiled at the sight of their potions professor's thunderous demeanor, their inebriation sobering them somewhat as they huddled together. After all, They had come out for a good time. And aside from the discovery of a drunken girl, they were blissfully unaware of the brewing chaos. Harry, hidden beneath his cloak, also felt an instinctive urge to retreat, but aside from stepping back, he could do nothing. The door to the Hog's Head was still shut. Hermione, discerning the situation, recalled that her own family had strictly prohibited her from drinking before reaching adulthood. Considering Snape's stern reputation, she felt compelled to intervene, lest Loxias remain unattended once she regained her senses. Professor, Hermione explained to the now-dazed Loxias, it's not that Loxias intended to drink. The proprietor served her the wrong drink, and she was unaware, taking just a sip. As she spoke, she gestured toward Loxias's glass, which bore only a slight indentation where the liquid had once been. However, even after hearing Hermione's explanation, Snape's expression did not lighten. His chest still seethed with anger. Yet he recognized that the priority was to escort Loxias back to Hogwarts to sober her up, rather than remain here as a spectacle. Thus, Snape swiftly lifted Loxias into his arms, concealing her beneath his ample cloak, and strode purposefully toward the door of the Hog's Head. Upon reaching the entrance, Snape cast a cold glance in Harry's direction, stating, "If your feet are still attached to your body, I trust you will not be foolish enough to remain here." With that, Snape exited the Hog's Head with decisive strides. Consequently, Harry and Hermione's excursion to Hogsmeade came to an abrupt end. They had no choice but to follow Snape. As he walked with such urgency, Hermione and Harry could only run to keep pace with him until they returned to Hogwarts. Disregarding the two individuals behind him, and even forgetting the prospect of troubling Potter, Severus Snape returned directly to his office upon arriving at Hogwarts. He initially intended to place Loxias in a chair, but upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that she had fallen asleep. Clearly, it was not appropriate to throw her back to her dormitory in such a state. With a resigned sigh, Snape opted to lay Loxias upon the sofa, enlarging it significantly with Transfiguration to ensure she could rest comfortably. After covering her with a blanket, he dutifully set about concocting a potion to sober her up. It was not until the night had fully descended that Loxias stirred, propping herself up with a groggy head. Evidently, her sluggish mind had yet to comprehend the events that had transpired. Just as she struggled to adjust to her discomfort, a long, elegant hand placed a vial containing a greenish, viscous potion, reminiscent of mucus, before her. Following the hand, her gaze landed on its owner. It was her father, who appeared decidedly displeased. Who had incurred his ire this time? Did he not realize that if there were no points deducted from Gryffindor, he might assign her extra homework? Truly, she felt quite lost. As Loxias instinctively critiqued the situation in her mind, memories of the previous evening at the Hog's Head flooded back. The proprietor had mistakenly served her the wrong drink. One sip had led to intoxication, and her father had personally come to retrieve her. He had explicitly forbidden her from visiting bars before reaching adulthood. She had disobeyed and had even unwittingly overindulged. Oh dear. It turned out that the irresponsible one was she herself. At this moment, she was in desperate need of a Gryffindor to divert her father's attention. Urgently so. Swallowing hard, Loxias, despite her discomfort, cautiously lifted the potion before her, offering a conciliatory smile as she said, "Father, would you believe me if I claimed it was not intentional?" However, the response she received was Snape's grim visage and the icy retort, "You drank." With those words, Loxias's gaze was inevitably drawn to the potion he had provided. To be frank, having a master potioner brew such a concoction felt quite excessive. She would have preferred her father not to expend his talents on such a trivial matter. After all, judging by its appearance, she could already envision its nauseating taste and texture, as well as the churning in her stomach. Chapter 126, The Reprimand. Setting aside the potion's appearance, Loxias understood that given Snape's current mood, her only option was to drink it. There were no alternatives. Thus, she ceased her futile struggles, grasped the potion before her, and downed it in a single, heartfelt gulp. Ugh! The bitter flavor surged to her senses, mingling with the foul taste of spoiled food, and the viscous texture caused her to gag. Of course, she did not vomit, for her stomach had long since emptied. As Loxias gradually regained her composure, Snape had taken a seat on the sofa before her. His expression remained dark, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to devour Potter whole, which filled her with dread. In this moment, Loxias recognized the wisdom in knowing how to discern the tides of circumstance. She took the initiative, sincerely stating, "Father, I am truly sorry. I should not have disobeyed and gone to the bar." Upon hearing Loxias's contrite admission, Snape, seated with his legs crossed, began to unleash his ire. "Well, if you shouldn't have gone, does that mean what I brought back from the bar was Tom?" Loxias replied, "Well, it could also be our Tom." However, she only dared to think this in her mind, refraining from voicing it aloud. With a pitiful demeanor, she pleaded, "Father, I truly did not mean to. If it weren't for the fact that there were no seats available at Madame Putafoot's tea shop, or the 3 broomsticks, I wouldn't have gone there." Snape ignored Loxia's pitiable attempt at justification, and instead seized upon the flaw in her reasoning, countering, "Isn't the 3 broomsticks a bar as well?" Loxia's weakly defended herself, "But isn't it a place for dining? I saw everyone else eating there." Snape scoffed. "Humph. It seems you have taken my words as mere whispers in the wind. You promised faithfully that you would not go to the bar. Not go to the bar. And yet here we are. Do you have any idea how chaotic such places can be? And you drank to excess. If you had encountered trouble, could you really rely on Granger or that Potter, who can't even materialize, to bring you back safely?" Loxia's wished to retort but found herself unable. Her mind, now fully awake, was grappling with the consequences. Bowing her head, she assumed the posture of a penitent child, firmly stating, "I'm sorry, Father. I understand my mistake. I won't let it happen again. I will uphold our agreement, and will not visit the bar again." Truly. Upon hearing her words, Snape's anger subsided somewhat, though his expression remained stern. Heaven knew how anxious he had been upon receiving Dumbledore's Patronus message. His child had been intoxicated at the Hogwarts Head. What sort of place was that? He was all too familiar with it, filled with all manner of unsavory characters. Who among them could be trusted? Even dark wizards might frequent such establishments. He had himself engaged in unsavory dealings there. In the bar, things were manageable. The proprietor would prevent disturbances. But once outside its confines, Snape shuddered to think of what might transpire. Thus, he had rushed over to the Hogwarts Head with all haste. Fortunately, she had merely consumed alcohol, and had not encountered any dire consequences. Regaining his composure, Snape coldly declared Loxia's punishment. "Thus from today onward, you are grounded for half a month. Additionally, during this term's Hogsmeade weekend, you shall remain in the cellar and may not go anywhere else." Loxia's fervently nodded in agreement. At that moment, she could not care less about the Hogsmeade weekend. With Snape's announcement of her punishment, it also signified that the matter could be put to rest. As long as she could move past this incident, Loxia's felt she could endure any punishment. After all, she was currently under the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Snape, who, despite perhaps holding back his venomous words due to her being his daughter, still made her feel quite uncomfortable. Seeing that Loxia's did not argue back, her attitude of contrition was somewhat satisfactory, and she did not oppose the punishment he had issued. Snape's demeanor lightened slightly. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Furthermore, do not ever let me catch you drinking another drop of alcohol in your lifetime." Loxia's continued to nod vigorously. In truth, even without Snape's admonition, she would never touch alcohol again. After all, her first experience had left her in a state of utter inebriation. Moreover, the sensation of being drunk was far from pleasant. Dizziness aside, she had essentially shut down. If she had encountered danger, she would have been utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the proprietor of the Hogwarts Head was acquainted with Dumbledore and knew Kilter, or else she could scarcely imagine how she might have returned to Hogwarts unscathed. According to the rules, the shadowy knight that often accompanied her would have intervened, whisking her back to Carrington Castle while she was incapacitated. For a long time to come, she would be monitored by the portraits at home, lacking freedom until she reached adulthood. Her father could only visit her during his time off. Oh, how hard she had fought to pass that test. Of course, even after reaching adulthood, drinking would remain an impossibility. Setting aside the lessons learned from this experience, the very phenomenon of shutting down after intoxication was enough to persuade her to avoid alcohol altogether. She would never allow herself to be rendered utterly defenseless. That would be far too perilous. After all, she was a little serpent who learned from her experiences. Having finished his admonishments and instructions, Snape gently tapped his wand against the table. Consequently, a meal materialized before them. Snape placed a bowl of plain porridge in front of Loxis, stating, "You've just awakened from inebriation. It's inappropriate to consume anything too rich. You shall have this for dinner." Upon hearing this, alarms rang in Loxis's mind. Just a bowl of plain rice porridge? The gluttonous Loxis could not acquiesce to such a meager offering. "Father, just a bowl of rice porridge?" Snape shot her a look that clearly conveyed, "What do you suggest instead?" Reluctantly, Loxis began to negotiate. "This is far too bland. It lacks any meat. Perhaps you could grant me that dish of chicken stew?" Snape replied with a smirk, "If you wish for something savory and rich, then perhaps abstaining from alcohol would have been wise." Loxis protested, "But I didn't intend for that to happen. Who could have foreseen he would serve me the wrong drink? This is my first time. I didn't realize I would drink so much." Snape retorted, "Well, that was his decision to lead you into that tavern." Feeling aggrieved, Loxis conceded, "Fine, will half a bowl suffice?" Snape decisively took the bowl of chicken stew for himself. Loxis extended her chopsticks in a final desperate attempt. However, Snape was resolute in imparting a lesson, using his chopsticks to thwart her efforts. Gazing at the delectable food within arm's reach, Loxis felt that this was her true punishment. Chapter 127. A Glut of Sweets. Due to her inebriation, Loxis utterly missed the Halloween feast, yet she and Snape managed to share a warm dinner amidst their playful banter. However, it would have been even better if her meal had consisted of more than just rice porridge. As they neared the end of their dinner, Snape received a message from Dumbledore, summoning them both to the Great Hall for a comprehensive search of the school. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, Loxis immediately recalled the day's earlier events. That Black had attacked the fat lady. This had led to the school-wide search. And now she was required to sleep in the Great Hall. Who could understand? Loxis lamented her desire to sleep in a proper bed rather than on the floor with the masses. However, her reluctance was irrelevant. She had to comply with orders, and Snape would not allow her to evade such matters. With no choice left, Loxis followed Snape, her head downcast, toward the Great Hall. Yet, as Snape and the others departed to conduct their search, Loxis remembered something. The search would include the dormitories, wouldn't it? In an instant, lying in her sleeping bag, Loxis's previously drowsy mind was now wide awake. The Gryffindor sword still lay on her desk in her dormitory. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. Loxis's disdain for Sirius Black intensified once more. Thus she resorted to her utmost ingenuity. First, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep in her sleeping bag. Then stealthily opened a minuscule time portal, casting a wandless disillusionment charm toward the other side. Finally, she slightly opened the portal, just enough for her hand to reach through. As she retrieved the Gryffindor sword from her desk, given the sword's considerable length, any additional item within her sleeping bag would surely raise suspicions. Therefore, Loxis had to contort her body, leaning against one side of the sleeping bag while propping up the other to extract the sword, employing her expandable bag to transfer the sword into it. This delicate operation left Loxis drenched in sweat. Once she successfully concealed the Gryffindor sword within the expandable bag, she finally relaxed her anxious heart. However, sleep eluded her. She had napped far too long in the afternoon. Subsequently, she overheard a conversation between Dumbledore and her father, which mirrored what Loxis had foreseen in her prophecy. She even suspected they were deliberately speaking for Harry's benefit. Otherwise, why not choose an empty classroom or office? It was well known that, apart from the Great Hall, Hogwarts was utterly deserted at that moment. Once her father concluded his discussion with Dumbledore and returned to patrol Slytherin, he naturally noticed that she had not truly fallen asleep, but rather was pretending. Snape crouched down asking, "Can't sleep?" Loxis climbed up in response. "I napped too long this afternoon. I have no desire to sleep now." Loxis had anticipated that Snape, even if he didn't take her out for a stroll, would at least keep her company to help pass the time. To her surprise, Snape simply handed her a vial of draught of living death. "Then drink this. You are at the age where you need to grow, and late nights are not for you. Early to bed, early to rise." Loxis, having just committed a faux pas, found herself unable to bargain as usual and accepted the potion with a resigned expression. She then drank it in front of Snape. Loxis, zzz. Upon awakening, she found it was already the next day. This day, Loxis was exceedingly busy, for she had promised to assist the younger witches and wizards in Hogsmeade by procuring the items they desired. Her previous day's inebriation and the incident involving Black had prevented her from delivering these items on time. Of course, on her return journey, Loxis found herself burdened with a substantial haul of sweets. They had remarked that since they hadn't seen her the day before, they had saved these specifically for her, making today a perfect opportunity to catch up. Thus, as she pushed open the cellar door, Snape, albeit belatedly, beheld Loxis surrounded by an enormous pile of Halloween candies. Recalling the sweets Loxis had yet to finish from the previous year, Snape felt a wave of dismay wash over him. Heaven knows, he had already allocated an entire cabinet in his potion storage room to conceal Loxis's candy stash. He even believed that the quantity of sweets she had accrued could rival Dumbledore's unrestrained consumption of confections. The distinction lay in the fact that one indulged consciously, and the other unconsciously. Yet this was not the end. Loxis then proceeded to extract from her expandable bag the candies she had purchased in Hogsmeade. Snape watched in disbelief as Loxis produced bag after bag of sweets, some even surpassing her usual preferences for sweetness, and felt his fists clench. With a sardonic smile, Snape remarked, "Well, I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you acquired these items you clearly have no intention of consuming. Are you concerned that the gold in your family's vault might rust? Loxis, with both hands poking each other, weakly explained. I just got a bit carried away with excitement at the prospect of going out shopping. It wasn't intentional. Snape. Observing Snape's displeased demeanor, Loxis offered him a candy she deemed somewhat acceptable, hoping to placate him. Father, would you like one? However, Snape was not a man to be swayed by a mere candy. Though he accepted it, his expression remained unyielding. So, you intend to use these sweets to entice your old father's taste buds? Loxis. Witnessing Snape's resolve to not relent until she disposed of the candies she had brought back, Loxis hesitated for a moment. Dumbledore has a sweet tooth. Perhaps we could offer them to him? Yet this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Snape. He bit into the candy in his mouth with vigor. If your mind is still functioning, that old bee is hardly a model of restraint. How many draughts of healthy teeth do you expect your father to brew? Rejected by Snape, Loxis pondered a new solution. I could share with my friends. I have plenty of them. Snape cast a sidelong glance at the candy on the other side. If you are referring to that group who just delivered candy to you today. Loxis followed Snape's gaze and realized it had indeed been a while since they last brought her sweets, given that they had just gifted her some. Loxis suggested, how about we set it aside for now, and I can distribute some to the first and second year little wizards at Christmas. Snape finally approved of Loxis's plan. And he no longer pressed her further. The father and daughter began tidying up the office, filled with an abundance of candy. Chapter 128. Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. The full moon arrived, albeit belatedly. Clutching her Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook, Loxis stepped once again into the classroom after a 2-year hiatus. She recalled her last visit, when Voldemort had possessed Quirrell, who co-taught the class. With graceful strides, she approached the center of the classroom, the prime area for attentive listening. She was well aware that her father had prepared a PowerPoint presentation for this lesson, and sitting in the front would greatly obstruct her view of it. As Loxis occupied a seat, Draco swiftly darted from the front to sit beside her, visibly perplexed by her presence. Loxis, didn't you apply for an exemption from this class? Why are you here? Loxis rested her chin on her hand and flipped to the chapter on werewolves. The very topic her father would be covering today. It's my dad teaching this class. I ought to support him. Just as Loxis finished her sentence, Snape strode into the classroom with his long legs. Upon seeing Snape, Draco's expression transformed, and his anticipation for the lesson surged. As Snape made his way to the podium, he waved his wand to close the open windows while announcing in his deep voice, "Today, I will be imparting knowledge in this Defense Against the Dark Arts class." At that moment, Snape's black cloak billowed behind him, and the tailored black robe, which Loxis had purchased for him, was accentuated by silver threads, highlighting his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Coupled with his commanding gait and his sharply defined, stern visage, as well as the manner in which he closed the windows, Snape appeared even more dashing, almost unrecognizable from the potions master they had encountered in their first year. Loxis felt a surge of pride, nearly applauding him. However, this idyllic scene was shattered by Harry's tardy arrival. Before he could steady himself and fully comprehend the classroom's atmosphere, he began his apology. "I'm sorry I'm late. Professor Lupin, But upon noticing Snape standing at the front, Harry froze, momentarily speechless, stepping back to glance around, questioning whether he had indeed entered the correct classroom. Draco, reveling in Harry's misfortune, especially in Snape's class, leaned closer to Loxis and whispered maliciously, "He's in for it now." Loxis chuckled softly but refrained from responding. Snape, recognizing Potter, naturally wore a scowl. He coldly declared, "For your tardiness, 10 points are deducted from Gryffindor, and you are already 10 minutes late. Potter, come in and take your seat." Realizing he hadn't entered the wrong classroom, that Snape was indeed teaching them Defense Against the Dark Arts, Harry's demeanor shifted, and he stubbornly inquired, "Where is Professor Lupin? He was supposed to teach us today." Upon hearing this question, Snape smirked, relishing in Harry's discomfort. "He said he was ill, unable to come and teach you." Loxis paused in her playful handling of a quill, sensing her father's disdain for Lupin was palpable. This revelation did not compel Harry to take his seat. Instead, he remained standing, worry etched across his face. What happened to him? As Harry voiced his concern, Loxis understood her father was about to initiate his notorious point deduction tactic, which would undoubtedly trouble Professor McGonagall over Gryffindor's Ruby. However, it was evident that Lupin genuinely cared for him. It could be said that Lupin was indeed a good friend of her father. To be honest, Loxis could empathize with Harry's reaction. If this were potions class and she discovered that it was not her father but Lupin teaching, who then informed her that her father was ill and unable to teach. Loxis would have abandoned the class entirely to seek out Snape and ascertain his health. After all, he was her only close relative. As for point deductions, the effort she exerted in accumulating them were primarily for when it came time to contend for the house cup. They served their intended purpose. Loxis absently fiddled with the quill resting on her book, striving to divert her thoughts to lighter matters, as she wished to avoid dwelling on such heavy topics. In response to Harry's question, Snape merely replied coldly, "It is not life-threatening." Fully aware of the situation, Snape gazed at Harry's disgruntled expression, the concerned words he uttered contrasting sharply with their past confrontations, and he felt a wave of nausea. Thus he swiftly announced, 5 more points deducted from Gryffindor. If you do not sit down immediately, I shall deduct 50 points. Under this mounting pressure, Harry reluctantly found a seat. As soon as he sat down, he was met with Draco's taunts, and the familiar tension between them reignited. Snape observed their interactions but chose not to intervene, perhaps deeming it unnecessary. However, as he passed by Loxis, he paused momentarily. "Pay attention." Loxis nodded, and once Snape walked away, she pushed Draco aside, urging him to be quieter, so as not to disturb her concentration. This class was different from the others. It was intertwined with her father, and she had a quiz to consider. She could not afford to score below an O, especially given her recent detention. Loxis genuinely wondered when she might regain her freedom. Subsequently, Snape began probing their curriculum's progress, skipping over numerous sections to delve directly into the chapter on werewolves, meticulously elucidating all pertinent information. He concluded by assigning them an essay on how to identify and eliminate werewolves to be completed after class. Loxis mused that he was subtly reminding these young wizards to preserve their lives should they encounter Lupin in his uncontrollable werewolf form. Or perhaps he intended for them to glean from their textbooks that Lupin was, in fact, a werewolf. To be candid, Loxis felt that, in contrast to Dumbledore's unfounded trust and Lupin's lackadaisical approach to potion-taking, her father, Snape, was remarkably responsible. Even if he was reluctant, he still diligently brewed the Wolf's Bane potion. Even when forbidden, he made every effort to inform and caution them. Though he was excessively strict and often harsh, he was, at heart, a genuinely good person. Unfortunately, in this superficial world where appearances overshadow substance, few could truly perceive the authentic individual beneath that dark exterior. Chapter 129. The second time travel journey commences. Following this defense against the dark arts class, Loxis felt a peculiar tugging sensation beside her, and soon after, she distinctly sensed the fabric of time and space distorting around her. With only 2 time travel opportunities remaining, Loxis could conceive of no other possibility. Upon receiving confirmation, Loxis commenced her preparations. Drawing from her previous experience, she meticulously gathered an array of supplies, even going so far as to craft several oversized alchemical lunchboxes, capable of preserving food for up to 6 months. To be candid, she was exceedingly eager about this upcoming temporal journey, for she had already tasted the benefits of time travel once before, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. The sense of mastery over temporal forces was far more profound than the mere accomplishment of learning a spell. Moreover, the timing of this adventure was impeccable, taking place just before Christmas, allowing her to return home in time to celebrate the holiday with her father. Additionally, there were no significant school activities in the days leading up to it, save for Quidditch. It was nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, upon receiving Loxias's message, Snape began to prepare several cauldrons for potion brewing. According to the information gleaned from the portrait at Carrington Castle, Loxias had not only a temporal journey to undertake this year, but also an awakening period. She was uncertain as to how long her time travel would last, approximately 3 months at some temporal juncture, and who could say when her awakening period would commence. The thought of it coinciding with her time travel was one Snape dared not ponder. After all, the upheaval caused during Loxias's first awakening had been quite substantial. The concerned yet powerless father could only assist in packing her belongings more thoroughly, ensuring she would fare well in other timelines and return safely. As Loxias glanced at the sizable bag of items, she took a symbolic step back. "Honestly, Dad, I really don't need all this," she remarked. "And are you serious? There's no need for me to bring my dual pot." Snape retrieved the aforementioned pot, raising an eyebrow. "What if you decide you want to eat?" Loxias chuckled. "Dad, I'm not that greedy. A few months without hot pot is manageable. Trust me, I won't be using any cauldrons." With a resigned sigh, Snape tossed the dual pot aside. Very well. To honor Snape's goodwill, Loxias rummaged through the items he had packed for her, keeping only what she deemed truly necessary. At that moment, Loxias noticed Snape's mood had lightened somewhat. Suddenly, Snape's gaze fell upon an object Loxias had placed on the table upon entering. "What is this?" he inquired. Following his gaze, Loxias replied, "Oh, this is a letter sent from China. I have some connections there." Snape recalled something. "I remember there was a Chinese person in your portrait at Carrington Castle." Loxias nodded. "Yes, she is my maternal grandmother, and thanks to her, I possess a part of my Chinese heritage. I lived there for 8 years and thoroughly enjoyed it." Though Snape could not decipher Chinese characters, he was curious about the letter, as Loxias often spoke of her time there, including a flying sword that was relatively stable. "It's an invitation for me to visit, but I must wait until after graduation to go. 2 months of summer vacation is simply too short. Once I graduate, I will have ample time. How about you join me then, Dad?" Without a moment's hesitation, Snape agreed, "All right." Loxias glanced at the letter and suddenly burst into laughter, pointing to the beginning of the letter. "By the way, Dad, I have a Chinese name that I've used for 8 years. Look here." She indicated the spot on the letter where her Chinese name was inscribed for Snape to see. However, to Snape, those 2 characters appeared as indecipherable symbols. Loxias explained, "These 2 characters represent my Chinese name, Gu Ming, but according to the naming conventions here, it should be Ming Gu." As Loxias spoke, Snape echoed, "Gu Ming? Ming Gu? Ming." Loxias responded with a smile, "Yes, Dad." As Snape gazed at Loxias's radiant face, he was suddenly struck by the realization that her visage mirrored one he had nearly forgotten from the depths of his memory. Past scenes flickered in Snape's mind, and answers to questions he had long buried, as well as doubts concealed within, began to surface in that moment. Snape reached out to caress Loxias's cheek. "Loxias Ming." Loxias, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What is it, Dad?" Snape shook his head, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion that Loxias could not comprehend. "No, it's nothing," he replied. "Just promise me you will behave. During your next temporal journey, you must be good." Loxias nodded affirmatively, "Of course. I've always been well behaved." At that instant, as Loxias finished speaking, she felt a surge of distortion ripple through her being. "Goodbye, Dad, I'm leaving," she bid farewell to Snape, who was mentally prepared for this moment, nodded in response, "Safe travels." Once again, she experienced a familiar sensation of dizziness, and upon opening her eyes, Loxias found herself at the destination of her second journey through time. This time, upon arrival, she was able to accurately deduce the era she had entered without even consulting her family tree. The reason being, she recognized too many familiar faces. As she landed, Loxias beheld the scenic view outside the empty classroom. She recognized it as the Black Lake. Looking closely, she spotted several young witches and wizards basking in the sun. Although she did not know them, she could infer from their uniforms that she was not far removed from her original timeline, as the attire was the same. She recalled that the Hogwarts uniforms had undergone changes approximately a century ago, indicating she was still in the 20th century. The exact year, however, remained uncertain. Since she was in 20th century Hogwarts, everything would be manageable. First and foremost, she would seek out Headmaster Dumbledore, or perhaps a professor. Loxias found it hard to believe that Dumbledore had spent so many years at Hogwarts only to have her arrive during a time when he was absent. Even if luck was against her, it coincidentally fell during the years when Kircher was studying at Hogwarts, making him a suitable alternative. The 2 of them were not at the school for merely 2 or 3 years. She did not believe she could be that unfortunate. Chapter 130. The exchange student today? I have an important announcement to make. Hogwarts welcomes an exchange student from a distant eastern country, who will be engaging in a semester-long exchange program. Now, allow me to introduce our exchange student, Ming Gu. For the duration of his stay, he will be studying in the 3rd year of Slytherin. As the Sorting Hat has determined, he belongs to Slytherin. Dumbledore stood before the faculty table, addressing the assembled guests in the Great Hall before breakfast commenced. Upon hearing the headmaster's announcement, all eyes shifted from the dining tables to the elegant boy with black hair and eyes, who stood between the faculty table and the students. He, in turn, offered a slight bow in acknowledgement. The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. The boy referred to as Ming Gu by Dumbledore was none other than Loxias, who had just embarked on her second journey through time. By sheer coincidence, she had arrived at Hogwarts at the start of the academic year in 1973. The year 1973 was a mere 20 years removed from her original timeline, and a time when Voldemort still wreaked havoc in the wizarding world, having yet to be vanquished. This timeline also coincided perfectly with the years her parents were studying at Hogwarts. At present, her father is in his 3rd year at Slytherin, while her mother is in the 7th year graduating class at Hufflepuff. Realizing this, Loxis soared with joy, for it meant she could be close to her mother. This temporal journey was nothing short of a divine blessing bestowed upon her by the gods of time. Thus, after locating Dumbledore and establishing contact with Kilter through him, Loxis resolutely requested to remain at Hogwarts. Kilter, preoccupied with reversing time to resurrect Gu Tao, and having no time for children, was more than eager for Loxis to make such a choice. Consequently, Loxis stayed on. However, she was acutely aware that there were far too many acquaintances in this school. To avoid exposing the secrets of the Carrington family, and to prevent those in her original timeline from discovering her presence 20 years prior, Loxis decisively cut off her long hair, which nearly reached her waist, and donned an alchemical item she had crafted in her leisure time, which could superficially alter her gender, transforming herself into a boy. With Dumbledore's assistance, she successfully secured a single room in the boys' dormitory of Slytherin. Loxis initially intended for Dumbledore to place her in Hufflepuff, as that would allow her easier access to her mother, while she would still retain her identity as a Slytherin upon her return. However, Dumbledore insisted on adhering to the Sorting Hat's decision. When once again donning the Sorting Hat, it declared without even touching her head, "Slytherin." Loxis thought, "You certainly did not say that 2 years ago. You clearly stated I could be sorted into Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin." Sorting Hat. People do change. In the end, Loxis was unable to secure a student experience card for Hufflepuff, and remained in Slytherin. She could only console herself that, at least in her original timeline, she had already learned how to access their common room through the Badgers. The dormitory connected to the common room. Well, not being in Hufflepuff did not hinder her from visiting her mother for some affection. Nevertheless, she could not be too ostentatious, at least during the day. She still had to obediently attend classes in Slytherin. As Loxis scanned the Hufflepuff seating, she immediately spotted her mother, who, just as in the photographs, had black hair and blue eyes, exuding a vibrant and cheerful demeanor. Yet, Loxis did not approach her immediately, but instead made her way to Slytherin. That was where she truly belonged, and it was also the battlefield she was about to confront. Loxis understood that during this time, Slytherin's veneration for pureblood ideology had reached its zenith. Their seating arrangements were based on blood status, lineage, and strength. The atmosphere among them was far from the relaxed environment she remembered. In her Slytherin, where strength was paramount, everyone was a good classmate, engaging in playful banter, but it was predominantly a venue for noble socializing. Standing before the Slytherin table now, Loxis acutely sensed the tension, bloodshed, violence, and power. If Loxis were to articulate it, this was a battlefield for warriors and a chessboard for strategists. It was indeed most intriguing. The unique crimson glow of Slytherin sparkled in Loxis's eyes. At this moment, the blood of Slytherin surged within her, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to stir things up here. No wonder the Sorting Hat had so firmly declared her a Slytherin this time. She was truly ill-suited for Hufflepuff. Let her disrupt this realm filled with obsession and prejudice in Slytherin. Let her good nephew's underlings feel what it meant to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, the other Slytherins held differing thoughts about this exchange student from a foreign land. The first to step forward was the current head boy of Slytherin. With the headmaster and professors observing, and given that an exchange student from abroad had arrived, they felt compelled to maintain Hogwarts and England's reputation, and thus had no intention of taking any immediate actions. Flint extended his right hand. "Hello, I am Riel Flint, the head boy of Slytherin. May I inquire if you are pureblood?" Loxis naturally shook his hand, feigning ignorance, always mindful of her current identity as a foreign exchange student. "What is pureblood?" Upon hearing this question, Flint and the purebloods behind him displayed a hint of disdain, clearly having categorized Loxis as either half-blood or mudblood. Flint explained, "Pureblood refers to a family with no Muggle ancestry." Loxis did not miss their glances. She smiled sweetly and retorted, "Oh, you mean that? I'm sorry. But where I come from, we judge by strength regardless of blood. We only discuss bloodlines when deciding what animals to raise." Her words successfully left Flint momentarily speechless. Observing Flint's expression darken, Loxis smiled and added, "Every country has its own circumstances. 10 miles bring different winds, and 1,000 miles bring different customs. Moreover, considering we are over 8,000 kilometers apart, it is only natural that situations differ. Don't be upset. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'll follow your customs, so you can consider me a half-blood." Loxis's statement, though grandiloquent, inadvertently slapped Flint in the face, revealing the narrowness of his perspective. Chapter 131. The first meal of the new generation begins with whispers. Loxis achieved a comprehensive victory in her first confrontation with the purebloods of Slytherin. They could not refute her words, and with the professor seated above and her identity as a foreigner, they could not resort to violence immediately. Thus, no matter how begrudging or furious they were, they could only swallow their grievances. Following this, They engaged in superficial pleasantries, a skill Loxis, as the head of her family, excelled at, and she executed it flawlessly. Once the formalities concluded, Loxis brought up her need for breakfast, compelling them to relent. To be honest, Loxis admired them. They hardly seemed to require sustenance. After all that small talk, the group seated at the long table had hardly touched their food. What's more, with classes about to commence, they were in no rush. How amusing! In the grand scheme of things, eating is the most important. Just as Flint was about to inform Loxis of the seating order rules in Slytherin, she bypassed him entirely and seated herself at the end of the long table. Arriving last, utterly unaware, she focused on her breakfast, drawing the attention of a young Severus Snape. Who is this? Their attire suggests they are from Slytherin. But is there such a person? Ignoring the youthful version of her father's confusion, Loxis extended her right hand, smiling like a sunny, cheerful boy, and said, "Hello, I am Ming, but you may call me Ming. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Snape. Watching the young Snape's face fill with bewilderment, Loxis internally screamed with excitement. Her father was simply adorable as a child. Ah, that innocent face, coupled with his look of confusion, was reminiscent of Tom's curious cat-like expression. Ah, why had no one told her that her father was even cuter than the little badgers next door when he was young? She longed to pinch and ruffle his youthful face. Oh no! What if she did that, and returned to find herself on the receiving end of her father's paternal discipline? Ah, but she simply could not resist, automatically matching the look of young Snape's face. However, this was still Loxis's impression before Snape had the chance to speak. Once Snape opened his mouth, Loxis realized what it meant to have a father who remained distinctly himself. She also came to understand that her father's eloquent yet acerbic manner of speaking was not a result of his tenure as a professor, provoked by the Gryffindors, but rather an inherent trait. Any thoughts of rebellion were swiftly extinguished in their infancy. Although Snape felt perplexed, he harbored no favorable impression of this stranger, who had interrupted his meal. To him this boy, reminiscent of the former head boy, exuded an excessive charm that seemed somewhat deranged. After swallowing the last morsel of bread, Snape cast a cold glance at Loxis, remarking, "Sir, I believe you ought to be aware that interrupting someone's meal is a most unethical act. Furthermore, please do conceal that foolish grin of yours, it is rather nauseating." At Snape's words, Loxis felt as if she had shattered into a million pieces. Her father had deemed her smile repugnant, a stark contrast to his earlier encouragement for her to smile more, to maintain a cheerful disposition. Moreover, Loxis sensed that Snape regarded her with the same disdain one reserves for refuse. Despite her previous encounters with him prior to their first year, Loxis had anticipated Snape to be challenging. However, she had not expected him to be so insufferable. They often say that one should not strike a smiling face, but that adage seemed futile with her father, who held an equal disdain for all. Taking a deep breath, Loxis urged herself to regain her composure, reminding herself that her father was simply being himself, and was not truly targeting her, oblivious to the fact that she was his future child. Yes, that was it. Alas, the discomfort lingered. When she sought her mother later that evening, she would transform into a whimpering creature. Having consoled herself, Loxis turned her attention to the food before her. Indeed, it was a far cry from the culinary delights of the Founder's era. She picked up a piece of bread identical to the one on her father's plate, elegantly spreading jam upon it as she continued. "Well then, I apologize for my rudeness. Might I ask for your name?" Snape, taken aback by her audacity, thought to himself, "Is this individual truly so shameless? He has already rebuffed her." Noticing that Snape remained silent, merely continuing his breakfast, Loxis pressed on. "By the way, what do you think is the most delicious item here? Is it this bread? It seems to be your favorite. I must tell you, in my homeland, there is an abundance of delectable foods. I could enjoy a different dish every meal for a month. Thus, the most challenging aspect of being here for me is the cuisine. The food here is simply dreadful." Throughout breakfast, Loki's chatter never ceased, as she enthusiastically described various flavors, elevating them to celestial heights. Even though Snape did not respond, she persisted, continually inquiring about her father's name. If he were to divulge it, she could further bridge the gap between them. However, to Snape, her incessant prattle was nothing short of tiresome. Upon swallowing the last bite of his meal, Snape turned to Loxis with a scowl, saying, "It appears that the breakfast here is insufficient to silence your incessant chatter, resulting in an unbearable cacophony. If you truly detest the food here, why do you remain?" Loxis seized upon Snape's response, replying, "Oh, there's little I can do. I have certain matters to attend to at home, and I must remain here for a term. Speaking of which, we've conversed so much, yet you haven't revealed your name." Snape's expression darkened, What manner of person was this? Hadn't he already made it clear he wished to eat in peace? And now she sought his name? How utterly vexing. Even more so than the Gryffindors. He glared at Loxis, preparing to unleash another scathing retort, when suddenly he heard someone call his name. A feminine voice, Severus. Turning at the sound, Snape's demeanor softened, and the venom he had intended to unleash was replaced by a familiar address. Lily. The newcomer was none other than Lily Evans, Harry's mother. Lily addressed Snape. I apologize, Severus. My roommate has requested my company at the astronomy tower this evening, so I may not be able to study with you. Snape nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment, though he masked it well, responding in his usual indifferent tone. No matter, there is always tomorrow. Chapter 132. A Cornered Heart? As they conversed, Loxis nibbled on the dry bread she despised, her gaze flitting between them. Even though this was her diminutive father, the familiar Snape she knew indicated that he was indeed feeling a bit disheartened. But why? Was it because he had been stood up? And was her father truly the type to feel sorrow at such an occurrence? He would typically drown those who stood him up in his venom. Wait. Didn't she recall her father having a certain fondness for someone? Loki's eyes darted between the two, and as her thoughts raced, a realization took root within her mind. Could it be that she was the object of her father's affection? His unrequited love, his ethereal muse? Loxis concluded with wide-eyed wonder, watching them intently. As their conversation drew to a close, she stood, stepping forward, slightly bowing before meeting Lily's gaze. Her eyes filled with sincerity as she smiled and said, Greetings. Fair lady. I am Mingu, but you may call me Ming. I am a new exchange student. Are you a friend of Severus? Might I have the honor of knowing your name? To be frank, Loki's lessons in airship had not been in vain. She was adept at garnering affection swiftly. Thus, as she gazed gently at Lily, inquiring about her name with eloquence, Lily felt enveloped in warmth, her heart racing. In that moment, she couldn't help but think that Loxis resembled the prince from her childhood fairy tales. Hadn't every little girl imagined her prince at some point? Lily felt as though Loxis had transformed that childhood fantasy into reality. Blushing, she smiled and replied softly, Oh, you flatter me. I am indeed a friend of Severus. My name is Lily Evans, but you may call me Lily Ming. The ever-present Snape. What? The ever-watchful James. What? The newly enlightened Loxis. What? The trio stood in an uncanny alignment of surprise. Meanwhile, Loki's mind raced with the revelation. Lily Evans. Wasn't he that the name of Harry's mother? The very woman whose love had empowered Harry to vanquish Voldemort. Becoming the savior? Her father was enamored with Harry's mother? What? But wait. How could her father still be so antagonistic toward Harry? This made no sense. Moreover, regarding the history of magic, it seemed her father had yet to appear in that context. And the tabloids, it appeared he had not graced those pages either. Furthermore, others, it seemed no one dared to spread rumors about him. Never mind. After receiving Lily's reply, Loxis admitted to feeling thunderstruck, her eyes betraying confusion and disbelief. However, having undergone extensive training in the ways of an heir, she was well equipped to navigate the myriad of peculiar situations that life presented. Loxis maintained an impassive demeanor, suppressing the tumultuous screams and myriad questions within her heart, as she continued to speak to Lily with grace and gentleness. Lily, you truly embody the essence of your name. As beautiful as a lily flower. To be candid, winning a girl's heart is a task best suited for another girl, for they often possess an intimate understanding of their own desires and aversions. Consequently, Loxis's approach garnered her a considerable number of admirers, many of whom wished to usurp Lily's place before Loxis, eager to bask in her sweet words. Lily's cheeks flushed crimson, and she appeared somewhat bashful under Loxis's praise. You flatter me. Thank you for your kind words. Loxis smiled serenely and seamlessly introduced her own request. No, you are already radiant and exquisite as you are. By the way, I overheard your conversation with Severus. Do you often study together? If it's not too much trouble, might I have the honor of joining you? Lily glanced at Snape. If Severus doesn't mind, it would be my pleasure. Who is Loxis? She is the daughter of the Serpent King from the dungeon. She certainly knows how to persuade her father to relent within the bounds of principle, especially with his beloved still present. Thus, Loxis cast a sly glance at Snape before turning her attention back to Lily. Snape, upon receiving Loxis's gaze, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. However, it was too late. Loxis smiled sincerely and said, I believe that as Lily's friend, Severus must be exceedingly gentle and considerate, willing to assist an exchange student in acclimating to school life. Am I not right? Snape. He longed to respond with a no, yet under Lily's imploring gaze, he had no choice but to acquiesce. That insufferable exchange student. Why does he persist in clinging to him? This was one of the few moments he could spend alone with Lily, having achieved her desires. Loxias naturally refrained from further advances towards Lily. I eagerly anticipate studying with you both. Lily nodded. Let us meet in the classroom tomorrow. Severus knows where it is. And since you are in the same house, you can come together. Loxias agreed. Very well. Snape, very well? What a farce. At that moment, a sprightly Harry came bounding over from Gryffindor like a little lion, with 3 companions in tow. Among those 3, Loxias immediately recognized a familiar face, Remus Lupin. Based on her limited knowledge of this group, the identity of the foremost individual was unmistakably James Potter. With the identities of those 2 confirmed, the remaining 2 were also easily identifiable. The taller and better-dressed one was Sirius Black, while the shorter one at the back was Peter Pettigrew. Having noticed them early on, Loxias cleverly pretended to stumble when James rushed over, inserting himself between her and Lily, and pushing her aside. Lily's eyes widened in shock at the sight. James Potter. What are you doing? After scolding him, Lily hurried to Loxias' side, helping her up. Are you all right? I'm sorry. He can be so reckless. James, you should apologize to her. Chapter 133. The Adhesive Loxias. Loxias, following Lily's hand, stood up once more. She then began to speak in a soothing tone. I'm fine. Lily, I lost my balance. This student didn't push me hard at all. It's not his fault, and he needn't apologize to me. You don't need to apologize on his behalf either. Loxias's words only deepened Lily's concern, causing her heart to tilt entirely in Loxias's favor. Naturally, James found himself in a less than favorable position. Given James's nature, an apology was utterly out of the question. In his view, any man who dared approach Lily was a rival, regardless of whether he was new or had any intentions toward her. Thus, Loxias's actions were akin to crossing a red line, igniting his fury. Moreover, even amidst his rage, he was acutely aware of the extent of his strength. While he had indeed pushed Loxias away, it was certainly not with enough force to topple her. Therefore, oblivious to the concept of playing the victim, James looked at Lily with confusion. Why should I apologize? She said it was her fault for losing her balance. Lily, arms crossed defiantly, retorted, but if you hadn't pushed her, how could she have fallen? James stubbornly maintained his stance. She said it was her own fault. Lily, exasperated, stomped her foot. You are utterly unreasonable. At that moment, Loxias interjected, fanning the flames. Lily, it's all my fault. Please don't argue with your friend on my account. He surely didn't mean any harm, and I truly just lost my balance. Thus, invigorated by her sense of justice, Lily engaged in a heated argument with James, which eventually drew the attention of Professor McGonagall. Upon understanding the situation, Professor McGonagall impartially deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for Potter bullying a new student. This only served to further irk Lily. The lack of remorse for his misdeed, coupled with the points lost that she had worked so hard to earn, caused Lily to be utterly disenchanted with James. After bidding farewell to Loxias and Snape, she hastily exited the hall, clearly unwilling to engage further with James. Naturally, James followed Lily, but as he left with the other 3, he cast a glare at Loxias and spat out a threatening remark. You better watch out, foreigner. Lily can only be mine. Loxias stood beside Snape, completely ignoring James, and smiled as she watched Lily's retreating figure. Severus, we should head to class as well. Shall we go together? Snape, taken aback, wondered if it was truly possible to proceed in such a manner. While he was pleased to see Lily discontent with his rival Potter, he remained reluctant to forge any connection with this inexplicable exchange student. Hence, in response to Loxias's invitation, Snape coldly remarked, We don't seem to be on familiar enough terms to address each other by our first names. Nevertheless, regardless of how frigid his demeanor was, it did not deter Loxias, who continued to cling to him like an adhesive. Loxias feigned innocence, batting her large eyes. But you never told me your name. I only heard Lily call you Severus, so I followed suit. After expressing her innocence, Loxias pressed on. Besides, names are meant to be called. Don't be so stingy. I can't just refer to you as hey you there. That would be terribly impolite. At this point, Snape found himself compelled to reveal his name. I am Severus Snape. Loxias, keenly observing her father's subtle emotions, found it amusing to provoke him, and thus deliberately said, All right, Severus. Snappy, uminu. After this, Snape found it utterly impossible to rid himself of Loxias. She had once again become his persistent shadow. However, this time, with their heights not differing much, Loxias no longer required Snape to slow his pace. No matter how fast he walked, she could effortlessly keep up with him. In class, Loxias sat beside Snape. At mealtimes, Loxias sat beside Snape. In the library, Loxias remained by Snape's side. Whatever Snape undertook, Loxias was unwaveringly by his side, utterly inescapable. If Severus Snape were to recount any moments when they were apart, it would only be during his trips to the lavatory, and when he returned to his dormitory to sleep. Lying in bed at night, Snape found himself perplexed by the persistent presence of a certain boy, who clung to him like an unshakable piece of chewing gum, proving to be even more bothersome than that insufferable Potter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Loxias had already slipped out of the Slytherin dormitory using the disillusionment charm, and was stealthily making his way into the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory. Loxias skillfully located Lilith's room. Due to the awakening period of the Carrington family members, and the intricacies of time travel, Lilith was also residing in a single room using the same method as Loxias, facilitating his covert operation. Upon reaching his destination, Loxias knocked on the door, and as it opened, he promptly entered Lilith's room, dispelling the disillusionment charm. Lilith, taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone in her dormitory, mused about the impressive agility and proficiency of this exchange student from Hogwarts. However, she soon sensed something amiss from the unique aura emanating from Loxias. She swiftly closed her door. Just as Lilith turned to face Loxias, he enveloped her in his arms, exclaiming, "Mom." Lilith. No, she was only 17. How could she possibly have such a large son? Oh wait, he must be from the future. It wasn't entirely unacceptable to embrace her future child. As Loxias clung to her, he instinctively nestled closer, seemingly seeking to absorb more warmth from Lilith. Loxias was born 3 months after Lilith's passing, making this his first experience of a maternal embrace. Indeed, it felt incredibly warm. Lilith, however, was caught off guard by Loxias's display of affection. While she had encountered relatives from other timelines before, this was the first time it was so fervent. And it was her future child at that. She couldn't help but wonder whether the father of this child would be Snape. After a considerable time in Loxias's embrace, he finally released her upon her gentle persuasion, and they settled together on the small sofa in her room. Lilith stroked Loxias's cheek, noting how strikingly handsome he had become. Yet he bore no resemblance to her boyfriend. Chapter 134 Lilith. So she and her boyfriend had not ended up together after all? Sigh. Her boyfriend was quite the catch. Boasting an impressive 8-pack and an endearing demeanor. It was indeed a pity they hadn't made it work. Regardless, she thought, it was time to move on. Perhaps the next one would be even better, and right now, her son was the priority. Lilith playfully pinched Loxias's chubby cheek. Ming? Surely. That's not your true name? Loxias nodded. Ming is my name in Hogwarts. My name is Loxias. Upon hearing Loxias utter his name, Lilith paused, a look of bewilderment crossing her face. She bit her lip, ultimately suppressing her curiosity. Once more, she caressed Loxias's cheek, gazing into his dark eyes. Do you know the meaning of your name? Loxias nodded, rubbing against her palm. In the Carrington family, where it is customary to name children after their ancestors, only my name is unique. It signifies the first ray of sunlight in the morning, embodying hope and the responsibilities of the family. Upon learning the significance of Loxias's name, Lilith realized that something dire had occurred in their future. Bad enough that their family's legacy would need to be named after hope. The Carringtons, children of the gods of time and space, would see anyone's past and future when they fully harnessed their powers, even traversing time itself. Yet, tragically, they could not glimpse their own future, nor alter the past they already knew. The divine loved his children, but he cherished all living beings more. Thus, while granting his children power, he also shackled them with limitations. Lilith found herself hesitating, yearning to inquire about their future. What had transpired? Yet, in the end, she refrained, understanding that both she and Loxias needed to adhere to the rules. A bit flustered, she gathered her hair and addressed Loxias. By the way, Loxias, is your father handsome? After a moment's contemplation, Lilith chose to pose a question of personal interest. After all, Loxias clearly did not resemble her charming boyfriend. Since her current beau had not been her last, she needed assurance that her final partner would be dashing and stylish. Loxias. Having spent considerable time among the Badger clan, Loxias understood Lilith's intent. She wished to know what her future husband looked like. He fell silent for a moment before opting for honesty. Handsome, but you do not know him. I am a creation of alchemy by my grandfather, Kilcher. At this, Lilith sighed in resignation. It appears that much has transpired in the future. Considering I would agree to create a life with blood, as my father, that old fossil, suggested. Loxias regarded Lilith, choosing not to inform her that she would pass away in a few years. He thought it might be better for her to remain under this misunderstanding. No one wished to count down the moments of life, hastening through existence. Unaware of Loxias's thoughts, Lilith, after lamenting about Kilcher, eagerly posed another question. So he must be a master of potions, right? Given my father's character, he would surely choose someone of considerable quality in that field. Loxias nodded, affirming her assumption. Indeed. Lilith's eyes sparkled. So your potion grades must be impressive, right? Loxias replied. Always a no. Lilith expressed a hint of envy. How wonderful. Unlike me, I've never received a no. It seems there are advantages to selecting a partner. Selecting a partner? Loxias thought, surprised at how extravagant Lilith's mother was. Next, Lilith's gaze turned toward Loxias's attire. Noticing the green, she concluded. So you inherited Parseltongue from Slytherin, did you? Loxias appeared taken aback. How did you know? Lilith explained. I have studied this. I discovered that all Carringtons who inherit Parseltongue are sorted into Slytherin. I suspect Slytherin himself must have been displeased and added peculiar stipulations to the sorting hat. Loxias mused. Is there a stipulation that inheriting Parseltongue necessitates joining Slytherin? I shall ask Salazar when I return. As the conversation shifted to their respective houses, Loxias couldn't help but fidget her feet, openly expressing her regret. Actually, I had intended to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to place me in Hufflepuff, but he insisted on adhering to the Sorting Hat's decision. So I cannot be in the same house as you. Lilith did not see this as an issue, but even if we were in the same house, we wouldn't be in the same year. We'd still be busy with our own affairs, wouldn't we? True enough, Loxias conceded, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, her desire to switch houses stemmed solely from wanting to be near her mother. Lilith then recalled something and cautioned. However, you must be careful being in Slytherin alone. It has become quite stifling there, with severe class consciousness and rampant violence and oppression. Loxias nodded. Do not worry, mother. I am a true Slytherin. I can handle it. Lilith, that's good. If you encounter anything you can't handle, or if someone bullies you, just come find me, or you can also seek Amabel. He is currently in his 4th year at Ravenclaw. Rahis. All right. The mother and daughter continued to engage in delightful conversation until curfew, both still brimming with enthusiasm. However, Lilith knew they needed to rest, as they had classes to attend the following day. Gently, she caressed Rahis's pleasantly soft cheek and remarked, Oh, how swiftly time passes. It's time for you to head back, dear Rahis. Let us find another moment to chat tomorrow. Rahis, with a twinkle in her eye, proposed a request to share a bed. May I stay and sleep with you? Lilith shook her head gently in refusal. Oh Rahis, you're a big girl now. Surely you wouldn't still sleep with your mother at 13? Boys must grow independent. Rahis cast her gaze down at her attire and then, right before Lilith's eyes, removed the alchemical item she wore. But I am a girl. Before long, a visible transformation occurred in Rahis. Her facial contours softened, her Adam's apple vanished, and her muscles gradually relaxed, completely transitioning from a boy into a girl. Lilith, far from being astonished by Rahis's change in gender, was instead captivated. What a fascinating alchemical item. How did I not consider crafting such a thing? Not only can it allow you to venture out as a boy to charm the ladies, but it also enables Amabel to wear skirts without a second thought. Chapter 135. A day in the life of the parent-child duo. Observing Lilith's sparkling eyes, Rahis extended a ring towards her. Would you like to try it, mother? Lilith accepted the ring and slipped it onto her finger. Having studied alchemy since childhood, she effortlessly adjusted the ring, transforming into a dashing gentleman. Rahis gazed in astonishment. So, mother possesses muscles. However, Lilith did not linger in this guise for long. After admiring her masculine form in the mirror for a brief moment, she returned the ring to Rahis, intending to create one for herself after completing her nude exams. Rahis secured the ring but did not activate it. She looked up at Lilith. Since I am a girl, may I stay and sleep with you tonight? Lilith nodded tenderly. Of course, after all, there is no harm in sharing a bed between a mother and daughter. Rahis was elated, promptly retrieving her sleepwear and changing into it. Claiming the other side of Lilith's bed, patting the vacant space for Lilith to join her. With an affectionate smile, Lilith climbed into bed. That evening, the mother and daughter conversed late into the night, resulting in both oversleeping the next morning and missing breakfast in the Great Hall. Initially, Lilith intended to take Rahis to the kitchen, but upon seeing Rahis produce her stash of food, she dismissed the thought. After finishing breakfast, Rahis had to bid farewell to Lilith, promising to return later that evening. Upon leaving Hufflepuff's dormitory, Rahis hurriedly made her way to the Transfiguration classroom, arriving just in time for class. Once in class, she immediately focused on Snape, taking a seat beside him. By her second year, Lilith had already formed numerous friendships in Gryffindor, so she rarely sat with Snape anymore. Given Slytherin's attitude towards half-bloods, Snape often found himself alone, providing Rahis with a convenient opportunity. Believing he could finally escape this incessant chatterbox of an exchange student, Snape wished he could flee but found himself unable to do so. He had already realized that this obstinate and unyielding exchange student was someone he could not silence with words. Thus, he chose to conserve his energy, quietly shifting his belongings to create distance from Rahis. Yet, with no one seated between them, Rahis merely moved closer, thwarting Snape's attempts to distance himself. In the end, Snape was reluctantly compelled to accept Rahis's presence beside him. The curriculum at Hogwarts remained largely unchanged, so during this lesson, Rahis easily grasped what Professor McGonagall was teaching, having previously listened to her lecture 20 years into the future. Moreover, she had honed her transfiguration skills over the summer with Gellert Grindelwald. In this classroom, aside from Professor McGonagall, no one could rival her proficiency in transfiguration. Thus, gaining points was only natural. Seeing Rahis excel in transfiguration, Snape tightened his grip on his wand. It appeared that this peculiar exchange student was not without merit. Meanwhile, across the Gryffindor common room, James observed this scene with great dissatisfaction, especially after Lilith praised Rahis for her swift success, saying, "Wow, how impressive. I must ask him for tips after class." Frustrated, James clenched his teeth and waved his wand. He was determined to achieve what that Slytherin pretty boy could do. Then Lilith would have no reason to seek advice from him. Quickly, James succeeded, and upon receiving points, he crossed his arms and lifted his chin, boasting, "That was easy. All you need is hands." However, in the next moment, Lilith also succeeded, offering James not even a glance. Furious, James could only glare at Rahis from a distance. Yet, Rahis was preoccupied with chattering away in front of her youthful father, completely oblivious to James's glare. Soon class was dismissed. Snape hastily gathered his books, eager to escape Rahis's incessant chatter. His desire to leave was so intense that he forgot to greet Lilith before exiting the classroom. Truth be told, Snape struggled to comprehend how a boy could be so talkative. Noticing her father preparing to leave, Rahis quickly gathered her books and followed suit. As she trailed behind him, she continued her chatter. "Severus, I heard that Hogsmeade Day is approaching. Are you going? I understand that only third years and above can go to Hogsmeade, so this should be your first opportunity, right? Who are you going with?" "Lilith." Snape, wishing to ignore Rahis, quickened his pace, even forgetting to greet Lilith. However, 13-year-old Snape lacked the height he would possess at 33, making it impossible for him to distance himself from Rahis, who was also 13. Thus, Rahis easily kept pace with Snape, incessantly rambling. "Speaking of which, I visited Hogsmeade with friends before and happened to coincide with your Hogsmeade Day. There were so many people that I couldn't find a place to sit. In the end, I had to go to the Leaky Cauldron with my friends. And the environment was dreadful, as was the service. They served me an alcoholic drink instead of a non-alcoholic one, and I unknowingly took a sip, resulting in me getting drunk. Afterward, my father had to come to take me home, and when I sobered up, he punished me by forbidding me from going there for the next 6 months." Upon hearing Rahis mention Hogsmeade, Snape instinctively slowed his pace. This year, he had reached the age eligible to visit Hogsmeade, yet no one had signed his permission slip. Among his guardians, Tobias was unlikely to do more than tear the slip up, while Eileen showed no interest in anything related to the wizarding world, and had not signed it. He was destined not to go to Hogsmeade. He had also heard others mention that there existed a confectionery shop in Hogsmeade, filled with a myriad of candies. Although he was unsure of the allure of those sugary treats, he thought it might be worth a visit. Chapter 136. The Marauders. Of course, he would only go to observe, for only potion ingredients warranted his expenditure of galleons. Sensing that Snape's footsteps were gradually slowing, Lucius realized that he held a genuine interest in Hogsmeade. Thus, Lucius began to expound upon various aspects of Hogsmeade, particularly the unchanging layout of the shops and the antiquated products that were well known in her era. After 20 years, Lucius was at a loss regarding what the shops in Hogsmeade currently offered, relying solely on her recollection of obsolete items from her time. After all, the wizarding world here was notorious for its slow evolution, often lacking in innovation and remaining insular. While the Muggle world had already experienced its second industrial revolution, and airplanes soared through the skies, they were still riding broomsticks as they had a millennium ago. The only changes in broomstick functionality revolved around speed and steering. It was only when Lucius realized that she had exhausted her conversational repertoire that she inquired once more, "By the way, Severus, will you be visiting Hogsmeade?" Upon hearing Lucius's question, Snape tightened his grip on the tome in his arms, responding, "No. That dreary place only piques the interest of childish fools like Mr. Goo." Although Snape declared he would not go, Lucius, familiar with his demeanor, discerned a flicker of desire to visit etched on his face. Observing Snape's ill-fitting attire, Lucius speculated whether it was due to a lack of galleons. However, she quickly dismissed that notion. One could venture to look without purchasing. Merely observing was not a crime, and Snape was not the sort to allow a lack of currency to hinder his progress. Thus, Lucius concluded that his reluctance to go must stem from an inability to do so. What could prevent him from going? Besides the absence of a guardian's signature on the application form? Was his situation akin to Harry's? No, perhaps it was even more dire. At least Harry had galleons left to him by his family. Sometimes, money is not everything, but the absence of it can be utterly debilitating. Lucius had never heard Snape speak of his other relatives or his own past, so she could only infer based on what she knew. Just as Lucius was lost in her thoughts, convinced that the world had returned to tranquility, the Marauders, led by James, leapt out from around a corner, blocking the path before Lucius and Snape. Lucius's behavior over the past 2 days had prompted James to seek her out for retribution. He intended to settle old scores alongside new grievances. Furthermore, he aimed to warn Snape to keep his distance from Lily. Lily was exclusively his. The same applied to the Slytherin as well. Upon seeing the Marauders, Snape instinctively furrowed his brow, aware that their presence signified an impending battle. This also meant he would miss the opportunity to study with Lily. As he pondered this, Snape discreetly slid his wand from his sleeve, concealed by the ample fabric of his robe, readying himself. After grasping his wand, he glanced at Lucius, who remained immobile, feeling a fleeting irritation. He wondered if this exchange student would be able to evade the impending conflict. Sustaining injuries shortly after arriving at a new school was hardly fortuitous. The first to speak among the four was Sirius, hands on his hips with wand in hand, looking down at the pair with a condescending gaze. "Well, well. Let me see. Aren't you the infamous snot-nosed brat and the illustrious exchange student? Hey, snot-nosed, finally someone is willing to befriend you?" The newly arrived Lucius was unaware of their previous encounters, but understood that her father and James were rivals in love. As the adage goes, rivals in love are particularly fierce, and with their wands in hand, the potential for conflict was palpable. At that moment, however, Lucius felt no need for pre-battle preparations. She had matured enough to wield nonverbal magic adeptly. Thus emboldened, Lucius stepped forward, meeting their gazes without flinching, embodying the principle of standing her ground. "So, what brings you gentlemen here?" Observing this, James feigned nonchalance as he descended the steps, declaring, "You vile dark wizards, I warn you to keep your distance from Lily." He brandished his wand, pointing at Lucius with the air of a hero. At this, Snape, positioned behind Lucius, was prepared to cast a spell at the slightest provocation from James and his companions. Yet Lucius was unfazed, even relishing the moment. With a subtle smile, she raised a finger toward James, stating, "Mr. Arrogance, allow me to remind you of one thing. Miss Lily is a person, not an object. She possesses the ability to discern right from wrong, and can choose her own friends without your interference." Lucius refrained from disputing James's earlier remarks, as most students from Slytherin were known to dabble in and study dark magic, including her father. Indeed, she herself did as well. To argue against that would not be wise. While she did not see anything wrong with studying dark magic, her family was quite proficient in both light and dark arts. Society viewed all dark magic as reprehensible. Therefore, Lucius could only counter James's later assertions. Additionally, she could see that at this stage, James had certainly not won Lily's affections. Hence, after articulating her points, she added, "Furthermore, who are you to tell her to keep her distance? What authority do you have to utter such words?" This final statement was undoubtedly a fatal blow to James. For he was indeed no one to Lily. He had not yet won her heart. But what of it? He believed he was acting in her best interest, convinced that he would eventually win her over by driving away these dark wizards. Fueled by fury, James raised his wand to Lucius, exclaiming, "You silver-tongued dark wizard! I curse you!" Just as James was about to complete his incantation, his wand unexpectedly flew from his grasp. All eyes turned to Snape, and the atmosphere grew tense. Upon glancing at Snape, they realized that he had not completed his spell. James's wand had not been disarmed by him. In truth, it was Lucius who had employed a nonverbal, wandless spell, disarm. However, as they were all of similar age, none save Snape considered this possibility. Chapter 137, Brazen Audacity. Witnessing their friend's wand being disarmed, the remaining 3 Marauders, though they had not seen the 2 cast any spells, knew instinctively that it had to be their doing. Consequently, the other 3 members of the Marauders swiftly raised their wands. Remus and Peter hesitated slightly, mindful of the potential for losing points, and refrained from casting any spells immediately. Sirius, however, was unencumbered by such concerns. Seeing his friend's wand sent flying, he immediately aimed at Lucius, casting Shatter. Yet this attack caused no harm to Lucius, as she had already conjured protective armor during her conversation with James. After all, the numerical disparity between the two sides necessitated some caution on her part. If she failed to prepare, she could only imagine the reprimands she would face from Gellert and her father upon returning home. Subsequently, Loxis offered a smile to Sirius, after which he felt an uncontrollable urge to close his eyelids, his body succumbing to a backward fall, utterly devoid of any resistance. Witnessing Sirius collapse, James exclaimed to Loxis, "Sirius, you wicked Death Eater, what have you done to him?" Loxis had no intention of retaliating against James, but upon hearing him label her a Death Eater, she could hardly contain herself. She certainly did not wish to be associated with that loathsome nephew of hers. "Fear not, it is merely a simple case of fainting. Besides, you shall be next," Loxis replied, her hands clasped behind her back, a superficial smile adorning her face, every movement exuding grace. However, as Lupin lost consciousness, he gazed into Locus's languid, dark eyes, noting an uncanny resemblance to Snape's eyes behind her. Meanwhile, Snape observed the scene, having refrained from intervening, as he watched Loxis single-handedly incapacitate the 4 marauders without the use of her wand. He mused that perhaps he needed to reassess this exchange student. Casually, Snape tucked his wand away, acknowledging, "Impressive silent, wandless magic. I dare say that even the majority of Aurors in the Ministry could not rival your proficiency in spells. Wow. It is rare to receive such commendation from you. I must have performed quite spectacularly just now," Loxis replied, reveling in Snape's praise. Snape, however, chose to ignore her self-adulation. "So, Mr. Gu, you have been shadowing me, a destitute and ordinary student, for the past few days. What is your intention?" As a Slytherin, even in his youth, Snape possessed a keen understanding of weighing advantages and disadvantages. He did not believe that someone like him, clad in second-hand robes with greasy hair, would attract the interest of anyone seeking friendship, especially not someone clearly groomed as a scion from a prestigious family. Surely, she had an ulterior motive. What could he possibly offer that would entice her? Aside from being a source of amusement, of course. Loxis was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Snape harboring such thoughts. Was her father too wary? Moreover, wasn't he friendship supposed to arise from compatibility rather than calculations of benefit? Testing the waters, Loxis ventured, "What if I simply find you pleasing to the eye and wish to befriend you?" Snape regarded her with a look that suggested she might be mentally unwell. "Pardon? Among all these individuals, you find someone with greasy hair and second-hand robes appealing and think him handsome?" Loxis discerned her father's veiled sarcasm, and recognized the need to concoct a plausible excuse to placate him. Yet, inexplicably, she felt disinclined to fabricate a lie. Countless options existed to articulate her thoughts. Yet in a moment of impulsiveness, she chose the most audacious route. Perhaps it was the youthful, less imposing Snape before her that emboldened her. He lacked the authoritative presence of a father, and instead exuded a certain endearing quality. Without hesitation, Loxis stepped forward, her hands gently caressing Snape's cheek. "But I genuinely think you're quite wonderful," she declared, even kneading his cheek as her heart dictated. Admittedly, her father's youthful visage had a remarkably pleasant texture. What would happen when she returned home, and her father sought retribution? He would remain oblivious to the identity of the boy she had just touched, and even if he discovered it, what could he do? Perhaps impose a punishment of essays or confinement. She could bear it. After all, she had indulged in the delightful sensation. If only the hair beside her hadn't been so greasy, the experience would have been even more delightful. She felt justified. Locus's actions clearly astonished Snape. It was the first time someone had dared to act so brazenly toward him. As he regained his composure, he forcefully pushed Loxis away, swiftly retreating several paces to create distance between them. As he drew his wand once more, he sternly admonished, "Mr. Gu, I must impress upon you that my cheek is not a plaything for your amusement. Your behavior is exceedingly rude. Should you dare to repeat this, I will not hesitate to make you pay the price." Snape's reaction was anticipated by Loxis. She raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I sincerely apologize. But truly, Severus, I think you are remarkable." Snape's glare was fierce, and evidently, following Locus's recent antics, his regard for her had plummeted. He refrained from casting a curse, partly because Locus's earlier display had indeed surpassed his capabilities. Moreover, her approach differed from the marauders and the typical Slytherin ilk, void of violence and humiliation. Observing Snape's expression, Loxis was acutely aware that whatever scant goodwill he had harbored for her had nearly evaporated. Nevertheless, she mused, regardless of the circumstances, that cheek was undeniably delightful to pinch. How intriguing it would be to discover the texture of the little badgers at school. She had never realized how wonderfully soft children's cheeks could be. No wonder her mother had endlessly pinched her own cheeks the previous evening. What a missed opportunity. Wait, that was irrelevant right now. She needed to manage the current situation, lest her youthful father disregard her entirely. Regaining her composure, Loxis regarded the brooding Snape and, after careful consideration, spoke earnestly. Though we have only known each other for a few days, I find you quite admirable. You do possess those flaws you mention, but who among us is without imperfections? What I see beneath your surface is a resilient, tenacious and talented soul, far more beautiful than any ostentatious facade. Ultimately, it is one's inner qualities that truly matter. Is it not? Loxis's words evidently caught Snape off guard. He had never before encountered such sentiments. Not before attending Hogwarts, nor after. Who would not relish kind words? Especially those that flatter oneself? Gazing into Loxis's sincere eyes, Snape found himself momentarily unable to discern whether her expression was genuine, or merely a result of flattery. In any case, upon hearing Loxis's declaration, Snape lowered his wand. Yet, he ultimately managed to mutter a few words through gritted teeth, just some unremarkable flattery. Seeing Snape's hand relinquish its grip on the wand, Loxis understood that for the time being, this matter had reached a temporary resolution. Observing her father's tattered garments, she felt compelled to take advantage of this candid moment to effect change. She could not bear to see her father endure such hardship. Of course, she had contemplated directly providing him with financial assistance to improve his circumstances, yet she recognized that her youthful father possessed an unusually strong sense of pride. If she dared to do so, it would surely be perceived as an affront. Furthermore, she believed that teaching him to fish was preferable to merely handing him a fish. Compared to galleons, Loxis felt her father needed knowledge. Those insights and ancient tomes monopolized by prestigious families that remained elusive at Hogwarts. Fortunately, she had access to such resources. Although her extension bag could not accommodate much, the Carrington lineage was still intact, was it not? She could freely utilize her family's assets. Loxis's mind raced as she crafted a rationale. Speaking of which, aren't you curious about my intentions in approaching you? Beyond my personal admiration, there is indeed another layer to my purpose. As Severus Snape's recently calmed emotions surged once more, he tightened his grip on his wand, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon Loxis. Sensing the intensity of Snape's stare, Loxis felt an acute awareness that uttering anything untoward might result in a hex directed at her in the blink of an eye. Slightly tilting her head, she gestured towards the 4 individuals she had incapacitated. I believe this is not an appropriate venue for discourse. Snape understood her implication. Follow me. Before departing, Loxis took the liberty of ensuring the 4 were thoroughly petrified, and under the influence of a disillusionment charm. Inquiring about Snape's opinion, she added this way. No one will discover them unless the magic falters. What do you think? The evening breeze is sufficient to ignite a fire. Unless you have a more ingenious plan. We must be cautious, for this is Hogwarts, under the watchful eye of Headmaster Dumbledore. We cannot afford to be too reckless. As Loxis finished speaking, Snape stepped forward, administering his specially concocted potion to the incapacitated quartet. Curiosity piqued, Loxis asked, "What is this?" In an unusually good mood, Snape offered a rare explanation. A little invention of mine, capable of causing them a week's worth of festering sores, though regrettably, that is its only effect. Loxis conceded that she could detect a hint of pleasure in Snape's tone. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Do you have any left? I would like some. I can pay in galleons. Snape replied, currently, I do not have any on hand, but if you wish, I can brew some for you 3 galleons. How does that sound? Deal, Loxis responded. Subsequently, they made their way to a secluded, abandoned classroom that Loxis had yet to encounter in her 2 years at Hogwarts. After casting a charm to ensure their conversation remained private, Loxis initiated her resource-sharing proposal. She began by referencing the Prince family, broaching the subject. I presume you are familiar with the surname Prince, having been at Hogwarts for so long. You must have learned that it is an ancient family renowned for potion-making. Unfortunately, with the heir's departure, it has fallen into decline. Snape was indeed acquainted with the Prince family, as it was his mother's maiden name. It was only upon arriving at Hogwarts that he realized its significance within the realm of potion-making. He still grappled with the question of why Eileen had chosen to abandon everything related to the wizarding world, including her own family, willingly submerging herself in that mire. Snape responded candidly, but I am not the prince you speak of. Loxis countered, yet. It seems you are the only one possessing prince blood still active in the wizarding realm, are you not? I require your assistance in brewing certain potions. In return, I can offer you access to spellbooks and potion texts not available at Hogwarts, including those on the dark arts. Upon hearing this, Snape's gaze fell upon the exquisite alchemical items adorning Loxias, and even he, who had never possessed such luxuries, recognized that one of those pieces could purchase several vials of Felix Felicis. A flicker of confusion crossed Snape's eyes. I would think that with your financial means, no potion master would dare refuse you. There is no need for you to seek the assistance of a mere student like myself. Loxias, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, replied, why should that be a concern of yours? I have my reasons. Now will you accept this trade? Given such favorable terms, Snape had no reason to decline. He was currently vexed by his inability to locate the desired dark arts texts in the Hogwarts library. He took the initiative to inquire, what potions do you wish for me to brew? Just as she was about to present her list, Loxias deftly shifted the topic. That I shall disclose in due time. For now, should we not seek out Lily to study together? Snape glanced at the time, realizing it was indeed time to find Lily. Any further delay would amount to standing her up. The prospect of studying alongside Lily, free from the potential interruptions of marauders, filled Snape with anticipation. However, he mused that it would be all the better if one less person were present. He cast a glance at Loxias, who was seated between himself and Lily. In the ensuing days, Snape continued to endure Loxias's incessant chatter, discovering that this exchange student possessed a seemingly unceasing tongue. Did all individuals from her country talk so much? Snape found himself increasingly irritated by Loxias's incessant prattle, and as he was not one known for his patience, he unleashed his venomous retorts. Yet, having already become immune to Snape's sharper barbs after their initial acquaintance, Loxias was hardly fazed by his attacks, rendering his efforts futile. Instead, she appeared to treat his venomous remarks as mere background music. Chapter 139 Reflection. Realizing this, Snape's irritation deepened, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate against Loxias. He could neither strike her nor escape her presence. Fortunately, upon receiving the potion brewing list from Loxias, she deemed the lengthy potion preparation process too tedious, and ceased to accompany him constantly. While he engaged in potion brewing, he required a tranquil environment, and even when she was present, her chatter diminished significantly. The world, at last, fell into a serene hush. Snape concentrated on his potion making while Lily focused on her newt preparations. With both her parents preoccupied, Loxias was unable to launch her usual disruptive antics. Thus, she seized the opportunity to infiltrate another version of the Badger group, successfully extracting the gossip she sought. Badger 1. Let me tell you, that quartet of marauders is utterly insufferable. They bully others without cause, and the moment anyone approaches Evans, they Loxias, Mitchem. Badger 2. The most formidable of them all is Snape from Slytherin. He can hold his own against them single-handedly, and sometimes even triumphs. Loxias, wow. Badger 3. Evans and Snape are great friends. They've known each other since before arriving at Hogwarts and spent every day together in their first year. However, this year, it seems they haven't been as close. Loxias, oh. Blending seamlessly into the Badger group, Loxias adeptly gathered the intelligence she desired. After compiling the various pieces of information, she engaged in reasonable deductions. Her father and Lily shared a profound friendship, though she was uncertain of Lily's feelings towards him. However, it was clear that her father harbored affection for her. Based on the current circumstances, her father's friendship with Lily remained intact. James had yet to win her over, and Lily's attitude towards him was far from cordial. Romance had yet to blossom. In her timeline, Lily married James and bore Harry, ultimately meeting her demise in the battle against Voldemort, leaving her father with an unshakable pain. Thus, it was evident that many events must have transpired during this period. Furthermore, given the current situation, Voldemort's power was on the rise, and Slytherins took pride in their allegiance to him as Death Eaters. A stark divide had formed between Slytherin and Gryffindor, their identities intrinsically linked to the prevailing climate. As a Gryffindor, Lily was destined to align herself with Headmaster Dumbledore, particularly since she would marry James, hailing from the Potter family, who had long supported Dumbledore. Conversely, Snape, born of Slytherin, had yet to assert his allegiance. Yet as a Slytherin he would naturally be categorized within Voldemort's ranks, a notion already accepted by the entire school before graduation. Under these conditions, her father and Lily's friendship would likely struggle to endure, and its fracture seemed inevitable. Additionally, from her observations of Snape, she noted that he was undeniably ambitious in his youth. Perhaps, due to his innate talent and diligence in potion-making, he would inevitably attract the attention of Voldemort one day. ultimately becoming a member of the Death Eaters. No, her father, during that period, seemed to be aligned with Professor Dumbledore. A cool night breeze swept through the corridor, caressing Loxias, who lifted her gaze to the moon, her mind suddenly sharpening. Thus her father, in the end, joined Dumbledore's side because of Lily. Was the fear and regret in her father's eyes a consequence of joining the Death Eaters, leading to Lily's demise? If that were the case, everything seemed to fall into place. With an unremarkable background, attending a house rife with blood prejudice, and the only friend parting ways, which indirectly or directly contributed to her death, fate, it seemed, had never been kind to him. Reflecting on this, Loxias instinctively caressed the family ring adorning her left hand's index finger, a piece she had not removed since the moment it graced her finger. Whether she kept it on for her own safety or as a reminder to adhere to the rules, Loxias could no longer discern. Suddenly, her hand froze mid-caress, and her previously bewildered gaze returned to its usual composure. She turned, smiling, transforming once again into the graceful gentleman before others. "I remember you. You are another Mr. Black from the school. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit at such a late hour?" As her words faded, a young man emerged from the depths of darkness, resembling Sirius but slightly shorter, clad in the green robes of Slytherin. Regulus's expression was flat as he plainly stated a fact. "Last time, you were the one who got Sirius into the hospital wing." Loxias neither confirmed nor denied this, responding with equal neutrality. "Isn't it true that Mr. Black caught a chill while playing with friends and ended up in the hospital wing after his sensitivity flared up? So, young Mr. Black, have you come to defend your brother?" Loxias's gossip extended beyond just her father. That would be too conspicuous, so through gossip, she had garnered insights into the prominent figures at school, including the so-called good student mentioned by the professor, Regulus Black, one of the few upright Slytherins according to the Badgers. Upon sensing his proximity, Loxias immediately summoned all the information she had about him in her mind. The rebellious elder brother and his dutiful younger sibling. If the protagonist in this narrative weren't the discordant Sirius Black, it might indeed be rather enjoyable, far more so than the contrived dynamic between Harry and Draco. This pair, at present, appeared genuine. However, the complexities and awkwardness of their brotherly bond exceeded Loxias's expectations. Regulus refuted Loxias's assertion. "No, the family has already abandoned him." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Loxias's eyes. "Then congratulations. The next heir of the Black family has no one contesting the family's resources with you. Henceforth, the Blacks shall be entirely yours." Regulus pressed his lips together, seemingly gathering considerable resolve. "Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to discuss Transfiguration with you." Loxias did not outright refuse. "I have an engagement." Regulus frowned. "Are you referring to that half-blood?" "Loxias, indeed." Regulus stubbornly insisted. "I can join you." Chapter 140 Friends. Loxias regarded this person, whose attempts at concealment were rather inadequate, with amusement. "But among us there happens to be a Muggle-born. Does the illustrious young Master Black wish to join us?" Regulus hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. "Loxias. Then tomorrow we shall meet without fail." Regulus nodded, and then turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Loxias remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "The family has abandoned him. Yet you failed to mention that you have abandoned him as well." The following day, due to unforeseen circumstances, Snape arrived late and upon pushing open the door, discovered an unexpected presence in the classroom that was meant solely for him and Lily. Unable to contain his irritation, he addressed the unexpected guest. "I believe you owe me an explanation as to why there is an additional person here." Upon witnessing Snape's ire, Loxias smiled sweetly and replied, Regarding that, he had some uncertainties in Transfiguration and wished to discuss them with me. Since Lily also had some gaps in this area. After her consent, I brought him along for supplementary lessons." Snape had intended to say more, but upon seeing Lily's gaze upon him his lips moved, the venomous words transforming into a different statement. "If you disturb me, I wouldn't mind letting you taste my latest potion." Loxias agreed swiftly, fearing that Snape might change his mind. Of course. To ensure they truly did not disrupt Snape, Loxias even produced a soundproofing alchemical item, ensuring their voices would not reach him. Observing this, Snape scoffed softly. Meanwhile, Loxias patiently addressed the queries of the two regarding Transfiguration. Lily enthusiastically praised. "I never knew it could be done this way. What an interesting little trick. You are truly remarkable, Loxias." Loxias, "Oh, I'm merely employing a bit of cleverness." Regulus remained silent throughout, only asking questions, and when their explanation of Transfiguration concluded, he regarded Loxias with a complex expression as she smiled and conversed with Lily. If initially, His approach to Loxias had been motivated by a desire to gauge the strength of the one who could best his brother, and seek a way to avenge him. Now he had entirely dispelled that notion. It wasn't that his brother was unimportant, but rather that his brother truly wasn't that significant. A 13-year-old who could skillfully wield wandless magic, and possessed a transfiguration level akin to that of a graduating class, meticulous in his endeavors. If he were an enemy, he would indeed be a formidable opponent. The exquisite attire, the valuable alchemical items, and the elegance and composure reflected in his demeanor, all spoke of a heritage that was undoubtedly extraordinary, at least not inferior to that of the 28 pureblood families. To oppose someone of such caliber was not a rational choice for any self-respecting Slytherin. He had no need to risk the entire family for a brother who had rebelled to the extent of not returning home, thereby inviting yet another unfathomable enemy into their already precarious family. Thus, when the lesson concluded, Regulus decided not to linger, initiating his departure. "Thank you very much for your guidance today, I still." However, Loxias abruptly interrupted him. Turning to the engrossed Severus Snape, she halted Regulus's impending farewell. "Mr. Black, are you interested in potions?" Regulus was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Loxias's intent. However, since she had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to mention his departure after having just received her assistance. As he awaited Loxias's next words, which he presumed would reveal her purpose, her subsequent statement was directed at Lily. "Lily, don't you think Severus appears even more captivating when he is diligently brewing potions?" Lily found it hard to disagree. Indeed, it's a pity that no girls can witness this scene. Consequently, even in the third year, Snape has yet to have a single romantic interest. I wonder when he will finally realize his feelings for someone. Observing Lily, who remained blissfully unaware of her feelings for Snape, Loxias remained silent, her heart filled with both resignation and regret. Loxias hesitated for a moment, her words transforming into an entirely different topic. "Tell me, with Severus's prowess in potion-making, when do you think he will attain the title of Master of Potions?" Lily pondered for a moment. "Perhaps when he reaches his 20s. Professor Slughorn has already entrusted him with some of his work. His skills are quite advanced. However, most masters of potions are older gentlemen, so I believe he will need to be in his 20s at the very least." At this point, Lily genuinely felt joy for Snape. She firmly believed he was capable of achieving this. A master of potions in his 20s would undoubtedly be the youngest in the wizarding world. At that moment, Regulus, who had been listening intently to their conversation, incredulously interjected, "You truly believe he will become a master of potions in his 20s? Are you aware of the prestige associated with that title? The youngest master of potions currently is at least 39. The instant Regulus joined their discussion, Loxias knew her objective had been met. She had strategized this when Regulus approached her the previous day. From Loxias's understanding of the heir to the Black family, he was a person of great responsibility, deeply concerned for his family. Although he adhered to the traditions of purebloods at school, he had never bullied the weak, which was a far cry from his self-proclaimed just brother, Sirius Black. Moreover, in comparison to Sirius, Loxias believed Regulus embodied the true spirit of a lion. Of course, his current demeanor also reflected a serpent, a creature adept at weighing pros and cons. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, this lion snake would soon be compelled to become a Death Eater due to his brother's actions, all in the name of family preservation. Frankly, a person who harbored light within, discerned right from wrong, and possessed a sense of responsibility and intellect would make an excellent friend. Even if their personalities clashed, and they could not become friends, they could still forge a strong alliance among the Death Eaters. Although Lucius was another option, who would refuse the opportunity to have another dependable friend or ally. Thus, the moment Loxias laid eyes on him, she resolved to encourage a friendship between him and Severus. Even if they could not become friends, they should at least be in the same boat, ensuring mutual support within the ranks of Death Eaters. Chapter 141. The Youngest Master of Potions. However, making friends in Slytherin was far from easy, especially after the first year. The exceptional little serpents had grasped the rules of the house, and the boundaries between purebloods, half-bloods, and muggleborns had become insurmountable. Communication between snakes had devolved into a series of exchanges based on interests and calculated advantages. Unless Loxias offered something substantial to entice Regulus, he would most likely reject her proposal, unless she presented him with an irresistible proposition for mutual benefit. Although Loxias was capable of providing such a sum, why should she pay when she could obtain it for free? With a slight smirk, Loxias proudly proclaimed, "I am indeed aware. However, if you were to observe closely and appreciate the nuances, you would realize that our assertions hold merit." Lily chimed in, "Exactly. Severus's potion grades are commendable. He will undoubtedly become a master of potions in his 20s. Furthermore, why limit it to just his 20s? If he were to achieve the title before turning 20, he would be the youngest master of potions in the history of the wizarding world. With unparalleled talent and tireless dedication, he had become the most radiant new star in the realm of potions, unmatched by any other. And this was her father. In Regulus's eyes, Loxias looked at Snape with immense pride, her eyes sparkling with a certain magic. He could not fathom why someone would feel pride in the accomplishments of another. Contemplating this, Regulus followed Loxias's gaze. At that moment, Snape was diligently brewing potions, his focus unwavering, his eyes solely fixated on his work, executing each movement with precision and grace. Beyond that, Regulus, lacking expertise in potions, could discern nothing further. Regulus candidly admitted, "Apologies, but my grades in potion making are not exceptional, so I cannot discern the quality." Loxias replied, "Well, that didn't yield the desired information." She continued, "You can certainly distinguish good potions from bad. You shall have the opportunity to experience his brews firsthand." Although Lily was perplexed as to why Loxias was so intent on promoting Snape to Regulus, she chose to support Loxias's endeavors. Indeed. Moreover, the infirmary is stocked with many potions that Severus has helped Professor Slughorn brew. Thus, when Snape finally completed a cauldron of potions, he was met with 3 pairs of eyes scrutinizing his work. As he cautiously poured the contents of the cauldron into a potion bottle, Loxias's hand swiftly reached out and seized the freshly brewed potion from him before he could react. Loxias promptly presented the potion to Regulus. "Look." Regulus glanced at Snape, and then at Loxias before accepting the potion she offered. Snape, incensed by this, was not one to tolerate such disrespect. "Mr. Black, while you have indeed secured this batch of potions, there is no need for such impatience." Loxias countered, "How could I not be eager? I must demonstrate your prowess to him, so he may be awed by your capabilities." It was evident that Loxias's words had irked Snape. As his expression darkened further, "My abilities require no validation from anyone." Loxias merely smiled, choosing not to engage with Snape's retort. She was well aware that his abilities needed no external affirmation. Yet was this not a form of baiting? Loxias turned to Regulus. "What do you think?" Regulus replied honestly, "It is not inferior to the potions my family acquires commercially." Loxias remarked, "I recall you just stated that your potion grades were lacking." Regulus responded with confusion. "Huh?" A glint of cunning flickered in Loxias's eyes. "I believe you could use some additional tutoring in potion making, yes?" Regulus questioned. "Who would I seek for help?" "You." Loxias pointed toward Snape. Upon realizing that Loxias's finger was directed at him, Snape's venomous words erupted. The illustrious Mr. Gu might not even comprehend the concept of respect. Loxias directly ignored Snape's venomous comment and addressed Regulus. "I trust the Black family would not lack the financial means to educate their heir, correct?" Regulus replied, "If my potion grades could indeed earn an O." Subsequently, Loxias smiled at Snape. "How about a wager of 200 galleons that this fellow will secure an O by the end of the term?" Snape glared menacingly at Loxias, his smile devoid of warmth as he retorted, "Only if you can vouch for him." Loxias then turned to Regulus, who naturally nodded. 200 galleons was merely a month's allowance for Sirius. If this could indeed earn him an additional O, he felt confident that his mother would be more than willing to grant Sirius's summer allowance to him, as it would merely be wasted on Sirius's escapades with Potter. Seeing that both parties had reached an agreement, Loxias cheerfully nudged Regulus toward Snape. "All right then, there's no time like the present. You can commence your lessons today. I trust Severus will not need to prepare for second-year courses, correct?" Upon finishing his words, Loxias took Lily by the hand and departed the classroom, leaving the space for the two of them. Once outside, Lily, who had been silent until now, finally spoke to Loxias. "I've noticed that you seem to be trying to foster a friendship between Severus and Mr. Black." Loxias nodded, not concealing his intentions from Lily. "Indeed. Have you not realized? Severus has no friends, especially in Slytherin, where he is essentially alone." Lily frowned slightly, unconvinced that it would be beneficial for Snape to befriend anyone from Slytherin. But Loxias interrupted her, expressing his perspective. "Do you not see? Among those who came to Hogwarts with you, you have already made friends in Gryffindor, while he remains friendless in Slytherin. Although you are still friends and often spend time together, you are ultimately in different houses. In class, he must associate with Slytherin students. At mealtimes, he sits at the Slytherin table, and for various activities he can only partake with Slytherin peers. He needs friends from Slytherin, even if they are not in the same year." Chapter 142, Convincing Lily. After hearing Loxias's words, Lily understood her viewpoint and recognized Severus's isolation within Slytherin. This was something she had previously overlooked, but upon reflection, it was indeed the case. Severus had always been alone, except when he was with her. However, Lily had her own concerns. Of course, I wish Severus could have more friends, but those people in Slytherin practice the dark arts, which is evil. Loxias was perplexed by Lily's deep misunderstanding of dark magic. Not all dark magic is wicked. It is merely a form of power. And evil lies not in the power itself but in the hearts of those who wield it. Observing the stubbornness in Lily's eyes, Loxias chose to sidestep the topic. Lily, I do not wish to debate the nature of dark magic with you. Our views differ. My education has taught me that the distinction of good and evil does not reside in power, but in human intent. This is why I do not oppose the use of dark magic. Clearly, this contradicts your perspective, and discussing it will only lead to contention without resolving today's issues. Lily recognized this truth. Each time she and Severus discussed dark magic, they inevitably ended in argument. She acquiesced, realizing they could not continue to debate this issue, as more pressing matters awaited her attention. She sighed. All right, then let us speak of other matters. They not only practice dark magic, but they also bully weaker classmates. How can such individuals befriend Severus? They will lead him astray. Loxias replied. That is precisely why I chose Mr. Black. Lily was somewhat perplexed by Loxias's statement. Huh? Loxias elaborated. He is indeed a proponent of pure-blood ideology, but it is undeniable that he is not as extreme as those others. Have you not noticed? He is never among those who bully the weak. Moreover, before coming here today he was aware of your background, and throughout, he did not treat you with the disdain or harsh words typical of other pure-blood Slytherins. Upon hearing Loxias's words, Lily reflected on their conversation earlier that day. Regulus indeed had not behaved like the other pure-blood Slytherins. Additionally, in everyday life he had not bullied other young wizards. With this in mind, Lily began to accept Regulus, and felt that his friendship with Severus would not pose a significant problem. Observing Lily's gradual understanding, Loxias felt a sense of relief. Truth be told, Loxias believed that if Severus desired a Slytherin friend and Lily disapproved, even deeming that person unworthy, it was likely that Severus would not heed her warning. Severus's affection for Lily was undeniable, yet at his age he had not experienced much. His love may not surpass his ambitions. As a Slytherin, Loxias was acutely aware that friendships within Slytherin often serve to elevate oneself and fulfill personal interests. This understanding was likely shared among all Slytherins. Severus befriending those extreme purebloods would undoubtedly create a rift between him and Lily. Should such a divide occur, they would argue endlessly. For Severus, these disputes might seem trivial, merely a source of annoyance. However, Loxias understood that these arguments could become the sharp blades that would pierce Severus in due time. Furthermore, how long could Lily and Severus maintain their current relationship? For years? 5? Perhaps even less? Even if they did not sever ties, the actions of Voldemort and the majority of Slytherin's positions would inevitably ignite tensions between Slytherin and Gryffindor supporters of Dumbledore. Their relationship would become increasingly difficult to sustain. For now, let them create some cherished memories together. After tending to her father's concerns, Loxias sought out Lilith for some affectionate moments. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was again the day for Hogsmeade. Loxias leaned towards Lilith and inquired once more, "Mother, are you truly not going to Hogsmeade?" Lilith shook her head. "No. My boyfriend and I have grown tired of our dates in Hogsmeade. This time, we plan to visit other places." Loxias immediately pressed. "Where to?" Lilith playfully flicked Loxias on the forehead. "Not taking you along." At that moment, Lilith's dashing boyfriend, with an air of arrogance and a flower in hand, arrived at the spot where Loxias and Lilith were situated. "Oh my dear Lilith, are you ready for our date?" Loxias. Seeing her boyfriend's arrival, Lilith sprang up. "Oh darling, I'm ready. Let us go on our date." With that, Lilith joyfully linked arms with the flamboyant young man in Loxias's eyes and left. Loxias remained behind, glaring fiercely at the back of the ostentatious lad. The flamboyant young man glanced back at Loxias and began reporting. "Oh darling, it seems your nephew does not like me very much. His gaze feels like he wants to cast an avada at me." Lilith did not even turn her head. "Oh, he simply doesn't have a boyfriend, he's just jealous." The young man looked at Loxias in surprise, realizing that this fellow was a sibling. Loxias felt that her heart had been pierced by her mother's actions. Feeling abandoned by her mother, Loxias resolved to seek out her father. She had initially planned to secretly take her father to Hogsmeade, ensuring that his student days would be without regret. At that moment, Severus was still brewing potions. Loxias leaned on the table. "Want to go out?" Severus replied, "Not going." Loxias insisted. Come on, let us go out. It will be fun, especially to Hogsmeade. Severus sighed, annoyed by Loxias's persistence, finally raising his head to give her a look. If this gentleman remembers that we need a signed application to go to Hogsmeade. Loxias interrupted. I know. Hearing Loxias's response, Severus looked at her as if she were foolish. Loxias remained unfazed. But I also know other secret passages from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Severus paused. What did you say? Loxias straightened slightly, a smile on her face. I said I know other secret passages from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Chapter 143, Severus's Hogsmeade Day. Severus Snape wore an expression of incredulity. Another secret passage? Rahis nodded in affirmation. Snape continued, but you've only been here for less than a month. How could you possibly know of such a thing? Following her perusal of the Marauder's map, Rahis had engaged in discussions regarding the secret passages with Salazar and Godric, thereby acquiring an extensive knowledge of the hidden pathways leading to the outside world from Hogwarts. Information that surpassed even that recorded on the map. Without further contemplation, Rahis attributed her insights to her illustrious ancestors, half-jokingly stating, in truth, although I hail from the East, I possess traces of this land's lineage, stemming from the founders of Hogwarts. Snape's disbelief deepened. You are a descendant of the founders of Hogwarts? Rahis nodded. You needn't regard the lineage of the founders as something unattainable. I might as well tell you, there are 5 descendants of the founders within this school, including myself and the ghosts. Snape's voice involuntarily rose 5. Rahis replied, indeed. Snape questioned further, isn't the lineage of the founders rather commonplace? How come there are so many here, apart from just one outside? Subsequently, Rahis waved her hand dismissively. Alright, let's not dwell on that. The crucial question now is whether we should go or not. Snape hesitated, pursing his lips as he glanced down at the potion he had been brewing for some time, momentarily feeling a sense of unreality. Was it truly possible for what he desired, which he deemed unattainable, to actually materialize? Having expertly deciphered Snape's thoughts, Rahis seized his wrist and urged him towards the exit. Come, let us venture to Hogsmeade. Snape offered no resistance as he followed Rahis out of the abandoned classroom where he had spent so much time, leaving behind the potion still simmering in the cauldron. Rahis guided Snape through what she considered the safest and most discreet secret passage. Throughout the journey, Snape gripped his wand tightly, apprehensive about any unforeseen circumstances. By the time they reached Hogsmeade, Snape remained utterly astonished. Had he truly arrived in Hogsmeade without a permission slip? While Snape was momentarily lost in thought, Rahis had already cast the disillusionment charm on both of them, concealing their forms. She turned to Snape. I have concealed us with the disillusionment charm. We can now freely visit anywhere we wish. Severus, is there a place you would like to go? Snape paused before responding. Let us visit the shop that sells potion ingredients and books. Enthusiastically planning to explore and shop with her peer, Rahis fell silent for a moment upon hearing Snape's choice. All right, she had forgotten that he was her father, who was wholly absorbed in potions and studies, rather than her close friends Draco or Hermione. Consequently, Rahis could only prop her chin in her hand, idly watching Snape as he indulged in his shopping spree at the potion ingredients store. Naturally, shopping was inconvenient while under the disillusionment charm, so Rahis had chosen to enter the shop when it was devoid of other customers. Fortunately, the places Snape wished to visit were those that other Hogwarts students avoided during their leisure time in Hogsmeade, so they encountered no delays. Next, they ventured to the bookstore. At the bookstore, Rahis finally ceased to watch Snape as he shopped. Instead, she wandered to the romance novel section, picking up a book to read. Amusingly, she had plenty of serious literature at home, and an outing was the perfect occasion to indulge in something frivolous. Thus, when Snape successfully completed his purchases, Rahis had yet to finish her reading. Upon glancing up to see Snape concluding his book shopping, she decided to purchase the romance novel titled My Dashing Wizard Boyfriend, which she had not yet finished. Snape regarded the book's cover with an expression of exasperation. If I am not mistaken, that is a romance novel. Why would you read something that does not enhance your knowledge? Facing her still teenage father, Rahis remained unperturbed, calmly putting away the book and replying, all work and no play. You know. Snape did not understand but chose to respect her sentiment. Rahis continued, is there anywhere else you wish to go? Snape pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Rahis said, since you have none, let us visit a place I wish to go. Considering that this person had brought him out and accompanied him in shopping for so long, Snape did not refuse. Where do you want to go? Rahis pointed toward a nearby clothing store. The Elegant Wizard Apparel Shop. Snape appeared puzzled, but I recall that you seem to wear different clothes every day? Rahis had her reasons for buying clothes. However, no one would ever complain about having an extra beautiful outfit in their wardrobe, would they? At this, Snape grimaced honestly. You truly resemble a girl, with countless outfits and those romance novels that only girls seem to adore. To this, Rahis merely smiled and offered no response. After all, she was indeed a girl, and what was wrong with a girl loving beauty? Upon entering the clothing store, Rahis immediately began selecting outfits from the catalog. After choosing a considerable number, and making extensive modifications to her requests, she tossed the reference images to Snape. As she measured her size with a ruler, she said to Snape, you should buy a few pieces as well. Having earned some money, do not only think of potions and books, but enjoy yourself too. Snape tightened his grip on the book's edge, stubbornly stating, I think I do not need any. Rahis insisted, stop right there, do not say such things. If you do not choose for yourself, I will choose for you. I think that red and gold set looks quite nice. To persuade Snape to buy new clothes, Rahis employed every tactic in her arsenal. She even deliberately mentioned Gryffindor red to provoke him. In preparation for this day, she had also made a deal with him to ensure he had enough galleons on hand. Indeed, Rahis' strategy proved effective. After hearing her words, Snape turned his head away. I understand. I will choose myself. I do not know what your taste is, but if you prefer such gaudy styles and colors, green and silver are far more appealing. In the end, Snape selected several identical black outfits. Rahis remarked, what a waste of so many beautiful clothing styles. However, at that moment, she had no compelling reason to convince Snape to change to other garments, so she acquiesced to his choice. Chapter 144. A moonlit conversation with Dumbledore afterward. Rahis led Snape to Honeyduke's sweet shop and the scribulous writing instruments. It was not until Rahis felt a bit fatigued that she decided to spare the already weary Snape, and the two returned to Hogwarts together. Stretching languidly, Rahis exclaimed, Severus, today was such a joyous outing, don't you think? Snape replied, Rahis, if you could refrain from stuffing my pockets with superfluous items, I believe my experience would have been even better. Rahis stuck out her tongue, not listening, not listening. Just a turtle reciting scriptures. Snape remained silent. Rahis added, by the way, now that we are so familiar, please do not call me Goo. Just call me Ming. Snape ultimately acquiesced, genuinely acknowledging this friend, who was unlike any other Slytherin companion. Very well. As the two of them strolled toward the Slytherin common room, they spotted Dumbledore, who was admiring the moon alone in the corridor, not far away. Upon seeing Dumbledore, Rahis felt an instinctive sense of foreboding. Headmaster Dumbledore was certainly not here to indulge in the leisurely pleasure of moon-gazing. Moreover, the elevated floor of the headmaster's office was undoubtedly more suitable for such an activity. He was most likely here to seek her out. But why? Did he suspect that she had sneaked out of the school with her classmates? If he was aware of that, then it would be impossible for him not to know about Potter's escapades. Was it that Potter could roam freely while she and her father could not? Such a double standard, was it not? Although these thoughts traversed through Loxia's mind, she maintained a serene smile and approached Dumbledore with poise, greeting him, Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. Are you here to admire the moon? In the moonlight. Dumbledore's face bore the familiar smile he often wore in the presence of students. His crescent-shaped spectacles framed blue eyes that reflected the moonlight from the horizon. Time had etched lines of wisdom upon his visage, and his ornate crimson robe exuded an aura reminiscent of ancient wizardly ceremonial garb. At that moment, Loxias conceded that she understood why Gellert had remained so enamored with him over the years. It was not merely his youthful appearance. Rather, it was the essence of his character that was truly remarkable. Dumbledore inquired, Loxias, are you and your friends enjoying yourselves? The sound of Loxias's camera clicking in response punctuated the night. Click. Thus, Dumbledore was captured beneath the moonlight by Loxias's lens. This brief interlude successfully drew Dumbledore's attention, simultaneously diverting Severus, who had been deep in contemplation, easing his tension. Dumbledore regarded Loxias with curiosity. Loxias, were you just taking a photograph? Is that a Muggle camera? While adjusting her camera, Loxias replied, Indeed, I was capturing an image. However, this cannot be classified as a Muggle camera. It is an alchemical invention I modified based on Muggle technology. Loxias then manipulated her camera to produce the latest photograph and handed it to Dumbledore. In order to discreetly capture moments with Dumbledore and subsequently share the images with Gellert, Loxias had ingeniously equipped the camera with both storage and printing capabilities. Now, it had proven useful. Dumbledore accepted the photo, studying it intently. Loxias, this is quite splendid. It has been ages since I last had my photograph taken. May I keep this one? Of course, it was meant for you, Loxias affirmed. Dumbledore accepted the photograph. It appears my earlier inquiry has found its answer. You and your friends are indeed having a delightful time. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Severus, who tensed anew. Severus was uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions, wishing he would simply be forthright rather than tormenting him with ambiguity. As Loxias responded, she offered Severus a calming glance, for she was far more adept at engaging with Dumbledore than the 13-year-old Severus, who had seldom encountered him privately. Yes. At this point, Dumbledore's gaze returned to the moon. Seemingly reminiscing, I recall eagerly anticipating Hogsmeade Day during my own time at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, no one informed me about the secret passage to Hogsmeade. Otherwise, I would not have missed that adventure. Upon hearing this, Loxias surmised that Dumbledore was not inclined to pursue the matter further. Though she did not comprehend his intentions, she cooperatively continued the conversation. If you wish, adventures can be embarked upon at any time, even now. Age should never confine one's pursuits. Dumbledore shook his head. Loxias, but I am old, and my thirst for adventure has waned, as has my agility. Loxias, brimming with ideas, countered, but we are wizards. We always find a way to achieve our aims. If you are concerned about your physical limitations, I can have my friend brew a de-aging potion for you. His potion-making skills are quite commendable. Dumbledore nodded, appearing to embrace the notion. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. I shall consider inviting friends to partake in such an endeavor next time. Though for tonight, I shall pass. One must rest early in old age. Then, are you off to rest now? Loxias inquired. Should there be no pressing matters requiring my attention, I would indeed choose to retire, Dumbledore replied. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore. Good night, Loxias. Additionally, Gilderoy has asked me to remind you to refrain from leaving the school for the time being, even with a permission slip, unless your family comes to fetch you. The situation outside is rather precarious. Clearly, this was the true reason for Dumbledore's moonlit vigil. Yet, if he could summon her to the office, why linger here? While these thoughts occupied Loxias's mind, she opted to inquire about other matters, for perhaps Dumbledore was merely indulging in a moment of whimsy. What about them? Dumbledore, well aware of whom Loxias referred to, responded, if you mean Lilith and Amabel, they are in the same situation. Content with that response, Loxias nodded in satisfaction. After their discussion, Dumbledore proceeded toward his office. Chapter 145. The Deepening of Relationships. However, he paused as he passed Severus. To venture to Hogsmeade during one's student years is a significant opportunity, yet for all to traverse the secret passage rather than the official route is quite vexing. Therefore, I kindly request that you keep this secret, Mr. Snape. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Severus felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that this matter was now behind them. He could utilize this secret passage for future Hogsmeade days, provided he kept it concealed from others. This was not a daunting task for him. A few invisibility potions would suffice. Presently, he possessed ample galleons to procure the necessary materials for such potions. Severus nodded. I will, Headmaster Dumbledore. With Severus's assurance, Dumbledore finally returned to his office. As Loxias and Severus made their way back to the Slytherin common room, they encountered no one else along the path. Approaching the entrance to the common room, Loxias hesitated before speaking up. Severus, perhaps you should avoid Hogsmeade for a while. If you must go, remember not to stray too far from the crowd. Severus dismissed her concerns, feeling that her family was being overly cautious. If it were truly that dangerous outside, Hogsmeade Day would not permit any young witches and wizards to venture out. Better to be cautious. One only has one life. If you were truly harmed, I would worry, Loxias insisted. Severus, taken aback by her concern, averted his gaze and feigned indifference, responding coldly, Suddenly, Severus halted in his tracks and hurried in the opposite direction of the common room. Loxias, bewildered, called after him, What's wrong? Aren't you going back to the dormitory? Severus gritted his teeth. The potion I was brewing is still in that classroom. Understanding Severus's fervent dedication to potion making, Loxias instinctively stepped back, ensuring she remained out of reach of the impending storm. After all, it was indeed she who had interrupted him before he could finish his work and led him away from the school. This meant the potion was now irrevocably spoiled. And it was her doing. Yet, Severus did not pursue Loxias for blame, for today he was inexplicably content. The joy that Loxias derived from her experiences far outweighed the discomfort of a potion left incomplete. She was immensely grateful to Loxias for accompanying her to Hogsmeade today. In comparison, that unfinished potion was trivial. Subsequently, Loxias returned to her usual routine. During the day, she attended classes with her father, though most of the time it was her father who engaged in the lessons while she drifted off. As she had no desire to hear the same material again 20 years later, it was simply too tedious. In the evenings, she would spend time with her mother in Hufflepuff, occasionally inviting her cousin Amabel for a small gathering in the kitchen. The culinary prowess of Lilith and Amabel was nothing short of exceptional, resulting in Loxias developing a slight layer of softness around her midsection. Loxias mused, no matter, I can always shed it later. The only source of vexation for Loxias was the occasional harassment from the marauders targeting her and her father. James, under the pretext of keeping dark wizards away from Lily, repeatedly provoked them. The crucial aspect was that, after joining forces with Loxias, Snape had never been at a disadvantage. Despite their underhanded tactics, Snape consistently forced them to retreat in disarray. Observing the marauders retreating, Loxias bit into an apple and remarked, they truly have short memories when it comes to pain. And what is wrong with your brother? Even while fleeing in disgrace, he continues to make threats. Does he not realize that such bravado only invites more severe retaliation? This time, Loxias refrained from intervening, watching from a distance as Snape and Regulus engaged in combat with the marauders. Even so, Snape and Regulus managed to thoroughly dominate the four marauders. Hearing Loxias's comments, Regulus, while stowing his wand, retorted with no hint of mercy. Our family unanimously believes that he must have left his brains behind in our mother's womb. Snape coldly interjected. Isn't that the truth? Initially, Regulus and Snape maintained some distance, merely studying together. However, after frequently encountering marauders during their studies, and Regulus being accidentally injured by his brother several times, he could no longer tolerate it. He directly allied himself with Snape, and together they retaliated against the marauders. As they fought, Regulus and Snape developed a remarkable synergy, solidifying their bond into a genuine friendship. They achieved Loxias' goal without her needing to play matchmaker any further. Loxias remarked, it truly is a burden for you, shouldering the family's responsibilities for such an unfortunate brother, while sacrificing your own freedom. Regulus chuckled lightly, there is no sacrifice in duty, as the heir of the Blacks. I must fulfill my obligations to preserve the family's honor. He paused before continuing, moreover, my efforts are not without reward. I enjoy all that the Black family has to offer, do I not? After hearing Regulus's words, Loxias tossed the apple core into the sky, which promptly vanished. For us, family serves as both a support and a shackle. It is unfortunate that such a simple truth eludes him, as the eldest son anticipated to uphold the family legacy. Regarding this topic, Snape, who did not share the same background, refrained from interjecting, for he was unfamiliar with its implications, and it was not within his realm of experience. Naturally, Loxias and Regulus chose not to pursue the matter further. By the way, what do you plan to have for dinner? Loxias inquired. Snape replied, well, might I remind you that what you just consumed was your post-lunch fruit? Loxias blinked innocently. The three great questions of life are what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Having resolved the first two, I must now address the last one. Regulus interjected. Speaking of which, have you truly considered dedicating yourself to your studies? While we are aware of your capabilities, continuing in this manner may not be beneficial. Loxias waved her hand dismissively. Relax, my situation differs from yours. Do not worry about me. When I wish to study, I shall. Now that I am finally on break, allow me to enjoy some leisure and play freely. Chapter 146, Love Letters. Upon hearing this, Snape and Regulus exchanged glances and chorused. But you have been like this for an entire month. Indeed, after more than a month in this place, devoid of familial pressures and the watchful eye of an adult Snape, and immersed in a blissful state, Loxias had completely succumbed to her ideal retirement life, eating, sleeping, and idly passing time. Consequently, her studious friends and her younger self's diligent father could no longer bear to watch. Loxias shrugged nonchalantly, all right. I am aware of my situation. Snape fixated on Loxias, instinctively reluctant to let her continue down this path of negligence, feeling compelled to intervene. The reason behind his concern eluded him at that moment, but he resolved to heed his instincts. After all, he could not simply stand by and watch his friend decline. To be frank, Loxias had to concede that Snape exerted a certain bloodline pressure over her. When the younger Snape resolved to take charge of her academics and implemented measures to do so, she found herself devoid of any power to refuse. Under Snape's serious gaze, she could no longer muster a single protest. Heaven knows, she merely wished to avoid repeating the same lessons and take a breather. Yet now it felt as though her workload had doubled. While she embraced her laziness, she still devoted time to studying alchemy and potions. Loxias gazed at the towering stack of books reaching her shoulder, and felt overwhelmed, her vision darkening from the sheer volume. She swallowed hard and timidly asked Snape, who was busy scribbling notes, must I study all of this? Can't it be a little less? Snape calmly regarded Loxias, I have reviewed the progress of your subjects. While most of them are significantly ahead of our curriculum and quite comprehensive, this does not grant you the luxury of slacking off. At that moment, Regulus nodded in agreement. Thus, we specifically consulted with the professors to ascertain the subjects you need to study. Here are the corresponding texts. Loxias felt indifferent towards the extra coursework assigned by Snape, as he was, after all, her father, and she had no power to refuse. She could only plead for leniency or a reduction in workload. However, when it came to others, she felt no obligation. Thus, Regulus inadvertently triggered a hidden landmine laid by Loxias, who was already brimming with frustration. Clenching her fist, Loxias smiled and engaged Regulus in a playful brawl. When Loxias had vented her anger, she found Regulus sprawled on the floor, unable to rise. Regulus rubbed his stomach, transforming into a true little serpent, hissing incessantly. To be honest, why is it that you appear so much smaller than I, yet your strength is far superior? Regulus's remark caught the attention of Snape, who had just finished brewing a potion, and was equally curious as to why, despite being in the same school, they could only be wizards while she alone could excel as a close combat mage. Loxias shrugged. What can I say? You all don't exercise. Your physical skills are lacking. Snape and Regulus exchanged glances. Exercise? What exercise? Did they, as wizards, rely solely on magic, truly require physical activity? And when had they ever engaged in exercise? Having become quite familiar with Loxias, Snape directly inquired, if my memory serves me correctly, you spend your days with us and take refuge in Hufflepuff by night. When do you find the time for exercise? Pray do not suggest that you use those little badgers as your workout equipment. Loxias blinked innocently, responding, how could the badgers possibly serve as my apparatus for exercise? They are my dear friends. Might it not be the case that I rise earlier than you? By the time you see me each morning, I have already completed my workout and enjoyed my breakfast. Clearly, Snape and Regulus did not focus on her latter point. Snape retorted, who was it that proclaimed me his best friend? Regulus chimed in, and who claimed we formed the Slytherin triad? Loxias interjected, a battlefield of emotions? Suddenly, a thought struck Loxias. By the way, Severus, didn't Lily arrange to meet you at the library this afternoon? Regulus, didn't your brother mention he would be looking for you? Snape and Regulus exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously remarked, a man who favors beauty over companionship. With that, they each gathered their belongings and departed, one towards the library and the other towards the Slytherin common room. Loxias's lips twitched in amusement. How dare they criticize me? One favors beauty over kinship, while the other prioritizes brotherhood over friendship. Shaking her head, she redirected her attention to the pile of books before her, and resigned herself to solitary study. Indeed, she did not venture to the library to continue her pursuit of her father. It was not out of mere whimsy, but rather due to the fact that she had recently received a deluge of love letters. This time, they were all genuine declarations of affection directed towards her, devoid of any confessions aimed at food. However, the authors of these heartfelt letters had shifted from boys to girls, including Lily herself. Heaven knows the despair that washed over her as she sorted through her collection of love letters before her father, uncovering Lily's heartfelt note. The look of murderous intent in her father's eyes was palpable. In that moment, she wished to inquire how one might navigate the treacherous waters of being her father's romantic rival. Eventually, she expressed her unintentional involvement, clarifying that it was not Lily's fault, but rather her own. She would soon depart at the end of the semester, unable to provide Lily with happiness, thus rendering her affections meaningless. Despite her explanations, Snape still delivered a thrashing. Subsequently, under the weight of Snape's menacing gaze, she penned a rather tactful rejection letter, which afforded her a temporary reprieve from his wrath. In an effort to avoid provoking Snape further, she thereafter kept her distance from Lily, and minimized her public appearances, fearing her uncontainable allure might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, she harbored a lingering dread that Harry and his companions might suffer consequences, due to her captivating presence. Following a brief outing, she returned home only to be afflicted by a curse. It was quite the irony. This promising youth was not eager to bear the burden of a curse at such a tender age. Chapter 147 Suppression. Time flowed like a river, and in the blink of an eye, Loxias found herself having spent over 2 months in this era 20 years prior. It was only when she sensed subtle spatial fluctuations surrounding her that she realized the impending farewell. Yet, she was loath to depart. Loxias averted her gaze, striving to suppress the ripples of energy enveloping her, forcibly anchoring herself in this time. Furthermore, she could not allow Amabel and Lilith to perceive the source of the spatial disturbances emanating from her. Otherwise, She would be compelled to adhere to the rules of temporal travel as dictated by Carrington, and within the stipulated time frame, the forces of time would return her to her original timeline. Loxias understood that she did not belong here. Her destiny lay elsewhere. However, she wished for that day to arrive a little later, just a little longer. Here she had all her family, and the thought of departing so swiftly was unbearable. Although Loxias had traversed through time 3 times before, the truth remained that she could not fully wield the powers of time with her current abilities. This time, she had to exert herself to the utmost to suppress the temporal fluctuations. Ultimately, after succeeding, she entered a state of awakening. Truly, misfortune often arrives in tandem with adversity. Loxias downed the potion Snape had prepared for her with visible annoyance. Just then, trouble found its way to her doorstep. Finally, it seemed she had been cornered. She could hardly comprehend how the Blacks had fallen so low. One had joined Gryffindor, while the other consorted with half-bloods. The intruders were a group of Slytherins, none of whom Loxias recognized. Were it not for their green uniforms, she might have failed to identify their allegiance. Rising, Loxias regarded the troublemakers with disdain and irritation. Adjusting her tie, she conveyed her exasperation. "So you are here to cause me trouble?" The leader of the Slytherins crossed his arms, exuding an air of superiority. "Half-blood, you ought to speak properly to us purebloods. We have long since grown weary of your presence. You would do well to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Perhaps we might go a little easier on you." Loxias grasped their intent but reiterated, "So, you are indeed here to cause me trouble, correct?" The group appeared oblivious to her meaning, continuing to boast about how they would teach her a lesson. With a deep sigh, Loxias rolled up her sleeves, loosened her tie, and wrapped it around her hand. Then, with a smile, she addressed them, "Since you have come to my door uninvited, I shall graciously accept your challenge." The combination of magical and physical assaults left the group utterly defenseless against her. Once Loxias had vented her frustrations, her adversaries lay unconscious. The fusion of physical and magical strikes ensured that, despite the finest potions, they would remain incapacitated in the infirmary for at least a week. Having dispatched her foes, Loxias unwrapped the tie from her hand. "With such limited prowess, how dare you seek me out? Do you believe yourselves to be as formidable as Regulus, who requires restraint, or as untouchable as the marauders protected by Professor Dumbledore? Pathetic." After the skirmish, Loxias hurriedly placed an order for a vast quantity of potion ingredients. Although Snape had prepared a potent strength-enhancing potion for her, it would not suffice given her delayed return. Moreover, she could not disclose Snape's improved potion, as that would violate the edict against altering known history. Furthermore, the original version of the strength potion had become ineffective for her. Thus, Loxias resolved to brew it herself. While she had never before concocted a potion of such complexity, even for a master potion maker, she felt she had no other choice. Success or failure. She deemed it necessary to attempt. To avoid detection, Loxias adopted a nocturnal schedule. Each evening, when Lilith retired for the night, she would return to the Slytherin dormitory to brew her required potion. During the day, she relied on stimulants to maintain her alertness, allowing herself brief moments of rest during classes when fatigue became overwhelming. At last, Loxias successfully brewed her first batch of the strength potion. Not only did it lack the potency of Snape's by a significant margin, but its appearance and aroma were also quite repugnant. The thought of consuming it filled her with dread. Moreover, while the actions of Loxias may seem inconsequential in the short term, as time passes, she cannot guarantee that her presence will remain undiscovered. Loxias mused one day at a time. When she can no longer suppress her true self, or when they realize something is amiss, it will be time for her to return. It won't be long, perhaps by Christmas at the latest. Loxias senses that a month's time is the utmost limit of what she can manage. Just as Loxias was engulfed in her arduous tasks, an unexpected visitor approached her. After another grueling night, she wearily opened her dormitory door and made her way to the common room, intending to wait for Regulus and Severus to attend class together. Since she began her night vigils brewing potions, she had long abandoned her morning exercises. The potion making had drained all her energy. Upon arriving in the common room, she discovered a solitary figure seated there, one she recognized from Regulus's mentions. Young Barty Crouch, the son of the head of the Department of Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic. The common room is a public space accessible to all Slytherins. Initially, Loxias assumed he was merely waiting for someone, so she cast a fleeting glance in his direction and chose a seat as far from him as possible. To her surprise, just as she settled in, young Barty rose and approached her directly. Gazing at the figure before her, Loxias raised an eyebrow and inquired, "May I assist you with something?" Without preamble, Barty launched straight into the heart of the matter. How have you achieved such formidable strength? In that instant, Loxias comprehended a crucial truth. So, those individuals who sought to trouble me recently were incited by you. Barty did not attempt to conceal his involvement. He admitted candidly, indeed it was I. I wished to assess the extent of your prowess. Loxias leaned back slightly. Well, I had assumed that the countless times I sent the quartet of marauding fools fleeing would suffice as a testament to my abilities. Barty countered. But they are aligned with Dumbledore. You would have reservations about employing your full force against them. Without eliminating those insignificant minions, your true power remains concealed. Loxias crossed her legs, resting a hand thoughtfully against her lips. A bemused expression gracing her features as she regarded him. And on what basis can you assert that this is all I am capable of? Barty's gaze darkened marginally. Even if it is not your full potential, it nonetheless serves as a warning to all Slytherins. Loxias chose not to contest this assertion and redirected the conversation. So your purpose in seeking me out today is to inquire how one becomes even more formidable? Barty licked his lips and nodded in affirmation. Loxias was acutely aware of Slytherin's ambition, and understood that her displayed abilities would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet one question lingered in her mind. But why me? I believe you realize I will only be here for a semester at most. Surely, you have more advantageous options. Barty unabashedly unveiled his ambition. Indeed, but you are the most powerful individual I can currently approach. I can no longer wait. Furthermore, aligning myself with you ensures I will not fare poorly, will I? I refuse to believe that someone of your age possesses extraordinary abilities without harboring ambition. What Barty left unsaid was that he had inadvertently overheard Loxias discussing her family, noting how her father imposed rigorous expectations upon her, demanding excellence. Their experiences bore striking similarities. She would surely understand him and help him realize his aspirations. Loxias remained unaware of Barty's true motivations. But whether his decision stemmed from misunderstanding held little significance for her. Yet as she regarded him, hesitation clouded her judgment. When she first arrived at Hogwarts at the age of 11, she sought to gain a comprehensive understanding of the political landscape here. Through materials gathered by the Selwyn family, she had learned about various ministry officials, including Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Cooperation. His capabilities were indisputable. Having once been a formidable candidate for the position of Minister of Magic, albeit ultimately unsuccessful. His defeat was due to the revelation of his son, young Barty Crouch, being implicated as a Death Eater during the reckoning of Voldemort's followers. Moreover, he had been a fervent supporter of Voldemort, akin to Bellatrix and others, devoted to his cause. To recruit such an individual, even with magical constraints, posed a dilemma for Loxias as she weighed the benefits against the potential drawbacks. If she were to accept him, he could serve her purposes well. Should her father indeed align himself with the Death Eaters, young Barty, who earned Voldemort's trust more readily than Regulus, would undoubtedly be a greater asset. Yet unlike Pansy, Barty's madness rendered him unpredictable. How to impose constraints upon him was a pressing concern. He appeared to possess no weaknesses, and his ambitions seemed to transcend mere notions of glory or power. Loxias gazed at the individual before her, caught in indecision, and thus summoned her abilities to glimpse the essence of his life. In his youth, he had a gentle mother and an ambitious father. Yet he was coerced into perfection without ever receiving praise or acknowledgement. In his formative years he felt the absence of paternal affection, ceased to pursue it, and gravitated towards extremism, aligning himself with Voldemort, where he finally found validation. Following Voldemort's fall he was imprisoned in Azkaban, and his ailing mother, using a polyjuice potion to take his place, perished shortly thereafter within the confines of that prison. For the next decade, he remained under the influence of the Cruciatus curse until beyond that point, Loxias could only glimpse fragments, a weakened Voldemort and various scenes within Hogwarts. Did this signify a future intertwined with the grand narrative of the world? Recognizing familiar faces, she surmised it would occur not long after her own timeline. Should Loxias wish to delve deeper, she would need to harness more temporal power. Yet in her current state, forcibly channeling too much might render her incapable of maintaining control. Enough, she decided. Closing her eyes, she absorbed the visions of Barty's past and future, in pursuit of her father's validation and affirmation unfulfilled. Did he now seek the acknowledgement of the powerful and the destruction of what his father held dear? She pondered the imminent emergence of his character within her timeline. Loxias concluded that accepting him might not be unwise, provided she imposed numerous restrictions within their contract. Opening her eyes, she regarded young Barty once more. I can offer you everything you desire. What then can you provide me in return? At her words, Barty knelt before her, leaning closer. My everything. Securing the answer she sought, Loxias waved her wand, enveloping the common room in an impenetrable barrier. A gust of wind erupted around her, transforming her hair and eyes to a luminous silver in an instant. Having perused numerous ancient tomes, Barty recognized this as a rare, long-lost form of ancient magic capable of binding both parties in a contract, with betrayal resulting in immediate obliteration. Barty swallowed hard, instinctively ran his tongue over his lips, and adjusted his kneeling position. He placed his hand over his heart. I, Barty Crouch Jr., hereby pledge my everything to the individual before me, vowing eternal loyalty. Should I betray this oath, let me be turned to ash. Rahis directed the tip of his wand towards the heart of young Barty. I, Rahis Carrington, hereby accept your loyalty, and am willing to provide you with the assistance you require to attain the power you desire. As soon as Rahis finished speaking, the pact between the two was formally established. In the next moment, Rahis' hair and eye color reverted to their original state, and the wind in the lounge vanished. Rising from the sofa, Rahis addressed the wide-eyed Barty. Now first seek out Selwyn. He will impart the fundamental knowledge you need to acquire. Barty, with his tongue out, enunciated the familiar pureblood name. Selwyn? Rahis raised his hand to lift the lounge's barrier. That is a subordinate family of mine. Once you grasp the fundamentals, I will arrange for someone to teach you what you wish to learn. Barty's eyes sparkled. Could it not be you who teaches me personally? Rahis did not give a definitive refusal. I could, but I am quite occupied, and the efficacy of my teaching may not meet your expectations. Barty again stuck out his tongue. No matter, as long as it is you. Rahis nodded. Then come to my dormitory after 9 o'clock tonight. Chapter 149, Arrangements. At that moment, Severus and Regulus simultaneously entered the lounge. They beheld Rahis conversing with an unexpected individual. Regulus inquired, Barty, what are you two discussing? Rahis replied vaguely, we have struck a deal. By the way, Severus, it is getting late. We should head to class. Severus nodded in agreement, as it was indeed time for their lesson. Subsequently, Rahis departed the lounge with Severus for class, while Barty and Regulus exchanged disdainful glances, before also making their way to class. After forming a pact with Barty, Rahis practiced dueling with him each night, correcting his deficiencies in spellwork. In that moment, Rahis successfully experienced the pleasure Severus and Grindelwald derived from tormenting her, as well as the sense of accomplishment that came with her progress. Later, when Rahis developed an interest in alchemy due to her studies, she also taught him that art. True to the terms of their contract, Rahis imparted all that Barty wished to learn, enabling him to attain the power he sought. The longer Rahis spent with Barty, the more she recognized him as a madman, one willing to disregard everything in pursuit of his desires. Yet such madness was precisely what Rahis found appealing. Especially since he was a clever lunatic who grasped concepts swiftly, Rahis believed that with appropriate guidance, he could become the sharpest piece on her chessboard. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Rahis observed the fervent incantations of the increasingly frenzied Barty. What do you aspire to do in the future? Barty, like a serpent flicking its tongue, replied, I wish to do something outrageous. Rahis pressed, such as? A fierce determination illuminated Barty's face. To annihilate everything my father holds dear. He seeks high office, and I shall ensure he never attains it. He desires the Crouch family to flourish, and I shall plunge them into ruin. Knowing all that Barty had endured, Rahis was not surprised, for the future Barty indeed succeeded in such endeavors. Having never endured another suffering, Rahis had no inclination to dissuade Barty from his course. Rahis queried, then according to your original plan, how do you intend to proceed? Without a moment's hesitation, Barty articulated his thoughts. First, I will join Voldemort to thwart him. Whether he succeeds or fails, he will be hindered. Rahis rubbed her thumb and forefinger together. Then let it unfold as you wish. Barty looked at Rahis incredulously, as if unable to fathom her apparent betrayal. But I have already sworn my allegiance to you. Rahis finally revealed her intentions. So you will act as an undercover agent there, while also pursuing your ambitions. After I leave here, I will likely not set foot in England for the next 15 years. Barty protested. You want me to be an undercover agent, which I can understand. But why do you say you won't return to this country for 15 years? Rahis replied matter-of-factly. It means precisely that. You will do well there. And 20 years from now, I shall contact you. During this time, your sole responsibility, aside from your undercover work, will be to assist Severus when it is crucial. Barty's expression turned to one of jealousy, akin to a house dog discovering its master with other dogs. He had not anticipated Rahis would be so invested in Severus. Their constant companionship seemed acceptable, but now she was sending him to infiltrate and requesting his assistance for Severus. Furthermore, he had already sensed that Rahis would not remain long. Despite her established influence here, how could she vanish for over a decade? Barty grit his teeth and asked, "Can you tell me why you care for him so much?" Rahis did not disclose the nature of her relationship with Severus. She had not mentioned her father or mother, so she would certainly not reveal anything to others. Instead, she solemnly told Barty, "If you truly wish for me to return in 20 years, you must follow my instructions. He is the key to my return." Seeing Rahis' earnestness, Barty found himself believing her words, secretly elevating Severus's importance in his mind. Subsequently, Rahis conveyed all that she needed to share with Barty, arranged for his instructors, and ensured that the Selwyn family would facilitate connections when necessary, introducing Barty to Voldemort. Time passed swiftly, and before long Christmas approached. Rahis felt increasingly challenged in suppressing the fluctuations of the temporal power surrounding her. After ensuring she had sufficient quantities of the strengthening potion, she ceased her brewing and concluded Barty's supplementary classes, dedicating all her time to her endeavors with Lilith. This resulted in Lilith's boyfriend growing increasingly resentful of the uninvited presence. Yet Rahis and Lilith offered him no explanations, leading to repeated instances where Lilith was whisked away by Rahis, leaving him feeling aggrieved. At night, Rahis lay beside Lilith, relishing the warmth of her embrace. She found herself increasingly reluctant to part from Lilith's hold. Yet each day brought her closer to the end of such moments. Rahis initiated a conversation. "Speaking of which, mother, where did you go during your temporal journeys?" Lilith's gaze finally lifted from her textbook. "Oh, about that, during my first journey, I witnessed Grindelwald's flames consume Paris, soaring above the city with my father as we observed him using fire to shield himself. While other wizards combined their spells, it was magnificent. On my second journey, I ventured into the future, which is quite rare. Normally, we are not transported to the future. In the Muggle world, I saw towering buildings, and at night, it was as bright as day. I adored it, it was bustling. And I even encountered a charming young man, it was delightful. My third trip was less fortunate, as I found myself in an era before Hogwarts was established, amidst the witch-hunting actions. Fortunately, I was clever enough to evade capture and successfully arrived at the gathering place of the Carrington family in that time." Listening intently, Rahis waited for Lilith to finish before responding. "That was my second journey. My first took me to the time of Salazar and his contemporaries, landing right in the Forbidden Forest, where I fortuitously encountered Salazar himself. I must confide in you that Salazar's counterpart is Godric." I was utterly astonished, as no one in my household had divulged this information to me. I had presumed that we were merely the byproducts of infidelity, until I pieced together a few clues, and discovered otherwise. Our family not only descends from Slytherin, but also from Gryffindor. In Chapter 150, The Nighttime Adventure, upon hearing the words of Rahis, Lilith found herself at a loss for words, as she too was unaware of the truth. It was indeed astonishing, yet Selena had not mentioned it. Rahis nodded and spoke on Selena's behalf, saying, "She remarked that it was your own reluctance to listen to their tales that led to this." Lilith responded, "Indeed. This is quite our fault. The toys of the Muggle world are simply too captivating." Rahis, resting his chin on his hand, gazed at Lilith and inquired, "By the way, did you know that the four founders have portraits residing in Hogwarts? Would your mother like to see them?" At this, Lilith straightened in her seat, exclaiming, "You mean they have portraits at Hogwarts?" Rahis affirmed, "Yes, although they have hidden themselves away from disturbance. I know where they are." It was clear that Lilith possessed some Gryffindor blood, as she sat up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Shall we invite Amabel and proceed?" Rahis agreed. Subsequently, Lilith and Rahis donned their attire, and Lilith promptly opened a time-space portal that transported them to Amabel's dormitory in Ravenclaw. Fresh from a shower, with damp hair, Amabel exclaimed, "I despise my aunt for using time-space portals. I value my privacy, you know." Fortunately, Lilith was no stranger to such antics, and Amabel had long since cultivated the habit of dressing before emerging from the bathroom. Thus, when Rahis stepped through the portal that Lilith had opened, Amabel was properly attired, albeit with visibly wet hair, revealing that she had just bathed. Lilith lightly tapped Amabel's damp head, and in an instant it was dry. "Let us go, Amabel. It's time for our nighttime adventure." Amabel plopped down onto a chair, picking up a book. "I'm not going." Having grown up alongside Amabel, Lilith knew precisely how to push his buttons. You wouldn't want to miss seeing the portrait of Ravenclaw herself, would you? As predicted, Amabel set down his book, and his tone shifted as he inquired, "What did you say? The portrait of Ravenclaw herself?" Lilith gestured towards Rahis. Her last time-traveling excursion took her to the era of the four founders, so she knows where their hidden portraits are at Hogwarts. "Will you join us?" Amabel leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Of course, I shall go." Lilith held back both Rahis and Amabel with one hand each. Let us depart. Soon after, Rahis guided them to the secret chamber, where the portraits of the 4 founders were kept. Sensing their approach, Godric was the first to speak. "Oh Salazar. We have guests. Care to guess who they might be?" Salazar did not even open his eyes. It's undoubtedly that fortunate little wizard who has stumbled in. It will take quite some persuasion to ensure his silence. Helga, on the other hand, was particularly excited. "Let it be. We haven't communicated with the little wizard in ages. It is a splendid opportunity for us." Rowena chimed in. "I wonder which little wizard has arrived to be here. They must be remarkably clever, undoubtedly one of our Ravenclaws." Godric disagreed with this assertion. "At this hour, the ones out for a nighttime adventure must be from our Gryffindor," Helga added, "or perhaps it's merely a lost badger searching for food in the dead of night." This time, Salazar refrained from joining their banter, convinced that it could not possibly be one of his serpents. The students of Slytherin held their honor in high regard. Venturing out at this hour, deemed as nighttime adventuring, would never happen in their house. As the voices drew nearer, the excitement of 3 out of the 4 founders grew palpable, for the answer was soon to be revealed. Helga had the clearest view and called out as soon as the trio of Rahis, Lilith and Amabel appeared. "Oh Salazar, Godric, look, it's your Rahis. She has brought along a little badger and a little eagle." At this, both Salazar and Godric instinctively squeezed into Helga's portrait frame, forcing her to leave her image and move to Rowena's frame. Observing the 2 who had taken over her space, Helga couldn't resist teasing her dear friend. "You 2 act as if you've not had a child of your own, humph." Rowena consoled her. "They haven't seen Rahis in ages. Let us not be harsh. Don't you miss her as well?" Helga replied, "Indeed, I do miss her." Thus, I graciously relinquished my home to them. Meanwhile, Salazar and Godric were eagerly taking in the sight of Rahis. Godric unabashedly praised her. "Oh Rahis, you've grown taller and more beautiful than ever." Rahis smiled. "It's been quite a while, Godric and Salazar. How have you been?" Godric responded, "Well, it appears that you have finally reached your timeline, haven't you?" Rahis shook her head. "In fact, I still have over 7 years until my birth. I am currently on my 2nd journey. By the way, allow me to introduce my mother, Lilith, and my cousin Amabel." Upon hearing this, Godric pulled Salazar closer to observe the 2 unfamiliar young heirs. "Wow Salazar, look. Here are 2 more of our little heirs." Salazar's gaze finally shifted from Rahis to the others. Even without their school uniforms, Salazar, with his extensive experience, was able to discern their respective houses. A badger-like little eagle and a lion-like little badger. Salazar could not help but acknowledge the peculiar pairing. Nevertheless, he consoled himself that regardless, they were all part of his family, and one of them had even given birth to a pure Slytherin snake. With an air of aloofness, Salazar introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Salazar Slytherin. This is my beloved, Godric Gryffindor." Lilith replied, "Hello Mr. Slytherin and Mr. Gryffindor. I am Lilith Carrington." Amabel followed suit, "Greetings, Mr. Slytherin and Mr. Gryffindor. I am Amabel Carrington." While Lilith was already aware of their connection, Amabel was genuinely taken aback. However, his greeting escaped before he could fully process Salazar's words, promptly following Lilith's lead. Noticing Amabel's bewilderment, Godric jested, "Look Salazar. Yet another little wizard astonished by our relationship." Salazar retorted, "Indeed, I should have expelled those individuals long ago and reduced them to ashes." In Chapter 151, The Crown. After becoming acquainted with the 2 ancient founders, the trio engaged in a delightful exchange with the portraits of the 4 founders, inquiring about various enigmas they held regarding Hogwarts. Consequently, the frequency of nighttime adventures undertaken by Rahis, Lilith, and Amabel skyrocketed. They embarked on nocturnal escapades almost every night. Whether it was Rahis leading them to the hidden chambers of Hogwarts or feeding the long-starved basilisk, or Lilith guiding them to appreciate the diverse vistas scattered throughout Hogwarts. Rahis had never anticipated that even in the inconspicuous corners of Hogwarts, one could witness such extraordinary scenery. As for Amabel, both Rahis and Lilith unanimously declined to allow him to lead their nighttime excursions, as the places he chose to take them were either corners of the library or empty classrooms filled with countless books. Their nocturnal escapades were driven by a desire to revel in the diverse wonders of Hogwarts, rather than to engage in scholarly pursuits. They had already devoted ample time to diligent study during the daylight hours. As for the daytime, Loxis continued to cling to Snape, incessantly whispering behind him, to the point that Snape had grown accustomed to her presence, and even gleaned numerous tidbits of Hogwarts gossip from her. Days passed in this manner, and Loxis began to sense that her departure was drawing near, the pressure of her confinement reaching its zenith. Even the perceptive Lilith could feel the temporal fluctuations surrounding her. inquiring if she intended to return. However, after spending time with Lilith and her youthful father, Loxis found herself increasingly reluctant to leave. The embrace of her mother was simply too warm to forsake. As Loxis once again resisted the pull of the time rift, calming the intense temporal disturbances it wrought, she discovered that Voldemort had arrived at Hogwarts. Beyond the headmaster's office and the Slytherin common room, he had also ventured into the room of requirement. Loxis was certain he must have engaged in some significant activity there. But what exactly had he done? After he exited the room of requirement, Loxis attempted to use her abilities to discern his actions. However, she realized that she could only see what he had envisioned before entering. All she could witness was Voldemort standing before the entrance, before he stepped into an exceedingly disordered chamber. Yet, she remained oblivious to the specifics of his destination. While her powers allowed her to glimpse the past and future, the thoughts of the heart eluded her. Thus, Loxis resolutely sought out Salazar and the other external allies. Ultimately, Loxis's allies proved to be astute. They indeed possessed knowledge of the usage records of the Room of Requirement. It was no wonder, being founders, that they held such command over Hogwarts. From them, Loxis acquired the details of the room Voldemort had previously visited, a chamber designed for concealment. Reflecting on the chaotic room she had initially encountered, she couldn't help but remark, "So this is indeed a room for hiding things? How messy." After murmuring to herself, Loxis entered the chamber, and based on her observations of Voldemort's actions, she successfully located the items he had concealed. A diadem. Why had he placed a diadem here? Just as Loxis pondered the purpose behind Voldemort's hiding of this object, she caught a glimpse of its unmistakable familiarity. No, this was no ordinary diadem. This was the diadem of Ravenclaw. Moreover, it was a Horcrux. What a delightful surprise. Loxis felt that this temporal journey had yielded unprecedented rewards. Yet, she was appalled to realize that Voldemort had turned Rowena's most cherished diadem into a Horcrux. That scoundrel. Loxis immediately rushed to report this to Rowena. Upon learning of the news, the four founders exhibited varying degrees of anger, with Salazar appearing particularly incensed compared to Rowena. Through gritted teeth, Salazar seethed. This wastrel has dared to transform such a precious and symbolically significant alchemical artifact into a Horcrux. Helga interjected. To be frank, Salazar, Rowena doesn't seem nearly as enraged. You needn't be so worked up. Salazar, weary, closed his eyes, but even Rowena's diadem of Ravenclaw was not spared. I have no faith that this purest descendant will overlook my locket, your cup, or Godric's sword. Helga exclaimed. How can he do this? That cup is my favorite. Godric chimed in. And that sword is my most cherished possession. Observing the ire of the four founders, Loxis, intent on providing comfort, produced Godric's sword from 20 years hence. In fact, Godric, there is no need for concern. Although I cannot speak to the fate of the cup or the locket, your sword remains safe with me. Godric replied. It survived. Hooray, I'm glad I hid it in the sorting hat, though it does seem a bit peculiar. In response, Loxis demonstrated her ability to soar upon the sword. Through her relentless efforts, she had successfully transformed it into a flying sword, capable of carrying her aloft. However, adhering to her principle of discretion to avoid her father's notice, she had yet to take flight. At most, she had merely touched it when tempted to soar. As she flew, Loxis spoke to Godric. 20 years hence, with your approval, I modified it into a flying sword, akin to the enchanted brooms of other nations. The eyes of Gryffindor sparkled with excitement. Wow, that is so cool. Loxis's demonstration of the flying sword alleviated the anger of the four founders, who now watched her with affectionate curiosity as she glided through the chamber, marveling at this innovative means of flight. Once Loxis dismounted from the sword, they resumed their previous discourse. Rowena initiated the conversation. While this matter incites our fury, we must defer any action until Loxis returns to her own time. Salazar concurred. Setting aside the urgency of this situation, we have no other candidates capable of addressing it, and Loxis will soon return to her timeline. Godric nodded. Indeed. Entrusting it to others would be unwise. He must be allowed to revel for these 20 years. Loxis corrected him. Only 6 years. In 6 years he will be defeated. Lingering on due to the Horcrux's immortality, awaiting the opportune moment to resurface. Helga inquired. So, in your time, he has not yet been entirely vanquished? Loxis affirmed. Correct. I only discovered the secret of the Horcrux last year. Subsequently, Loxis divulged all she knew, confident that the four founders were trustworthy elders. After listening to her revelations, the founders exchanged knowing glances, silently deliberating. Finally, Rowena declared, in that case, we shall await the matter until 20 years hence. Chapter 152, Discovery. Christmas had finally arrived. This year, Lilith and Amabel made the unusual decision not to return to Carrington Castle. Such a choice deviated from tradition and regulation. Only after they explained their reasoning to Loxis did she learn it was in accordance with the wishes of Lilith's brother, her uncle Ixen. While Loxis did not fully comprehend, she felt that remaining behind was indeed the best choice for her, as it allowed her to celebrate Christmas with her father and mother. Indeed, Snape had also chosen to stay at Hogwarts. It was only today that Loxis discovered that Snape had spent every Christmas at Hogwarts since he enrolled. Did that mean her father had no family worth celebrating the holidays with? Subtly, Loxis inquired, "Why don't you return home for Christmas? Isn't it customary for you to spend the holiday with family?" Snape pressed his lips together before responding, "My family never celebrates Christmas." Instantly, Loxis perceived the melancholy in Snape's demeanor and naturally shifted the topic. "That is quite rare here. Where I come from, it is quite common because we celebrate our spring festival." Thereafter, Loxis regaled Snape with the customs from her homeland. Reunion dinners on New Year's Eve, eating Tangyuan on the 15th day, Qingtuan during Qingming, Zongzi on Dragon Boat Festival, and mooncakes at Mid-Autumn Festival. As she spoke, Loxis felt her stomach rumble. Snape, too, was feeling hungry. Loxis glanced at the time. "Oh no, we still have an hour until dinner, and I've already finished my provisions." Severus Snape set down his quill, his voice devoid of mercy. "Were it not for your incessant musings about food, one could argue that we may not have felt the pangs of hunger." Lockhart retorted weakly. "Clearly, it is hunger that prompts one to crave sustenance. How could my ramblings about delectable dishes incite such feelings?" Subsequently, the two famished individuals made their way to the great hall well in advance, eagerly awaiting the meal. When the feast finally commenced, Lockhart surveyed the table laden with appetizing dishes, but found her appetite waning after only a couple of bites. She pinched her little belly, reflecting on how, after nearly 4 months in this place, she had been reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. After Snape finished his lunch, Lockhart hurried off to Hufflepuff to spend time with her mother. She could not help but acknowledge that Hufflepuff was far more lively than the nearly deserted Slytherin during the Christmas holidays, much to her chagrin, as Snape was unwilling to join them. In the afternoon, Lockhart engaged in numerous games with Lilith at Hufflepuff, reveling in the merriment to the point of losing track of time. It was not until evening, when she anticipated yet another unsavory meal in the Great Hall, that Lilith led Lockhart to the room of requirement. Upon their arrival, they found 2 individuals already present, Amabel and a stranger whom Lockhart found vaguely familiar. He bore the features of a typical mixed blood, embodying traits of both Chinese and British heritage. Upon seeing him, Lilith rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother!" Instantly, Lockhart recognized him from a photograph. He was her uncle Ixen. After exchanging pleasantries with Lilith, Ixen turned his gaze toward Lockhart. With a mere glance, he discerned that something was amiss with her, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, and instead beckoned her to join in the meal. Perceptive as ever, Lockhart sensed that Ixen had noticed her unease, prompting her to shyly address him uncle. Ixen nodded, striving to adopt a gentle tone as he spoke to her. "Hello, Lockhart. Have you been adjusting well during your time here?" Lockhart lowered her gaze and blinked. "Yes, it is much the same as where I come from. There is little difference." After a brief inquiry, Ixen chose not to dwell on her discomfort, being an understanding guardian who recognized when a child might feel out of place. He proceeded to discuss lighter topics, and soon the 4 of them began their dinner. The table was abundant with a variety of dishes, both Chinese and Western, all of exquisite flavor, having been brought from his home by Ixen. The moment Lockhart tasted the food, she realized it was far superior to the culinary offerings of the house elves. Her eyes alight with delight, she exclaimed, "This isn't the work of the house elves, is it? Uncle, did you prepare this?" Ixen nodded. "I enjoy experimenting with culinary arts. The taste is rather pleasing, wouldn't you agree?" Lockhart nodded fervently, having not tasted anything so delectable since her stockpile had been depleted. "Since you enjoy it, do indulge," Ixen encouraged. Lockhart complied, savoring every bite. As they neared the end of their meal, it was evident that all had overindulged, clearly disenchanted with the monotonous fare of the school. Just as Lockhart believed the evening was concluding, Lilith broached the subject of Kiltshire, causing an uncomfortable shift in the atmosphere. "Is he still attempting to cope?" Ixen nodded resignedly. A weariness etched upon his face. "He has yet to emerge from the shadow of our mother's passing. He is exhausting himself in a futile endeavor to alter the past." Upon hearing Kilcher's name, Amabel bowed her head, embodying a retreating turtle more than Lockhart herself. Lilith sighed, sorrow evident on her countenance. She too had yet to fully heal. It was merely the lesson of letting go that her childhood friend, Tao, had imparted to her. Suddenly, Lilith turned to Lockhart and asked, "Did he ultimately succeed?" Lockhart shook her head. "No." Ixon remarked, "This is a fate from which our Carrington family cannot escape." Following this, a profound silence enveloped the room. It was not until Ixon rose that he declared, "It is getting late. I must return. You all should head back to your dormitory." Lockhart glanced at the three of them before following Lilith outside. Just then, Ixon called out to Lockhart, "Wait, Lockhart, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you." Lockhart paused, reluctance evident, yet she remained. Lilith cast a glance at her brother, and then gently patted Lockhart's shoulder. "I'll wait for you outside." Once Lilith and Amabel departed, Ixon sighed and stepped closer to Lockhart. "Speak, how long have you been suppressing this?" Lockhart cautiously glanced at her imposing uncle. "For over a month." Upon hearing this, Ixon felt a twinge of headache. One unresolved issue at home was now compounded by another. Chapter 153 Farewell. Ixon took a deep breath, assuring himself that he could maintain calm while addressing Lockhart. "You must understand, should we continue this suppression, forcing ourselves to linger in a time that is not ours, we will face repercussions." Lockhart lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, and could only offer a barely perceptible nod. Observing her demeanor, Ixon felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Uncertain whether it stemmed from the burden of the Carrington family's inescapable fate, or something else entirely, he rubbed his face and gazed at the ceiling. A quiet sense of desolation filling him, lamenting the immutable fate of the Carringtons. Ixon asked, "So what is it you seek?" Lockhart whispered, "With all of you gone, I am the last of the Carrington family. I have never celebrated Christmas with you." As she spoke those final words, her voice caught, tears welling in her eyes. Hearing Lockhart's confession, Ixon abruptly lowered his head, staring at her in disbelief, rendered speechless. His lips moved, and after what felt like an eternity, he rasped, "What transpired?" Lockhart closed her eyes in anguish. "Do you truly wish to know?" Ixon was at a loss. Did he truly want to know? What difference would it make? It would merely entail counting the days until death. What could he do? He could do nothing. This was his present, indeed, but it was her past. He could not burden another with the fate they were meant to bear, especially when one among them was so adamant about altering the past. Ixon painfully closed his eyes. "Then are they aware?" Lockhart shook her head. "I have told no one but you." Ixon gazed into the roaring fireplace, contemplating for a long while before responding, "Perhaps that is for the best. How long do you intend to remain here?" Lockhart articulated her intentions. "I plan to leave after Christmas. Though I shall miss it, I know I do not belong here. I must depart." Ixon nodded, glancing at the ring on Lockhart's finger. "As long as you know your boundaries, I trust you with the Carrington legacy." Lockhart. After concluding their discussion, Lockhart followed Ixon out of the room of requirement, where Lilith and Amabel awaited her. The two, as competent heirs of the Carrington family, had managed to compose themselves the moment they exited the room, ensuring that their companions remained unaware of any discrepancies. Lilith inquired, "By the way, brother, what did you discuss with Lockhart for so long?" Ixon replied vaguely, "Some family matters. It is getting late. I must return now. I will go bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore." After speaking, Ixon patted his son on the shoulder, and departed for the headmaster's office not far away. He had also made use of the fireplace in the headmaster's office to arrive. Once Ixon had left, Lilith took the two little ones back to their respective common rooms. Of course, the audacious Loxis followed Lilith back to Hufflepuff. In the subsequent days, Loxis arranged several matters and bid farewell to her friends with whom she shared a good rapport. She also sought out Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore regarded Loxis with a warm smile and poured her a cup of red tea, saying, "Ah, Loxis, I did not expect you to come to bid me farewell." Loxis accepted the cup with a smile, but placed it on the desk before her without taking a sip. She got straight to the point. "Professor Dumbledore, I have come to say goodbye, but there is another matter I wish to discuss. I believe you are aware of my origins and some secrets regarding Carrington." Dumbledore nodded. "Indeed, I had the fortune of learning some of these in my youth from Kilter." Loxis gazed at the red tea in front of her, her reflection mingling with the sorrow in her eyes. "I come from the future, which allows me to know the past. Alas, I cannot alter it. I can only witness them stride towards their predetermined fates." Loxis recognized the tea's sweetness, a flavor she personally detested, yet at that moment, she yearned to experience that sweetness. She lifted the teacup and drank it all in one go. The cloying sweetness nearly made her gag, yet she found it insufficiently sweet. After a moment, Loxis continued. The youth of 16 or 17, they brim with aspirations, believing they are destined for a future filled with love and hope, unaware that the very moment they depart from the campus marks the countdown of their lives, and the onset of a dreary existence. Dumbledore took a sip of his own tea. So the battle was indeed brutal? Loxis wiped a tea stain from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. At least, from what I know, the casualties in that battle accounted for a significant portion of the school. Thus, Professor Dumbledore, regardless of whether they are Gryffindors or Slytherins, and irrespective of whether they ultimately choose the Dark Lord, I implore you to let them enjoy their last few years at school without worry. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore closed his eyes, fully aware that many sacrifices would be unavoidable. Yet the unexpected confirmation of this truth weighed heavily on him. After a deep sigh, Dumbledore opened his eyes and looked at Loxis again, nodding. I shall do so. As their headmaster, it is my duty. He then poured himself another cup of red tea, sweetened with honey. Would you care for another? Loxis nodded. Yes, please. Thank you. This was the first time Loxis had accepted a second cup of red tea from Dumbledore in his office. After finishing her tea, Loxis bid farewell to Dumbledore and left the headmaster's office. She could sense that, no matter how forcefully she suppressed her emotions, she could only hold on until the next day. She needed to accomplish everything she had set out to do during this time. Arriving at the abandoned old classroom, she found Snape brewing potions as expected. Loxis took a seat and watched him until he finished his work. I am returning home tomorrow and have come to say goodbye, she announced. Snape paused imperceptibly. When will you return here? Loxis replied, you will have to wait at least another 15 years. Snape looked up in surprise, his lips moving but unable to express his true feelings at that moment. Finally he managed to say, then you must study diligently, lest I catch up to you in 15 years. Loxis chuckled. You will surely surpass me. Snape hesitated. If I were to write to you, where should I have the owl deliver it? Loxis provided an address, a property under the Carrington family. You can send it here if you wish, though I may not be able to reply. Chapter 154. The Return of the Generations. After parting ways with Snape, Loxis found herself back at Hufflepuff just as curfew approached. In the dark of night, she climbed into Lilith's bed, snuggling into her embrace. Loxis nuzzled closer like a kitten and called out, Mommy. Lilith set her book aside and gently stroked Loxis's head. Loxis closed her eyes, savoring Lilith's touch, feeling a profound sense of reluctance. I am leaving soon. Lilith paused and admonished her. If anyone bullies you when you return, you must tell Mommy, understood? Or fight back. Don't let them push you around. Loxis nodded and burrowed deeper into Lilith's warmth, greedily cherishing it. All right. Lilith embraced Loxis tenderly, continuing her gentle reminders. As she spoke, Loxis's form began to dissipate in her embrace. 20 years later, Snape successfully received his daughter back in his office. Just as he was sifting through memories from 20 years ago and mentally preparing for an accounting with Loxis, he watched in disbelief as her body, having just returned and not even having had the chance to greet him, gradually shrank before him into the form of a 3-year-old child. Snape observed the small figure, trapped beneath his oversized robes, struggling to escape, his instinctive venomous remarks stifled. He stepped forward, pulling back the fabric to free little Loxis, also allowing him to ascertain what had transpired. What he beheld was a fair-skinned, chubby child, adorned with a baby-esque roundness, blinking her large, bright black eyes. Her face a portrait of confusion and bewilderment. Given what he had just witnessed and his understanding of Carrington's peculiar abilities, it was not difficult for Snape to surmise that this adorable little creature was indeed his daughter, Loxis. In that moment, Snape's emotions were tumultuous. He had witnessed Loxis's youthful visage, yet it was in a rather unfortunate guise. Moreover, he was utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. What does one do when one's 13-year-old daughter, aged 13 years, 6 months and 25 days, suddenly transforms before them into a 3-year-old toddler, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings? In that moment, Loxis, both physically and mentally regressed to her 3-year-old self, drowsily discovered she was once again greeted by light. She looked around, and eventually, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment, facing what appeared to be a dark, looming bat? Or perhaps a person? Loxis pointed at Snape and uttered in her infantile voice her thoughts. Dark bat. Snape. What does one do when one's 13-year-old daughter transforms into a 3-year-old infant, babbling in a language he cannot comprehend? Having never been around children, and never traveling abroad, Snape was unfamiliar with both Mandarin and baby talk. Of course, it was possible he had heard it before, but he had never paid attention to such trivial matters. Consequently, his already bewildered mind became even more convoluted. Snape felt a headache coming on, was flustered, and felt utterly powerless to navigate the complex situation before him. Ultimately, he decided this was best left to someone more familiar. Snape first adjusted Loxis's oversized robes to fit her current size, then, before she could react, He scooped her up and, clutching a handful of flue powder, dashed towards the fireplace. Subsequently, a series of transitions occurred between several fireplaces. Eventually, Severus Snape escorted Loxias to Carrington Castle. During their quest to locate the portraits of the Carrington family, he found time to instruct the house elves to notify the knights of the Carrington family. Before Loxias could fully comprehend the situation, Snape swiftly brought her before the portrait of a Carrington member. Holding Loxias aloft, Snape fixed a stern and worried gaze upon the portrait, exclaiming, "I expect an explanation." Portrait 1, taken aback, stammered, "What?" Suddenly confronted by Snape's inquiry, the portrait was left bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding events. Fortunately, Carrington Castle was not lacking in portraits. While Portrait 1 remained in a state of confusion, other portraits hurried to gather around, for onlookers are ever present. Portrait 2, positioned nearby, was the first to approach. "Oh, what a delightful child. Whose is she?" Portrait 3, with an air of disdain, squeezed past Portrait 2, declaring, "Who else could she belong to? It is clearly our Loxias. Speaking of which, we have yet to see her at the age of 3. Portrait 4 extended a finger, playfully teasing little Loxias through the frame. By the looks of her, it seems she has forcibly remained in a timeline not her own, resulting in a backlash. However, fret not, it appears she has not altered the past and will return to normal in due time." Upon hearing this, Snape furrowed his brow in concern. "You mean to say she has been forcibly retained in a timeline that does not belong to her, causing this backlash?" At that moment, Gilcher, peeling away from his ancestral gathering, stepped forward. "Indeed, I heard Exant mention it 20 years ago. Loxias was forcibly kept there for over a month." Portrait 5 interjected. 20 years ago? Weren't you the head of the family then, Gilcher? How did you not notice? Loxias was just a child. You were old enough to comprehend." Gilcher offered an awkward smile. She had been at Hogwarts all that time, and there were only Lilith and Amabel present. Meanwhile, Loxias, bewildered by the incomprehensible language and the peculiar foreign portraits pointing at her, began to process the strange whirlwind of thoughts. After a series of confusing mental episodes, she burst into tears. Wah! In that moment, silence enveloped the world, with Loxias' cries echoing throughout Carrington Castle. Snape, caught off guard by her wails, became increasingly flustered. He cautiously cradled Loxias, desperately seeking to comfort her, but unsure how to proceed. Wah! I want sunshine. I want sunshine. Snape had never cared for such a young child, let alone one who could not communicate in a shared language. At that moment, he felt utterly at a loss, resorting to awkwardly patting Loxias' back. Just then, Gu Tao, who had been basking in the sun atop the castle, arrived upon hearing the commotion. Having spent the better part of her life in Carrington, she instantly recognized the situation. In fluent Mandarin, she comforted, "Oh, do not cry, Loxias, do not cry, little Ming." Chapter 155. A preliminary resolution to the problem. Finally hearing a familiar tongue, Loxias' cries began to diminish as she turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, still a portrait. Yet, this one appeared somewhat familiar, resembling what they described as her grandmother. Loxias pouted, tears cascading down her cherubic face like pearls on a broken string, as she pitifully uttered, "I want sunshine. I don't want to be in this strange place." Gu Tao, having raised 2 children and nurtured 3, possessed a knack for comforting children. She understood that honesty was the best policy at this juncture. Otherwise, it would be even more challenging to console Loxias later, when she discovered the truth. "Little Ming, listen to me. Sunshine is not here. This is Carrington, not the Gu family, but it is also your home." As Gu Tao's words reached Loxias, her lower lip quivered, and she felt the urge to cry once more. Little did she know the turmoil she had experienced. She had been perfectly content at home when suddenly darkness enveloped her, and upon waking, she found herself in an unfamiliar, shadowy realm. Abruptly whisked away, she now faced a multitude of bizarre portraits chattering in a language she could not comprehend. It felt as though she were about to be sold off. Frustrated, she thought it best to cry. Yet just when she began to catch words she could understand, she was told she was no longer with the Gu family, and the comforting presence of Gu Qing was absent. Had she experienced a kidnapping? Perhaps it would be wise to weep until she was exhausted, lest the potential captors silence her for being too noisy. Seeing Loxias on the verge of tears, Gu Tao swiftly intervened. "You must allow me to finish speaking." Loxias halted her impending outburst, her golden tears still glistening as she turned her gaze toward Gu Tao. The other portraits observed, collectively exclaiming, "This is simply too adorable. How unfair." Gu Tao continued, "Although sunshine is not here, you have other family members such as your father." She gestured towards Snape, who held Loxias tenderly. Loxias followed her indication, looking up at the dark figure cradling her. Was this her father? The one everyone spoke of, the one who lived far away, the one her older brother had mentioned? He appeared more handsome than her friend Xiao Peng's father. If he were indeed her father, she wouldn't mind at all. She could even boast to Xiao Peng about having a dashing father. But what of her mother? Recognizing that a father corresponds to a mother, little Loxias immediately inquired. But where is my mother? Caught off guard, Gu Tao opted for a gentle fib. Your mother has gone out to handle some matters. She will return in a month. Loxias nestled closer to Snape, as though seeking comfort in his embrace. Snape, feeling her shift, held her even more delicately. Is that so? Then are you my grandmother? Loxias asked. Gu Tao affectionately nodded. In that instant, little Loxias finally relaxed, shedding her tension. She understood that a grandmother signifies a trustworthy figure, implying that all those present were reliable, including the dark figure holding her, who was indeed her father. This moment was made possible thanks to Gu Qing, who had prominently displayed Gu Tao's portrait in the Gu family home, and routinely introduced Loxias to her. Otherwise, given little Loxias' cautious nature, she would have likely cried out in a tempest of emotion, causing chaos throughout Carrington Castle, leaving no portrait undisturbed. Now reassured that she had not been abducted, Loxias ceased her weeping, though traces of tears still lingered upon her cheeks. In her sweet voice she called out, "Grandmother." "Oh, my little Ming Ming," Gu Tao exclaimed, her maternal instincts surging forth. "Oh, how adorable. I just want to pinch her chubby little cheeks." After calling out to Gu Tao, Loxias turned to Snape, "Father." Although Snape still struggled to comprehend Loxias' words, he recognized that she was addressing him. He restrained himself, striving to respond to Loxias in the gentlest tone possible. At that moment, members of the three major families began to arrive in response to the summons. Upon seeing Loxias in such a state, Louise was reminded of her own Betty as a child, and her heart swelled with maternal affection. Oh, Loxias, how precious! Yet, Louise soon noticed Loxias retreating further into Snape's embrace, her eyes filled with wariness. Another peculiar person speaking in a language I cannot understand. Loxias thought to herself. Louise, puzzled, exclaimed, "Do I really seem that much like a villain?" Snape embraced Loxias tightly, seeking to provide her with a sense of security. He then elucidated. "She does not comprehend English." Louise Gray Skur Fickney. It was a scene so familiar, as if it had transpired only a few years prior. Fortunately, among those who had learned from past misfortunes, some had taken the initiative to study Chinese. Louise seamlessly transitioned to a different language, speaking in somewhat halting Mandarin. "Hello, Loxias. I am Louise." Grasping Snape's collar, Loxias glanced at Gu Tao and then back at Snape, confirming that he was not the strange ant before responding, "Hello." After amusing their little master, Louise deftly redirected the conversation back to pressing matters. "Given the state of our young master, Carrington Castle will automatically initiate full-spectrum defensive mode until she has completely recovered. During this period, it is advisable that she does not leave the castle." Snape nodded in understanding. Louise continued, "Additionally, I believe you have noticed that Loxias' magical energy is remarkably abundant, even bordering on overflow. She should currently be in her awakening phase, however. Due to her diminutive stature of 3 years, it may be." Louise paused before continuing. "Historically, no one in Carrington has experienced backlash during their awakening phase. Therefore, we remain uncertain about the potential outcomes. It may necessitate careful observation of her magical fluctuations." Snape gently patted little Loxias' head. Reflecting on how small she was at the age of 3, her face scarcely the size of his palm. While lost in thought, he responded, "I will." Louise added, "Moreover, I recall that when Loxias first learned alchemy, she created a pair of alchemical items capable of automatically translating languages. Racco should know where they are stored. Locating this item would greatly facilitate matters for you." Upon hearing this, Snape immediately instructed Racco to assist in the search, as he found himself in dire need of such an item. Louise clapped her hands. "Well, the most critical issues have been resolved. Lastly, Mr. Snape, will you be taking care of the child? The one of 3 years. Chapter 156. The novice father officially on board. Snape looked down at Loxias, who was playfully tugging at his hair. Upon noticing his gaze, she smiled broadly while continuing her antics, utterly adorable. Snape felt his fatherly heart melt. "I may not be adept, but I am willing to learn." Racco, having swiftly retrieved the necessary items via apparition, eagerly chimed in. "Racco has cared for 3-year-old Lilith and Amabel. I can assist." As Racco handed over the alchemical item, he silently rejoiced. "Oh, I have yet to care for the 3-year-old head of the Loxias family. I thought I would never have this opportunity. Now." As long as I can tend to the 3-year-old head of the Loxias family, I shall have no regrets. This is my honor. Racco suppressed the urge to dash against a wall, his eyes fixed on the tiny Loxias, brimming with desire. However, at that moment, Loxias was preoccupied with Snape, who was preparing to equip her with the language-translating alchemical item. It resembled a pair of ear cuffs. With her petite ears and oversized cuffs, this item, crafted during her initial learning phase, was not as sophisticated as the family ring in her possession, which could alter size. Thus, successfully donning it and ensuring stability posed a significant challenge for both Loxias and Snape. Once Snape secured the item on Loxias, her little mind seemed to awaken. She finally heard words she could comprehend. Snape donned his own device and gently turned Loxias to face him. "Loxias, can you hear me?" Loxias nodded and corrected him, pointing to herself. "It's Ming, not Loxias." Having previously been unable to understand, she now felt compelled to rectify the misnaming. "Loxias, 3-year-old version. Who is Loxias? What actually doesn't he know? I am Ming." Loxias' name held little significance for Snape. He simply followed her lead. "Very well, Ming." Hearing the correct name, the little adult Loxias nodded contentedly, patted Snape's shoulder, and with a semblance of maturity, said, "Father, you finally learned to speak in a way that Ming can understand." Before Snape could respond, Loxias was once again captivated by the portraits that had previously upset her. Clapping her hands, she exclaimed, "Oh, you can finally speak in a way that Ming understands. The portraits, she is so adorable. She belongs to us. She belongs to us." Perhaps it was due to the Carrington family's long absence of a child of such size that Loxias, upon her return, had already undergone air education, displaying remarkable restraint and decorum, unlike an average 8-year-old. The portraits truly cherished this innocent version of their family, with some immature ones wishing Loxias could remain in this form indefinitely. Even Salazar, usually stoic, displayed a rare gentleness. Meanwhile, Selena, who had been watching the child, inadvertently glanced toward her father, only to turn her head back in surprise at the sight. Her father was smiling gently? When was the last time he had smiled so warmly? Perhaps it was when Shoot was born? Truly remarkable. At that moment, Loxias recalled something she had inadvertently forgotten. In a high-pitched voice she earnestly asked, "But where is Qing? Where is my Qing?" Gu Tao, having been away from home for too long, did not know Gu Qing. But based on Loxias' experiences, she surmised that Gu Qing was likely the one responsible for raising Loxias, and Loxias probably regarded her as a mother. Thus, Gu Tao immediately recognized this as a precarious situation. A poor response could lead to Loxias crying again. Children of this age excel at crying. Her own Lilith was a prime example. Gu Tao tactfully replied, "She has some matters to attend to and will arrive in 2 months." To prevent the little Loxias from sensing anything amiss, Gu Tao deliberately staggered the timeline with Lilith's, fearing Loxias might discover the discrepancy. After all, in no more than a month, Loxias would transition into her 13-year-old version, at which point Gu Tao would no longer need to worry. Upon hearing this, Loxias pouted, slightly dissatisfied but refraining from tears, as she imagined herself visiting another home. All right. Having finally resolved matters regarding little Loxias, Gu Tao visibly exhaled in relief. Kilcher promptly stepped forward, guiding Gu Tao to a nearby chair to sit, and offering to massage her shoulders. Meanwhile, after much commotion, Loxias had grown weary, and coupled with her earlier tears, she was utterly exhausted, her eyelids beginning to droop. Clutching Snape's hair, she leaned against his shoulder and drifted off to sleep. As the others witnessed Loxias' slumber, they instinctively hushed, fearing to awaken their little matriarch, especially since her previous cries still echoed in their ears. Snape, with utmost care, cradled Loxias and ascended the stairs to her bedroom, laying her gently on her soft bed. He was exceedingly cautious, treating her as if she were a porcelain doll. Gazing at the sleeping Loxias, Snape noticed traces of tears still adorning her cheeks. He considered it prudent to gently wipe her face. Afterward, Snape lingered. S'il en lit observing Loxia's peaceful visage. Only when he was about to leave her room did he whisper in a voice audible only to himself, "Thank you, Loxias, my daughter." The following day, Severus Snape, who had been resting in the adjacent chamber to Loxias, was roused from his slumber by the sound of her weeping. Alarmed by her cries, he was overcome with concern, fearing that something dreadful had transpired. After all, his Loxias was but 3 years old, incapable of resolving any crisis that might arise. Thus, Snape hastily rolled out of bed, wand in hand and still clad in his night attire, and made his way to her. Upon opening the door, he found Loxias sitting on the carpet, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly alone in the room. He rushed to her side, his voice laced with anxiety as he inquired, "Loxias, What is the matter? Loxias paused her sobbing, sniffling as she confessed, I need to go potty, but I can't find the toilet. If I go in my pants, I won't be a good girl. At her words, Snape fell silent for a moment before escorting her to the lavatory in her room. As he naturally pushed the door open, he stated, the toilet is here. Loxias looked up at the doorknob in Snape's hand, her expression one of profound distress as she lamented, I can't reach it, and I can't move the chair. Snape was at a loss for words. This was indeed a situation he had never anticipated as someone unaccustomed to caring for a 3-year-old. Moreover, the crash course in childcare he had undertaken the previous night had not covered this particular dilemma. Once Loxias had entered and he confirmed that she could manage on her own, he stepped back and closed the door. When Loxias eventually emerged, she looked at Snape with great embarrassment and said, Daddy, I can't flush the toilet. I've never used this one before. With a resigned sigh, Snape took it upon himself to flush for her. Loxias, observing closely from behind, realized that she merely needed to press this button. Next time, I'll know how, she declared. Once the physiological matter was settled, Loxias turned her attention to Snape, asserting, the kindergarten teacher said that upon waking, we must brush our teeth and wash our faces. I need my toothbrush, rinsing cup, and towel, Daddy. Snape led her to the washroom, retrieving her former supplies. However, to his surprise, Loxias pouted and furrowed her brows, exclaiming, Daddy, why are you giving me something someone else has used? That's very unsanitary. And I'm just a little girl. This is too big for me. I want the children's version. Snape raised an incredulous eyebrow. He examined the toothbrush and towel that had belonged to a 13-year-old Loxias. Was there truly a significant difference? He glanced down at Loxias, who barely reached his knee, her expression one of firm disapproval at being given items that did not suit her. With a sigh, he turned to seek the assistance of Dobby, the house elf, reasoning that as a domestic elf, Dobby would surely know where to find the appropriate items for Loxias. Ultimately, with Dobby's help, Loxias acquired a set of toiletries fit for a 3-year-old, along with a small stool to help her reach the sink. After her washing routine, Loxias expressed her desire to change into fresh clothing. However, it soon became apparent that the castle contained no garments suitable for her age. Snape stared silently at Loxias's wardrobe, which overflowed with clothes spanning from her birth to her 13th year. Yet conspicuously absent were any outfits from ages 1 to 8. Ah, Merlin! Was this truly fate's cruel jest? He raised his wand, contemplating whether to transfigure the items into a size appropriate for Loxias, akin to her nightgown. After all, they were wizards, capable of reverting any transformation. With the holiday season upon them, there was no time to purchase new attire. Resolute in his decision, Snape waved his wand, and in an instant, the entire wardrobe shrank in size. Yet, upon receiving the newly sized garments, Loxias expressed her dissatisfaction. It was known that a second grader favored pink, while a third grader preferred sky blue. Thus, it was unreasonable to expect that the preferences of a 13-year-old would align with those of a 3-year-old. Loxias looked up at Snape, pleading, Daddy, may I not wear these clothes? I want something with the character Mei Yang Yang on it. Snape, taken aback, inquired, and who, pray tell, is Mei Yang Yang? Suppressing the venomous frustration bubbling within, he inhaled deeply, reminding himself that this was his 3-year-old daughter, who required a gentle touch, unlike the interactions he had with others. He needed to be tender. With great restraint, Snape asked, who is Mei Yang Yang? Loxias earnestly explained, it's the little sheep with a pink bow on her head. Snape retorted, what kind of respectable family adorns a sheep's head with a bow? And where would I procure a sheep for you? Am I to use transfiguration to conjure one? Taking a deep breath, he replied, there are none here. Loxias, struggling to comprehend, persisted, but why is there no Mei Yang Yang? Other sheep would suffice. Or even a wolf would be acceptable. Snape found himself on the verge of losing composure. Forcing himself to maintain his composure, there are none. Loxias, pouting, settled for a compromise. If that's the case, anything with Tom Cat or Jerry would do. Having watched animated shows with Loxias, Snape recognized these characters. He swiftly waved his wand, transforming the design on her clothing to feature Tom Cat. Subsequently, he cast a summoning charm, calling Tom, who was enjoying breakfast downstairs, to Loxias's side. Tom, oblivious to the sudden shift, meowed, is this polite? Loxias, elated by the unexpected presence of Tom, showered him with affection, asking, wow, is this a kitty? Is it yours, Daddy? What's its name? Snape introduced, yes, this is our pet, named Tom. Upon hearing this, Loxias's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Snape. Is it the same Tom from Tom and Jerry? Snape nodded, indeed. Meanwhile, Tom was sniffing curiously at Loxias. Tom mused, why does this one seem so much smaller? Is she a baby now? That can't be right. Humans don't grow backward. With a puzzled expression, Tom directed his inquiries towards Snape with an array of meows. Yet, in the room, only Snape could understand Parseltongue, leaving Tom's words unheard by all else. Loxias, interpreting Tom's meows as affection, thought nothing of it. As for Snape, he felt a sense of satisfaction that the cat was finally proving useful, bringing joy to his daughter, thus validating the investment in cat food. After a series of trials and tribulations, Loxias finally donned her new attire. It was time to descend for breakfast. As her little tummy was truly hungry, observing the familiar spread laid out on the table, Loxias instinctively climbed onto a chair. Snape watched with concern as she strained to hoist herself up, and he reached out to steady her, fearful that she might topple over. Once seated, Loxias paused, gazing at the utensils before her, and turned to Snape, saying in her sweet, high-pitched voice, "Daddy, I don't know how to use chopsticks. I want a spoon." Snape, taken aback, thought, "What? Is this something that needs to be taught? Isn't it instinctual?" Fortunately, there was a house elf in the castle who had experience with children. Dobby promptly replaced the chopsticks at Loxias' side with a spoon, thoughtfully providing her with a fork as well, recognizing that a fork would be more convenient when dealing with buns. Chapter 158. The novice father officially goes online. Locke sees the peculiar creature before him, devoid of any fear, merely gazing at her with curiosity, and offering his gratitude. "Thank you." Leiko replies gently, tinged with excitement, "No need for thanks. It is Leiko's honor to assist the esteemed master of the house." Locke, puzzled, inquires, "Master of the house? Who is that? Is it me?" But Ming is not the master of the house. Leiko becomes flustered, yet instead of bashing her head against the wall, she mutters, "Oh, Leiko has confused the master. It is all Leiko's fault." Although the house elves in Carrington Castle are not like typical house elves, they still possess some inherent traits of their kind, a fact Severus Snape had recognized long ago. Thus, upon noticing Leiko engulfed in self-reproach, Snape promptly redirected her attention elsewhere. This diversion would prevent Leiko from dwelling on the matter, and he certainly did not wish to alarm his young Locke. Locke, with a face full of bewilderment, turns to Snape. "Father, why did she start feeling guilty after I said just one sentence?" Snape explains, "It is a common affliction among house elves. Once they perceive any dissatisfaction or doubt from their masters, they plunge into endless guilt and may even resort to self-harm as punishment." Locke's eyes widen in disbelief. "Why? That is clearly erroneous." Snape gestures towards the food before Locke, urging her to eat. Reluctantly, she begins to eat while observing Snape. He elucidates in simpler terms. This constitutes oppression and exploitation, leading them to develop a misguided perception. The house elves you see here have undergone years of correction. The true state of house elves is far more severe than what you have witnessed. After swallowing a mouthful of dumpling, Locke exclaims, "That is truly tragic. Can we help them?" Snape finds himself rendered speechless by the clarity in Locke's gaze, feeling an overwhelming urge to present her with all the goodness in the world. He nods, of course. As he speaks, he serves Locke a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Locke instinctively recoils at the sight of the porridge, for at 3 years old, she is not fond of porridge like her older brother. "Father, can I have milk instead of porridge?" Snape responds, "Isn't this your favorite porridge? And milk? Cow's milk?" Fortunately, since 13-year-old Locke is still growing, she requires milk, and Carrington Castle does indeed have some. Once breakfast is concluded, Locke diligently wipes her mouth without requiring Snape's assistance, jumping down from her chair. Upon witnessing her leap, Snape's heart skips a beat, fearing she might hurt herself. Thankfully, nothing untoward occurs. Seeing that Snape has finished his meal, Locke urges him, "Father, let us go. I'm going to be late for kindergarten." Snape understands what kindergarten entails, but it is evidently impossible to send Locke there, especially since no respectable kindergarten would remain open during Christmas. Snape kneels before Locke, gazing at her diminutive form, and explains, "But Ming, it is Christmas now, and the kindergarten is closed for the holiday." However, Locke, unfamiliar with the concept, asks, "Huh? Why does kindergarten close for Christmas? It isn't a statutory holiday." Snape pauses momentarily, recalling that Locke once mentioned celebrating Christmas in her previous country, but celebrating Spring Festival here. He clarifies, "But you are no longer in Hua country, you are in England. You may understand Christmas as our version of the Spring Festival." Locke nods, somewhat comprehending. "All right. So what shall we do today, Father?" This presents a profound dilemma for Snape, as he truly lacks experience in childcare. Locke had already been 12 when they first met, possessing not only self-sufficiency, but also managing her daily affairs and studies without his concern. Their time together outside of school primarily involved excursions to shops, amusement parks, or watching films and television, occasionally supplemented by his tutoring. At school, life was even simpler, studying, tutoring, exploring the forbidden forest, sharing gossip, and correcting assignments. Snape reflects earnestly on his interactions with 13-year-old Locke and tentatively proposes, "What do you think about watching television?" To be honest, aside from this, he could think of nothing else. During the Christmas season, most establishments are closed, and outdoor activities are out of the question. They can only remain indoors. What can they do at home? Watch television and provide tutoring. Where to begin with tutoring a 3-year-old Locke? Should they start with potion ingredients or the methods of potion brewing? Or perhaps learning to read? If reading is the priority, where should they commence? This is territory he has never traversed before. If he were to undertake it, he would need preparation, which is not feasible today. After much contemplation, Snape concludes that it would be better to simply allow her to watch television. At the very least, it would pacify her for the time being. Locke's eyes widen in astonishment. Is it possible to watch television so early in the morning? How delightful. However, she soon discovers that the television does not feature her desired sheep characters. At best, she can find Tom and Jerry. With minimal expectations, Locke remarks, "Well, that works too." Nevertheless, even at the tender age of 3, Locke exhibits a level of self-discipline far beyond what Snape anticipated, or perhaps it is simply a habit she has cultivated. After just over an hour of viewing, she approaches Snape, who is preparing potions in the potion room, and declares, "Father, I have finished my television time for today. What shall we do next?" Snape, taken aback, had not even considered this. He had assumed that letting Locke watch television would effectively occupy her time, and grant him the opportunity to focus on brewing potions. After all, what danger could watching television pose? He would not need to keep a constant watch over Locke. Moreover, he still had much work to do on the strengthening potion for her, which was far from complete, so he needed to expedite the process. His plans were solid, yet he had never anticipated that little Locke would impose a limit on her television time, one she herself had proposed to adhere to. Snape tentatively inquires, "Would you like to continue watching television?" Locke shakes her head, "But I'm still a child, and the kindergarten teacher said that children shouldn't watch too much television." Chapter 159. The novice father officially goes online upon hearing this response. Snape realizes he must set aside his potion making to attend to the child. Having been a professor for over a decade, Snape understands the importance of not undermining a child's developing sense of responsibility, as it would hinder their growth. Who knows how the 13-year-old Locke might be affected once she reverts back? After all, she had a precedent of playing rather than studying 20 years prior. As for what to do instead of watching television, Snape tentatively suggests, "How about I take you on a tour of the castle?" Locke ponders for a moment, nodding her small head with her shimmering black eyes. "That sounds great. I haven't explored the places where Father lives yet. Where shall we go first?" Seeing Locke adopt such a mature demeanor, Snape cannot help but smile. "Shall we start outside?" Locke replies eagerly, "Yes." Thus, Snape takes Locke by the hand as they venture outdoors. The ground is blanketed in pristine white snow, devoid of the vitality seen during other seasons. However, viewed from above, the snowy landscape presents a unique beauty. Locke, upon seeing the snow, becomes ecstatic, immediately releasing Snape's hand and dashing forward. "Wow, it's snow! Father, let us build a snowman." Snape gazed at the delighted expression of Loxias and, without a second thought, acquiesced. "Very well." With a flick of his wand, a snowman materialized before her. Loxias inquired, perplexed. She tugged at Snape's long robe, exclaiming, "Father, that is not how you build a snowman." Recalling the past experiences of snowman building at Hogwarts, where wizards commonly employed such methods, Snape retorted, "But this is how we wizards construct snowmen." Loxias stomped her little feet, insisting, "No, you build a snowman with your hands, not magic. That is what makes it meaningful." Snape, unable to deny the earnest request of his 3-year-old daughter, who was irresistibly adorable, especially with her chubby cheeks quivering in protest, relented. Loxias, with her tiny determination, asked, "So what should we do first?" Reflecting on her singular experience of snowman construction, she advised, "First, we need to make a snowball, and then roll it in the snow to make it bigger." As she spoke, Loxias crouched down to start forming a snowball. Observing this, Snape knelt beside her, and after a considerable amount of time, they finally produced 2 large snowballs. Stacking them atop one another, they crafted the rudimentary shape of a snowman. Loxias raised her small hand and declared the additional materials they needed. "We still need some buttons, a carrot, and a scarf." Snape waved his wand, transforming nearby twigs into the requested items. Loxias affixed the buttons to the snowman, but when it came to the scarf and carrot, she found herself unable to reach. She turned to Snape and said, "Father, I can't reach. Please help." Bending down, Snape handed her the carrot and scarf, replying, "Very well." Once he had adorned the snowman with the scarf and affixed the carrot for its nose, he was met with Loxias's enthusiastic applause. "Wow, father. We've built our snowman. We are simply amazing." As Snape observed the jubilant Loxias, a faint smile creased his lips, and his typically stern demeanor softened considerably. "Indeed. Loxias is remarkable," he acknowledged. She then inquired, "What shall we do next, father?" Snape paused for a moment, contemplating. "I recall there are some animals nearby. Would you like to see them?" Loxias's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are there bunnies?" The elder Snape fell silent, aware of the presence of various animals, but uncertain of their specifics. He took her small hand and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Let us go and find out." However, after just a few steps, Loxias expressed her reluctance to continue, extending her arms toward Snape. "Daddy, carry me. I can't walk anymore." Snape hesitated momentarily, thinking it would be better for her to walk, but he eventually bent down and scooped her up. After yesterday's experience of holding her, he had grown quite adept at it. Carrying Loxias, they eventually arrived at the area of Carrington Castle designated for animal husbandry, a place Snape had never visited before. Usually, he spent his time brewing potions in the dungeons, occasionally practicing with Loxias in the garden each morning. Loxias's eyes lit up at the sight before her, and she squirmed to be let down. "Wow, so many little chicks." Snape complied, gently placing her on the ground. The moment her feet touched the earth, Loxias dashed into the flock of chickens, causing the previously serene birds to scatter in a flurry, some even flapping their wings and momentarily lifting off the ground. "Look, Daddy. The chicks can fly," she exclaimed, pointing at the airborne birds. Soon after, Loxias spotted a solitary chicken in the corner, oblivious to her antics. With her hands clasped behind her back, she crouched low, tiptoeing towards it before suddenly stomping her foot down. Startled, the chicken squawked, "Cluck, cluck, cluck." Nearby, Snape mused, "This child is rather lively. I suppose that's to be expected." After some time of playful antics, Loxias turned to invite Snape to join her in playing with the adorable chicks. Unable to contain himself any longer, he replied, "Loxias, your father is a mature adult. He does not engage in such childish activities." "What do you mean?" Loxias, still too young to grasp the nuances of his statement, furrowed her delicate brow in contemplation. After a moment, she decided to abandon her puzzlement, her eyes shining with innocent simplicity. "Then, Daddy, will you come play with me?" "Snape declined. "No. You may play on your own." Loxias persisted, "Come on, it's so much fun." Again he refused. "You play. I will simply watch." After 2 rejections, Loxias resolved not to press further, and decided to entertain herself. Yet after a few steps, she felt a pang of pity for leaving her father alone to watch her play, and she turned back to ask, "Daddy, are you really not coming to play?" Snape, maintaining a facade of amusement, replied, "No thank you." At that moment, if one were to inquire about Snape's desires, he would confess that he longed to return to Hogwarts, to catch a Gryffindor and deduct points with fervor, unleashing his venomous ire upon them, all in a bid to alleviate his pent-up frustrations. Naturally, if the target were Potter, his satisfaction would be even greater. For parenting was a task not suited for just anyone. Having spent less than a morning caring for the 3-year-old Loxias, Snape found himself in awe of the Weasley family, who managed to raise so many children. It must be a monumental challenge. As Loxias resumed her pursuit of the chicks, her enthusiasm waned, and she soon turned her attention to the neighboring rabbits. Upon sighting a rabbit, she scooped it into her arms, her eyes sparkling as she stroked its fur. "Wow, Daddy. Their fur is so soft. It feels just like Thomas. You should try it." This time, Snape did not remain a bystander. For Loxias's play seemed relatively benign, just gentle petting and cuddling. He was less resistant and, upon hearing her words, reached out to touch the rabbit. Its softness indeed compared favorably to their clumsy cat at home, especially in the winter months. The combination of the rabbit and his beloved daughter was certainly preferable to the previous pairing of the chicken and his quirky child. However, the next moment, Snape realized he had underestimated the situation. Loxias, with her dark eyes mirroring his own, gazed at him with unclouded clarity. "Daddy, bunnies are so cute. Let us have rabbit for lunch." Snape was taken aback, perplexed by her sudden shift in thought. From marveling at its soft fur to contemplating its fate on their dinner table, he resigned himself, recalling Loxias had previously mentioned that raising such poultry was ultimately for consumption. "As long as you're happy," he replied, albeit reluctantly. Loxias leapt with joy. "Yay." After playing with the rabbits, she dashed over to the pig pen exclaiming, "It's Peppa Pig. Braised pork is delicious. So is the stewed version. But it smells a bit now." Due to her aversion to the odor of the pigs, Loxias did not linger long and departed without revisiting the rabbits or chickens. She turned her attention to chase after the duck, reciting, "The red palms stir the clear waves, the spring river warms, and the duck knows first." Snape called after her, "Come back, my 13 years, 6 months, and 26 days old daughter." Once Loxis grew weary from her playful pursuit, she returned to Snape, wrapping her arms around his long leg and perching atop his polished shoe. "Daddy, I finished playing, and I'm hungry too." Snape nodded, bending down to scoop Loxis into his arms as they made their way toward the castle. "Then let us have lunch." Loxis tugged at Snape's hair, her braided pigtails bouncing. "Will there be bunny for lunch?" Snape replied, "There will be. You just mentioned wanting it, and Reiko has already prepared it for you." Loxis cheered, "Yay. After we eat and take our nap, where will we go to play, Daddy?" Snape at that moment understood the significance of kindergarten. It elucidated why there were holidays during Christmas and why Loxis happened to enter her awakening phase at this time. During lunchtime, just as Snape anticipated a peaceful meal, Loxis, perched on her chair, pointed at the dishes before her, exclaiming in her sweet, childlike voice, "Daddy, I don't want the chili, it's spicy." Snape replied, "Weren't you the one who loved spicy food the most? And I won't even mention the pile of spicy snacks in your room." Considering the porridge from the morning, Snape quietly rearranged the dishes on the table, placing the non-spicy options in front of Loxis. Engaging in a debate over her tastes with a 3-year-old was evidently unwise, so he chose to acquiesce to her preferences. However, Loxis soon initiated a new round of demands, pointing at the fish, declaring, "Daddy, there are fish bones. I can't spit them out." With a sigh, Snape set down his bowl and chopsticks to meticulously remove the bones from the fish, ensuring it was safe for her to eat before placing the fish back in front of her. Just as he finished this task and resumed his meal, Loxis piped up again, "Daddy, I can't scoop that dish with a spoon." Snape, having just lifted his own bowl, resignedly served her yet again. Thus, amidst the flurry of activity, Snape managed to complete his lunch. Afterward, it was time for Loxis's nap, and Snape finally found a moment of tranquility. He seized the opportunity to hastily brew potions during that hour. Upon finishing, he realized he had exceeded the time limit. Curiously, Loxis had not come looking for him. Could it be that she was simply too tired from her morning play to awaken? Snape speculated. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he decided to check on her, for she was but 3 years old, and should anything be amiss he would regret it later. Navigating to Loxis's room with practiced ease, he knocked gently on her door. When there was no response, he knocked again, and upon receiving silence once more, he opened the door. At that moment, Loxis lay on her bed, appearing at first glance to be a well-behaved child in slumber. Yet upon closer inspection, her flushed face revealed a feverish child in distress. Snape's heart raced as he approached her, reaching for her forehead. She was burning up. She needed a fever-reducing potion. Based on his experience, he deduced her condition. However, he also sensed a fluctuation of magical power emanating from Loxis, indicating that her fever might be a consequence of unstable magical awakening. Snape recognized that he was a potion master, not a healer, and the distinction between the two was significant. The fields were as different as night and day. Thus, he promptly summoned Reiko to inform Sir Skier, the healer of the Carrington Knights. Upon learning of Loxis's predicament, Skier rushed to Carrington Castle at the utmost speed. Observing Skier, who remained silent after a lengthy diagnosis, Snape anxiously inquired, "How is she?" Chapter 161. Snape in low spirits. However, after his examination, Skier did not provide Snape with a definitive answer. His findings were quite similar to Snape's own conclusions. It could be a cold causing the fever, or it might stem from the instability of her awakening magic. Snape huffed in dissatisfaction. If Gryffindor, often doused in venom, or a familiar Slytherin were present, they would surely recognize this as the precursor to Snape unleashing a torrent of venomous words. Unfortunately, Skier belonged to Ravenclaw and had graduated during Snape's tenure at Hogwarts. His understanding of Snape's venomous tirades was limited to their brief collaboration the previous summer, and the tales from the young wizards currently studying at Hogwarts. In the next moment, Snape unleashed the venom he had been accumulating since the morning encounter with Loxis. "Well, let me see, this so-called excellent healer, the chief healer of Carrington. Your so-called healing abilities are truly eye-opening. I can guarantee that even a random young wizard at Hogwarts, with their mind clouded with nonsense and utterly clueless about healing, could arrive at the same superficial conclusions you just did. I dare say your capabilities are woefully inadequate for your position. It is hard to fathom how you managed to pass the healer's examination, which is not particularly lenient, as far as I know." Next, feeling that his initial diatribe was insufficient, Snape, whether from lingering frustration or the worry for Loxis's health, continued to unleash his discontent. To be honest, you are far more useless than that lazy Tom, who merely eats and sleeps. At least Tom has soft fur that brings joy. Having concluded his tirade, Snape cast a cold glare at Skier. To Skier's astonishment, after being mercilessly chastised, Snape turned and gently tucked Loxis under her blanket. A stark contrast to the venomous tone he had just used. Such double standards were undeniable. Skier could only internally lament. There are indeed specializations within the realm of healers. I specialize in treating injuries caused by magic, not pediatrics. Where is the all-encompassing healer? Yet, despite his desire to retort against Snape's venomous words, Skier refrained. Fully aware from his limited experiences with Snape that arguing was futile, and would only invite another barrage of venom. Especially given the current situation, Snape, as a concerned parent, was already on edge. While he may not be a Slytherin adept at self-preservation, he certainly understood the nuances of human emotion. However, being the target of venomous words without the ability to retaliate was indeed infuriating. After suppressing his urge to respond, Skier offered his suggestion. It would be best to go to St. Mungo's. I will consult with their healer. Upon hearing this, Snape scooped up Loxis and prepared to leave. Will they discover things they shouldn't? Pierce replied, of course not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested it. As he approached the fireplace, Snape paused. Realizing that Loxis was still unwell, he needed to ensure she wouldn't catch another chill. Not only did he need to arrange for magical warmth, but also physical warmth. After wrapping Loxis snugly in a blanket and dressing her in warm clothes, Snape turned to Skier, stating coldly, then let us depart. Having witnessed Snape's double standards, Sylar bore no resentment and promptly followed him, knowing well that the most pressing concern was to restore his superior, Loxis, to health. Upon their arrival at St. Mungo's, they were greeted by a freshly qualified healer, a recent graduate from Hogwarts. The sight of this newcomer darkened Snape's expression instantly. It appears the standards for hiring at St. Mungo's have diminished, allowing even those who frequently achieve merely acceptable in potions to secure employment here. Once a certain badger, who had only just passed the healer's examination and secured a position at St. Mungo's, believed his future was bright, but in the very first month of his employment, he encountered the professor he had dreaded most during his studies. This professor, seemingly in a foul mood, unleashed his venom upon him. During their school days, the presence of other badgers had provided some solace, but now he bore the brunt alone. Oh, how unfortunate my fate is, lamented the trembling badger, his eyes brimming with tears. Sylar, upon witnessing this, could hardly be oblivious. Even he felt discomfort after being subjected to Snape's venom. What of these Hogwarts graduates under his command? Sylar sought to excuse the quivering badger. Mr. Snape, this is not the time to question St. Mungo's standards for hiring healers. Our priority must be the treatment of Loxis. With a cold huff, Snape retorted, I cannot entrust my daughter to someone who has failed potions. Eventually, a venerable healer arrived to replace the unfortunate badger. After a consultation between Sylar and this esteemed healer, a diagnosis was reached. I suspect it is merely a common cold due to exposure to the chill. As for the fluctuations in her magical energy, they are simply a result of her own magical usage. The esteemed healer further remarked, to possess magical ability at such a young age bodes extraordinarily well for this child's future. However, parents must be cautious. In such cold weather, they should refrain from allowing their child to consume cold foods. Snape paused, his hand gently resting on Loxis's, and inquired with deliberate clarity, you mean to say she has consumed something cold? At this moment, Snape's understanding crystallized. It was no wonder Loxis had not caused a commotion when she desired to take a nap. She had wished to explore her room in solitude. While Snape did not possess complete knowledge of the contents of Loxis's room, he was acutely aware of one thing: snacks. Her room, much like those of other badgers, was stocked with an abundance of treats. If 13-year-old Loxis was prone to overindulgence, how much more so would 3-year-old Loxis be? Snape had completely forgotten about the plethora of snacks in Loxis's room, and he had inadvertently associated 3-year-old Loxis with them. Moreover, it was one thing for Loxis to keep spicy strips, candies, and chocolates, but had she also stored cold foods? Snape mentally noted yet another transgression of his 13-year-old Loxis. Chapter 162, The Snack-Thieving Badger. Having discerned the cause of her illness and the requisite potion, matters became straightforward. The child of a potions master had no need to fret over the availability of high-quality potions. Naturally, Snape looked down upon the potions provided by St. Mungo's. He administered his own concocted fever-reducing potion to Loxis. Thereafter, he remained by her side in the hospital. It is worth noting that the potion crafted by the Master of Potions, Snape, proved remarkably effective. Within merely an hour, Loxis's fever subsided. The speed of her recovery drew envious glances from the healers at St. Mungo's, who wished their own potions could yield such rapid results. This would prevent the families of patients from brandishing their wands in intimidation. As her fever receded, Loxis gradually awakened, fully aware of the events that had transpired. She had fallen ill due to her sneaky indulgence in ice cream. Even at the tender age of 3, Loxis, with her limited life experience, understood that she was likely in for a reprimand. In the past, when she had fallen ill from consuming ice cream in winter, her brother would always give her a stern talking to, and she feared her father would do the same. Thus, upon seeing Snape, she endeavored to charm her way out of trouble. "Daddy, where are we?" Upon witnessing Loxis awaken fever-free, Snape finally relaxed. Just as he intended to check on her condition and deliver a lesson infused with love, he noticed that the little one seemed to have a plan of her own. With no rush, Snape crossed his arms, observing Loxis as she attempted to employ her cuteness to escape scrutiny. When she posed her question, he replied coolly, "St. Mungo's Hospital." Feigning ignorance, Loxis nodded and continued her act of adorableness. "Oh, so this is a hospital." Yet, upon finishing her statement, Loxis noticed that Snape's expression was still grim. Realizing that mere cuteness might not suffice, she promptly escalated her efforts. Ignoring Snape's stern demeanor, she wriggled free from her blankets and crawled towards him, throwing herself into his arms. Though still irked, Snape could not ignore the potential danger of her actions. He instinctively caught her securely in his embrace. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, Loxis blinked her large eyes and asked, "Daddy, why are we in the hospital? And why does my whole body hurt?" Snape regarded Loxis, who feigned innocence, and replied with a sardonic tone, "Because a little fool consumed something she ought not to have and fell ill." Loxis understood the implication. She was being called foolish, and she could hardly contain her indignation. "I am not foolish." With a wry smile, Snape pinched Loxis's chubby cheek. "If you are not foolish, then who, like a simpleton, ingested something cold that landed her in the hospital?" Unperturbed, young Loxis hastily concocted a justification. "That was because the ice cream acted first." Yes, it was the ice cream that made the first move. Snape couldn't help but chuckle at her reasoning. Any adult would see through such an excuse. Did she truly believe him to be as naive as a 3-year-old? How could his Loxis, at 3 years old, be so misguided? Yet there was something endearing about her. Though Snape held this thought internally, he maintained his stern facade, responding with his brand of tough love. "When we return home, you will transcribe a compendium of potion ingredients 5 times. Considering Loxis's age, Snape adjusted his intended punishment to something more suitable. Loxis exclaimed in shock, "Why must Daddy punish me with writing?" The little one was bewildered, unable to comprehend why the adult's punishments were all so similar. She did not wish to transcribe anything. However, Loxis's wishes were of no consequence. Snape had firmly made up his mind, especially given that Loxis had committed a misdeed. Defeated, Loxis sulked, pouting her small lips and remaining motionless in Snape's embrace. Observing this, Snape's irritation dissipated. "Will you still sneak snacks in the future?" Loxis retorted, "I did not sneak snacks. I was simply enjoying them. If the snacks are there, why shouldn't I eat them?" Snape gently pinched Loxis's plump cheek. "You have a belly full of twisted logic." Once it was confirmed that Loxis had no lingering issues and was on the mend, Snape took her home to Carrington Castle. However, before departing, Snape, while holding Loxis, shot a fierce glare at the unfortunate badger, who had been on the receiving end of his venom upon their arrival at St. Mungo's. He could sense that this little badger had been lurking nearby, observing them, much like how Loxis would watch Draco and Potter back at school. In order to refrain from unleashing an excess of venom before the adorably foolish Loxis and provoking her to tears, Severus Snape found himself compelled to adopt an alternative means, which he deemed devoid of lethality, to convey his dissatisfaction. Subsequently, he hastily escorted Loxis back to Carrington Castle. As for the little badger who had been glared at by Snape, although he was exceedingly frightened, it did not deter his desire to indulge in gossip. Initially, he was terrified by the venomous spray, but upon regaining his composure, he realized that his former potions professor was cradling a child and exhibiting an astonishing gentleness towards her. This behavior was utterly incongruous with the image he held of his former potions instructor. Either Snape had been possessed by another, or there was indeed some juicy tidbit to uncover. A badger who shuns gossip is a badger wasted. Thus, despite his trepidation, he settled nearby to partake in the unfolding drama. Sure enough, the revelation astounded him. Their formidable Professor Snape had a child. Who was the mother? When had this occurred? Following this revelation, the owls frequenting St. Mungo's increased significantly, even resulting in a traffic congestion incident. Thanks to the little badger's remarkable knack for spreading news, the students of Hogwarts, aside from those who had graduated to Azkaban, soon learned that their potions professor, Snape, had a child and was inexplicably tender towards her. Upon their return to the castle, Snape led Loxis directly to her room, and straight to the place where she concealed her snacks. Loxis, nestled in Snape's embrace, widened her eyes in astonishment. How did her father know there were snacks hidden here? She had searched for ages to find them. As for why Loxis did not suspect that Snape had placed them there, the reason was quite simple. She could not fathom that a parent would stash treats in their child's room, especially not with ice cream included. Chapter 163, The Confiscated Snacks. She may have been young, but she was not foolish. Thus, upon discovering this bounty, Loxis felt immense gratitude towards the kind soul who had placed the snacks in her room. However, the question loomed. Would her paradise soon vanish? Watching Snape systematically confiscate bag after bag of snacks, reducing what had once been a towering heap to a mere incline, Loxis felt her heart ache. Desperate to prolong her time with the snacks, Loxis clung to Snape's leg, attempting to delay his progress. Father, honestly, how did you know there was a pile of snacks here? Is there a traitor among the masses, or have you installed surveillance? Snape, with his free hand, gently tapped her forehead. Where else apart from this room, do you think something icy could be hidden? Loxis released her grip on Snape's leg and glanced around, realizing the truth in his words. Yet she pondered. Why would the benevolent individual who had placed treats for her choose to confine them all to one location? Surely, a more discreet approach would have sufficed? She understood the tale of the clever rabbit with its multiple burrows. As Snape reached for the last of the snacks, Loxis could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand in a futile attempt to halt her father's merciless actions. Father, please leave me just a little, just a morsel. There's hardly any left. Yet Snape, unyielding, refused. He had no desire to make 2 trips to St. Mungo's during the Christmas holiday with her. Loxis pouted, her expression one of utter desolation, and Snape, despite himself, felt a twinge of sympathy. However, allowing her to remain in the presence of snacks was evidently out of the question. After weighing his options, Snape leaned down and addressed Loxis. I will hold on to these for you and distribute a daily allowance. Loxis, filled with eagerness, inquired, so I can still have snacks? Snape presented his conditions. Provided that you adhere to my instructions, eat your meals without fuss, avoid engaging in perilous activities, and remain within my line of sight. In pursuit of her beloved treats, Loxis fervently assured him, I will be obedient. After this commotion, dinner time arrived. Having learned from the midday experience, the dishes on the table this evening were devoid of chili. With the lessons of the afternoon in mind, Snape's dinner proceeded smoothly. He had mastered the art of serving Loxis food when appropriate, placing it into her bowl without hesitation. Loxis, having resolved not to complain about the earlier events, dutifully consumed everything Snape offered her, even the items she typically disdained. After dinner, Snape took the little one to his potions laboratory. After seating Loxis in a corner chair, and adjusting the table's distance and chair height, he raised his hands to brighten the room. He then placed before her the tome compendium of potion ingredients, along with a quill and parchment. Folding his arms, he gazed down at her, attempting to mask his frustration from the reality of the situation. Before you retire for the night, you shall copy what you need to. I will supervise you. Loxis glanced at the book and quill set before her, striving to defend her reluctance to copy. But father, I write with a pencil. I don't know how to use this quill, and besides, I don't understand the words in this book. At her words, Snape fell silent. He had assumed that by simply arranging for little Loxis to be under his watchful eye, he could attend to his potion brewing. Yet, the harsh reality revealed the glaring inadequacies of his plans, riddled with flaws. He felt as if he had been infected by the folly of this little creature. And with the automatic translation feature of his alchemical creations, he had entirely overlooked that this child before him did not comprehend English, and was incapable of properly transcribing, rendering his initial intention futile. Moreover, it appeared she could not even wield a quill, relying instead on a muggle pencil, entrusting her with the task of copying. He feared she might miswrite even the letters. Thus, if he wished for her to copy from the book, he would first need to procure appropriate tools and teach her English. This represented a monumental challenge, surpassing the frustrations he faced with the blundering students at Hogwarts who could only manage to scrape by with passing marks. Taking a deep breath, Snape resolved to start from square one with Loxis. As for the quill, the 13-year-old Loxis had one stored at Carrington Castle, and Snape requested it from Rakepick. Teaching Loxis English, he thought, should not pose a significant difficulty. However, after a brief attempt, he soon discovered that he had underestimated the complexity of the task at hand. He could not fathom how his astute Loxis could appear so oblivious while grappling with the intricacies of English. Was it his teaching methods that fell short? Or had he failed to prepare adequately? Snape engaged in self-reflection, endeavoring to identify the source of the issue. Meanwhile, Loxis, glancing up, noticed that Snape's expression was even darker than it had been during their time in the hospital. She understood that he was deeply dissatisfied with her progress in learning. But could she truly be blamed? The peculiar letters that formed words were already bizarre, and their myriad combinations yielded even more oddities. Some words possessed multiple meanings, and the grammatical structure of sentences was a labyrinth in itself. Was it not reasonable for her to struggle with this? It was undoubtedly a flaw in the language. Not in her capabilities, for she excelled at grasping other subjects. Though she thought this, Loxis, having interacted with various teachers at such a young age, knew better than to voice her frustrations. She reached out her small hand and tugged at Snape's sleeve. "Father, don't lose heart. We will strive together. And I will learn quickly." Snape sighed, relinquishing his intention to continue teaching Lockhart English. After all, they possessed alchemical items capable of automatic translation, which would resolve their communication issues. As for everything else, he believed that in a month's time, all would naturally fall into place. After all, 3-year-old Lockhart need not be compelled to learn English. After some contemplation, Snape chose to concede. Caring for the little one was already a considerable challenge, and it seemed unnecessary to expend effort on something that held little significance for Lockhart's future. The 13-year-old Lockhart was certainly not incapable of learning. Chapter 164, Slumber. Subsequently, Raccoon arrived with Lilith and Amabel's childhood toys. Upon seeing the unfamiliar toys, Lockhart's eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily overshadowing the sorrow of having his snacks confiscated. Observing this, Snape allowed Lockhart to play independently, entrusting Raccoon with the task of keeping an eye on him, instructing her to call for him if anything amiss occurred. Lockhart, clutching a plethora of toys he had never played with, joyfully departed the potions room with Raccoon. After a long day of child-rearing, Snape finally relished a moment of solitude to engage in potion making. However, before he could successfully brew his potion, Lockhart came trotting back to him. Peering through the doorway, Lockhart gazed at Snape, who was still adding ingredients to the cauldron. "Daddy, I want to go to sleep now." Snape turned to face Lockhart. "You can have Raccoon take you back to your room to sleep." Lockhart shook his head firmly, stating, "No, I want Daddy to sleep with me." Snape crouched down to negotiate with Lockhart, suggesting, "Would it be acceptable for Raccoon to accompany you? Daddy still has work to do." Lockhart tightened his grip on Snape's hand, fearful that he might vanish in this crucial moment. "But I want Daddy with me. It was always Sunny who slept with me, and the house is dark and filled with monsters. I'm afraid to sleep alone." Snape replied, "But you slept alone yesterday." Lockhart shook her head, insisting, "I fell asleep in Daddy's arms, so I wasn't alone." With Lockhart's persistence, Snape ultimately found himself compelled to abandon the potion he had been brewing and accompany Lockhart to bed. The truth was, Snape realized he could not refuse the sight of little Lockhart, adorned with a pitiful expression and eyes brimming with earnestness. Moreover, her request was not unreasonable. It had become an integral part of her daily routine. Holding Lockhart's small hand, Snape led her to her room and sat beside her bed. Lockhart patted her bed, saying, "Daddy, you come too." Snape hesitated for a moment, but then sat down beside her. However, Snape soon discovered that Lockhart, who should have been closing her eyes to sleep, was instead gazing at him wide-eyed. Instinctively, Snape wanted to urge her to close her eyes and drift off, allowing him to attend to his beloved potions. "Well, what you need to do now is close your little eyes. This is not the time for them to be wide open." Lockhart blinked but did not firmly close her eyes. "But Daddy, you haven't told me a story yet." "I always listen to a story before I sleep." Snape responded, "A story? I must admit, this falls within my realm of ignorance. If it were a discussion on the principles of potion making, defense against the dark arts, or spell theory, I could certainly regale you with tales. However, to tell a story, this was his first experience in childcare, and he truly felt at a loss." Snape sighed, attempting to reason with Lockhart. "Darling, you must understand that your old father's mind is filled with many useful things, so you cannot expect him to possess these frivolous tales." Lockhart failed to grasp the deeper meaning of Snape's words, simply feeling pity for him. "What a shame it is, Daddy. You don't know how delightful stories can be." Listening to Lockhart's words, Snape began to suspect she was reflecting his own sentiments back at him, but seeing the sincerity in her eyes made him think she was genuinely expressing regret. Snape mused, another moment of nostalgia for 13-year-old Lockhart. Before he could rephrase his thoughts to explain to little Lockhart why he was unable to tell her a story, Raccoon appeared in Lockhart's bedroom, carrying a storybook. Knowing he could no longer refuse Lockhart's request, Snape accepted the book from Raccoon, and discovered it was the Tales of Beetle the Bard, a collection of traditional children's stories even he, not raised in the wizarding world, recognized. Opening the first page, he began to read aloud in his deep voice. By the time he finished the first story, Lockhart had already fallen asleep. Setting the book aside, Snape noticed that, aside from Lockhart's slumber, Raccoon stood nearby, enraptured by his narration. Clearly, she had also been listening. As Snape ceased his reading, Raccoon turned her gaze toward him. Aware of the house elf's understanding, Snape placed a finger to his lips and gestured toward the sleeping Lockhart. Raccoon understood his intent. Their little master was asleep, and she must remain silent to avoid waking her, lest her father be compelled to soothe her back to sleep. Consequently, Raccoon bowed slightly to Snape before vanishing from Lockhart's room. As for Snape, he could not move just yet. Lockhart had only just fallen asleep, and was easily disturbed, especially as she lay atop him. He thought that after a brief moment, he would shift Lockhart from his lap and return to brewing potions. However, caring for a child was a profoundly exhausting endeavor, particularly since Lockhart had visited the hospital that day. Snape's plans were doomed to remain unfulfilled, for the fatigue of a day spent with the child overcame him before he could wait for Lockhart to drift into a deeper slumber. A night of sweet dreams ensued. The following day, Snape awoke according to his usual biological clock, but unlike any other morning, he was greeted by the sight of tiny feet resting upon his face. Lockhart, who had initially been comfortably nestled against him, had shifted directions. The blanket lay kicked off, one foot dangling off the bed while the other rested squarely on his face. Snape truly could not fathom how Lockhart managed to sleep, yet he could only helplessly remove her foot from his visage and cover her with the blanket once more. Once he had accomplished this, Snape carefully rose from the bed. It was still early, and he opted to forego his morning exercise in favor of dedicating time to the potion yet to be brewed. After all, he was uncertain when Lockhart's magical powers would surge again during her awakening period. Given the current supply of potions, it was insufficient to meet their needs. Moreover, his recent potion research had come to a standstill, and he was eager to make significant progress on this subject. Chapter 165. The first step of the serpent's journey hits a snag. When Lockhart finally awoke, dutifully washed up, and with Raccoon's assistance, dressed appropriately, she scampered off to find her father. This marked the official commencement of Snape's second day as a caregiver. This day, evidently, was better than the last. At least he possessed more experience and, with the help of Raccoon and Gilly, could carve out additional time for potion making. However, Snape soon discovered that it was yet another chaotic day, for one could never truly know what thoughts occupied the mind of a 3-year-old. Or rather, what was the previous moment, and what would the next moment be? As severe as Snape found solace in the joy derived from concocting potions within the confines of his laboratory, he imagined that young Lucius was merrily indulging in television and toys under the watchful gaze of Draco. Yet, having remembered to keep an eye on little Lucius, and neglecting to cast a silencing charm, Snape was suddenly jolted by a violent crashing sound. His hand trembled, nearly jeopardizing the potion he was on the verge of completing. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to catch the liquid that threatened to spill from the cauldron. An instinctive sense compelled Snape to abandon his potion and investigate the disturbance. With a few moments remaining before the next step in his potion, he turned and exited the laboratory to seek out Lucius. Before Snape could even inquire with the portraits for Lucius's precise whereabouts, he was met with a scene that sent a chill down his spine. The basilisk, which had been brought back from the Slytherin chamber by 13-year-old Lucius, had returned to its normal size and was darting through the castle with alarming speed. Given his experience as a Death Eater under Voldemort, the sight of the enormous serpent moving through the castle was not particularly shocking. What truly unsettled him was the sight of Lucius perched atop its head, exclaiming, "Brave snake, fear not the challenges, onward, onward, let us venture forth." While Draco cheered her on, Snape felt as though darkness had momentarily clouded his vision. Meanwhile, the oblivious portraits continued to applaud Lucius and the basilisk, which only served to fray Snape's already taut nerves. How dare she? If she were to lose her balance and fall from the serpent's head, and that foolish beast failed to catch her, would she then wish to visit Street Mungo's once more? And these foolish portraits, not only condoning a 13-year-old's reckless flying, but now allowing a 3-year-old to ride a basilisk? Had they lost their senses along with their lives? Perhaps they simply found their own offspring too numerous to care. He had only one child, and could not be compared to them. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Snape transformed into a wisp of black smoke and sped towards Lucius's location. In a flash, he arrived at the serpent's head, swiftly grasped Lucius, and gently descended to the ground. Lucius, still disoriented, felt as though she were soaring through the air. Much like when her father had previously taken her on a flying ride, and found it exhilarating. Clapping her tiny hands, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is so much fun, Daddy. Fly some more." However, the next moment brought forth an inevitable consequence. Snape, like any irate parent, delivered a light smack to her bottom. Lucius. Thus began her third bout of sobbing, reminiscent of her 3-year-old self. Wah! The chorus of reproach from the portrait soon filled the air. Severus, how could you strike our little Lucius? She is such a good child. Children must not be hit, and she has done nothing wrong. Oh, little darling, do not cry. Do not cry. Your father is simply too mean, he should not have struck you. Snape, having delivered a mere mild reprimand, listened to the portrait's words with a cold snort, ignoring them as he turned to face the heartbroken Lucius in his arms. Snape, do you understand your mistake? Lucius shook her head, her face a mess of tears and snot. Snape, unyielding, continued. What did I caution you about before I entered the potion room? Lucius sniffled. Not to do dangerous things. Snape retrieved a tissue and gently wiped her tears and runny nose. And what were you just doing? Lucius, feeling wronged, replied. I was riding on Little Tet and playing. I was just riding Little Tet. I wasn't he doing anything dangerous, wah. Feeling somewhat helpless, Snape offered a brief explanation. You were sitting atop the basilisk's head, which was as high as the second floor, without any protective measures, and it was moving at such speed. Do you not see how dangerous that is? What if you lost your grip and fell? Lucius processed Snape's words repeatedly in her mind, recalling the pain from a previous fall. All right, that was indeed dangerous. Convinced by Snape's reasoning, Lucius gradually ceased her tears, dutifully admitting her mistake. I'm sorry, Daddy, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ridden Little Tet. Snape comfortingly ruffled her hair. As long as you understand your error, do not engage in such dangerous activities again. Lucius nodded. But Daddy. Snape, Lucius hesitated before speaking. Since you just spanked me, could you please not punish Little Tet and Draco? Playing that game was my idea. At her words, Snape cast a cold glance towards the basilisk and the little house elf, who were nervously observing from a distance. As he looked upon them, both the serpent and the elf appeared utterly flustered, particularly the basilisk, which had contorted itself into a knot. Snape could have sworn he detected a glimmer of sheer foolishness in its eyes. Was this not the creature that petrified Hogwarts students, instilling fear in their hearts? Snape glanced away, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, apart from Lucius in his arms, nothing else mattered to him. Unbeknownst to him, that fleeting glance had thoroughly terrified the basilisk. The creature trembled, internally roaring in panic. Ah, it looked over here. That is Lucius's father. The one who often draws blood from me, makes me cry, and extracts my venom. Will I be killed? Oh, Salazar, save me. Among them, only Draco fared somewhat better, as she had been the least targeted by Snape's ire. Chapter 166, An Upgraded Parenting Experience. Naturally, Snape acquiesced to Lucius's request. He understood well that such perilous games would only be suggested by Lucius herself. Neither the basilisk's foolishness nor Draco's unchanged house elf habits would ever lead to such risky endeavors. He merely needed to ensure Lucius recognized her mistake and promised not to repeat it. The others involved were inconsequential. However, from that day forward, Snape could no longer entrust Lucius to anyone else. After elegantly admonishing the dissenting portraits, he gracefully turned and retrieved his assortment of tools and materials from the potion room. Arranging them in the hall, he intended to keep a vigilant watch over Lucius while brewing potions, although this would pose a significant challenge. Snape knew there was no better solution, for he did not believe his fragile heart could withstand another shock of that magnitude. That day, Snape managed to navigate through the hours reasonably well, yet he found himself frequently emerging from the world of potions to glance at his daughter, who could only babble incoherently, unable to immerse herself in the realm of concoctions as he desired. But this was merely the second day. His journey of fatherhood had only just begun. Toys and companions could only provide Lucius with a fleeting novelty. After some time, she grew weary of them, and Carrington Castle had no new toys to offer. From that day forth, Draco and Gilly's workload doubled, and the castle suffered as a result. Observing the graffiti on the portraits, and listening to the complaints from his ancestors, Snape felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. At this moment, the portraits no longer found Loxis adorable, nor did they have any fondness for children. They fervently prayed for time to pass swiftly, hoping to expedite the end of the tribulations that awaited them after their demise. Even Godric, who had always indulged Loxis, followed Salazar, now adorned with a mustache, into the portraits of Hogwarts, leaving Selina behind in Carrington Castle, extending her delicate hand. Godric remarked, though our home is lively, the school remains eerily quiet, yet it is undoubtedly safer there. Kilcher wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and candidly expressed, to be frank, Severus, We can no longer allow Loxis to behave in such a manner. Over 300 portraits in this castle have fallen victim to her mischief. If we do not find a distraction for her, we truly cannot endure this any longer. Snape scoffed. Well, what else can you expect from a 3-year-old whose mind is still developing? Should she learn another language? Brew potions? Delve into alchemy that hasn't even taken root in her mind? Or perhaps play with friends? Kilcher paused for a moment and suggested in a conciliatory tone. Why not try to teach her some English? If she could master that, the opportunities for her would surely multiply, such as learning and reading. Snape raised an eyebrow. Do you think I haven't attempted that approach? She became so confused while learning that I simply lost my patience. Just then Gutau arrived. Well, Kilcher, can you think of a more feasible solution? Have you forgotten that when she returned at 8, she required the assistance of 7 English teachers? That was only because we offered adequate galleons. The final teacher reluctantly agreed to continue under pressure. Kilcher sighed in resignation. All right, but this matter must be resolved, surely. Snape crossed his arms, delighting in their predicament, showing no sympathy whatsoever for the portrait's plight. Either you devise a viable solution, or wait for the next 2 weeks to pass. Mind you, I have endured more than you all. Gutau, clearly weary of Loxis's antics, pondered for a moment before proposing to Snape. Perhaps we could procure some fresh toys and visit Diagon Alley for children's picture books in Chinese with pinyin. Snape replied, but that may not suffice. Gutau, the child-rearing expert, suddenly had an epiphany. We could also acquire some craft materials for her to create with. Pausing briefly, she continued, that should keep her occupied. For anything beyond that, we shall take it as it comes. Evidently, Gutau's suggestion proved highly effective. The moment the Chinese children's books were brought back, Loxis immersed herself in them, liberating everyone at Carrington Castle. Snape too found solace. He merely needed to glance up at the opportune moments to offer comments or encouragement on Loxis's crafts. Beyond that, there was little else to do. However, within a few days, Loxis had devoured all the books and grown weary of her crafts. Fortunately, Snape had successfully brewed the potions he needed around the same time. By the timeline, it would not be long before Loxis returned to her normal state. Throughout these days, as long as they took good care of little Loxis, everyone would be liberated. Daddy, let us go out to play. I've been here so long without going out with you, Loxis implored. Snape paused for a moment before denying her request with a rather absurd excuse. I mean, our shops and amusement parks will not be open during Christmas here. Loxis blinked her big eyes, displaying rare wisdom as she looked at Snape. But Daddy, it has been over 20 days. If they are still closed, will they starve? Even our side doesn't stay closed for so long during the new year. They are not incapable of enduring, Snape retorted. Just as he was contemplating how to continue deceiving Loxis, she pressed on. Daddy, honestly, do you not want to take me out to play? Snape thought. This child has never shown such cleverness before. Naturally, he could not confess the truth, for as he gazed into Loxis's eyes, it seemed as if they bore the threat that if he dared to say yes, she would flood Carrington Castle. In a solemn tone, Snape declared, No. I simply do not want to go out and encounter some unsavory things. What are those unsavory things? Can't we just avoid them? Loxis inquired. Well, if they were truly that easy to avoid, your old father wouldn't have had such a difficult time over the years, Snape replied. Seeing that her reasoning was failing to sway Snape, Loxis resorted to pouting. To be honest, while Carrington Castle was vast, she was thoroughly bored of being there. She longed to go out and play. In the end, Loxis's persistent coaxing prompted even her ancestors adorning the walls to send forth a representative to plead her case to Snape. May I ask, was it not you who insisted on keeping her inside? You claim that Carrington Castle is the safest place for members of the Carrington family. Perhaps we could take a few more bodyguards, and during the festive season, which decent family would choose this time to stir up trouble? Besides, it is Loxis who wishes to go out. Which decent family? Snape harbored serious doubts that he was referring to Voldemort. After all, during his time under Voldemort's service, there were indeed instances when he arranged for troublemakers to be sent out during Christmas, once leading the charge himself. Snape scoffed, turning away, unwilling to engage further with this indulgent Carrington. However, what Snape did not anticipate was that upon turning around, he would find no respite. For there, he beheld his daughter, bored out of her mind, tying one bow after another. The crucial detail was that each bow was of a different color, a sight that was quite jarring to behold. At that moment, Batet had already been transformed into a bow, and a dozen bows adorned the clothing of Rocco and Jilly. Moreover, Tom beneath her hands had accumulated at least 20 small bows. It was a mystery how her little chubby hands managed such dexterity. Snape concluded that if he did not acquiesce to her wish to go out, he would surely become her next victim. As he witnessed another bow being affixed to the increasingly bizarre-looking Tom, Snape's eye twitched in exasperation, unable to accept the sight before him. Thus, he decisively embraced the suggestion previously offered by the portrait. Loxis halted her activity at the sound of her name and turned to her father. "Daddy? What's the matter?" Snape inquired. "Do you still wish to go outside?" Loxis nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Absolutely." Snape laid down the conditions. "If you wish to go out, I can permit it, but you must adhere to my rules. You cannot stray from my side at any moment." For Loxis, the mere prospect of going out was enough to satisfy her. She paid no heed to Snape's stipulations and eagerly agreed. With that, Loxis dashed upstairs to change her clothes. Snape promptly followed, determined not to allow Loxis to select her own attire. Red shirt, green pants, purple shoes. He could only wonder how her sense of aesthetics had developed. Should she dare to dress in such a manner today, he would certainly refuse to take her out. Their elegant Slytherin could don opulent garments or even tattered ones, but they must never be devoid of taste. At last, amidst the fierce tug-of-war between the two parties, Loxia successfully donned the white high-neck cashmere coat that Snape had chosen for her, pouting slightly as she did so. Gazing into the mirror, she acknowledged its beauty, yet felt an inexplicable discord. Why could there not be flowers or lambs adorning the garment? "All right, it's time for us to depart." Upon hearing Snape's voice, Loxia's, eager to leave, ceased her internal conflict and dashed over to him, arms outstretched, yearning for an embrace. After spending days together, Snape had grown accustomed to Loxia's habit of immediately seeking his arms. Given her small stature, it was only natural that she would want to be held. Thus, Snape bent down and effortlessly lifted Loxia's into his arms. This outing was not just a simple excursion. Alongside Snape and Loxia's, Louise and others trailed closely behind, ever vigilant, creating quite the entourage. Considering Loxia's current situation, they ultimately decided to venture into Chinatown, a place at least, where they were less likely to encounter familiar faces. Upon seeing the familiar sights, Loxia's eagerly leaped down, and took Snape's hand with one of hers while exploring her surroundings with the other. Whenever she spotted something desirable, she would turn and gaze at Snape with wide, pleading eyes. Without her needing to utter a word, Snape instinctively purchased whatever she desired. Soon enough, they stumbled upon a group of children, all of similar stature to Loxia's, distinguished by their black hair and yellow skin, their identities unmistakably revealed. Loxia's looked up at her father with hopeful eyes, exclaiming, "Daddy, I wish to play with them." Snape cast a glance at the other children, then surveyed the bodyguards concealed among the crowd, before bending down to Loxia's and saying, "You may, but you must not stray beyond my line of sight." Loxia's eagerly agreed, ready to sprint away. However, Snape did not loosen his grip, still having further instructions for her. Feeling the resistance, Loxia's turned back, puzzled. "Daddy?" Snape crouched down to meet her gaze, earnestly advising, "If anyone bullies you, retaliate. If you cannot win, come and tell Daddy. And remember to keep your distance from any strangers aside from those children." Loxia's nodded earnestly. "I understand, Daddy." Assured that she had grasped his words, Snape finally released her hand, allowing Loxia's to join her peers in play. Meanwhile, Snape remained vigilant, watching over Loxia's and the other children while scanning the surroundings, ever wary of potential threats. Loxia's reveled in her time with the other children, quickly integrating into their small group, and ultimately becoming their leader before they dispersed, bidding farewells as they sought their respective guardians. By the time Loxia's returned to Snape's side, evening had already descended. Yet, she was not ready to conclude her adventures. Snape scooped up his little one, lifting her onto his shoulder. "It seems you are not yet satisfied?" Loxia's nodded. "Well, I've been cooped up at home for far too long." Snape inquired, "Do you not wish to return?" Loxias responded affirmatively. "No." Snape suggested, "How about we dine out this evening, and afterward, we shall return?" Loxias pondered for a moment, her desires stretching further, and boldly added, "I want to stay out a little longer." Snape retreated a step, stating, "We must return by 8 at the latest." Loxias refrained from further protest and acquiesced. All right. Their meal was, of course, enjoyed in Chinatown, where Loxias savored her food with delight, while Snape, for reasons unknown, felt it paled in comparison to the comforts of home. Chapter 168. Contemplating the Future. After their outing, Loxias maintained a period of relative calmness for several days, but just as she was about to revert to her mischievous ways, the backlash from her previous experiences subsided. The 13-year-old Loxias had returned. Not only had she returned, but she also possessed the memories of her time as a 3-year-old. Reflecting upon her antics and her indiscriminate crying from the past month, Loxias buried her face in her hands, reluctant to confront reality. Was she truly that vivacious at 3? And what of her questionable taste? She felt somewhat reluctant to face anyone. However, avoiding human interaction was not an option. After all, it would not be long before Snape came to check on the 3-year-old Loxias during her nap. Sooner or later, she would have to confront the world. It mattered little. As he was her father, any embarrassment would be confined to their home. At most, it would simply add to the list of familial anecdotes. Having come to this realization, Loxias first selected a gender-neutral outfit to wear. Her hair had yet to grow back, and compared to her previous style, the current look suited her cool and edgy persona, especially given the winter season. Once she was appropriately attired, Loxias waved her wand, tidied up her room, and packed away her toys and storybooks, placing them neatly in a corner. Afterwards, her gaze fell upon the spot where she had hidden her snacks. It was now completely bare, her years of effort having come to naught. Sigh, I must start hiding them all over again. Moreover, after this experience, she lacked the courage to presume her father would permit her to stash snacks in her room, even if she was now 13 rather than 3. Yet, she had learned a lesson in cunning. Once she completed these tasks, Loxias prepared herself mentally before proceeding to knock on Snape's door. Initially curious about who would come knocking at such an hour, Snape opened the door to find his 13-year-old daughter on the other side. Could it be that his years of parenting were finally coming to an end? The 3-year-old Loxias was undeniably adorable, but he found it truly exhausting. He could never comprehend from where she derived her boundless energy, given her meager daily sustenance. Snape, momentarily in disbelief, hesitated before speaking. Loxias? Loxias nodded. I'm back, Daddy. Snape sighed in relief. It's good that you've returned. Seizing the moment, Loxias mischievously remarked, of course, if Daddy wishes, you may also call me Amin. Snape responded dryly, thanks for the invitation. Upon witnessing Loxias's teasing, a flicker of joy crossed Snape's features. He was delighted that his daughter had safely returned to him, though he concealed it well, ensuring Loxias remained oblivious to his sentiment. But was Snape truly one to be teased, even by his own daughter? Thus, mere seconds after Loxias's words, he mentally summoned the ledger of past grievances, preparing to hold Loxias accountable. What could not be addressed when she was 3 could certainly be confronted now that she was 13. As Snape strode into his room, having already closed the door behind him, Loxias suddenly recalled what she had overlooked. Snape was aware of her name and her current appearance with short hair. Aside from the obvious physical differences brought on by gender, there were no discernible distinctions from her past self. What was this? A blatant confession? Was she insinuating, Daddy, can I just take 2 steps back and slip out the door? However, it was already too late. The final escape route had been sealed by none other than Loxias herself. Noticing Loxias's prolonged silence, Snape pivoted sharply and strode directly towards her, seizing her face with a firm grip and giving it a slight squeeze. Loxias, not daring to offer any resistance. Snape, the texture is rather pleasant. After a brief moment, Snape released Loxias, who let out a sigh of relief, signifying that her father had spared her, and that there would be no more revisiting of past transgressions. Subsequently, Snape granted Loxias several days of respite, allowing her to recuperate and adapt to the surge of magical power that had arisen following the conclusion of her second awakening. Indeed, Loxias's second awakening had come to an end, and on the night she reverted, her magical energy experienced a final, intense fluctuation, leading to a significant enhancement. This compelled Snape to preserve the potions he had brewed for Loxias during this interval. During her rest, Loxias, utilizing her newly augmented abilities, proactively explored the main timelines of her 4th and 5th years. Beyond that, her vision fell short, perhaps due to the fact that her temporal journey remained incomplete. Her mastery over temporal energies was still lacking, preventing her from glimpsing the broader futures of the world-class narrative. After she had finished viewing, Loxias sat alone at her desk, gazing vacantly out the window. It was not until a considerable time had passed that she regained her focus. She was aware that fateful day would eventually arrive, though she had not anticipated it would be so soon next year. The Triwizard Tournament, which had not been held for a century, would take place at Hogwarts. The event would culminate in the resurrection of Voldemort, and that warm, sun-like Badger Sr. would perish beneath the green light. The undercover agent she had arranged would also be lost if not retrieved. The following year, a pink toad would leap about Hogwarts, causing annoyance, and it remained to be seen how much gold galleons it would take to replace the Minister of Magic. That year, her father had also become increasingly occupied. Though her understanding was limited, various details hinted at his involvement in matters beyond merely instructing Potter in brain-blocking techniques. She speculated it might be connected to Voldemort. The ensuing year would mark the commencement of an official war, and everyone seemed to revert to being the same cohort of Hogwarts students from 2 decades prior. Ironically, fate had a peculiar way of playing tricks. The current crop of Hogwarts students primarily consisted of the children of those who had once roamed its halls 20 years ago. It remained uncertain whether their futures would diverge from those of their parents' generation. Loxias lowered her gaze, suppressing her thoughts. These futures required her meticulous planning. Chapter 169. Retrieving Regulus. Yet before that, she had other matters to attend to in the present. First and foremost, she needed to extract Regulus, who still had a chance of salvation, from the depths of the lake teeming with inferi. Secondly, she needed to return to school and deliver the traitor to her father. Additionally, she had to keep a close watch on Potter and his friends. Should they dare to raise their wands against her father, she would need to intervene to impart a lesson on why Slytherins favored the color green. Lastly, she intended to reach out to little Barty to ascertain the latest developments concerning Voldemort. The following day was originally designated for Snape to inform Loxias of their return to school. Due to Loxias's health, Snape had taken a leave of absence, allowing them both an extended period of rest at Carrington Castle, totaling 10 additional days, excluding the leave prior to Christmas. Fortunately, Dumbledore was in the loop, and the request for leave was easily granted. As they had agreed to return on this day, Snape knocked on Loxias's door early that morning. At this time, Loxias was prepared, though she was not clad in her Hogwarts uniform. Instead, she wore a black tracksuit. Naturally, her attire was adorned with various alchemical items, even more than usual. Snape. Well, my dear Miss Carrington, I believe you are aware of our agenda for today. Loxias nodded. I am, Father. But I believe we have matters more pressing than simply attending work and school. Snape, such as? With arms crossed, Snape fixed a cold stare upon Loxias, as if to suggest she had better provide a satisfactory explanation. Loxias, for instance, finding you a new research subject. Furthermore, retrieving our friend who has been lying among the inferi for over a decade. Upon noticing Loxias's use of our and her mention of over a decade, Snape's expression shifted. He immediately recalled a friend who had been out of contact for 10 years. When that friend departed, he had merely stated he would undertake an endeavor that would not violate the Black family rules and urged Snape to take care. Since that moment, he had not had a friend in the ranks of the Death Eaters to whom he could entrust everything. Snape tentatively inquired, Are you referring to Regulus? Loxias nodded. Indeed. Father. Snape furrowed his brows. Do you know where he is? Loxias explained. Upon my return, I utilized my abilities to examine his past. He obediently carried the Christmas gift I sent him, an alchemical item for protection, the same one you possess. Thankfully, I had invested genuine effort into its creation. This item preserved his life, allowing him to survive among the inferi for a decade longer than an ordinary person. However, if we delay any longer, we may only recover his remains. Snape parted his lips. Inferi indeed, that constitutes a genuinely novel subject. Loxias urged, Let us depart, Father. If we tarry, the Black estate will fall into the hands of that wanted criminal. Upon hearing this, Snape promptly drew his wand, ready to set off. Where is he? Of course, Loxias and Snape were not the only ones embarking on this perilous venture. Such a dangerous endeavor called for a larger entourage, especially since the Knights of the Carrington family were far more capable than the Ministry of Magic's inept personnel. Having witnessed Regulus's journey to the cave, Loxias instructed everyone to bring their broomsticks before they departed. She herself wielded her flying sword, while others rode their brooms. She soared on her sword. However, with Snape accompanying her, she opted not to use Gryffindor's sword. As for Snape, he declined to ride a broom, choosing instead to fly via magic. Thus, the group set off in a grand procession, gliding over the sea's surface from the fissure of a small cliff, eventually navigating through an exceedingly narrow and dark passage until they arrived at a cave. Thereafter, Loxias followed the method she had observed, leading the group to their ultimate destination. Loxias finally dismounted from her sword. We have arrived. The others alighted from their brooms, and Snape returned to the ground. Loxias turned to face the group. Next, we have a formidable battle ahead. We must locate and extract Regulus Black from the midst of a throng of inferi. Additionally, please remember that Regulus has become exceedingly fragile, so we must exercise restraint in our spellcasting. After delivering her instructions, Loxias granted the group a moment to prepare before they commenced their battle against the inferi. A spectrum of colors erupted from the tips of their wands, repelling one inferi after another back into the lake. As the horde of inferi dwindled, several individuals consistently recited the levitation charm. After an arduous hour of effort, they finally summoned Regulus from the midst of the inferi. Loxias gazed at the approaching Regulus. instinctively reaching out to receive him. However, Snape's speed was evidently superior. Before she could grasp him, Snape had already seized Regulus in his grasp. Observing Snape's actions, Loxis was somewhat speechless. "Father, be gentle. Our Mr. Black is currently in a very fragile state." Upon hearing this, Snape adjusted his approach and gently cradled Regulus in his arms. Subsequently, Loxis led everyone back the way they came. However, they did not return to Carrington Castle. Instead, they ventured to Spider's Tail Alley. Since Regulus was not privy to the situation, it was deemed prudent to avoid unnecessary complications by heading to Spider's Tail Alley. There, they first conducted a joint diagnosis with SCYR and other healers, after which Snape would be responsible for brewing the potions, with Loxis assisting him. As for the fragile Regulus, Loxis entrusted him to Gilly's care. When Regulus gradually awakened from a decade-long stupor, 5 days had already passed. At that time, Snape was still fine-tuning the potion to eliminate the lingering toxins. Loxis, using her abilities, foresaw the moment of Regulus's awakening and deliberately slipped out of the potion room to sit in the chamber where Regulus lay. Thus, when Regulus opened his eyes, the first face he beheld was that of Gilly, who had been tending to him, and the second was Loxis, seated nearby with her legs crossed. Despite the striking similarity of their features, Regulus couldn't shake the feeling that Loxis now appeared excessively feminine. He began to question whether he had mistaken his friend for someone else. Had the venom of the inferi so deeply affected him that it induced hallucinations before his demise? Yet this hallucination was peculiar. Was his close friend now resembling a girl in the home of another good friend? Chapter 170. A good brother transformed into another good brother's daughter? Noticing Regulus's prolonged silence, Loxis decided to take the initiative. "Are you all right?" Hearing Loki's voice, Regulus snapped back to reality and tentatively inquired, "Is that you, Ming?" Loxis nodded. "It seems your mind has not been dulled by the toxins. I needn't worry about that black serving as your legal guardian." However, Regulus paid little heed to Loki's previous remark. He felt compelled to grasp why his good friend not only failed to mature, but had also become so effeminately inclined. Could it be that he had truly become gay, willing to feminize himself for a partner? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable, even in a hallucination. Just as he contemplated further action, Snape entered the room, seemingly unfazed by Regulus's awakening. He sat beside Loxis and handed Regulus the potion he held. Regulus, bewildered, instinctively accepted the potion from Snape, his gaze oscillating between Snape and Loxis. Why was it that his friends had changed so drastically? One had become effeminate while the other matured remarkably. Surely this must be an illusion, right? Noticing Regulus holding the potion motionless, Snape quipped, "Well, it appears someone is indifferent to retaining their intellect. If he wishes to become foolish, let him. I shall no longer have to brew potions for him." The familiar scent confirmed it was not an illusion. Regulus instinctively brought the potion to his lips. Ugh! The taste! No one could concoct something so horrid. It truly was not a figment of his imagination. Once he recovered from the potion's bitterness, Regulus remained skeptical. "So, this isn't an illusion?" Snape crossed his arms, gazing at Regulus as if he were a fool. What else could it be? Loxis mirrored Snape's expression, looking at Regulus with the same incredulity. What else could it be? Hearing both brothers respond in unison, Regulus felt a twinge of frustration. When had they become so in sync? Leaning back against the pillow, Regulus voiced his confusion. "Then why is one of you so mature while the other has become so effeminate?" Loxis exchanged a glance with Snape. She then explained, "In truth, I am a girl." "Regulus, huh?" Snape added, "Allow me to introduce, this is my daughter, Loxis Snape. Of course, she is also the Ming you know." "Regulus, huh?" Regulus swallowed hard, realizing he could not comprehend the current situation, even struggling to grasp the meaning of their words. Had he truly lingered in that lake for so long that the toxins had rendered him foolish? Loxis tilted her head. "Is it so difficult to understand?" Regulus, quick to respond, retorted, "Is it not difficult to understand? My good friend suddenly transforms into a girl, and claims to be the daughter of another good friend. Today must be April Fool's Day, right?" Loxis shrugged, a mischievous grin on her face. "I'm truly sorry, but today is not April Fool's Day. And everything I say to you and my father is genuine. Regulus, I have a headache." Observing the interaction between the two, Snape felt a significant portion of his fatigue from brewing potions through the night dissipate. Friends and family were by his side, a circumstance that had not occurred in over a decade. In a good mood, Snape decided not to let Regulus, who had not thought for so long, remain troubled. He first patted Loki's shoulder, urging her to tone it down a bit, before explaining to Regulus, "What Loxis said is indeed the truth. We are not jesting with you. Allow me to clarify things first. Once I finish, you will likely understand. Regulus turned to Snape, eagerly awaiting his next words, as he truly needed an explanation. Snape began. Let us start with Loxis. She is indeed my daughter. Previously, due to her mishandling of a time-turner, she ended up in our era and disguised herself as a boy using some peculiar means. As for why I have matured so much, you spent over a decade at the bottom of that lake with the Inferi. During that time, I have a 13-year-old daughter who has matured, which hardly seems surprising. If we consider it, you, who are only a year younger than I, are now 32. Soon to be 33. Regulus's lips twitched. He chose to ignore the issue of his age, focusing solely on Snape's explanation, his gaze still darting between the father and daughter. Regulus, well, that is quite a reasonable explanation, but are you truly father and daughter? Snape and Loxis nodded in unison. Regulus, that is truly astonishing. Such is the wonder of magic. Loxis kindly reassured him. No worries, from now on, we shall each refer to one another as we please. I will call my father dad and you sister, while you and my father can have your own terms. Regulus grimaced. Why can't you just call me uncle? Loxis rolled her eyes. Dream on. Without me, you and my father may not even have become friends. It's already a privilege that I haven't made you call my father uncle. Snape. Regulus rubbed his head in surrender. All right, so you are father and daughter. But what of her mother? I recall you were in love. Though Regulus's words trailed off, both Loxis and Snape understood what he was implying, yet they unanimously decided not to disclose the unique circumstances of Loki's birth. Thus, Snape could only coldly state, she has passed away. Regulus successfully choked on his own saliva. Cough, 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 my apologies. Snape, no harm done. Regulus then contemplated another question. What of Voldemort? Snape paused for a moment before responding. He is rather complex. All I can say is that he is temporarily deceased. Regulus wore an incredulous expression. Temporarily? How can death ever be considered temporary? Loxias, it is indeed quite complex, Regulus. Over the past decade, the world has undergone remarkable transformations. Even the wizarding community, which is generally averse to change, has witnessed the emergence of numerous flying broomsticks. If you wish to grasp the entirety of it, I fear you cannot do so in this brief moment. Snape nodded in agreement. Indeed, in a couple of days, I shall gather for you the history of magic, and the newspapers I have yet to discard from these years. Should you have any lingering questions, do not hesitate to seek us out. With that, Snape rose, taking the lead. Let us postpone our reminiscences for another time. It is growing late, and we ought to rest. You must also take care of yourself and not squander my potions. Loxias followed closely behind Snape, adding, do recuperate properly, and do not waste my father's potions, nor should you allow your substantial inheritance to fall into the hands of your canine brother. Regulus, a fine canine brother indeed. Chapter 171. The Slytherin Locket. After departing from Regulus's chamber, Snape and Loxias retreated to their respective quarters, for they too required rest. However, during the time spent assisting Snape, Loxias had taken some moments to rest, thus she felt capable of enduring. In her view, there were matters of greater importance demanding her attention than mere repose. Having secured the door, Loxias executed a disillusionment charm, and promptly arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Blacks. The moment she set foot within, she was greeted with the shrill welcome of Creature. Creature screeched as he made his entrance. Oh, yet another impolite, filthy creature, trespassing into the Black household without the master's permission. Loxias, not inclined to engage in dialogue with Creature, was aware of his reputation from Regulus's accounts, mad yet fiercely loyal. Understanding how to swiftly handle such a house elf to achieve her desired ends, Loxias regarded Creature from a position of superiority. Mimicking Snape's disdainful demeanor, I have heard of you from Regulus, the house elf of the Black family. Creature. As anticipated, the moment Loxias's words reached his ears, Creature ceased his impending attack, intended to defend the Black family territory. His eyes widened, and he enunciated with great emphasis. You say you have heard of Creature from Master Regulus? You know Master Regulus. As Creature was on the brink of colliding with the wall in his excitement, Loxias added, Indeed, and he is still alive. I know where he is. And I believe you have heard my name. He calls me Ming. Creature, now exuberant, stomped his feet. Master Regulus is alive. Master Regulus is alive. Oh Ming. Creature has heard Master Regulus speak of you. He said you are his friend. Master Regulus is alive. With that exclamation, he charged towards the wall. It is all Creature's fault for allowing Master Regulus to endure such suffering and not return home. Creature has yet to fulfill Master Regulus's command. It is all Creature's fault. Creature recently spoke ill of Master Regulus's friend. It is all Creature's fault. Observing this, Loxia sighed silently and twirled her wand, forcefully halting Creature's lamentations. Loxias. Now, Creature, fetch the item Regulus instructed you to destroy and accompany me. I shall take you to see Regulus. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Creature's large eyes. Really? Creature can truly see Master Regulus again? Loxias nodded and simultaneously lifted the enchantment binding Creature. Yes. With this confirmation, Creature immediately disapparated to retrieve the Slytherin locket and quickly returned, gazing at Loxias with eager anticipation. Loxias, follow me. Thus, Loxias led Creature to number 19 Spinner's End, where Regulus resided. Upon reaching Regulus's chamber, Loxias raised her hand and cast several spells to muffle sound and conceal their presence. After all, this conversation was being conducted in secrecy from her father, and Loxias felt a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. Initially, Regulus was perplexed by Loxias's actions, but his confusion dissipated the moment he laid eyes on his house elf. Creature erupted with joyous volume. Master Regulus! Creature has seen Master Regulus again. Regulus! Creature! Loxias recognized that the ensuing scene would be one of heartfelt reunion, yet she felt compelled to interject, for she had more pressing matters at hand. Once this issue was resolved, the time thereafter would belong solely to them, and she would allow them their moments of reunion. Loxias clapped her hands. I acknowledge the profundity of your bond, and it is indeed moving, but I have an urgent matter to attend to, and once it is addressed, the rest of the time will be yours. Regulus gazed at Loxias in confusion, particularly perplexed as to why she had not spoken of this while Severus was still present. Regulus asked, Ming? Has something happened? Loxias cut to the chase. I wish to discuss the matter of the Horcrux, specifically the item you instructed Creature to destroy. Regulus, you know what that is? Loxias nodded. I believe you had some understanding of this item initially, yet regrettably, your knowledge is not comprehensive. Otherwise, you would not have so casually entrusted it to Creature for destruction without employing the appropriate method. This object cannot simply be obliterated. Let me briefly introduce you to Horcruxes. They are vessels that bear a fragment of a person's soul. With their existence, even if the physical form of that individual is annihilated, they remain immortal. This explains why my father mentioned that he is temporarily dead. Regulus clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling. So, it contains the Dark Lord's soul? Loxias donned protective gloves and took the locket from Creature, holding it aloft as she examined the Slytherin locket for the first time. Loxias, while scrutinizing the locket, replied, Yes. He fragmented his soul to create Horcruxes in his quest for immortality. Regulus pressed his lips together, determination gleaming in his eyes. Since you have shared so much with me and possess such knowledge regarding Horcruxes, I trust you know how to destroy them, do you not? Loxias nodded. Clever, indeed I do. There are two known methods, basilisk venom and fiend fire, and I possess one while I can conjure the other. Regulus, upon hearing this, disregarded his frail condition and stood abruptly, grasping Loxias's wrist. Then Ming, please destroy the Horcrux and obliterate him completely. Loxias, meeting Regulus's resolute gaze, refrained from immediate acquiescence and candidly informed him. Do you know how many Horcruxes Voldemort created? Regulus, astonished, inquired. How many? Loxias nodded. Yes, there is more than one. To my knowledge, there are already 3, and likely more exist. Regulus released Loxias's wrist, his already weakened frame faltering slightly, nearly causing him to collapse. Thankfully, Creature was attentive and caught him. Regulus murmured, More than 3? How can there be so many? Chapter 172, Loxias's Plan. In response to Regulus's words, Loxias expressed her full agreement. Indeed, how can there be so many? Souls are not mere slices of bread that can be cut apart. After her moment of reflection, Loxias posed another question. Now that you are aware of this, do you still wish to resist him? Regulus lowered his head, and after a prolonged silence, he finally met Loxias's gaze. However, he did not immediately answer her question. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. How much do you know? About all there is to know concerning Horcruxes? Loxias felt a sense of relief. She had not misjudged him. It seems I have discerned your answer. Regulus candidly expressed his thoughts to Loxias. Upon understanding his actions, I never entertained the notion of pledging my loyalty to him. I do not believe his deeds will elevate the prestige of purebloods. Previously, my only motive was to ensure the survival of my family. As he spoke, Regulus was reminded of the dark times he had endured. Moreover, the ranks of the Death Eaters are not so easily abandoned. Families with divided loyalties have been eradicated by him. Coupled with Sirius's influence, I had no choice but to join the Death Eaters. Upon hearing Sirius's name, Loxias mischievously inquired, "Aren't you afraid that I might stand opposed to you? After all, my father was in your position back then, was he not?" Regulus remained composed. "If you were truly against me, you would not share with me the means to destroy Horcruxes." Loxias, slightly disappointed that she could not tease him further, replied, "True, I have already disclosed the method for destroying Horcruxes." She paused, gazing at Regulus as she placed the locket box between them. "So can you trust me? If you do, leave this with me, if not, take it back." Regulus pondered for a moment. "I wish to know your plan." In response, Loxias produced a box designed to contain Horcruxes, and placed the Slytherin locket within it. After sealing the box, she turned to Regulus and articulated her strategy. "To my knowledge, the items that were made into Horcruxes include his past diary, now destroyed by the Savior and kept in Malfoy's possession, the diadem of Ravenclaw, which is now in my hands, stored in a room at Hogwarts, and the locket box of Slytherin, which lies before us. Based on this, I suspect that all the items he chose to create Horcruxes from are of significant value or symbolic importance, or things he deems crucial. Their locations are likely places he considers secure, or entrusted to those he trusts. Thus, even without knowing the exact number of Horcruxes, we can pursue them based on this reasoning, such as artifacts from the Gaunt family, the Hufflepuff Cup, or any gifts given to trusted individuals. Furthermore, my current plan primarily focuses on locating these items rather than destroying them." Upon hearing Loxias's deductions, Regulus found them quite reasonable. They could indeed follow this line of thought in their search, acquiring whatever they could find. However, Loxias emphasized that their main objective was to seek rather than to destroy. Thus, when she reached this point, Regulus interrupted her. "Why not destroy them? If we do not, how can we ensure his complete demise? Are we not seeking these items to eliminate him?" Loxias explained. "After all, these are fragments of his soul. Can you guarantee the destruction of his soul without him noticing? Perhaps one piece may go unnoticed, but more than that would be perilous. When the time comes, finding the remaining Horcruxes will likely become even more challenging. Therefore, my strategy is to locate all of them first, then concentrate on their destruction, ensuring his demise during that process." Regulus acknowledged her reasoning. "This is indeed a feasible approach, provided we safeguard these items, otherwise our efforts may be in vain." Loxias affirmed. "Certainly." Regulus contemplated for a moment. "Let us proceed with your plan. I shall leave the locket box with you." Loxias replied, "Agreed." Regulus then inquired, "What are your intentions for the next phase? According to your hypothesis, the Hufflepuff Cup and the Gryffindor sword are likely our next targets." Loxias replied candidly, "We need only locate the cup. The sword is with me and has not been turned into a Horcrux." Regulus was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by this unexpected revelation. "With you?" Loxias nodded and began to shift the blame onto her ancestors. "My mother has Gryffindor blood, and we possess a portrait of him at home. Knowing that his dear friend's possessions were not spared, he instructed me to keep his sword safe." Regulus fell silent for a moment, naturally accepting Loxias's Gryffindor lineage, yet he posed a somewhat immature question. "Why, as a descendant of Gryffindor, would you enter Slytherin?" Loxias easily retorted, "Isn't your dog brother also in Gryffindor?" Regulus, true. Just as Regulus had reassured himself, Loxias managed to catch him off guard. Loxias remarked, "It's not for the same reason as your dog brother. I also have blood from Slytherin himself. It is quite normal for a descendant of Slytherin to be sorted into Slytherin, you know." Regulus, huh? Loxias was pleased with Regulus's reaction and continued to elaborate. "It's because you purebloods refused to listen and recklessly alter history. Otherwise, the annals of magic would not lack the tale of Salazar and Godric." Regulus's tone rose. "Wait, did you say Salazar? Godric? Are you referring to Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor?" Loxias calmly replied, "Indeed, they were a couple and had 3 children." Seeing Regulus utterly astonished, Loxias felt immense joy and satisfaction. To be candid, were it not for the current constraints, she would have taken a trumpet and announced to the world that Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor were indeed a couple, and they loved each other deeply. Even if the world had not witnessed their togetherness, they should know that they once were. As for when to reveal this information? Perhaps when Voldemort is dead, allowing him to realize that he too possesses Gryffindor blood. Surely he would feel the love from his dear aunt. Chapter 173, Clarification. After enjoying her moment of glee, Loxias returned the conversation to the matter at hand. "In any case, your priority now is to recuperate. Everything else can wait until you are well." Do not let all your efforts to preserve the Black family be in vain, only to benefit your dog brother. Regulus nodded. I understand. But could you refrain from calling Sirius my dog brother? It makes it sound as though I am a dog as well. Loxias shrugged nonchalantly. Apologies, that was not my intention. But what can I say? Your dog brother's animagus form is indeed a dog, a black dog at that. Regulus. Loxias patted Regulus on the shoulder. Rest well. I must take my leave. As Loxias prepared to disapparate back to her room, Regulus called out to her. Wait. Loxias turned back to look at Regulus. What is it? Regulus gazed intently at her. I want to ask you, why did you not speak of this when Severus was here? Looking at Regulus, Loxias suddenly realized that he was no longer the younger brother, who was a year her junior. He had grown taller and older. Indeed, he was now 32 years old, even with more than a decade spent submerged in the lake. Perhaps it was the years spent in the water that lent him a youthful appearance, making him look less like a man in his 30s and more like a young adult. Yet, due to the weight of family responsibilities thrust upon him at such a young age, and the trials he endured among the Death Eaters, he undeniably lacked the naivety typical of youth. Under the harmonious fusion of two distinct lineages, the strikingly handsome visage inherited from the Black family revealed all its advantages. In comparison to the carefree and unkempt version of Sirius that Loxias envisioned in the prophecy, the resemblance between the two brothers was evident in their features. However, they each embodied entirely different styles. If Sirius was the epitome of a cool and charming heartthrob, then Regulus resembled a refined and composed English gentleman, embodying the essence of a perfect heir to a distinguished lineage. No, he had evolved into an exceptional and flawless head of the family. Although the events of 2 decades past felt like mere weeks ago to Loxias, for Severus and Regulus, those were indeed the tangible remnants of their past, solid 20 years. They remained, yet were irrevocably altered. In the realm of friendship, the bond between Severus and Regulus had significantly eclipsed that of Loxias and Regulus. After all, she had only shared a brief 2 or 3 months with him, which was hardly surprising. Loxias chose not to conceal her thoughts. She gazed directly into Regulus's eyes and articulated her innermost feelings. She did not wish for him to become embroiled in the matter of the Horcruxes. Regulus, meeting her earnest gaze, found himself perplexed. Why? Loxias replied. My knowledge of my father's past is not exhaustive, but from the fragments I possess, I can surmise that he likely held positions on both sides of the Voldemort-Dumbledore divide. To put it simply, he is highly likely to be a double agent. Regulus's pupils dilated in shock as he murmured, a double agent. Loxias nodded. Yes, a double agent. The mysterious figure who killed Lily. My father could no longer remain loyal to him. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to side with Dumbledore. Yet, his tenure at Hogwarts preceded Voldemort's demise by a considerable margin. If he were not a spy, Voldemort would have no reason to allow him to work for the enemy. Furthermore, from my understanding of Dumbledore, he is hardly benevolent. Accepting my father would surely entail certain demands. Thus, I have ample reason to suspect that my father is currently a double agent between them. At this juncture, Loxias paused imperceptibly. What a perilous situation it is. Which is why I do not wish for him to be involved in the Horcrux matter. I want him to live safely. He is my only family left, Regulus. Regulus could not help but comprehend Loxias's sentiments. Family is of utmost importance. Regulus remarked. But Loxias, you are still young. Loxias shook her head. I am no longer a child, Regulus. I am already the head of a family, fully capable of standing on my own. Moreover, my knowledge and abilities far exceed what you might presume. Regulus opened his mouth, intending to counter her assertion, only to find himself at a loss for words. Her circumstances mirrored his own from the past. What he could achieve, she too was capable of. Regulus sighed silently. So, do you intend to keep this from him indefinitely? Loxias shook her head, responding candidly. I am not entirely concealing the truth from my father. He is aware of the Horcruxes. I merely seek to prevent him from becoming entangled in this matter, thus mitigating the dangers associated with his espionage. Regulus relented. Very well, it seems you are quite well prepared. I find myself without grounds or excuses to impede you. Loxias raised her hand and playfully poked Regulus's cheek. So please cooperate with me, will you? Regulus nodded in agreement. I will. Satisfied, Loxias prepared to depart. Remember to keep your house elf creature in check. Do not allow him to speak of matters better left unsaid, surely. I need not instruct you on that. And do take care of yourself, Regulus. Good night. Regulus replied. I will, Loxias. Good night. After bidding farewell to Regulus, Loxias utilized apparition to return to her bedroom. The following day, Considering the impending return to school and the diminished need for potions on Regulus's end, Severus permitted Loxias to return to Carrington Castle to pack her belongings. After bidding Regulus farewell, Loxias arrived back at Carrington Castle. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Loxias felt an unusual air of festivity within the castle, as if a momentous occasion were afoot. She noticed a gathering of portraits and approached them, inquiring, "What is happening?" Portrait 1 exclaimed, "Oh, it's our dear Loxias. Allow me to share a delightful secret with you. It is indeed a matter worth celebrating." Upon finishing, Portrait 1 even swayed joyfully, humming a tune. Portrait 2 affirmed Portrait 1's statement. "It is indeed an occasion to rejoice, Loxias. You will surely leap for joy upon learning of it." Loxias, perplexed, wondered what event could warrant such exuberance. She ventured further inside, eager to uncover the cause of their excitement. Chapter 174. The Portrait of Lilith. As Loxias delved deeper, she discovered her ancestors within the magical portraits beaming with genuine smiles. This further confirmed her suspicion that something joyous had transpired at home. Otherwise, the diverse personalities of her ancestors would not have harmoniously displayed the same expression. Upon noticing Loxias's return, they all stepped aside, allowing her to see the individual at the center of their attention. It was Lilith. This was entirely unexpected. Loxias had assumed she would never see her again after their time-traveling escapades. Standing before Lilith's magical portrait, Loxias felt tears welling in her eyes, and after several attempts, she finally found her voice. Mother. Lilith, equally moved by Loxias's emotional display, quickly regained her composure, her optimism shining through. She smiled warmly. "Hello, my dear Loxias." Lilith's appearance bore no distinction from what Loxias had seen 20 years prior, and after her greeting, she playfully winked at Loxias. With tears in her eyes, Loxias reached out to touch Lilith's portrait, responding with a smile. "Hello, my mother." Lilith replied from within the portrait. "I apologize, Loxias. When you left, I intended to offer assistance if you were ever bullied, but it seems you must now fend for yourself. However, fret not. You can still confide in me. While I may not be able to help you retaliate, I can certainly assist you in avenging yourself upon their ancestors within the magical portraits. That is, of course, unless they do not belong to a wizarding family, then I would be at a loss." Loxias nodded, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Indeed, after a heartwarming exchange with Lilith, Loxias posed a question that had lingered in her heart. "Mother, may I inquire why I have never encountered your magical portrait in the castle before?" Lilith placed her hands on her hips and sighed. "In truth, I was unaware that I would depart from this world so soon. Moreover, who would prepare a magical portrait in their 20s? Typically, one only thinks of such matters when they sense their time is drawing near. This is why you have not seen my portrait in the castle. Furthermore, the magical portrait was actually prepared by your uncle. You did share some details with him back then, did you not? Upon his return, he began arranging magical portraits for our family. Yet, he chose to keep this endeavor a secret from us, wishing for us to live carefree and unburdened by the uncertainties of our own unknown futures. Hence, our portraits ultimately lack any of our magical essence. And having been kept hidden, we did not acquire much knowledge, remaining merely ordinary portraits until the day we passed away. As for why I suddenly found myself capable of movement, I too am perplexed. I have only recently transitioned into a magical portrait." Upon hearing Lilith's words, Roxas suddenly had an epiphany. Could this be connected to my recent journey through time and space? Tilting her head, Lilith appeared uncertain. Perhaps? Meanwhile, the other ancestors who had been spectating began to whisper amongst themselves, intent on deciphering the enigma, using their understanding of temporal powers and time travel from their own lifetimes. Strength in numbers proved effective, as they swiftly reached a conclusion, and dispatched a representative to elucidate the matter to the two children at home. It is well known that the mere act of painting a portrait does not equate to its successful creation. It requires the infusion of a wizard's magical essence and subsequent instruction to become a fully realized magical portrait. However, Lilith, your portrait had been concealed by Ixen for so long that, despite his efforts to showcase your actions and to channel your magical essence from unknown sources, it was patently insufficient to mature your portrait into one capable of autonomous movement. Your prior state served as the prime evidence of this. I surmise that Roxas, having returned from the past, must have brought with him an object imbued with your magical energy, which your portrait then absorbed, thus enabling your current transformation into a magical portrait. Upon hearing this, Roxas retrieved an alchemical artifact from his pocket, crafted by Lilith, which he had carried closely ever since the backlash had subsided. Its purpose was to defend against a multitude of magical assaults, and Lilith had infused it with a considerable amount of her magical energy when she gifted it to him. Now, Roxas could distinctly sense that the energy contained within had been depleted. Gazing at the alchemical item, Roxas smiled. Perhaps this is the answer, the most splendid answer. The portrait of Lilith nodded in agreement. I never imagined that what was intended to protect you would ultimately give rise to my magical portrait. Roxas inquired. By the way, where is your original portrait? Why have I never seen it in the castle? Lilith recalled the scene when she first opened her eyes. It was in my brother's room, which is quite distant from yours, given the castle's vastness. It is not surprising that you have never ventured there. Roxas suddenly had another thought. Speaking of which, I also seem to have never encountered Amabel and Uncle Ixon's portraits. Lilith replied. Amabel's portrait is in the same state as mine was previously, and I have yet to see my brother's magical portrait since gaining my mobility. Logically, since portraits for both Lilith and Amabel were prepared, it would be illogical for Ixon to neglect his own magical portrait. Consequently, both Roxas and Lilith turned their gazes towards Kiltshire. Kiltshire sorrowfully closed his eyes. He could not bear the reality that neither his wife nor child possessed magical portraits. In the final moments of his life, he had personally incinerated his own portrait. Roxas. Lilith. This is a tragic tale. Roxas, where is Uncle's room? I shall retrieve my mother's magical portrait and Amabel's portrait. A family should remain together. Even if they are merely ordinary portraits, it should be so. All the portraits nodded in unison, expressing their agreement with this sentiment. Ultimately, the Carrington family's portrait collective welcomed 2 new members. However, one of them was not a magical portrait, merely an ordinary painting. The image depicted a youthful and refined boy, exuding an air of politeness, evoking an impression of gentility. Alas, he could only smile in silence at those who paused before his canvas, unable to offer them any response. Chapter 175. The skies in July were overcast, the air thick with an oppressive heat that felt stifling. For Severus, who had only recently returned from Hogwarts, he could not ascertain whether the weather was more dismal, or if his mood was worse. Eileen and Tobias had perished, succumbing to their misfortunes in that dilapidated, wretched abode. He remained oblivious to the precise cause of their demise. By the time he returned, they had been hastily buried, devoid of even a gravestone. The neighbors who assisted in their burial had no inkling of when they had passed. Had it not been for an unbearable stench that permeated the vicinity a month prior, which had severely disrupted their lives, they would not have ventured into the house to investigate and offer their assistance. According to their accounts, the Muggle police who arrived to investigate discovered that Tobias had drunkenly fallen to his death, while Eileen had committed suicide using a wooden stick. They even lamented how a mere stick could take a life. Ha, foolish Muggles! That was no ordinary stick. It was a wand, an instrument only wizards could wield. A wizard's companion. Upon learning of their deaths, Snape, guided by those who were either pitiful or merely entertained by the spectacle, found himself at the site where Tobias and Eileen were interred. He gazed at the small mound for an extended period, until darkness fell, before taking his leave. Truth be told, he could not fathom why he lingered so long. His mind was devoid of thoughts. Yet, upon departing, he felt that their deaths were perhaps not entirely unfortunate. At the very least, Tobias was liberated. Eileen was liberated. He too was liberated. He dwelled alone at number 19. Spinner's End, brewing potions, perusing his tomes, and conducting his experiments. Aside from the inability to wield magic, life was relatively pleasant. Not even the usual interruptions from visitors during the summer holidays disturbed him. Since that Christmas, there had been no word from Lily, and the letters he dispatched had gone unanswered, just as she had predicted. Regulus, as the heir of a pureblood family, enjoyed no freedom during the summer. He was bound to his noble education and pureblood gatherings, unable to venture forth and associate with his half-blood friends. Even Lily had severed ties with him, leaving him with even less reason to go out. Were it not for the necessity of procuring food, he mused that he might not have had to leave the house at all. This summer could not have been more perfect, save for the absence of Lily. However, on this particular day, an unexpected visitor arrived at his abode, a figure who bore a resemblance to Tobias, though perhaps more accurately described as a more mature version of him. Dressed in attire that was not only more fitting but also elegantly tailored, he appeared suddenly, cradling a child in his arms. Upon realizing that his territory had been invaded, Severus seized his wand, directing it at the intruder. Yet he was far too weak. In an instant, his wand was sent flying from his grasp. Just as he contemplated resistance, the man, holding the child and employing a nauseatingly gentle manner to cover the child's ears, posed a peculiar question. No, it was less a question than a statement. He said, This is your 5th-year summer. Severus regarded the man before him with caution, sensing that he posed a danger second only to the Dark Lord. Severus, who are you? What do you want? Snape scoffed, offering no response, but instead remarked, I knew it. Those portraits must have lost their minds. What a thoroughly unreliable bunch. Severus furrowed his brow, increasingly on guard, subtly shifting towards the direction of his wand. The adult version of Snape, fully aware of his intentions, waved his hand, summoning the wand back to his grasp. Cradling the slumbering 3-year-old Roxas in one arm and brandishing 2 wands with the other, Snape regarded his younger self. With an air of nonchalance he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Severus Snape, your future self. Severus was not entirely convinced by this proclamation. Huh? My future self? Snape remained silent, abruptly tossing one of the wands towards him while positioning the other wand centrally in his palm for Severus to observe. Severus found himself somewhat perplexed, and upon closer inspection, he discovered 2 identical wands. This was impossible. Are you truly the future version of myself? He queried. Severus felt a twinge of disdain for his younger self's boisterous demeanor. Lowering his voice, he cautioned, keep your voice down. I've only just managed to lull her to sleep. Bewildered, Severus followed Snape's gesture as he covered his ears and asked, What? Who is she? At this point, Snape's mood unexpectedly brightened, and his tone grew warmer as he introduced his precious treasure from the past, my child. Severus gazed incredulously at his future self. Your child? And so gentle? Is that truly me? How revolting. After studying the little one for a moment, Severus suddenly inquired, Is this the child of Lily and me? Snape fell silent for a brief moment, then replied no. Upon receiving this answer, Severus felt a wave of disinterest wash over him regarding the child. Instead, he was engulfed in sorrow. He had severed ties with Lily, ultimately failing to forge a lasting bond with her. When Snape heard Severus's question, he understood the thought swirling in his younger self's mind. That had been his former yearning. Yet after enduring so much, all he wished for now was to safeguard her child, as well as his own. The former was a means of atonement, the latter, an expression of love. In 5th year he had lost so much, with only ambition remaining, and at that time, he truly believed they had all found solace. But how could he not feel sadness? Back then, it was simply something he couldn't fully comprehend. In the aftermath, past humiliations and resentments coalesced into ambition, propelling him forward. Yet when he looked back, he discovered that the bonds left in this world were few and far between. Not to mention, a little over a year later, Regulus would vanish without a trace. Nearly 6 years later, Lily would perish because of him. Aside from regret and guilt, he was left with nothing. At that time, he had truly been alone. Even to this day, he cannot fathom how he endured that period. Whether through the numbing effects of potion research or through Dumbledore's words, that he had Lily's eyes. Standing in the future, gazing back at the past, he realized that he had needed connections then, even if he had not been aware of it at the time. With those connections, his future, in any case, would be somewhat brighter. At least, there would be something to hold on to in his heart. Snape let out a silent sigh, then looked down tenderly at the sleeping Loxias in his arms. The small child softened his heart, and led him to a decision. Chapter 176. The If Line, Little Severus Teaches Childcare too. Snape cast a cleaning charm and gracefully settled onto the tattered sofa while cradling Loxias, slightly adjusting his position to ensure her comfort as she slept. After the adjustment, Loxias let out a few murmurs before wriggling and drifting back into slumber. Once he confirmed that she was sleeping soundly, Snape turned his gaze to the 16-year-old version of himself, who was looking at him with evident disdain. Snape uttered a name both were intimately familiar with. Do you remember Ming? Upon hearing the familiar name, Severus ceased to criticize his future self and feigned indifference as he sat across from him. There hasn't been any news of him in years. He must have returned after 15 years, right? I wonder how he is faring. Is he still jesting and acting like a clown, flitting about like a chattering sparrow? Snape shook his head and with a slight parting of his lips replied, She is right here. At this revelation, Severus wore a look of incredulity, as if questioning Snape's sanity. She? Clearly it is he. Has the burden of parenting dulled your wits? Snape disregarded his younger self's mockery. In 5th year, nearing 6th. I recall your proficiency in legilimency being quite advanced. Undoubtedly, Snape was the most knowledgeable about himself, and in that instant, Severus understood what his future self was urging him to do. Snape succinctly stated, The answers lie within my memories. They locked eyes, and Severus delved into legilimency, allowing Snape to reveal what he wished to show. He witnessed her 2 names, her journey back, and her transformation into a 3-year-old child before him. Upon concluding the legilimency, Severus felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He shook his head, wanting to retreat, yet found himself cornered on the sofa, grasping his hair in frustration. It was evident he struggled to accept this reality. Perhaps your occlumency is even more refined? Snape recognized this was his younger self and recalled his purpose, ultimately managing to restrain himself. I believe you understand that I have no reason to deceive you, even if my occlumency were unparalleled. It would not suffice to fabricate entirely false memories. Do you wish to employ Veritaserum to discern the truth? Severus grew increasingly agitated at the suggestion. He knew himself well. What Snape said was likely true. Leaning back on the sofa, one hand propping up his head, he took several deep breaths before articulating, "Well, are you saying that my dear friend, my trusted brother, is actually my future daughter?" Snape nodded, affirming his statement. Severus voiced his underlying curiosity. "But how did you come to be? And why has she shrunk?" This time, Snape opted to respond enigmatically. "I cannot provide you with an answer, but you will come to know in due time." Severus fell silent, unwilling to confront this truth and deeply disapproving of his future self's cryptic demeanor. Moreover, it was exceedingly bizarre. How could a brother become a daughter? Surely, Merlin was not playing a cruel joke, rendering this magical world exceedingly strange. Just as Severus questioned the nature of reality, Loxis, having awakened from her slumber in Snape's arms, stretched languidly, wiggling her tiny feet and contorting her body in a full-body stretch. Once she completed her stretching routine, she surveyed her surroundings and took in the dismal environment, as well as the sight of Severus sitting across from them. Loxis glanced between Snape and Severus, tilting her head, her small face etched with profound confusion. "Two daddies?" Loxis pondered aloud. "I'm not sure. Let me sniff again, but the magical aura and scent are identical." Perhaps it was because she was his child or because he recognized her as Ming, but Severus, who typically had little fondness for young creatures, found her somewhat endearing. "No, she is certainly not adorable, merely a little monster. How could she be cute? I must be mistaken." Severus vehemently denied his own sentiments. Meanwhile, Snape chose not to elucidate the situation to Loxis, instead gently stroking her head while glancing at the self-denying Severus. "Would you like a hug?" Loxis replied. "So there really are two daddies? This isn't an illusion?" Severus regarded the diminutive Loxis, recognizing the familiar traits of Ming within her. To his surprise, the two of them together bore a resemblance. He had never noticed before that Ming shared certain similarities with himself. In retrospect, it was indeed so. One was cheerful, the other somber, and without careful scrutiny, the similarities could easily go unnoticed. Thus, it seemed that the future version of himself had not deceived him. As for whether to embrace her or not, Loxis, being so small and seemingly pleasant to hold, was indeed Ming. Perhaps it would not hurt to try. But was he truly prepared to embrace such an odd circumstance? Furthermore, how could one readily accept that a brother had transformed into a daughter? Severus turned his head away, very much prideful, and stated, "I have no interest in such trivial matters." Snape cast a glance at him, remaining silent as he redirected the attention of the inquisitive Loxis, allowing her to focus solely on him. With a gentle tone, Snape inquired, "Amin, would you like to go out shopping?" Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Loxis's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting the troublesome situation involving her two fathers. She struggled to extricate herself from Snape's embrace, exclaiming, "Yes, let's go play." As soon as her feet touched the ground, Loxis intended to dash outside, but after taking a single step, she quickly returned, clutching her little feet. Her eyes brimming with tears as she pitifully informed Snape, "Daddy, there's something on the ground, it hurts." Snape glanced down to see a small piece of wood that had become dislodged, a common sight before he and Loxis began renovating number 19, Spider Alley. Loxis had arrived here while sleeping in his arms barefoot, making her susceptible to such mishaps. Thus, Snape had no choice but to exert all his efforts to soothe Loxis, leaving Severus momentarily astonished. Would he also become like this in the future? It seemed rather sentimental, and somewhat nauseating. Once Loxis was comforted, Snape lifted her into his arms. Before the renovations on Spider Alley were complete, he would not allow her to set foot on the ground. Holding Loxis, Snape turned to Severus, saying, "Before we head to Diagon Alley, let us first visit a Muggle children's shoe store." Severus stood up and followed Snape. Yet his voice remained dry as he remarked, "It appears I did not acquiesce to your request for company. I am merely doing this for Amin's sake." After procuring the little leather shoes Loxis desired, she began to scamper about. Fortunately, Snape, quick of eye and hand, seized her before she could run off. Loxis, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong, Daddy?" Snape admonished her, "Amin, Stay close to Daddy and do not wander off, understand? Loxias nodded, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Snape. I know. Now hurry and pay, so we can go shopping. No one could refuse such an adorable child. Loxias's charming demeanor even tempted the store clerk to consider having a third child. Even Severus felt an urge to push his future self aside and step into the brightness reflected in those shining eyes. Such a peculiar thought. Upon leaving the shoe store, Loxias held Snape's hand with one and Severus's with the other, doing so as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Initially, Severus felt a sense of discomfort, having no prior experience in such matters, but feeling the warmth of her chubby hand, he found it difficult to let go. As they walked, he even instinctively tightened his grip on Loxias's small hand. The Muggle shoe store was not far from the entrance to Diagon Alley, and they soon arrived. For Loxias, visiting Diagon Alley for the first time was a wondrous experience, and after a few steps, she called out to Snape and Severus, Daddy, I want this. While Severus remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the allure of such items, Snape expertly produced galleons to pay for Loxias's selections. As their purchases accumulated, Severus could not help but comment, You are indulging her far too much. Snape held a differing view, stating, I am merely acquiring the things she desires. My child deserves everything she wishes for. Severus's expression grew more complex. Would he become like this in the future? He was not particularly keen on the idea. Suddenly, Loxias spotted the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where several young wizards emerged, ice cream in hand. Immediately, she pointed to the parlor and exclaimed, Daddy, I want ice cream. As Severus prepared to enter, Snape firmly declined Loxias's request. No, I mean you recently fell ill from eating ice cream. You cannot have anything cold for a while. Loxias tugged at Snape's hand, pleading, But Daddy, I want it. Just one, please. Although Loxias's coaxing did indeed sway Snape, he ultimately maintained his refusal. Not receiving the desired outcome from Snape, she then turned to Severus, hoping he might relent. After all, now she had two daddies. If one wouldn't buy it, perhaps the other would. Severus felt somewhat at a loss. Logically, he should refuse and make it clear that he was not one to succumb to whims simply due to endearing requests for ice cream. However, the pleading look in Loxias's eyes rendered him speechless. Was this some form of magic? It was astonishingly effective, compelling him to relent. No wonder his future self became the way he did. Noticing Severus's prolonged silence, Loxias once again appealed to Snape. She even retreated, saying, Daddy, let us buy two. One for each daddy, and I'll just take a tiny bite from yours, okay? I just want to taste it. Ultimately, Snape acquiesced. For one, Loxias would only have a couple of bites, which would not significantly affect her health. Additionally, he was acutely aware that in his youth, no one had ever bought him such sweet treats. He now recognized that, while he had never yearned for these sugary delights, he had harbored a faint desire for someone to provide them for him. It was a way to rectify an unfulfilled longing. Indeed, as Severus received the ice cream from Loxias, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Snape encouraged, Give it a try. This is Amin's favorite flavor and she has excellent taste. Severus gazed at the ice cream in his hand for a while, then took a spoonful. It was not overly sweet, with a subtle hint of mint, quite pleasant. However, the coldness of it seemed to dissipate much of the lingering frustration within him. As Severus savored this treat, something he had never indulged in before, Loxias, having finished the portion from Snape, sidled up to him, gazing at him intently. Noticing Severus's attention drawn to her, Loxias opened her mouth wide, exclaiming, Ah! Severus, aware of her desires, scooped a bit of the remaining ice cream and brought it toward her mouth. Just as Loxias thought she was about to enjoy the delightful ice cream, Severus mischievously pulled the spoon away, tasting it himself. Loxias's cheeks puffed out in indignation, and Severus found it immensely amusing, playfully pinching her cheeks. Loxias exclaimed, Bad. This daddy is bad. Witnessing Loxias's successful reaction, Severus felt a wave of amusement. It seemed that at Hogwarts, it was always she who provoked him, and this was perhaps the first time he managed to elicit such a response from her. Yet, it was genuinely entertaining. The youthful Severus was easily satisfied, and after some light-hearted teasing, he ceased to torment Loxias, offering her a spoonful of ice cream from his bowl. Loxias beamed with joy. After their indulgence, Snape led them to procure potion ingredients, as the original intent of their outing was to gather such materials. He had heard Loxias mention that the fireplace leading to Carrington Castle changed every 5 years. Thus, unable to reach Carrington Castle or contact anyone there, he needed to ensure he had sufficient potion supplies for Loxias. After acquiring the necessary ingredients, they meandered a bit more, and once Snape had arranged for a renovation team, they returned to Spider Alley. The renovation team, being professionals well versed in various enchantments, swiftly restored the dilapidated number 19. Shortly thereafter, the furniture Snape had ordered also arrived. In less than an hour, number 19, Spinner's End, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Loxis, upon encountering the new environment, scampered off to explore with unrestrained enthusiasm. Within the confines of his own abode, Severus Snape felt at ease allowing her this freedom, no longer feeling the need to confine her movements. However, he gazed at the bright decor with a mixture of complexity and distaste. He was not particularly fond of this aesthetic, and believed that such renovations were unnecessary for Spinner's End. With a rather grim expression, he addressed his future self. If you recall that the owner of this place is me, might I inquire why you have chosen to alter it in such a manner? Surely, with the gold you hold, you could procure a more favorable environment elsewhere. Severus dismissed the matter lightly. Do not forget, I am also the proprietor of this place. If you disapprove, we shall not linger long, and you can restore it to your preference. Severus huffed in response. At this point in time, it should belong to me. Ignoring his younger self, Snape sought out Loxis, ensuring her safety by instructing her to remain within the house and avoid perilous activities. Once that was settled, he allowed her the liberty to explore the world. Then, Snape turned to Severus and stated, I shall be brewing potions now. For the time being, you will look after her. Severus instinctively retorted, please do not delegate your responsibilities to others. No one wishes to assume the role of father on your behalf. Snape raised an eyebrow in amusement. Really? You do not wish to spend time with her? Severus crossed his arms and turned his head away. I admit, she is indeed my daughter and quite adorable, but the duties of fatherhood should be fulfilled at the appropriate age, should they not? Snape chuckled softly. Then I shall leave Amin in your care. As Severus observed the closed door of the potion room, he settled onto the sofa, contemplating the freshly painted ceiling. The events of the day felt surreal, yet upon reflection, they were not entirely unwelcome. A charming daughter, a being connected to him by blood. He had never imagined such a person could exist. It was a peculiar sensation, one he did not reject but rather found himself indulging in, a feeling he had not experienced in over a decade. Just as Severus pondered his relationship with Loxis, she bounded over, clutching a newly acquired toy from Diagon Alley. Holding it aloft, she exclaimed, Daddy, let us play with the toy together. Without a moment's hesitation, Severus declined. Well, Amin, I must inform you that I am already 16 and have long outgrown such childish amusements. Loxis plopped down beside him, placing the toy between them. So what? I still want to play with Daddy. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, Severus ultimately relented, just this once. He ended up playing with Loxis until her eyelids grew heavy. Watching her nod off, he instinctively gathered her into his embrace. Gently stroking her hair, he murmured, If you're sleepy, then rest. Loxis nestled closer, seeking a comfortable position before drifting into slumber. As he gazed at her peaceful visage, Severus felt an inexplicable enchantment emanating from her. Though she could incite his ire at times, more often than not, her presence enveloped him in warmth and tranquility, feelings he seldom encountered. It was a delightful indulgence, which perhaps explained why his future self would cherish her as a treasure. At that moment, Snape entered the potion room, having completed a portion of his brew. Aware of the time, he surmised it was Loxis's bedtime and made a hasty exit. Upon witnessing Severus cradling Loxis, Snape felt unsurprised. He understood both himself and the charm of young Loxis all too well. He extended his hands, speaking softly. Hand her to me. I shall take her to bed. Severus hesitated, displaying reluctance. Snape teased, Are you hoping to share a bed with her? Having never shared a bed with anyone, Severus faltered for a moment, but ultimately released her. The victor, Snape, cradled his daughter as they made their way to sleep. The following morning, Severus experienced the breakfast prepared by his future self. Overall, it was far superior to his own culinary endeavors, prompting him to jot down a note regarding the necessity of enhancing his cooking skills for the sake of child-rearing. Thus, the day continued with Severus tending to Loxis while Snape brewed potions. Severus found himself somewhat discontent. Though the child was delightful, potions were his true passion. After all, he had not touched a cauldron the previous day due to his parental duties, and today he felt it was his turn to brew. However, Snape was exceptionally skilled. Amin, the one across from you has expressed a desire not to play with you. Loxis's eyes widened in shock, her expression morphing into one of distress as tears welled in her eyes. Does my daddy not like me? Severus, unaccustomed to such emotional displays, fumbled to comfort her and clarify his intentions. I do not dislike you. I simply need to brew potions and cannot play at the moment. The 3-year-old, still struggling to grasp nuances, grew more upset. But you've chosen potions over playing with me. Severus found himself at a loss for words. pondering how he had raised her to be so perceptive. Despite her occasional verbosity and propensity to express herself inappropriately, there was no denying her exceptional qualities. She was eloquent, charming, and excelled in various subjects, seemingly perfect in weighing pros and cons. Could he truly nurture this emotional child into someone remarkable in the future? For the first time, Severus doubted his abilities. Ultimately, he could only patiently reassure Loxis, promising to play with her today and tomorrow, which finally coaxed her into a smile. Meanwhile, Snape had already retreated into the potion room, locking the door behind him, prompting Severus to silently express his frustration. Thus, Severus fulfilled his paternal responsibilities, discovering that Loxis, while playful, was quite well behaved. She made no unreasonable demands, refrained from tantrums, and even requested to use the restroom when necessary. However, the games she enjoyed seemed overly childish for the 16-year-old Severus, who struggled to engage with them. After a brief period of play, he made the same decision Snape had once made. It was time for Loxis to learn. Loxis gazed at him with her innocent eyes, her voice sweetly chiming, "But Daddy, I do not know the words on the page." Thus, Severus began teaching Loxis vocabulary and grammar. Yet within half an hour, he succumbed to the same frustration that had plagued Snape. Why can't this child learn? He lamented inwardly. What was he to do from here? Loxis, with her innocent demeanor, asked, "Daddy, am I really so foolish that I cannot learn? You taught me once before. This is the second time, and I still do not understand." Severus fell silent, unsure of how to respond to her earnest query. If he called her foolish, would she cry? If he insisted she was not foolish, did that not imply a fault on his part? However, how could this possibly be his fault? Clearly, it is this little creature's doing. Moreover, she was quite intelligent at the age of 13. One wonders how he instructed her. Perhaps I shall inquire later. Ultimately, Severus relinquished his contemplation and opted for a compromise. Perhaps you are simply too young. You will understand better when you grow a bit more. Rahis nodded in a semblance of understanding. Then Amin must grow up quickly, so he can learn what father teaches. Unable to teach her effectively, nor willing to engage in play, Severus resolved to share his reading with her. After all, she could comprehend the words he was reading, benefiting both their learning experiences simultaneously. Thus, Severus seated Rahis beside him, and began to read from a book, nodding thoughtfully at passages he found commendable. However, by evening, Severus deeply regretted this decision. The tome he had chosen pertained to potions, a subject that was utterly incomprehensible to Rahis, who had yet to embark on her studies in that field. As he spoke, Rahis, having only been awake for a mere 3 hours, dozed off once more. She slumbered until noon, and when Snape emerged from the potions chamber to prepare lunch, he found Rahis peacefully asleep on the sofa. Assuming she had grown weary from her morning play, he gently covered her with a blanket and tiptoed off to the kitchen. It was not until nearly 1 in the afternoon that he roused her for lunch. This meant that from the early hours of the morning until 1 o'clock, Rahis had slept for approximately 10 hours. Furthermore, when Severus spent the afternoon with her, having found the morning quite pleasant, he played with Rahis for a brief period before reverting to the reading approach. The outcome was that Rahis again succumbed to slumber for 3 hours that afternoon. Consequently, no matter how diligently Severus and Snape endeavored that evening, Rahis simply could not fall asleep. Lying in bed, she gazed at Snape, who was reading her a story, her large eyes wide open, increasingly animated by the tale, which was wholly unlike her usual demeanor. As Snape turned the page beside Rahis, he pondered how she would typically have fallen asleep by this point. Snape inquired, "Amin, are you not yet asleep?" Rahis shook her head. "Father, I cannot sleep. May I get up to play with my toys? I do not wish to lie down any longer." Snape replied, "That is not permissible. You ought to be sleeping now." Rahis, with a look of distress, responded, "But I napped too long during the day, and now I truly cannot sleep." Snape suddenly sensed that something was amiss. "How long did you sleep during the day?" Rahis counted on her fingers 1, 2, 3. 7 hours. Snape. "Are you certain? Did you not only take a nap for a little over an hour?" Rahis shook her head. "After breakfast I played with father for a while. Then he taught me some English, but I could not grasp it. Father read to me, yet I could not understand, and I fell asleep while he read. And the same occurred in the afternoon." Snape. Snape swiftly lifted Rahis and headed toward Severus's chamber. He entered without knocking, placing Rahis on Severus's bed and pointing at her. "So you allowed her to sleep for most of the day?" Severus, somewhat baffled, nodded. "Yes. Did you not find that more manageable?" Snape's expression darkened. Well, I presumed that you, despite your lack of experience with children, would understand that a person can only sleep so many hours in a day. Once they are well rested, they cannot sleep further. Severus, still perplexed, responded. Snape continued. Thus? She cannot sleep now, at the time when she should be sleeping. Children ought to sleep during their designated times for their health. Severus contemplated this, retrieved the hypnotic tome from earlier, and began reading to Rahis. Leaning wearily against Snape's thigh, Rahis appeared lethargic, yet still could not drift off. Snape crossed his arms, staring at the younger version of himself. So, what do you suggest we do, Severus? Consequently, the pair could only sit by Rahis, engaging her in play while gradually adjusting her sleep schedule back to normal over the course of several days. Observing Rahis' biological clock finally returning to normal, the unwitting culprit Severus exhaled a sigh of relief, silently jotting down a lesson in his parenting journal. Do not disrupt a child's biological clock. Once Rahis' internal clock normalized, she felt confined at home and yearned to go outside. She looked up at Severus and Snape. Father, I wish to play outside. Snape glanced out the window. The sun shone brightly today, casting aside the dreary clouds. He recalled having read in a parenting book that a child's growth is reliant on sunlight, and Rahis had not basked in its rays for some time. Snape replied. Then I shall take you for a walk. Rahis exclaimed. Yay. Are both fathers coming? Snape turned to his younger self and Rahis followed his gaze. Severus, noticing both his future self and his future child looking at him, coughed awkwardly and turned away. Of course we shall go. Rahis clapped in celebration. Yay. Out to play, out to play. Witnessing Rahis' joy, Severus felt an infectious smile spread across his face as well. Snape stood a short distance away, observing the scene, savoring the transformation he had longed to witness. After arriving in this world, he had wrestled with whether to alter the original timeline and save Lily. He was aware of the Carrington family's curse and understood that during time travel, they must adhere to the rule of not altering known events. Should he change the past, he would accept whatever curse or punishment came his way. As long as he could save Lily, even at the cost of his own life, it would be worthwhile. Yet, he feared that Rahis, the one who brought him here, would bear the burden of it all. He could not gamble with the safety of his child. All his past sins were unrelated to her, and she deserved to grow up happily and healthily under the sun. Thus, after much deliberation, he resolved to deepen the bond between his past self and future Rahis. This bond would not only provide him with some solace during these bleak times, but might also alter his ambitions for power and status in the future. The depth of this bond remained unknown to both him and Rahis, yet it did not violate the established regulations. Chapter 180, If Lying Young Snape Teaches Parenting 6. Snape carefully placed a small hat on Rahis for sun protection, brought her water bottle, and accompanied Severus as they ventured outside with her. Of course, they did not exit through the main door of 19, Spidertail Lane. Instead, they used apparition to transport Rahis to a location far removed from the confines of Spidertail, where they set her down to run freely at her leisure. They wished to shield her from the unsavory individuals and scenes beyond the alley, believing she should not be exposed to such things. Rahis skipped ahead, while Snape and Severus trailed behind her. At this moment, Severus finally found an opportune moment to inquire about something he was eager to know. Severus asked, Have the ambitions I pursued at your time come to fruition? Snape replied, One might say they have been realized, yet they are no longer what I seek. Severus remarked, It seems time truly can change a person. I thought I would remain unchanged. Snape, reflecting on his past, spoke with a tinge of melancholy. It is merely the experiences, the regrets, and the remorse that have altered one's heart. Severus cast a glance at Snape, a future self that evoked both familiarity and strangeness within him. Could you confide in me what you regret the most? Snape fell silent for a moment before he sighed. Falling into a stupor when I should not have. Uttering words that ought not to have been spoken. Failing to save those I yearned to rescue. As Snape's words lingered in the air, a gentle breeze caressed his cheek, and he gazed ahead, the once indistinct path now vividly clear. Severus, eager for greater detail, inquired, And then? Snape lowered his gaze, offering no reply, merely listening to the whispers of the wind. Severus instinctively furrowed his brow. Do you not wish to change the past? Snape reopened his eyes, directing his attention to the nearby Loxis, who was chasing butterflies. I desire to, yet I fear losing her even more. The past is a burden I cannot relinquish. The present is equally difficult to let go. Following Snape's gaze, Severus beheld the child, radiant beneath the sun. Although their time together had been fleeting, he feared that if it meant preventing his regrets and sorrows at the cost of sacrificing her, he would find himself unable to do so. Subsequently, the two remained in silence, walking side by side on the broad path trailing behind Loxis. However, they did not foresee the unexpected encounter that awaited them. In her exuberance, Lexis collided with Lily, the small girl tumbling over. Aware it was her fault, Lexis, shedding golden tears, immediately apologized to Lily. "I'm so sorry, sister. I knocked you over." The adorable Lexis, spilling golden droplets, was utterly endearing, and Lily found herself once again captivated by her charm. This time, it was her cuteness and innocence that won her over. Taking a step back, Lily heard the sweet, childish apology and upon closer inspection, saw a cherubic figure, still shedding golden tears while offering her apologies. Who could possibly resist such a sight? Certainly not Lily. She promptly knelt down, extending her hand to lift Lexis and gently inquired, "Are you all right, my dear?" Lexis shook her head, the tears still glistening in her eyes. Yet she resolutely assured Lily, "I'm fine. I'm so sorry, sister. I bumped into you." Lily affectionately patted Lexis' little head. "It's quite all right. I am not hurt." At that moment, the two men trailing behind naturally noticed Lexis' collision with Lily and her subsequent fall. Without hesitation, Severus rushed forward, not only because of his own guilt and the fact that Lily had not forgiven him, but also due to his concern for the fallen Lexis. Such a small child must have felt immense pain from the fall. Meanwhile, Snape did not immediately approach. Rather, he instinctively took a subtle step back. If he had to articulate it, the sudden sight of Lily left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Upon arriving in this timeline, he anticipated encountering her but had hesitated to approach. Lingering near her home, reluctant to use the age-reducing potion to meet her, he had indeed planned to see her once more before departing. Yet he had not expected such an abrupt encounter. The moment he laid eyes on Lily, guilt overwhelmed him, and memories of their past interactions flooded his mind, pulling at him with conflicting emotions that quickened his breath. Snape recognized that it would be prudent to employ a mental block to bury these feelings deep within his mind. Yet he hesitated to do so. He understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this could very well be the last time he would see Lily in his lifetime. He did not wish to converse with her in such a state, even if she remained unaware that he was Severus Snape. Taking several deep breaths, Snape composed himself and followed Severus forward. However, unlike Severus, who rushed towards Lily, Snape first bent down to lift Lexis, wiping her tears and comforting her while ensuring she was unhurt before turning his gaze to Lily. Nestled in Snape's embrace, Lexis, now soothed, had ceased her golden tears. Yet she could sense her father's attention was focused on the lovely lady before them. Therefore, Lexis stared wide-eyed at Lily. In contrast to Severus, who was overwhelmed with apologies and a desire for reconciliation, Snape exhibited a more composed maturity. His over a decade of additional life experience had tempered his reactions, allowing him to navigate various situations with poise, even amidst the current turbulence that threatened to unsettle him. Snape understood that the Lily before him was unaware that he was the Snape from the future. To her, he was merely a stranger resembling a former friend. Thus, Snape began his introduction. "Greetings, you must be Miss Lily Evans. I am Severus's cousin, Severus Prince. My cousin has spoken of you. And this is my daughter, Lexis Prince. You may also call her Ming." Lexis instinctively wished to dispute the name her father had introduced her with. Yet she keenly sensed that both her fathers were not in the best of spirits. Coupled with Snape's addition of "you may also call her Ming," she remained nestled in his embrace, silent. Meanwhile, Lily regarded Severus with a hint of surprise. Even though she had severed ties with him, she still recalled his familial circumstances, his alcoholic father, his frail mother, and the abuse he endured. Aside from that, he appeared to have no other relatives, not even distant ones whom he had ever met. Now, however, a cousin who bore a striking resemblance had suddenly appeared, along with his daughter. Before Lily could ponder further, Snape continued with his next words. He realized that, given the current state of their relationship, Lily's reluctance to leave immediately was likely due to the presence of a stranger, prompting her to engage in polite conversation. Snape gazed into Lily's green eyes and said, "Recently, I received news of my Aunt Eileen's passing, which brought me here to pay my respects. While I'm here, I thought I would take the opportunity to care for my cousin, who has lost both parents at such a young age." Upon hearing this, Lily immediately turned her gaze to Severus, her eyes filled with sympathy and compassion. Understanding the profound pain of such loss, even though they had drifted apart, that did not negate her ability to feel sorrow and concern for him. After all, they had once been the best of friends, entering Hogwarts together, studying, playing, and exploring the mysteries of magic side by side. Those shared experiences could not simply be erased by their estrangement. Lily parted her lips, intending to say something, but the reality of their fractured relationship stifled her words. Familiar with Lily's nature, Snape discerned that she was likely softening at that moment, wanting to offer him comfort, while he was reminded of the 3 words he had blurted out in anger. Regret, panic, and distress surged through Snape's mind once more. He composed himself, suppressing all emotions. Maintaining his cool and somber tone, speaking as a concerned parent would. Severus is a child who has lacked guidance. He often handles matters with a certain immaturity. If he has erred in any way, I extend my apologies on his behalf. I hope you can be understanding. Upon hearing Snape's words, Loxis inexplicably felt an awakening in her mind. She believed her father was apologizing for her sake, rather than for the other father. Due to her vantage point, Rahis did not miss the complex emotions swirling in Snape's eyes. She perceived a deep sorrow within them. So, father was apologizing for himself, and he was profoundly sorrowful? Being too young to fully comprehend, Rahis shook her head slightly while nestled in Snape's embrace, pondering for a moment before ultimately deciding to abandon her confusion. Nevertheless, she patted Snape gently as a gesture of comfort. Sensing her touch, Snape grasped her small hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze in response. Meanwhile, Lily remained silent, uncertain of how to reply to Snape's words. Had it been Severus speaking, she might have responded as she always had in the past. But now, it was his elder who spoke, and she could not afford to be too resolute. Yet, reconciling with Severus because of this was out of the question, not after the grave wrongs he had committed. Clearly, Snape was aware of this as well. His apology was not meant to mend the fractured relationship between Lily and his younger self. He simply wished to express remorse for his past actions, even if only under the guise of his seniority. Thus, before Lily could carefully formulate a response, Snape turned with Rahis in his arms and headed toward Spinner's End. As he departed, he remarked, "It's growing late, Miss Evans. My Amin is tired from playing and wishes to return home. I shall take her back now and will not disturb you further." Without looking back or checking if Severus followed, Snape walked away, cradled in his arms. Rahis sensed that Snape was not in the best state of mind, so she compliantly refrained from protest. Instead, she waved a small farewell to Lily. Once they rounded the corner, Snape cast a disillusionment charm and stole one last, lingering glance at Lily from afar, a gaze that lasted an eternity, as if imprinting her image indelibly upon his mind. Only after Lily had left did he reluctantly turn away. Throughout this, Rahis remained quietly nestled against him, offering silent support. By the time Snape returned to Spinner's End with Rahis, it was nearly noon. Setting her down, he inquired with feigned nonchalance, "Amin, what would you like for lunch?" Rahis, still too young to grasp the complexities of adult emotions, wondered why one would pretend everything was fine when it clearly wasn't. Once home, she did not hold back her curiosity and asked directly, "Are you unhappy, father? Because of that lady? Do you know her, and did you do something wrong to her?" Snape fell silent for a moment before replying, "Yes, but it is beyond redemption." Rahis stared at him unblinkingly. In her simplistic worldview, making amends for a mistake involved apologizing and correcting it. So she asked, "Can't you just apologize and make it right? You already apologized earlier, and I'm sure you'll do better." Understanding that Rahis, at her age, could not fathom the depth of the situation, Snape chose not to dismiss her question lightly. He simply said, "It cannot be done, Amin. It is like the glass you accidentally broke. Once shattered, it cannot be restored." Rahis paused, her young mind racing to decipher his meaning. Yet being so small, she could only grasp the most superficial interpretation. Thus she suggested, "Then why not buy a new cup? Father? Just be careful not to break it like the last one." Snape gently stroked her head and, after a long while, murmured, "Very well." Seeing his spirits lift slightly, Rahis kissed his cheek and declared, "This is a reward for admitting your mistake and trying to improve." His heart softened by her innocent words. Snape held her close, feeling as though he embraced his entire world in that moment. Having comforted one father, Rahis went off to play on her own. But she had not anticipated that soon she would face a second father in need of consolation. The little girl sighed in resignation, thinking, "Why are adults so prone to unhappiness? They are so hard to understand." After bidding farewell to Snape, Rahis pattered after Severus, following him into his room. She nestled beside him as he sat on the bed, arms wrapped around himself. Severus, his face buried in his arms, sensed her presence but did not look up. "Amin, I'm not in the mood to play right now. Go amuse yourself," he muttered. Rahis leaned against him and said, "You're unhappy too, aren't you?" Severus hesitated before replying. Tilting her head, Rahis asked, "Did you do something wrong as well?" Severus thought inwardly, "Why does he tell her everything?" When Severus did not answer, Rahis was not offended. His silence spoke volumes. She pressed on, "Have you properly apologized, admitted your mistake, and vowed to improve?" Severus remained silent. Chapter 182, Alternate Timeline, Young Snape Parenting Part 8. Rahis received no verbal response from Severus, but sometimes silence is the most telling answer. even at 3 years old. Rahis understood this. She pretended to ponder for a moment before offering advice with an air of maturity, though her childish lisp made it difficult to take her suggestions seriously without smiling. Rahis said, "Then you should just focus on improving. It's never too late. When you apologize, say something nice and she will surely forgive you." After a pause, she racked her brain for more ideas, but as a mere toddler, she could not conjure anything particularly reliable. Her words only served to exasperate Severus further. Rahis added, "If all else fails, you can try being cute like Amin. I'll let you in on a secret. Being cute works wonders for me. Everyone forgives Amin when I act adorable." Severus thought, that trick only works for 3-year-olds. Still face down in his arms, Severus let out an audible sigh. It was unclear whether he sighed out of despair over the irreparable situation, or out of helplessness toward Rahis. However, Rahis interpreted it differently. She believed he sighed because he was too proud to act cute. Understanding this, little Rahis nodded sagely. After all, he was a big kid now, and most older children, especially boys, found it hard to lower their pride and behave cutely. She thought of her cousin who had become a doctor. She didn't even want to mention him. In old home videos he had been irresistibly adorable, but now as a grown-up, he was known far and wide as an aloof physician. Whenever she asked him to act cute, he flatly refused. Rahis patted Severus's arm reassuringly. "It's all right. If you're too embarrassed to be cute, Amin can do it for you. After all, you're my father. Don't worry, when Amin steps in, success is guaranteed." No one can resist Amin's cuteness. Hearing this, Severus recalled the tender expression Lily had directed at Rahis earlier that day, as well as the love letter Lily had sent her 2 years prior. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to consider her advice? After all, she seemed to have a track record of success. But almost immediately, Severus dismissed the thought. He decided his mind must have been addled to entertain the suggestions of a 3-year-old. Had it been 13-year-old Minggu offering counsel, he might have listened. For Minggu was genuinely likable. But what use could this 3-year-old Amin be? Her only talents were persistent pestering and cuteness, which admittedly, did lighten his mood somewhat. Seeing Severus finally lift his head, Rahis breathed a slight sigh of relief. Like a miniature adult, she patted her chest proudly, believing she had successfully cheered him up through her unwavering efforts. However, she soon realized that she had overthought the matter. Severus had not truly engaged with his work. He had merely been distracted by her incessant chatter, failing to immerse himself in his own world, which was steeped in boundless sorrow. Loxias clambered up from beside Severus, precariously perched on the not-so-spacious bed, with the edge just behind her. A slight misstep would see her tumbling to the floor, placing her in a rather perilous situation. Nevertheless, the small Loxias was oblivious to such dangers, for children seldom regard the potential threats that surround them. She stamped her foot and boldly implored Severus, "Papa, do you not trust Amin's words? Amin is incredibly helpful, his advice is invaluable. That sister just forgave Amin. While children may overlook danger, it does not mean that adults do the same." Severus, having spent more than half a month caring for a child, had become acutely aware of the risks and swiftly pulled Loxias towards him. This sudden action left Loxias with a frown, her face contorted in anger as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Were you even listening to Amin?" Severus offered no explanation for his actions, instead enveloping Loxias in his arms to shield her from any further peril. He then addressed her, "I have listened to Amin, but the adult world is far more complex than you can imagine. Our realm is a chaotic one. Not merely black and white. I too have my convictions." Loxias tilted her head, successfully diverted. "But you said you made a mistake, didn't you?" Severus replied, "Yes." Loxias pressed on, "If you know you were wrong, why not apologize and make amends? I can sense that sister is very kind. If you truly apologized and sought to rectify your actions, she would surely forgive you." Severus turned his head away. "I have apologized." Loxias keenly observed, "Then you have not made amends." At her words, Severus's gaze darkened. "But I cannot make amends. How can I convince myself to forgive the architect of all this pain?" Loxias continued to offer suggestions, her youthful mind brimming with ideas. "Then just tell her your plight. You were once such good friends. Perhaps she will forgive you for that reason." Severus, candidly, did not wish to share these sentiments with Lily, to reveal his hatred for Muggles stemming from his choices involving Tobias and Eileen. He did not believe that Lily would forgive him upon learning these truths. Those 3 words weighed heavily, the hurt was profound. Loxias sensed Severus sinking into a prolonged silence, and she could acutely feel the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. The little girl pondered how complex adults were, and feared that she too might grow into such a complicated being. How frightening. Deciding she could not help him, she resolved to steer clear of this negativity or gloom. Loxias believed that rather than fretting over how to mend the rift between Severus and his friend, it would be more beneficial to comfort him, helping him distance himself from such discomfort and sorrow. At the very least, he would not be sad today. As for everything else, that could wait until later. Having made her decision, Loxias embraced Severus tightly. It's all right. You can do whatever you wish. After all, Amen will always be with you, as your friend. You will not be alone. With her words, Severus emerged from his bleak world. He had to admit that while he did not wish to be estranged from Lily, he also cherished the warmth that Loxias and the future self brought him. Severus returned her embrace. It turned out that the embrace of family was indeed so warm. Chapter 183. If little Snape teaches childcare when the time came. Snape vanished from Severus's world, taking Loxias with him. If it were not for the dramatic changes in the decor of Spinner's End, the large box of children's toys that had appeared in the house, and the refrigerator brimming with food, Severus might have believed that everything he experienced during the summer was merely a figment of his imagination. Thus in the future, he would indeed have a lovely daughter. Would he not? Severus caressed Loxias's favorite toy, now earnestly looking forward to her arrival in the future. However, before that, Severus sought out Lily. He heeded Loxias's advice. He apologized and revealed to Lily the reasons for his animosity towards Muggles, and why he aligned himself with the pureblood ideology. To be honest, dissecting his own wounds in front of another was an uncomfortable experience, even if that person was the beloved Lily. Ultimately, Severus recalled Loxias during her Amen phase and emulated her demeanor, allowing Lily to see his vulnerable side, deriving a sense of relief from his distress. Severus had to concede that this tactic was remarkably effective, and he had employed it to great effect. He thought to himself that such a situation would not arise again, for there was only one Lily in the world worthy of such openness. He would ensure he maintained his composure, never allowing his relationship with Lily to deteriorate to such depths again. In the end, Lily did indeed forgive him. However, their relationship could never return to its former state. They scarcely studied or communicated together anymore, and their ordinary interactions were limited to nodding greetings when they crossed paths. Divergent beliefs, contrasting thoughts, and differing stances ultimately delineated them to opposite ends. Yet, that was sufficient for him. At least there was no rift, unlike the previous semester when she had ignored him completely. After graduation, he followed his plan, joining the Death Eaters like most Slytherins, serving Voldemort. Lily, like most Gryffindors, joined the Order of the Phoenix, dedicating herself to defeating Voldemort. They had irrevocably divided into two factions. After graduation, their encounters became infrequent. Thanks to his exceptional skills in potion making, he soon became a master potion maker, the youngest in the history of the wizarding world. The moment he passed the examination, the entire wizarding community was abuzz with excitement. Subsequently, he ascended through the ranks of the Death Eaters, gradually becoming Voldemort's right-hand man. Power and glory were within his grasp. He fulfilled the aspirations he had harbored during his school days. Yet, he also realized that Voldemort was not a commendable leader. The Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse became his most frequently used spells. The burden he bore was often inflicted upon fellow Death Eaters. The number of lives he extinguished was countless. The Death Eaters were far from the glamorous image he had perceived during his school days. Both he and Regulus grew weary and wished to flee. Yet, the dark mark on his arm incessantly reminded him that escape was impossible. Fortunately, he was somewhat better off than Regulus. He was the only master potion maker among the Death Eaters, meaning he did not have to fight on the front lines like the others. He only needed to provide potions and not without compensation. His hands remained clean. But were his hands truly clean? Severus did not know. All he understood was that his only course of action was to remain prudent within the ranks of the Death Eaters while burying his feelings for Lily deep within his heart. They had completely belonged to opposing factions. He could only wonder how she fared in her encounters with the Death Eaters. Was she unharmed? Was she safe? Is Potter truly safeguarding her? The only assistance he can offer is a supply of arduous potions, discreetly provided under the guise of a transaction, all while ensuring that the Dark Lord remains unaware. Yet, it is inevitable that she would share these with others, isn't it? Despite having insufficient supplies for himself, she is simply too good a person. Otherwise, how could he have fallen in love with her? This realization struck him when he received an invitation to Lily's wedding. She was to wed Potter, and he found himself an uninvited observer, watching from a distance to confirm her happiness. Shortly thereafter, Lily ceased to engage in battle, rumored to be expecting a child. One could only hope that the ineffectual Potter would manage to protect her. Then came another assignment, and Severus was baffled by Voldemort's inexplicable decision to involve him, a mere logistician, in the fray. Could it be that the Death Eaters had been sufficiently diminished, requiring him merely to bolster their ranks? Surely, it was not Voldemort's keen insight that had uncovered his meager talents in spellcraft. Upon arriving on the battlefield, he quickly discerned that the opponent was formidable. The adversary, an elderly figure, was engaging Voldemort in a fierce exchange. Were it not for the occasional signs of a curse he exhibited, Severus might have suspected this man was a reincarnation of Dumbledore, imbibed with the effects of a polyjuice potion. How did he know it was a curse? There were no injuries, nor traces of potion effects. Unlike the elderly muggles who suffer from arthritis, wizards maintain a vitality bolstered by their magical prowess, unless, of course, they have lived for centuries. Therefore, it was evident that Voldemort had recognized the strength of the opponent, and had dragged him into the fray as mere cannon fodder. Should he feign injury, pretending to be incapacitated? After enduring a lengthy absence from potion crafting, he could make Voldemort realize his significance. He was not a dispensable pawn, but rather an essential asset, thus liberating himself from future trivial endeavors. Severus had begun to entertain this notion, but before he could enact such a ruse, he was grievously injured. Realizing the peril he was in, Severus hastily disapparated from the battlefield. Alas, he was wounded too severely. Even the strongest potion could not stave off the encroaching darkness of unconsciousness. Ultimately, he collapsed in a corner of the street not far from Spinner's End. Just before his awareness faded, a memory surfaced, something his future self had once remarked about fainting at an inopportune moment. Therefore, when he sensed something amiss, Severus summoned his strength to open his eyes and grasp the elderly figure who had just drawn blood from him, poised to depart. To his astonishment, this elder was none other than the man who had been evenly matched with Voldemort. The elder bore a ring upon his finger, a trinket Severus had seen around the neck of his future daughter. Everything coalesced in Severus's mind, leading him to a profound realization. Ignoring his own frailty, he struggled to articulate, "I have seen that ring. It adorns my future daughter's neck." In response, Severus was met with the unforgiving spell of the Elder Wand. When he awoke once more, he found himself in Carrington Castle, bound by an unbreakable vow, and the mark of the Death Eaters upon his arm had been eradicated. Months later, he welcomed the birth of his daughter, Loxis. Such is the wonder of alchemy and the enchantments of the wizarding world. The array of toys and picture books he had accumulated over the past years found their rightful owner. Thereafter, Severus tended to Loxis's upbringing while concurrently pursuing his potion research. The year Loxis entered school, he secured a position at Hogwarts as the potions master and head of Slytherin House. At the station, he encountered Lily, who had also come to see her child off. Thanks to his timely advice, they changed their secret keeper, and Lily survived. She had her warm family, and he had his. They remained friends, and everything seemed idyllic. An epilogue concluded. Chapter 184. The Strange Parents of the First Encounter. After dealing with Regulus, Severus entered Carrington Castle, weary from his exertions. Having made arrangements with Loxis to return to school the following day, he opted not to spend the night in Spinner's End. He needed to ensure that Loxis had thoroughly packed her belongings and was prepared for her return, without bringing any unnecessary items. Upon stepping into the castle, Severus was unsurprised to find Loxis surrounded by disarray, without a single thing in order. Naturally, there were also the myriad of portraits, oblivious to the chaos. As he contemplated berating the disorder, his frown deepening, he noticed Loxis animatedly conversing with one of the portraits. Carrington Castle boasted over 300 paintings, many of which he had encountered in the outside world, albeit in portrait form with different names. Yet one portrait stood out. He had seen her in person. The moment he laid eyes upon her, he halted in his tracks. He recognized her from his third year. She was someone Loxis had pursued relentlessly, in addition to her incessant attention towards him. A mere acquaintance, barely worthy of acknowledgement. Known only because of Loxis, a Hufflepuff upperclassman with whom he had likely shared no meaningful interaction during their time at Hogwarts. As Loxis returned from 2 decades past, her identity became evident. She was Loxis's mother and a contributor of another bloodline. At that moment, as Severus met Lilith's gaze, he experienced an uncomfortable revelation. He had never before comprehended the meaning of such embarrassment. Why was he embarrassed? Perhaps it was due to the fact that they were ostensibly strangers, with no more than fleeting encounters to their credit, only now formally meeting. Yet they shared a child, one who carried the blood of both. Regrettably, Lilith was oblivious to the notion of embarrassment, which only served to heighten Severus's discomfort. Upon spotting him, she pointed and exclaimed, "I remember you. No wonder our little Loxis is always chasing after you at school. So you are her father." Before Severus could respond, she turned to Kilcher and remarked, "To be honest, while he has a decent appearance, broad shoulders and a narrow waist suggest good physique, he is simply not my type, Dad." Kilcher, caught off guard, replied. But don't you typically prefer those with such physiques who are younger than you? He fits the bill. Lilith shook her head. Oh no, it's not just that. I also want someone who can whisper sweet nothings to me. Do you think he is that kind of person? Kilcher countered, but Lilith. I truly cannot find anyone who meets your criteria better than him. Although he may not be a charmer, you won't need to live with him. So isn't that acceptable? Lilith conceded, true, but Dad, why couldn't you have considered my ex-boyfriend back then? I thought he was quite good. Kilcher, puzzled, replied. Didn't you break up with him not long after graduation? Lilith responded, in fact, I was contemplating reconciling with him at that time. Kilcher felt somewhat aggrieved. He had no idea his daughter's affections were so fickle. I had no inkling, and besides he lacked any remarkable lineage, so he naturally wasn't on my shortlist. Lilith sighed, all right. As Severus listened to the father-daughter exchange, he felt an increasing sense of awkwardness, yet he was never one to dwell on such discomfort. Thus, Snape crossed his arms and, in his deep voice, coldly retorted, well, it appears that my selection has left Miss Carrington quite dissatisfied. However, no matter your discontent, the die is cast, you must simply accept it. Lilith. This was the first time Lilith had encountered such a roundabout manner of speaking. While it was indeed elegant, she found it utterly unacceptable. Before Lilith could articulate her thoughts, Snape cast a glance at the silent Loxias standing nearby. And you? I expect to see you promptly tomorrow morning, attired appropriately and present in the designated place, bringing along your luggage. Furthermore, do not allow me to glimpse anything inappropriate within your belongings. Loxias, understood. Reluctantly ensnared, Loxias could only nod in compliance. All right, father. I shall tidy up and ensure I am not tardy tomorrow. Following this, Snape turned and strode away, leaving behind the fluttering of his robes still in the view of the onlookers. Observing Snape's departure, Lilith rolled up her sleeves, hands on her hips. Little Loxias, does your father always speak in such a vexing manner? Loxias gazed at Snape's retreating figure, then turned to Lilith. In fact, we refer to it as elegance. Lilith, perplexed and astonished, responded, elegance? Is that truly elegance? Shouldn't elegant speech describe beautiful things? How does his utterances relate to anything beautiful? Loxias. He never resorts to vulgarity, yet manages to convey disdain and irritation with his veiled words. I believe elegance is indeed the most fitting descriptor. Lilith. At that moment, a portrait squeezed in. So, Lilith, you can do as you please at home, just do not provoke him. We cannot afford to clash. Another portrait recalled the scene. Wiping away a tear of pity. It is not that the ancestors do not assist you, but rather that even they cannot withstand him. They can only be subjected to his venomous words. Selena concurred. As a Slytherin, he dares to unleash his venom even upon my father. Lilith, what has become of this household? Before long, Loxias bid farewell to Lilith and the portraits, returning to her own chamber. As the hour grew late, she needed to pack her belongings and stealthily transport Gryffindor's sword. Additionally, she had to attend to her hair. With her short hair, she could easily be recognized by those from 20 years past, for the resemblance to Mingu was unmistakable. However, her long hair would not evoke such immediate recognition. Moreover, with time's passage, even if someone were to make the connection, she could easily explain it as a distant familial relation. While lengthening her hair could be achieved with but a potion, she still had to maintain her hairstyle, did she not? Chapter 185, An Angry Draco. I attend school punctually every day, eager to learn and labor. In the early morning, Loxias, now restored to her long hair, hummed a lullaby she had not sung in years, carrying her small satchel as she entered the hall. At that moment, Snape was seated on the sofa in the hall, sipping coffee while awaiting her arrival. Loxias stood before Snape. Father, I am ready. I believe I am not late, am I? Snape finished the last sip of his coffee. Since you are prepared, let us depart. Thereafter, Loxias waved goodbye to all the portraits in Carrington Castle, and alongside Snape, traversed through the fireplace to reach Spinner's End, then transitioned from its fireplace to Snape's office at Hogwarts. Upon arriving at the office, Snape busied himself with lesson preparations. For he had 2 classes scheduled for the morning, yet he did not forget to remind Loxias. You still have time to organize your personal items in the dormitory. Loxias nodded. I am aware, father. I shall not be late. After tidying her belongings, Loxias proceeded to the Transfiguration classroom, where the third-year Slytherins had their lesson on Transfiguration that morning. Along the way, many who encountered Loxias greeted her and inquired about her prolonged absence, making her feel their genuine concern. Loxias smiled and responded to them, uniformly explaining that there had been some minor issues at home, while also expressing gratitude for their concern and their Christmas gifts. Indeed, this Christmas, Loxias had received numerous gifts, albeit from when she was still in her toddler years. As for reciprocation, that was entirely managed by Snape. One could only wonder what expressions the little badgers would have if they knew that the Christmas gifts they received from Loxias were, in fact, delivered under her name by their most terrifying and feared potions professor. It would surely be a sight to behold. Upon entering the classroom, the little snakes showered Loxias with their concern, rivaling that of other houses. After the social exchanges, it was time for class. To Loxias' surprise, Draco did not utter a single word to her throughout the lesson, appearing decidedly irate. Loxias estimated that this situation was far more serious than the last instance when she had failed to disclose her father-daughter relationship with Snape. What had transpired now? Had her rescue of his uncle gone unmentioned? Yet, that could not be, for the news of Regulus's survival was known only to her father and herself. However, to uncover the cause of Draco's ire, she would have to wait until after class, as Professor McGonagall had already entered the classroom. After class, Draco continued to ignore her, seemingly at the peak of his anger. Loxias was deeply perplexed. She nudged Pansy with her elbow, hoping to glean some insight from her. However, Pansy was equally in the dark regarding Draco's vexation. According to her, Draco had maintained this state for some time. When she inquired with Crabbe and the others, they merely asserted that Draco would exhibit this behavior for a period each month, and that it would pass in a few days. Loxias. By the time Loxias discovered the reason for Draco's anger, it was already evening. Perhaps in a bid to seek her out for retribution, Draco had commandeered the entire common room. Thus, when Loxias entered the room from outside, she found Draco sitting alone on the sofa, his expression dark. On the table in front of him lay a book. Loxias peered closer, recognizing it as the fanfiction she had commissioned from the little badgers prior to her time travel, featuring the Savior X young master pairing. It was a newly published work that she had yet to read, and it was penned by her favorite author. She had intended to return home that evening and hide under the covers to indulge in it. Wait, if the book was now before Draco, did that mean he was aware of her shipping them? Oh dear, this time, she had no idea if 100 packets of spicy strips would suffice. Loxias timidly pulled out the chair opposite Draco and sat down. Feeling guilty and at fault, she could scarcely meet her best friend's gaze. Truth be told, it was quite an embarrassing and infuriating predicament, but had she not been Draco's friend before? After becoming friends, she had become addicted to shipping, and those captivating stories made it impossible for her to resist. She simply could not quit. Who could turn down a quality narrative? Certainly not her. Meanwhile, Draco observed Loxias, lost in thought, recalling how, just a few days prior, he had seen Loxias's package upon his return to school. Initially, he had intended to help her by collecting it. However, the package was poorly wrapped, and as he fumbled, its contents spilled out. Who knows what he had seen? The Savior and the Young Master. A few matters that must be discussed. At first, he assumed it was merely a novel she frequently indulged in, only to discover that it chronicled the tale of himself and Potter. A love story nonetheless. Him and Potter? Voldemort and Dumbledore together? It was utterly impossible for him and Potter to be united. They were sworn enemies, after all. They weren't even friends. How could they possibly be a couple? Upon seeing the title of the book, Draco felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. He hastily opened the book, and as he read on, his anger surged, causing his chest to rise and fall with agitation. What did it mean that he was embracing Potter's waist, cornering him against the wall, and kissing his lips? What did it mean that Potter cradled his face and kissed him passionately? What did it mean that they were exploring the mysteries of life by the Black Lake? He had to tell his father. In a fit of rage, he picked up his quill and began to pen a complaint to his father, filling no fewer than 5 pages with his grievances. However, as he reached the end, he found himself calming down. Informing his father was undoubtedly not the wisest choice. What could it achieve besides criticism for Loxias, punishment, and the destruction of these books? Such actions would not maximize his interests. Eventually, he placed the 5 pages into his drawer. He glared at the book, suppressing the urge to incinerate it, while waiting for Loxias to return to school. Who would have thought she would take such an extended leave, especially alongside Professor Snape? This forced him to coexist with the book for an even longer duration. It was utterly dreadful. He even had to conceal it to prevent his roommate from discovering its existence. What sins had he committed to endure such torment? He would have been better off mailing a letter back to his father from the very beginning. But if he gave up now, what would those past few days have been for? Thus, Draco could only endure. At last, he awaited her return to school. To his dismay, upon entering the classroom, she greeted Hermione Granger next door, before acknowledging him. Draco was infuriated. He resolved to ignore her throughout the day and settle accounts with her in the evening. Chapter 186. Luring one into the pit. Reflecting on the grievances he had endured over the past few days, he observed Loxias lost in thought and without mercy. Spoke with palpable fury. Loxias Snape, I believe you owe me an explanation as to why such a vile and repugnant thing exists. It cannot have simply appeared on Slytherin's territory. Loxias responded, oh well. How could she explain? To admit she was shipping him and Harry? That would make it even harder for him to accept. Loxias swallowed hard and carefully replied, it's a novel I particularly enjoy. Feeling dismissed, Draco slammed his hands on the table. A novel? Then why do the protagonists bear my name and Potter's? It even states that I kissed him. And I was the one on the bottom. Loxias explained, because everyone thinks you two, with your daily squabbles, are perfectly matched as rivals. It seems fitting. As for the positions, there are indeed stories where you are the one on top. Draco seized upon this point, enunciating each word. So there is more than one? Loxias hesitantly nodded. Draco, in a fit of rage, tossed the book onto the sofa, exclaiming, what? How could I possibly be compatible with that Potter? And there are more than one? This is a disgrace for the Malfoy name. Loxias consoled him, look on the bright side. At least it means you are as popular as Potter at school. Draco, with a look of incredulity, retorted, you call this popularity? And what do you mean by as popular as Potter? I am undoubtedly far more popular than he is. At this, Loxias fell silent for a moment, deciding to change the subject rather than debate who was more popular, Draco or Harry. It was a conundrum without resolution. Loxias attempted to steer the conversation. In fact, there are not just stories about the two of you. There are others as well, including Harry, Hermione, and various pairings. Upon hearing this, Draco instinctively began to pair them off. Weasley and Potter, Weasley and Granger, Granger and Potter. You and Granger? Why is there even a pairing of you and Granger? And what are those last three pairs? Loxias explained, I don't know, perhaps they think it's a good ship. As for those last three pairs, they are Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang, Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, and the headmaster and Gellert Grindelwald. Draco stared at Loxias in disbelief, the anger he had felt earlier dissipating into shock. He repeated the names she had just mentioned. Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, the headmaster and Gellert Grindelwald? Do you even realize who you are talking about? They are the officially certified enemies in the history of magic. They couldn't be more opposed. Loxias replied. Certified enemies in the history of magic? Isn't there a possibility that their fanfiction was self-published? Of course Loxias, knowing the truth, refrained from saying it directly. The timing was not right. The former was due to the situation, and the latter was because she did not wish to attract the headmaster's attention. Thus, Loxias could only vaguely state, but someone is indeed shipping them. Draco's expression conveyed disbelief. He crossed his arms and turned away. Don't think I'm unaware that you are changing the subject. There is no way there could be fan fiction about Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Loxias, narrowing her eyes, smiled as she pulled out one after another of such fan fiction from her bag. Oh, but there are plenty. Draco, in disbelief, grabbed a random book from the table and began to flip through it, discovering that it indeed contained stories about Salazar and Godric. Even so, Draco remained reluctant to believe. He picked up another book, this time opening it to find tales of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He continued to open book after book, each revealing names he could hardly fathom appearing in romantic narratives. What kind of madness was this? Shipping enemies? Some even contained intimate scenes. If the main characters were to find out, the coffins of Slytherin and Gryffindor would surely be unable to contain the uproar. Even Grindelwald could escape from Nurmengard in such a scenario. And this was still on Dumbledore's turf. Surely, this book must have been written by a Gryffindor, right? Ultimately, Draco had no choice but to accept this reality. It turned out that there were indeed individuals shipping such bizarre pairings, and the community appeared to be particularly vast. But really, what was so appealing about shipping? Why were they so obsessed? How could there be so many books? Moreover, this shipping showed no respect for the facts. In an instant, Draco found himself reconsidering his previous thoughts. The idea that someone shipped him and Potter was no longer entirely unacceptable. Accepting it was out of the question. He had to inform his father, to ensure that such things vanished entirely from this world. Observing the change in Draco's demeanor, Loxias realized he was oscillating between shock, acceptance, and denial. He simply could not convince himself that he and Potter were perceived as a pair by others. Based on Loxias's understanding of Draco, once he settled on the idea of denial, he would undoubtedly inform his father. His father would likely relay this to her father, leading to a grand confiscation of Hogwarts fan fiction. As for the former, She was not particularly afraid. After all, her father was already aware of the matters regarding Salazar, Godric, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Furthermore, those two pairings had self-published their works. This was no different from her wielding a royal decree to carry out her duties. She felt emboldened. Primarily the latter, she was genuinely apprehensive. If her joy were confiscated, it would vanish irrevocably. Hence, the most prudent course of action was to ensnare him into the fray. But how could she draw him in? Utilizing his own writing would undoubtedly be ineffective. It was likely that Potter's works would falter as well. Moreover, the prose of fanfiction could not be of inferior quality. It must be imbued with ample imagination. Thus, the optimal choice would be to delve into the pairing of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. After all, aside from other considerations, she possessed many photographs of them in their youth. With this thought, Loxias hastily produced a photograph depicting the young Grindelwald alongside a youthful Dumbledore. The two stood together, one exuding a rebellious spirit, and the other an air of refinement, appearing remarkably well matched upon closer inspection. Subsequently, Loxias retrieved what she deemed the finest fanfiction featuring their pairing, and placed it before Draco. Chapter 187 An All-Nighter. Draco regarded Loxias with a perplexed expression. He could not fathom her intentions, and he felt that their previous matters were yet unresolved. Loxias introduced and endorsed the material. This is a photograph of Dumbledore and Grindelwald in their youth, and this book represents the best fanfiction of their pairing, which may help you comprehend our perspective. Regardless of your views on them, reading this novel is certainly worthwhile. Draco, still bewildered, accepted the book and glanced down. Are you certain the individual in the photograph is Dumbledore? Loxias nodded affirmatively. Draco was reminded of Dumbledore's current appearance, with his white hair and numerous wrinkles, and could not suppress his thoughts. Time truly is a merciless butcher. Loxias replied, indeed. It's fortunate that Dumbledore and Grindelwald are not present. After a moment's contemplation, Loxias pressed on with her recommendation. Look at it, it's genuinely quite good. I assure you. I'm not deceiving you. Draco cast a dubious glance at Loxias, suspecting her ulterior motive was to ensnare him, thereby diverting his attention from their prior discussion. Was the illustrious Malfoy truly so easily distracted? Yet, as he held the novel, he recalled the other recommendations she had made, which had all proven quite enjoyable. Ultimately, driven by his desire to read, he turned to the first page. As he pondered what was so captivating about this book, he found himself impressed by the author's eloquence. If only they had written about the triumph of underdogs rather than this frivolous pairing, Draco mused sincerely. He then flipped to the second page, and became utterly engrossed. Observing Draco's fervent page-turning, Loxias wore a triumphant smile, pouring herself a glass of milk while indulging in some delicate cookies, crafted by Narcissa. A sip of milk paired with a bite of cookie. Oh, life was truly delightful. Loxias then pulled out a novel she had nearly finished and began reading as well. When Draco reached the halfway point, fully immersed in his reading, Loxias interrupted, Draco. As your classmate, I feel it is my duty to remind you that it is already 10 o'clock. Draco, in the throes of his enthusiasm, waved her off dismissively. I know, I'll go to sleep after finishing this part. This part? Loxias looked at the unfinished half of Draco's book. And considering his reading speed, she was certain he would require at least 3 more hours to complete it. He would surely not retire until past 1 in the morning, making tomorrow's awakening a struggle. Loxias had intended to remind him that unlike her, he had classes in the morning. But she realized she had yet to soothe Draco over her enthusiasm for his pairing with Harry. Adhering to the principle of minimizing unnecessary conflict, Loxias tidied up the extra books and the photograph. Wishing Draco good night, she added, remember to sleep early. You have classes tomorrow. I shall take my leave. Loxias departed the common room and returned to her dormitory. The following afternoon, Loxias encountered Draco again, this time initiated by him seeking her out. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, Loxias felt a flicker of understanding. She placed a hand on his shoulder. So what do you think of my taste? Draco nodded somewhat awkwardly. Well, I won't pursue the matter of your reading about me and Potter, but as a form of compensation, you ought to share all your writings with me. Except for those involving Potter. Loxias replied, of course. With the deal struck, Draco inquired about the book he had read the previous night. Do you think Grindelwald truly met Dumbledore in Godric's Hollow? Loxias did not respond directly. What do you think? Draco sighed. As much as I hope so, and given that Dumbledore's South family estate appears to be located in Godric's Hollow, I find it unlikely. What would the heir of a prominent German family be doing in England? Loxias smiled knowingly. Perhaps to explore the mysteries of magic? Or perhaps he has relatives there. Draco, oblivious to Loxias' smile, gazed at the book in his hands. Who knows? But if it were true, how splendid that would be. They make quite the compelling pairing. At this, Loxia smiled silently, choosing to remain discreet about her knowledge. Suddenly, Draco recalled something. But on another note, is there any way to eliminate the writings about me and Potter? It's becoming quite awkward to see him. I can't even confront him anymore. Loxia shook her head. I think that is unlikely. After all, you two are the most popular pairing aside from Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Draco sighed, wishing he could return to the moment he first opened that book, preventing his naive self from jumping into her trap. I can't believe I fell for this. Knowing it was an elaborate scheme to draw me in, I still dove right in. Loxia's countered, yet you haven't lost anything, have you? Besides, it shows you're quite popular at school. Draco conceded, that may be true, but please, do not let me see any more writings involving me and Potter. Ultimately, Draco resolved to adopt a strategy of avoidance. Loxia smiled and agreed. No problem. Would you like me to add you to the book club? Draco raised an eyebrow in surprise. You have a book club? No sooner had Draco spoken than Loxia's produced her alchemical product capable of facilitating group chats. Handing one to Draco, only 1 galleon. Draco responded incredulously, wait, are you running a business at school? Aren't you financially secure? Setting aside your family. I've heard Professor Snape gives you 200 galleons each month. Loxia shrugged. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. And with so many people, alchemy is quite difficult. I can't teach everyone. I certainly don't want to take on such thankless work, so I opted to sell instead. Draco, intrigued, asked, how much have you earned from selling this? Loxia's calculated roughly. Perhaps enough for 10 years of pocket money? Maybe even 20 years? Chapter 188. The financial standing of the Malfoys. Draco was taken aback, instinctively estimating. So does that mean everyone in our school is your customer? Surely. There can't be that many? Loxia's clarified. Well, some have commissioned a few and created private groups, purchasing them for their families. Draco paused. You can even use it for family? Does the reach extend that far? Lockheath introduced, that version is accessible throughout Europe. Draco's heart raced with excitement. It was as if this was custom-made for him to present to his father. A low-priced dual-sided mirror for the multiplayer version. Does that mean the owl will be out of a job? Lockheath replied, not quite. The pricing differs from what we use at our school. Draco pressed on, how much? Lockheath candidly disclosed, the friendship price is 2,000 galleons each. Draco pondered, that's not too expensive. Lockheath countered, that may be true for you, Mr. Malfoy. But even within Slytherin, there aren't that many affluent individuals, and not everyone is receptive to new innovations. Suddenly, Draco recalled something. Among those you mentioned as customizers, I assume Pansy is included? Lockheath nodded, indeed she is. Draco exclaimed, no wonder you mentioned a friendship price. What would it cost me? Lockheath regarded him with a sidelong glance, 5,000 galleons each. Draco was taken aback. Why is it more expensive for me? He grasped Lockheath's arm. Confusion etched on his face. You sell to her at such a low price, yet to me at such a high price. Are we still the best of friends? Lockheath elucidated, because you are a Malfoy. You are not lacking in funds and would undoubtedly be willing to spend more galleons for a superior product. Draco proudly accepted her rationale. True, the Malfoys are not short on money. Please help me customize 3. After finalizing the order, Draco had another thought. Would you consider joining forces with the Malfoy family in business? With your product, I believe we could achieve substantial profits. Lockheath had initially intended to agree. After all, having Malfoy as a shield for Carrington's enterprises would be ideal. However, as she opened her mouth to respond, the thought of Voldemort's resurrection next year crossed her mind. Engaging in this business now would mean that when Voldemort returned, the Malfoys would undoubtedly side with him, leaving her business vulnerable to being absorbed by him. No, she would not provide them with any assistance. Thus, Lockheath could only negotiate a delay in their collaboration with Draco. She crafted another excuse. This is indeed a promising partnership, but Draco, it cannot be now. Draco looked puzzled, why not? Lockheath explained, the production requires substantial alchemical knowledge. I'm sure you realize how rare skilled alchemists are in the wizarding world. Alchemy is merely an elective for upperclassmen at Hogwarts, with very few choosing it. To mass produce, we must simplify the production process, which necessitates continuous optimization on my part. It's quite complex and demands considerable effort. Draco suggested, perhaps we could pursue a high-end route. Catering exclusively to the wealthy? Lockheath replied, that would also require me to invest significant effort in training a new cohort. My father would not permit me to undertake such a venture at this stage. I still need to attend his supplementary lessons each week, as he wishes for me to succeed him as a master potion maker. Draco sympathetically patted Loxith's shoulder. Yet, his words lacked any trace of compassion. Then you will be a rare master alchemist and potion maker in the wizarding world. I will be the one to profit effortlessly. When I need your assistance, remember to offer me a discount. Loxith smiled wryly and brushed Draco's hand away. I wouldn't mind informing my father that you've recently developed a keen interest in potion making and wish to join my private tutoring sessions. I'm certain he would not refuse. And Mr. Malfoy would certainly be pleased to contribute a generous tutoring fee to my father. Draco quickly objected. No, I'm not that interested in potion making truly. In truth, Draco knew that attending Professor Snape's private tutoring sessions would yield substantial knowledge, and his father would undoubtedly support him in this endeavor. However, he was well aware that Snape sessions were far more rigorous than regular classes, and he genuinely did not wish to endure such torment. Moreover, unlike Loxith, who had several core classes exempted and ample time, Draco was pressed for time. With additional elective courses in his third year, he faced an ever-growing workload of assignments and essays. Once he completed those, he had little personal time remaining, and he wished to indulge in the novels he had recently discovered. He certainly could not burn the midnight oil every night as he had the previous day. Observing this, Loxith smiled with satisfaction. She had anticipated that the prospect of tutoring would deter him. Unfortunately, she too wished to retreat, yet she found it impossible. Moreover, her approach was akin to inflicting self-harm while attempting to thwart the enemy, as her own circumstances left her unable to escape the reality of needing to attend classes. If only she could escape, she would have dealt a blow to the enemy without suffering any harm herself. Sigh. She truly did not wish to attend those supplementary lessons. Was this the plight of being the child of a faculty member? If only she didn't have to attend. She would have more time to rest and could freely indulge in her novels. Having resolved matters with Draco, Loxith turned her attention to Peter after completing her coursework. She had long decided to hand this informant over to her father for resolution. Now the only challenge for her was whether she could genuinely capture Peter, as he was a character entwined within the global main plot, and had managed to escape at the last moment. Capturing him early would prevent him from making his appearance, and would likely sever all subsequent plotlines. This alteration was neither insignificant nor trivial. Loxith did not harbor any illusions about her guaranteed success. Nevertheless, one must at least attempt it, right? Loxith cradled Tom, scratching under his chin. My little Tom. Having raised you for 1,000 days, now is the time to employ your skills. You've accumulated considerable mouse-catching experience in Carrington Castle. This time, I need you to help me catch a mouse residing in Gryffindor, one that is missing a right finger. Do you understand? Tom, relishing Loxith's affection, then licked his front paw. Meow meow meow, for the sake of the canned food, I shall reluctantly agree to your request. Chapter 189, Capturing Peter. As Loxith had anticipated, Tom failed. He was unable to capture Peter. She stroked Tom, feeding him some of his favorite canned food. If you didn't catch him, so be it. After all, it wasn't a mere mouse but rather a human animagus. Given that, it's understandable that you couldn't manage it. Tom paused in his eating. Meow meow meow, what of it? A mouse is still a mouse. I merely slipped up this time. Rest assured, I will bring him back next time. Loxith, who could not comprehend feline language, mistakenly believed that Tom was sulking over his failure, and was thus trying to curry favor with her, so she comfortingly patted Tom. Tom interpreted this as a reward from his owner for his determination, and he nuzzled her affectionately. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was born. After Tom's failure, Loxith began to devise her mouse-catching plan. The first step was to create a monitoring device, also known as an upgraded version of the Marauder-S map. As she commenced her work, Loxith found it somewhat ironic. Was this fate? Fate dictated that the Marauder-S map must exist in the world and serve the savior. Yet, she, who had once burned the original Marauder-S map, was now tasked with creating another anew. However, in her current situation, the Marauder-S map was undoubtedly the most effective tool to help her achieve her objective, allowing her to swiftly track Peter's whereabouts. The only alteration was that this new map could bear a different name and, conveniently, would not involve any profanities directed at her father. Oh well. Perhaps that could be considered a change. Rahis consoled herself with the thought that at least what she had crafted with her own hands would not fall into Harry's possession, thereby alleviating her father's burden of constant surveillance. Moreover, if this endeavor could result in Peter's demise, she would not consider it a loss. After all, she had merely altered the target, and it was still a human, was it not? This time, in order to ensnare Peter completely, Rahis even rallied Betty, Ethel, and Pansy, with each of them guarding aside and continuously tightening the encirclement to capture this wily rodent. Ultimately, it was Tom, resolute in his determination to catch the limping mouse, who succeeded in trapping him within the confines of their circle. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Rahis suppressed her nausea, donned isolation gloves, and grasping Peter, confined him within the formidable isolation box she had originally prepared for Voldemort's Horcrux. Having accomplished this, Rahis hastened to Snape's office. Rahis pushed the door open without hesitation. "Father!" Snape, who had been tossing potion ingredients into the cauldron, jolted at the commotion caused by Rahis, causing a plume of black smoke to erupt from the cauldron. This signaled the complete ruin of the potion he had been brewing. Since Snape and Rahis had reconciled, such incidents of failure had risen exponentially. With a resigned sigh, Snape used a cleaning charm to dispose of the remnants from the cauldron, appearing accustomed to the repeated failures resulting from Rahis' interruptions. He sighed deeply. "Speak. What trouble have you encountered this time, Rahis? I hope it is sufficiently grave to justify the loss of the potion I painstakingly brewed." Feeling a twinge of guilt for yet another potion ruined, Rahis blinked innocently. However, she quickly feigned nonchalance, closing the door to Snape's office and locking it securely before taking a seat at his desk, placing the wooden box between them. Snape cast a cold glance at the box before turning his attention to Rahis, awaiting her explanation. Understanding his unspoken inquiry, Rahis did not prolong the suspense. "In truth, this box contains an individual who can barely be deemed an acquaintance of ours." Snape responded, "Another animagus?" Rahis nodded, adding, "Moreover, I advise you to prepare yourself psychologically, father." Scoffing at Rahis' insinuation, Snape retorted, "Psychological preparation? You do not presume that your old father is as fragile as those pitiful muggles, incapable of withstanding a piece of news? Besides, this so-called acquaintance cannot possibly be a Potter, can it?" Rahis replied, "I hope you can maintain your composure upon uncovering the truth, dear father." With a silent sigh, Rahis reached for Snape's hand. Snape looked at her in confusion, only to soon witness her eyes transform into a silvery hue. In that instant, he beheld the future Rahis wished to reveal to him. The scene was that of the long static shrieking shack. Yet there was a change. The bed had collapsed, perhaps due to years of neglect. Confirming the scene, Snape's gaze fell upon the figures present. A wolf, a dog, a rat, indeed familiar faces. To his astonishment, 3 of the marauding quartet had survived. How curious that they shared such a bond with Potter, yet did not perish alongside him. Furthermore, Potter, mirroring his father, displayed a complete disregard for rules, along with Granger and Weasley. Could he truly proclaim them good friends, as they too disregarded their own lives? Once Snape discerned who was present, the scene began to shift, unearthing truths long buried. After revealing the pivotal scenes to Snape, Rahis ceased her use of ability. She refrained from showing him the moment he was knocked unconscious by Potter, nor the subsequent scene of Lupin's transformation into a werewolf. As for the rationale behind this omission, Rahis deemed it unnecessary. The former was not worth dwelling on, and the latter held little relevance to Snape. Following the vision, Snape lapsed into a prolonged silence. Rahis, having observed him closely, noticed his fists clenched tightly, his growing rage palpable. After suppressing most of his emotions with a mental shield, Snape finally spoke. "So, the rat is indeed contained within?" Rahis nodded, responding, "Yes, I thought you would prefer to handle him personally, hence my bringing him here." With that, she nudged the wooden box in Snape's direction. Snape wordlessly accepted the box, well aware of how to utilize Rahis' alchemical creation. He knew the means to open it without her instruction. However, he refrained from doing so immediately, unwilling to reveal his darker side in front of his daughter. Chapter 190. A Gathering at the Shrieking Shack. Rahis observed Snape's hesitation after he took the box, presuming he was contemplating whether to use the killing curse or hand him over to Dumbledore. Thus, she gently patted Snape's arm and reassuringly said, "Father, you need not worry about me. Whether you choose to hand him over to Headmaster Dumbledore or deal with him yourself, I will support your decision." Snape sighed. Rahis replied, "Yes?" Snape continued, "I recall you previously mentioned wanting to host a tea party with your friends, correct?" Realizing Snape's intent, Rahis responded, "Indeed. May I host the tea party today?" Snape replied, "Go ahead, but remember to return to the dormitory before curfew." With that, Rahis departed from Snape's office, leaving him alone in the dimly lit space with only Peter confined within the box. Following that day, Rahis did not see Snape for an entire week, aside from attending classes. During this time, Snape did not permit anyone into the dungeons. Rahis received her father's tutoring notification only a week later. Curiosity piqued regarding her father's handling of Peter, Rahis hesitated to use her abilities to probe. After all, a week had passed, and she feared her father's methods might be excessively cruel. Thus, she resolved to inquire directly. Upon settling into the dungeon, Rahis fixed her gaze on Snape and asked, "Father, how did you deal with the rat? Did you use the killing curse or hand him over to Dumbledore? I assume you did not hand him over, given your strained relationship with that mad dog." Upon hearing her words, Snape mused that perhaps his child's studies were insufficient. Otherwise, she would not have the leisure to concern herself with his personal matters. He contemplated assigning her more coursework. Nevertheless, he chose to provide her with an answer. "I sent him on his way with a lethal potion." Rahis rested her chin on her hand, expressing her expectation regarding Snape's actions. "It seems Harry's godfather will never shed his status as a fugitive." Snape offered no comment on her statement, preferring not to delve into discussions that might reveal excessive negativity in front of his daughter. Thus, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Bracing himself against the table with one hand while placing the other on his hip, Snape regarded Rahis with a neutral expression. "By the way, if I recall correctly, the strengthening potion you brought was completely insufficient, and you ultimately relied on your own concoction to get through. Yes?" This conclusion was also derived by Snape through a meticulous examination of the details surrounding the frenzied potion brewing by Loxis 2 decades ago. During the final month of that tumultuous time, Loxis was acutely aware that she could not deceive Snape and recognized his deliberate shift in conversation. Nevertheless, she could only nod in response, having already anticipated his next course of action. Subsequently, Snape gestured towards Loxis's designated cauldron and remarked, as she had surmised, "Since you have acquired the knowledge, let me observe your brewing process." At this, the smile on Loxis's face faltered. Goodness, she had not touched a cauldron since her return from 2 decades past. Potion brewing was still an area in which she lacked proficiency. Was this the price of her recent happiness? Thus, Loxis was thrust into a hellish journey of remedial potion studies. During this time, Harry struggled with his lessons on the Patronus charm. Ron searched for his long-lost rat. Hermione continued to endure her heavy academic workload. Snape repeatedly caught Harry, who was wandering without the Marauder's map, gleefully deducting points from Gryffindor. And Draco immersed himself in GGAD fanfiction. Each individual was preoccupied with their own concerns, living their own lives shaped by differing circumstances, treading down their own paths, whether joyful or troubled. Even Tom had formed friendships with Crookshanks and Mrs. Norris, spending their days together in playful camaraderie. Until the arrival of the final exams, the only matters that stirred the hearts of most were Quidditch and Buckbeak. Yet, Loxis held no interest in either. One simply did not capture her attention, while the other was a matter she knew would be handled by the Savior. During this period, aside from her studies, Loxis devoted herself to crafting a particular alchemical item. Even she had to concede that the complexity of this creation was immense. And due to its clandestine nature, she could not even discuss it with her fellow alchemical correspondents for inspiration, relying solely on her own explorations. The alchemical item she was working on was inspired by her surveillance device, formerly known as the Marauder's Map. It was designed to locate Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, due to its highly specific nature and its involvement with the realm of souls, even with a sample of Voldemort's Horcrux at her disposal for experimentation, she faced numerous failures. Nevertheless, Loxis had no intention of surrendering. After all, if she succeeded in creating this alchemical item, locating the Horcruxes would become significantly easier, sparing her the arduous task of searching blindly. Time passed quietly, and soon the barren trees sprouted new buds, which in turn blossomed into lush green leaves. The impending final exams became the new focal point of concern. The weight of the exams loomed large, overshadowing even the affairs of Buckbeak, forgotten by most except for those who were particularly invested, such as Draco, Harry, and Hagrid. However, all of this would have to wait until after the exams concluded. Immersed in her studies, Loxis remained unfazed by Snape's high expectations for her performance. She approached each subject's examination with remarkable composure. Only after completing her tests did she shift her attention towards Harry and the others. This was not out of mere curiosity. She still remembered the prophecy in which Potter had struck her father. Even without Peter, she remained uncertain whether that incident would occur, but she felt it necessary to keep a watchful eye just in case. She observed them as they made their way to Hagrid's, then followed them to the Shrieking Shack in pursuit of Crookshanks. With her abilities, Loxis clearly saw the dog within the shack, as well as Lupin and her father approaching in increments. Wait a moment, with Peter gone, what was bringing them together? What had prompted Crookshanks to head in that direction? Loxis furrowed her brow in deep confusion. Chapter 191. Delivering the Wolfsbane Potion. So is this fate? Even in Peter's absence? This animagus with a missing finger was not the only one of its kind at Hogwarts. It was not until she witnessed Ron retrieve a rat from the ground, one that bore a striking resemblance to Peter's animagus and also shared the missing digit. That Loxis fell into rare silence. For what purpose had she exerted such effort? Was it merely to prevent the resurrection of Voldemort from lacking a servant's flesh? Yet, with so many servants at his disposal, they amounted to nothing more than flesh for his use, no longer Peter's flesh. Sigh. Would her father still have to endure that ordeal? If only she had eradicated all the rats within Hogwarts. No, perhaps she should have slipped a bean into Harry's food that very morning. That would have been the optimal solution. As long as the savior could not make an appearance, everything would come to a standstill. At worst, the mad dog would have killed a rat missing a foot. Her father would be spared this unwarranted calamity. Alas, now was not the time for such thoughts. Her foremost priority was to devise a way to prevent her father from being struck down by Harry. How could she achieve this? By directly preventing her father from approaching, thus eliminating the root cause of the incident? The likelihood of that was slim. Loxis did not believe she had the capacity to stop Snape from proceeding. After all, Harry was ultimately Lily's son. Though he bore little resemblance to her beyond his eyes, he could at best be considered a living memento left for her father by Lily. Regardless of how much her father despised him, he would never stand idly by while Harry was in peril. Yet, her father held zero trust in that wolf and dog duo. Moreover, based on her prophetic visions, she had not shown Snape the part where Lupin was supposed to consume the wolfsbane potion. Today was a full moon. A headache began to throb. Loxis felt that even during their previous skirmishes, the headache had not been this intense. She truly wished to avoid excessive involvement in the grand narrative, even though she had resolved to subtly alter and participate in certain aspects of it. However, the current circumstances had reached a point where her intervention was imperative. Unless she could bear witness to her own kin being struck down. Sighing, Loxis made her decision. Swiftly cutting her hair once more, and swallowing a vial of aging potion to transform her appearance to that of a 30-year-old. Then, she donned an alchemical item that could alter her gender visually, and proceeded to transfigure her school uniform into appropriate attire. The illustrious Migu re-emerged. Once Loxis had completed these preparations, she did not rush to intervene. Before heading to the Shrieking Shack to prevent Harry from raising his wand, there were still matters she needed to address. For instance, she needed to procure a vial of wolfsbane potion from her father's office. Though she had yet to confront a werewolf in its full moon state, she was certain she could not defeat an unscathed werewolf in that condition. Thus, to avert unnecessary casualties, it was imperative to administer a vial of wolfsbane to the werewolf after stopping Potter. To ensure she arrived on time, Loxis even tore through time and space to reach Snape's office, rummaging through until she acquired the potion. Afterward, she tore through time and space once more, arriving not far from her destination, and then walked the remaining distance. Loxis admitted she had considered making a grand entrance with a stylish temporal rift, but she could not appear before the unsuspecting individuals in such a manner. It would be quite difficult to explain. Moreover, doing so would indeed render the unbreakable vow a mere formality, with several individuals lining up to take the vow with her. With a fleeting display of bravado, the aftermath was nothing short of a funeral pyre. Upon entering the Shrieking Shack, Loxis swiftly disarmed Harry, sending his wand tumbling from his grasp just as he was about to cast the same spell. Her actions effectively captured the attention of everyone present, and it was no surprise that Severus Snape instantly recognized her. A frown involuntarily creased Snape's brow, his tone laced with a barely concealed ire as he inquired, "What are you doing here?" In response, Loxis charged towards Lupin with remarkable speed, subduing him to the ground with a powerful physical restraint that rendered him incapable of retaliating. Seeing his dear friend under attack, Sirius instinctively rushed to assist, preparing to confront Loxis with bare hands. However, before he could even reach the hem of her robe, she retaliated with a spell that sent him crashing backwards. In that moment, Loxis unequivocally demonstrated what it meant to be a battle mage. Seizing the opportunity while Lupin was incapacitated and Sirius was momentarily airborne, Loxis uncorked the wolfsbane potion she had brought and forcefully administered it to Lupin, disregarding the possibility of him choking. It was only then that she found a moment to respond to her father, stating, "I came to deliver the wolfsbane potion." Snape tightened his grip on his wand, questioning, Hasn't he taken the potion?" Loxis nodded with a smirk. "What can I say? Who would have thought that after 20 years, both the wolf and the dog have made little progress?" Once Lupin had consumed the potion, Loxis released him, but she had no intention of letting him off easily. Contemplating the unchanging situation despite her best efforts, she resorted to casting a stunning spell, rendering Lupin unconscious. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she turned her gaze toward Sirius, who had only just extricated himself from the wall. A smile graced Loxis's face, though it did not reach her eyes. which glinted with menace as she addressed the disheveled Sirius. Hey, black dog, tonight's the full moon, and just to be safe, I've knocked out the werewolf who forgot to take his potion. You don't mind, do you? Sirius, irked by her audacity, found himself questioning whether her actions were a form of humiliation. It was at this moment that he recognized the dark-haired girl before him as the exchange student that Regulus had befriended during his second year. He recalled how Regulus had frequently written to him after he left Hogwarts, though he had never received a reply. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Sirius remarked, "So you're still alive, Goo? I thought you had perished 20 years ago." Loxias remained unperturbed by Sirius's taunts, calmly retorting, "That must come as a disappointment to you. I assure you, I will outlive all four of you by a considerable margin, and do so with far more dignity." With this, she pointedly glanced at her attire before casting her eyes upon Sirius's disheveled appearance. Even Snape had to concede that Loxias had a knack for inciting irritation. Chapter 192. I have love letters from your mother. This evidently enraged Sirius, his fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. In response, Loxias smugly declared, "Moreover, if you wish to live as respectably as I do, you would need to inherit the Black family fortune. Unfortunately for you, the Black family disowned you, and you're unlikely to amass such a wealth of galleons anytime soon." As soon as her words left her lips, Sirius swung his fists towards Loxias. In retaliation, Loxias executed a sweeping kick, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, my legs are so long and effective now that I'm grown up. How delightful." After knocking Sirius back to the ground, she did not allow him a moment to rise before Snape took advantage of the chaos to bind him with a binding spell, achieving the feat of thoroughly restraining Sirius. Having regained control of the situation, and eager to bring the farce to an end, Snape shot Loxias a cold glare, stating, "I believe it is time to conclude this tiresome charade." Loxias couldn't help but acknowledge that in Snape's gaze lay much more than mere annoyance. It was tinged with dissatisfaction over her concealment of certain truths. Thus, she refrained from retorting. It was evident that her father was not one to delay in meting out punishment, nor would he be gentle in his approach. However, Loxias's restraint didn't extend to Harry, the quintessential Gryffindor who was now eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. "Wait, what is going on? Whom should I trust?" he queried. At this, Snape halted his steps, swiftly turning to seize Harry by the collar, his voice menacing as he warned, "If I were you, I would remain silent. For you have violated school regulations. You even attempted to assault a professor. With this, I could easily have you expelled." With that, Snape bent down to grasp Sirius once more, intending to escort them all out and hand Sirius over to the Ministry of Magic. Though he was aware of Sirius's innocence, the depth of their antagonistic history rendered him unwilling to assist in his exoneration. Many years prior, even before graduating, he had wished for Sirius to languish in Azkaban. Now why should he help him escape? Dream on. Yet, if Harry were to relinquish his pursuit of the easily attainable truth, he would no longer embody the courageous spirit he was known for. Even in the face of Snape's threats, he remained resolute in his quest for the truth, yearning to understand his parents' past. "So what? I just want to know the truth about my parents," he exclaimed. Snape did not cease his strides, and although Sirius wished to interject, he found himself silenced by Snape's spell. Loxias regarded Harry, aware that he would not rest until he uncovered the truth, perhaps even resorting to more reckless actions in pursuit of what he deemed courageous. Truth be told, if she were in his position, she would likely feel the same. The difference was that for her, seeking the truth was not nearly as cumbersome, as she could only piece together fragments of the truth from her elders. Reflecting on the gentle and beautiful Lily, Loxias finally spoke up for Harry. "I believe he has the right to know the truth. If I were in his shoes, I would want to know as well." As long as Harry remained alive, his fate was of little concern to Snape. However, since these words had come from Loxias, he felt compelled to reconsider. Turning to Loxias, Snape asked, "Are you certain?" With a resolute nod, Loxias affirmed, he shouldn't be left as a pitiful creature, burdened with only partial knowledge of his parents' demise, especially for Lily's sake. Upon receiving Loxias's definitive answer, Snape snorted disdainfully, casting aside the bound Sirius, and clearing a space for himself before sitting down. Of course, he also made sure to leave half of the space for Loxias. "Since this is your decision, you may tell him," Snape stated. Loxias hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Nevertheless, she sighed deeply within, envisioning a future where Harry would piece together the truth from Sirius, Lupin, and Peter. Now, with Peter gone, Lupin unconscious, and Sirius silenced, Harry would still learn the truth. This time directly from her. Because her heart had softened. Yet she had once been steadfast in her resolve to change all of this. Was this fate? Oh well. At least the changes she had longed for had come to fruition. Peter was dead, her father remained unharmed, and even Lupin had not transformed into a werewolf. Wasn't he that a significant alteration in its own right? She and Harry could be considered friends, albeit under strained circumstances. And revealing the truth about his parents' demise is something any true friend would do. She is not the cold-hearted Voldemort, incapable of remaining entirely aloof. Observing that the gaze of the Savior trio had shifted towards her, Loxias recalled her own identity and graciously began with an introduction. "Greetings, I am Ming Gu. But you may call me Ming. Severus and I were both friends of Lily." Upon hearing Loxias's introduction, Harry's eyes turned toward Snape, filled with disbelief. Was Snape truly a friend of his mother? Why would she associate with such an enigmatic individual? Moreover, if he were indeed a friend of hers, why did he harbor such a hostile attitude towards him? In that fleeting moment, Harry even found himself questioning the veracity of Loxias's words. Yet, Sirius's demeanor just moments ago clearly indicated familiarity. Loxias, perceptive to Harry's thoughts, remarked, "Are you wondering why Severus was your mother's friend, and why his demeanor towards you is so unfriendly?" Harry hesitated but ultimately nodded, revealing his true thoughts. With a smile, Loxias explained, her tone imbued with a touch of delight. "Because he and your father were adversaries, and apart from your eyes, you bear little resemblance to your mother." Harry replied, "Oh." Following this, Loxias produced a photograph from 2 decades prior featuring herself and Lily, along with the heartfelt letter Lily had penned for her. Loxias added, "If you have doubts, I possess this photograph with your mother and the letter she wrote to me, which can attest to my identity."